Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 54, 51 Battle Realm Name. Chapter 54, Chapter 51 Battle Realm Name. Li Hao followed the slippery, broken stone path for several miles, arriving at the edge of another deep pool formed by a waterfall. Strange, I thought I heard the sound of a flute. Li Hao looked around, wondering if it was just an illusion. The waterfall in front of him was like a curtain, but through the gaps in the flowing water, there appeared to be a small temple inside. Li Hao was slightly taken aback. His figure flickered as he used the top level by Fengxing movement technique, darting through the water curtain like a bird through the trees, emerging on the other side without a single drop of water on him. The previously reserved 3 skill points, he spent 2 on his movement technique, which allowed him to easily comprehend this high-grade cultivation technique. As Li Hao entered through the water curtain, in the distance at another moss-covered stone platform, stood 2 delicate figures. Yu Yao, was there someone just over there? Lin Feifei asked in surprise, pointing to the waterfall in the distance. It seemed like it. Song Yueyao also noticed, but the figure flickered and disappeared, appearing to wear the garb of an external academy disciple. It seems I'm not seeing things. What is an external disciple doing here? It's not yet time for the new student's annual exam, is it? Lin Feifei wondered with confusion. He seemed to have entered the regional lord's temple. Could he be going into the Meng River? Song Yueyao withdrew her gaze, shook her head slightly, and continued to play her flute softly, uninterested in such extraneous matters. Behind the waterfall, Li Hao looked at the temple before his eyes. It was very small, about half a person tall. However, it was exquisitely crafted, with 2 effigies inside, 1 male and 1 female. They appeared ancient, and time had blurred their features. On closer inspection, one could see that they were once gentle and kind. But with mottled chunks of clay falling off and the faces decayed, the half-smiles on their lips now seemed somewhat eerie and ferocious. On either side of the temple, there was a vertical couplet. The earth can produce all things. The soil can bury all lives. Above it, there was a horizontal scroll, a regional lord. As Li Hao was examining the temple, suddenly a small booklet flew out from inside, opening in front of his eyes. Subsequently, a sheet of paper flew out from the booklet, shooting towards Li Hao's head with divine swiftness. Li Hao was shocked and tried to dodge, but even with his 15 Li realm cultivation level, he could not react in time, and the divine light penetrated his head. In an instant, the world around him seemed to be submerged in water light, and then as the water light faded, another layer of the world, both real and illusionary, revealed itself. The dim cave became blurred, as if there was a barrier-like water glow enclosing him within 3 feet. At the same time, illusory golden characters appeared before Li Hao's eyes. You have entered the Meng River. Your place of residence has been confirmed, Great Yu Dynasty, Qingzhou. Please leave your name for use within the Meng River. Li Hao paused. He had entered the Meng River. He looked around. A flowing, film-like barrier enveloped him, and beyond the barrier's dim light, he could vaguely see some broken mountains in a vast expanse, far from the narrow cave just now. Was this the legendary place of mysterious perils? Incredible. Despite knowing some stories about the Meng River, experiencing it firsthand still left him astonished. This was beyond the scope of ordinary martial arts. Still, it was unclear which level this Meng River belonged to. Li Hao, who usually passed the time fishing, had heard from Second Master that there were 5 levels of the Meng River, and even Second Master and Elder Feng would not dare to enter a Meng River of the Yuda level lightly, as it contained great terrors. At this moment, the previous divine light that had entered Li Hao's forehead converged in his hand, forming a piece of gold paper. The paper was blank. As information flowed into his mind, Li Hao understood. He thought for a moment, bit his finger, and left his name for the Meng River on the gold paper. Chong Air. As he finished writing, the paper gleamed with golden light, engulfing and submerging the blood-written name, then transforming back into divine light that disappeared into Li Hao's body. Simultaneously, the water film-like barrier around him gradually faded, revealing the outside world of broken mountains and desolate lands. In his mind, a message automatically appeared. Realm, Fengshanmenghe River. Meng River completion rate, 0%. Li Hao looked up, seeing the red sky with the setting sun like blood, half sunken into the earth on the other side. In front of him lay a desolate mountain, within which a village and wisps of smoke from cooking fires could be seen. Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly as he released his divine soul to scout ahead. A soul shadow that looked exactly like his real body flew out from the top of his head and, in the blink of an eye, soared thousands of miles into the sky above the village, overlooking the entire mountain below. At the same time, the perspective of the divine soul rapidly ascended, looking towards farther lands to get a clearer view of the whole Meng River battlefield. But as his gaze spanned the horizon, Li Hao saw that at the end of the Mo River, darkness enveloped the area. When the vision of his divine soul penetrated that darkness, he felt an eerie chill, as if something in the darkness should not be disturbed. Li Hao quickly retracted the perception of his divine soul, limiting its range to just the village and its surroundings. Inside the village, old and young walked about, men farmed, and women weaved, appearing very harmonious. Provided one could ignore their faces. Everyone's face was withered and dry, the elderly looked as if they were corpses, children's eyes were like black holes, tongues hanging down to their chests, women weaving by the windows had nails sharp as knives, teeth fierce, bearing sinister smiles. Truly a paradise beyond this world, Li Hao sighed. Having seen the fierce appearance of various fish demons, he did not find these dead souls of the Mo River to be that terrifying. Do I need to resolve all of them to complete the task? Li Hao pondered with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He had thought about retreating, but he needed to enter the corresponding temple in the Mo River first. Through the patrol of his divine soul, he had already found the temple's location, right in the middle of the village, on a stage-like spot. This positioning is really cunning. That person, he seems to be the boss around here, right? In the soul succession realm, can the dead still have their own soul shadows? Li Hao's gaze settled on the hill behind the village, where a black-robed scholar was seated, with the soul shadow of a woman billowing with black smoke prostrated on his back, giving off a rather eerie vibe. After surveying the situation, Li Hao didn't linger and, once his divine soul returned to his body, he strode towards the village. The villagers loitering at the entrance soon noticed Li Hao. "Hello, hello," Li Hao greeted with a smile and a raised hand. The elder originally leading a child barked violently and rushed towards Li Hao with a ferocious expression. The child, who had originally appeared naively silly, suddenly looked vicious, revealing sharp teeth as he charged at Li Hao. Such enthusiasm. Li Hao couldn't help but feel helpless. He casually broke off a dead branch and flicked it lightly. Snowflakes fluttered down. The old man and child who rushed towards him had not yet reached within 2 yards of Li Hao when they suddenly stiffened, their heads breaking off, the wounds strangely sharp and clean. After that, Li Hao casually carried the dead branch and walked into the village along the ancient path. The villagers transplanting rice seedlings in the fields became violent after noticing Li Hao, roaring as they pounced on him. Some farmers wearing straw hats and carrying grain also rushed over with their shoulder poles. "Do you also dream of conquering the Great Sea?" Li Hao asked as he walked, his footsteps uninterrupted, swinging the dead branch casually as if snow was falling. Each snowflake that landed on these villagers seemed to act like a seal, causing their bodies to freeze suddenly. As Li Hao went deeper into the village, more and more villagers surged towards him, including women carrying pots and those long-tongued women who were weaving. They're all in the Zhou Tian realm, TSK, and there are even a few at the perfect Zhou Tian, Li Hao mused as he swung the dead branch, walking along the broad road, leaving behind a trail of severed corpses. These dead seemed to be ghosts, supposedly without physical form, but in this Mo River, they possessed bodies, blood, and flesh, spraying black blood when severed. Could this be the same Mo River that will be tested at in a year? Li Hao mumbled to himself. The difficulty of this Mo River didn't seem high to him. The only real danger he had seen so far was the black-robed scholar behind the village in the Soul Succession realm. Using the Soul Succession realm to test the disciples of Alpha Academy was indeed appropriate. As villagers fell one by one, Li Hao glanced at the gold paper in his palm, which displayed a message. Meng River completion, 89%. It seemed that with each villager he slain, the completion would advance by about 1%. Given the nature of the Mo River, even if I resolve all of them, it seems impossible to reach 100% completion, to completely disintegrate it, Li Hao murmured. The difficulty in suppressing the Mo River lied here, only with 100% resolution could it be made to disappear. It was said that someone tried exterminating all the dead in the Mo River, destroying everything but still failed. The Mo River couldn't be destroyed or worn away, unless it was resolved, it would regenerate, come back again, and extend to any part of the world. Li Hao passed by the temple next to the stage, glanced at it but chose not to exit right away. Since he was here, he decided to try and see to what extent he could achieve this, as it was his first encounter. Chapter 55, 52 Merit List. Chapter 55, Chapter 52 Merit List. Li Hao invoked his divine soul, and the resplendent soul silhouette flew out from the top of his head, roaming the sky. Soon, Li Hao found two wandering children at the corner of the village's edge. Without moving his body, his divine soul swooped down. With a casual sweep, the sand and dust on the ground stirred, and pebbles shot out, piercing the two remaining fish that had slipped through the net. Completion of Mo River, 90%. His divine soul returning, Li Hao stepped forward, spanning 15 miles, and in the next moment, his figure appeared directly on the hill behind the village, next to the black-robed scholar. Feeling the sudden appearance of Li Hao, the black-robed scholar was slightly startled. Li Hao had already noticed that this black-robed scholar was different from the villagers outside, his expression not numb but possessing independent thought. The woman's soul silhouette lying on the black-robed scholar's back suddenly looked up, her gaze coldly fixed on Li Hao. "A person of your realm should not appear here," the black-robed scholar said softly. Li Hao replied, "I didn't want to either, but I accidentally wandered in." The black-robed scholar fell silent for a moment, then said, "Before we fight, could you let me finish my work?" Li Hao saw that he was holding a palette in one hand and a brush in the other, the brush tainted with blood, while in front of him on the easel was a portrait of a woman. The woman in the painting bore a striking resemblance to the one on his back. "You also have an appreciation for the art of painting." Li Hao was quite surprised, not expecting a deceased soul to still indulge in such a pastime. The black-robed scholar did not reply but started to add strokes to the paper with his brush. Seeing this, Li Hao leaned in with interest to observe. The painting skill of the black-robed scholar was not bad, considered top-notch among those Li Hao had come across before. "You seem different from the villagers outside," Li Hao remarked. The black-robed scholar frowned. He did not like to be disturbed while painting, but Li Hao's strength left him no choice but to tolerate the interruption. "They are merely my slaves," the black-robed scholar said indifferently. "So, you are the obsession that has bred this Minghe River," Li Hao said. "If I settle things with you, this Minghe River should be considered destroyed, I presume. You cannot kill me." The black-robed scholar spoke indifferently. "Even if you destroy this place, I will come back again." "Having already died, why do you refuse to move on?" Li Hao sighed. The hand of the black-robed scholar that held the brush paused slightly, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking cold smile. He seemed on the verge of saying something but suddenly stopped, as if recalling something he feared, the words never leaving his lips. He laughed coldly a few times, ignoring Li Hao and concentrated on his painting. Li Hao paced about next to him, examining the surroundings. Seeing that the black-robed scholar no longer paid him any attention, his gaze also moved to the artwork. The brush was dipped not in ink but in blood, thus the painting appeared rather fierce and formidable. However, Li Hao was looking at the inner painting skill. "Your brushwork here is too soft." Noticing an area that lacked detail, he couldn't help but point it out. "There is too little blood here, you need more, let it saturate with one stroke, allowing it to diffuse naturally, that would be more lifelike." The hand of the black-robed scholar clutching the brush froze somewhat, and he turned to look at Li Hao with a deep gaze. "You understand painting?" "A little bit," Li Hao modestly replied. The black-robed scholar sized up Li Hao, who, although only possessed the strength of the soul succession realm, existed thanks to the special power of the Minghe River and had been trapped in this place called Tan Palace Academy for hundreds of years. Over the hundreds of years, many martial artists had entered this place, some strong, some weak. The stronger ones were more formidable than this youth, capable of destroying the entire Minghe River village with a mere gesture. The weak ones were just like the villagers outside, many have lost their lives over the centuries, accumulating in the village. Some more outstanding managed to reach him, only to be directly killed without mercy. He had seen all kinds of people, but someone like this youth was very rare. Despite his young age, his mastery of the martial arts was terrifying, and he even understood some peripheral paths. The art of painting is profound and unfathomable. No matter how clever you are, It's not something you can master with just a little effort, the black-robed scholar said, then went back to his painting without paying Li Hao any more attention. I'm just being modest, and you really take me for it. Li Hao squinted slightly, wondering if this boy really thought his painting skills were impressive. To say you're impressive in martial arts, I would have let it go, but in painting. Indeed, the art of painting is profound, but unfortunately, you are just an outsider. Li Hao no longer held back and spoke frankly. The black-robed scholar raised an eyebrow and turned his cold gaze toward Li Hao. This painting of yours has at least 16 flaws. It's so rigid, it truly lacks spirit. Li Hao said unequivocally, no longer sparing the feelings of this fellow practitioner. What are you blabbering about? The black-robed scholar lost his composure, his pallid face turning a shade of angry red, as he glared at Li Hao. Here. Li Hao pointed to various parts of the paper, all defects. You can't see them because your skills are too low. The black-robed scholar trembled, the woman behind him brimming with black mist, ready to clash with Li Hao in a ferocious battle. Li Hao naturally wasn't afraid, even an angry soul succession realm was still just that, a soul succession realm. Did you think you could turn into a golden-haired spirit? Give me the brush. Without saying a second word, Li Hao snatched the brush from his hand, then tore off the piece of drawing paper, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it aside. Seeing his painstaking artwork treated so disdainfully, the black-robed scholar could no longer hold back his fury and let out a piercing shriek. His originally serene and handsome face suddenly became twisted and fierce, as terrifying blood seeped from his 7 apertures, bubbling forth. His entire black robe also flew up, revealing the blood-stained garment beneath. This was actually a robe that had been soaked in blood for who knows how many years, and only because the bloodstains had dried and settled did it appear black. Li Hao didn't even glance at him, his divine soul flew out, easily pressed down on the scholar's and his soul's head, pinning both firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. With such a wretched drawing, still having the face to get angry, Li Hao couldn't understand. The one who should truly be angry was himself. His gaze became focused, for towards the art of painting, his heart was sincere. With brush in hand, Li Hao's movements were swift, the blood on the brush tip flinging about, the lines naturally forming, with layers overlapping in light and heavy strokes, giving a clear sense of depth. Soon, as the blood at the tip of the brush was about to run out, Li Hao picked up the scholar, dabbed the brush onto his face to get more blood, and then resumed his painting. In just a short while, a lifelike beauty, as if standing sideways within the painting, looking down demurely, emerged on the paper. It was still the portrait of that woman from before, but this time, it was truly alive. The best way to punish the stubborn is to beat them with their proudest technique. Li Hao let go of the black-robed scholar and said indifferently, "Take a look for yourself, and if you still can't see the difference, then you better not touch a brush again. Go cultivate some crops in the village instead." The black-robed scholar almost spat blood with anger. Have him cultivate crops. Just as he was about to furiously rush forward, he stiffened all of a sudden, his peripheral vision caught the piece of drawing paper, and then he couldn't look away. You. The black-robed scholar was as if struck by a sudden realization, standing there dumbfounded. His eyes fixed on the woman in the painting, his body that was poised to pounce began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, 2 lines of bloody tears streamed from his eyes. You, is that you? Is it really you? The black-robed scholar approached the painting hurriedly and eagerly, stumbling as he went. He reached out, wanting to touch the woman on the paper, but as his fingers were about to make contact, he panicked and withdrew, fearing he would tarnish the woman's face. His shoulders began to shake lightly, and the blood tears flowed unstoppably. The female soul on his back was also staring dumbly at the painting, her black and fierce eyes slowly revealing a hint of thought. How is it compared to yours? A mismatched voice from the side broke through the black-robed scholar's immersion. He paused, coming back to his senses and turned to look at Li Hao. Seeing the young man's slightly proud demeanor, this time he didn't get angry, but suddenly, with a thud, he knelt down on both knees in front of Li Hao. Thank you. The black-robed scholar bowed his head, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you for allowing me to see you again. So the woman in the painting is called you? Li Hao raised an eyebrow, but didn't care much. Seeing the other party had conceded, he immediately helped him up. This art of painting, it's profound and unpredictable. Not only must you take it to heart, but you must also have spirit. As Li Hao was explaining, the black-robed scholar turned his head, gazing besottedly at the woman on the drawing paper. The noise at his ear was automatically blocked out by him. A long time passed, a long time. Li Hao, parched from talking, became indignant when he saw the person in front of him daydreaming. "Are you listening to me?" The black-robed scholar came back to himself, smiled at Li Hao, and his black robe began to change in color, gradually fading from black to blood red, then to light red, and finally transformed into a white scholar's robe. Looking at that outfit, he seemed to have been a scholar in life. "My wish has been fulfilled, thank you, benefactor." The scholar, no longer in black, wore a smile of relief and release on his face. Behind him, the female soul that had been on his back also dispelled the black mist to reveal a form similar to that of the woman in the painting. In the void, she bowed gracefully to Li Hao, her eyes showing gratitude. Then, the figures of both began to fade gradually. The scholar's figure grew fainter, murmuring to himself with a smile on his lips. Li Hao was stunned. What's going on? Just then, his palm grew warm, and the gold paper emerged. Lettering on the gold paper seemed to chisel through the surface. Progress 100%, Fengshan Minghe River Pass completed, reward, 100 merit points. You have entered the merit list. Minghe River will soon vanish, please leave quickly. Chapter 56, 53, Behind the Brilliance. Chapter 56, Chapter 53, Behind the Brilliance. The surrounding earth began to tremble gently. Li Hao was stunned. Looking around, he noticed that the distant, damaged mountains and the crimson sky seemed to be gradually fading. Had he cleared it? Was the Mo River battlefield about to disappear? Li Hao stood agape. Everything happened too fast for him to react. As he watched the ground sink and his little thatched hut about to collapse shaking, Li Hao quickly stepped out. Then, with a flicker, he appeared at the stage in the center of the village. Pulling out the gold paper, Li Hao swiftly placed it within the eerie temple. The temple suddenly burst forth with splendid golden light, unleashing a water-like barrier that enveloped him. Standing inside the barrier, Li Hao watched as the outside village shook violently, like the world ending in destruction, everything tearing and blurring until it all vanished. He found himself back in that narrow cave. The old, humble temple had also quieted its golden light, becoming utterly ordinary, with two corroded statues with half-smiles on their faces. The gold paper flew back like a thread, entering the palm of Li Hao's hand, giving a warm sensation. Li Hao felt as if there was an extra wisp of divine soul-like breath in his body. As his mind willed it, the golden thread emerged in his palm, transforming back into the gold paper. There were 3 lines of small characters on the gold paper. Name, Chong Heir. Merit points, 100, ranked 99 in the Great Yu Dynasty. Meritorious deeds, cleared Fengshan Mo River. So these are merit points. Doesn't seem like anything special. Li Hao carefully examined the gold paper. He had heard from Second Master and Feng that the Mo River battlefield had 5 levels with huge differences. The one he had just experienced should be of the lowest level, the remorse level Mo River battlefield. Destroying the Mo River battlefield would yield merit points, and if one were to clear it, causing the Mo River to disappear permanently, then the merit points obtained would be hundreds of times more. That is to say, if he had just killed the black-robed scholar and destroyed the village, he would have only gotten 1 merit point. Beyond the remorse level, there was also the shadowy ghoul level Mo River, the Ming domain level Mo River, and the Ghost City level Mo River that even Second Master and the rest didn't dare to enter lightly. As for the most terrifying Mo River, Second Master and the others didn't mention it. It's a place where being involved means doom even for their level of saints. Just the mention of the Ghost City level Mo River had already put it on the list of forbidden places. And only Grandmasters of the Tianren sect dared to enter the Ming domain level Mo River. This Mo River had existed for a long time. Although it was not the responsibility of the Li family to suppress it, they had some related materials. If one destroyed the shadowy ghoul level Mo River, about 10 merit points could be obtained. Destroying the Ming domain level Mo River would yield about 100 merit points. But if one cleared the Ming domain level Mo River, then one could get 10,000 points. As for what merit points are used for, no one knows at the moment. It is said that even the Divine General Mansion, which has suppressed the Mo River for generations, hasn't been able to figure out the use of merit points. And there are many rumors about merit points. Some say they can be exchanged with the gods after death for a reincarnated body, some say they can accumulate blessings for the afterlife, offsetting the karma of killing, and so forth. But rumors end with the big shots. If both old masters say that no one has found the use of merit points, then it must be so. For now, the only use seems to be similar to a score that provides a rough estimate of how many strong beings exist in the Dao realm, based on the amount of merit points. Yes, existing ones. If the person holding merit points dies, the merit points will disappear as well, and their name will be removed from the list. Therefore, for many top forces, it's a way to check if someone is alive or dead. The two elders must be on the list too. I wonder what their ranking is. With a thought from Li Hao, the gold paper seemed to sense his intentions, and the characters changed, expanding into a list. Merit ranking. The first name that caught his eye was Wang Zhendong. Merit points, 9372. The second person, Wang Tianchong. Merit points, 7328. The third person was also surnamed Wang. The fifth Li Hao glanced through and noticed, to his astonishment, that 6 of the top 10 bore the Wang surname. Continuing down, within the top 30, there were 15 of the Wang surname. Li Hao's expression changed subtly, his surprise laced with a tinge of heaviness in his heart. Though suppressing the Mo River was the duty of the Wang family, he couldn't imagine how many lives of the Wang family members had been sacrificed for this responsibility. Behind each name on the list, the merit points, which looked like mere cold, glittering numbers, represented countless life and death struggles and perilous encounters. There is no difference between this and slaying demons on the border. You should know that the Li family defended the country by slaying demons on the border, with 6 out of 9 sons from the last generation dying in battle, a truly extreme tragedy. Now it seems that the other divine general mansions probably did not have it much easier. After all, he could see so many from the Wang family on the merit list. Who knows how many more there are who had once been on the list but then disappeared. This aging dynasty still enjoys a prosperous era, with peace within its borders. The common folk are healthy and content, young girls play on flower boats, young lads ride horses in the suburbs for leisure, peddlers carry their wares everywhere to sell, free from worries. Yet how many unnamed brave souls hold high this everyday scene of 1,000 households lights in the darkness, cradling it silently. This era of prosperity. It did not come easy, murmured Li Hao to himself. Deep in his heart, he felt a solemn reverence for the names listed above. His gaze continued downward, yet he did not see the name of second elder, perhaps he used a pseudonym. But Li Hao did see a nickname mentioned by Elder Feng, Buliuxing. Ranked at number 35, with a conspicuous merit value of 3,201. Li Hao couldn't help but pause, almost certain that anyone who has earned such a high merit value and is called by this name has to be the thief saint. Elder Feng lives a hermit life and still has such a high value of merit. Li Hao's eyes became solemn. Apart from second elder, Elder Feng had few friends. Which means, his merit value was mostly earned through his own battles. Alone in suppressing the Mo River. However, Elder Feng has a poor reputation. He is the thief saint despised by the powers of the world. The target of thousands of pointing fingers. Why then would he bother taking risks to do such deeds? Perhaps there is an answer, perhaps no answer is needed. Li Hao fell silent, suddenly feeling that the fishing elder who joked and laughed with him was only familiar in interaction, but not truly understood. A moment later. He continued to look further down the list. Soon, he saw another familiar name, Jian Wudao. Incredibly, like the Wang family, he used his real name. You should know that apart from the Wang family, most of the names above are pseudonyms. For example, Thief Saint Buliuxing, who has the surname Bu. Sword Saint Li Hao's eyes narrowed a bit when he saw his ranking, number 76. With a merit value of 738. This means he has at least destroyed 7 Ming domain level Mo rivers or cleared 7 regret level Mo rivers. Li Hao had already realized that the merit list does not represent the full extent of one's strength. For instance, the Thief Saint and the Sword Saint are both of the 4 stands realm, but their merit values differ by 4 to 5 times. There are also many other masters who most likely did not participate in the suppression of the Mo River. After all, other than the rewards from the dynasty, dealing with the Mo River brings no other benefits. No one knows what use these ethereal merit values have. The world thrives on interest. One does not rise early without a benefit. This also leads to a severe shortage of manpower at the Mo River Authority, creating a tense situation. At the same time, it is also why he could rank within the top 100 of the Great Yu dynasty by merely clearing a single regret-level Mo River. Li Hao sighed quietly, putting away the gold paper. Suddenly, he felt a slight disturbance in his perception, noticing someone approaching. Li Hao quickly realized what was happening. Looking again at the divine temple in front of him, it was slowly sinking into the ground as if it was about to disappear. This temple was connected to the Fengshan Mo River. Now that the Mo River had disappeared, it was natural that the temple would also vanish. Wait a minute. Li Hao was suddenly alarmed, wondering if this Mo River was so simple to deal with. Could it be the one that was meant for the test of the new disciples a year from now? If it disappears now, what will they test a year from now? Oh, boy. Isn't this equivalent to ripping up the exam papers of these candidates in advance? Li Hao was speechless. He only wanted to teach that scholar how to paint, but he never intended to clear the barrier. Time to slip away. Li Hao quickly moved, vanishing from the spot in an instant. As Li Hao fled in a hurry, in various parts of the world, many people were disturbed. Chapter 57, 54 The World Famous. Chapter 57, Chapter 54 The World Famous. South, 9 Peaks Mountain Range, Sword Hut. This mountain range is famous throughout the world, and the lifelong dream of many swordsmen is to ascend to the peak and look out over the pinnacle of 10,000 Zun Mountain. However, that fantastical sacred place actually has a very simple appearance. On the grassy mountaintop, in the straw hut as plain and unadorned as a cattle shed, Jian Wudao sat quietly inside. The furnishings in the straw hut were also very simplistic, a desk and a few stacks of books. The desk was extremely rough, as if it had been hewn with a few chops from a tree stump. Its only advantage was its evenness, extremely even. At the moment, incense smoke curled up from a burner on the desk as Jian Wudao, with the appearance of an octogenarian with white hair and beard, yet with a complexion as rosy and youthful as a child's, sat with his eyes closed in tranquility. In his hand, he held a scroll of sword techniques, and the side of it bore the name, Detailed Explanation of Swordsmanship Basics. His other hand tapped lightly on his knee, as if he was mulling over something in silent recitation, deep in thought. Master. Suddenly, a call came from outside the straw hut. Jian Wudao opened his eyes and saw a young man in a white robe hopping into the sword hut, a glint of gold in his palm turning into a floating piece of gold paper. Master, there's a new grandmaster on the virtue list. He pointed to the last name on the gold paper, Chong Er, such a strange name. I wonder which sex grandmaster he is, to actually destroy a Ming domain level Mo River. This pseudonym doesn't seem like someone from the Mo River Authority. Jian Wudao's expression remained unchanged. He coldly asked, "What does that have to do with you?" "Just curious." The young man knew his master's temperament and said cheerfully, "Those old grandmasters either sit at the helm of their sects, not daring to venture into danger lightly, or they cultivate in low profile, striving for the 3 immortals to extend their lives. They wouldn't do such thankless tasks. It must be some newly promoted grandmaster. I want to go and exchange some pointers with him." "You want to go down the mountain again?" Jian Wudao's face was expressionless as he got straight to the point. "To practice swordsmanship, you must endure loneliness. There are hundreds of millions of swordsmen in the world. How can you expect to stand proud among them with a 3-foot sword in your hand without putting in 1,000 times more effort than they do? If you could focus more on your sword, you would have already stepped into the immortals. You dare to say it, and I don't even dare to listen," the young man muttered to himself, as the idea of striving for the immortals seemed daunting. He looked down and muttered, "Master, if the disciple could exchange pointers more with other grandmasters, surely I could make further progress." When I stepped into the grandmaster realm, I secluded myself to contemplate the sword for 3 years. When I emerged, I had become one of the 3 immortals without the need to exchange pointers with anyone else. Jian Wudao snorted coldly, knowing that this 3rd disciple of his had mixed desires. He couldn't help but think of another disciple, and his gaze softened slightly. "How is your little apprentice sister faring under your guidance?" "My little apprentice sister is already half a step into the divine travel realm, her spirit congealed 180 times. TSK, that's much stronger than me back then." "Master, you really do play favorites." Although the young man accused his master of bias, he was actually grinning. Jian Wudao rolled his eyes. If you could understand the essence of the sword within a year of starting, I'd be willing to go to Gantao Palace myself to get you a real person's soul succession. I don't want Master to have to ask favors for me. Besides, my little apprentice sister has a passion for the sword. She will eventually comprehend the sword's spirit. I can't compare with that. The young man said cheerfully, speaking of which, my little apprentice sister really should thank Master a lot. Thanks to you taking her out of the divine general mansion, otherwise, she would have only succeeded the Li family's heroic spirit. Congealing the spirit 80 times is not bad, but that's just the standard of us. To reach the current level that is comparable to the imperial family's top-tier level would be difficult. Plus, I heard that the divine general mansion's soul succession has many restrictions. Shut up. Jian Wudao scolded. The young man was slightly startled and promptly shut his mouth. The Li family, after all, holds the frontier pass, slaying countless demons. How can you allow yourself to speak ill of them behind their backs? Jian Wudao rebuked in a cold voice. The young man knew he had spoken out of turn and scratched his head. I was wrong. I do respect the Li family greatly. Humph, if you can't perfect that moon sleepless within 3 months, be ready to stay at the Sword Cliff instead. Jian Wudao spoke coldly. As for that Mo River household register, you should look at it less. The matters of the Mo River are none of your concern. That's the business of the divine general mansion. When you reach the 3 immortals, I will naturally let you leave the mountain. Otherwise, with your current standard, if you were to start your own sect and someone challenged you, you would be the one losing my face. The young man left in a disheartened manner, not daring to linger. There's a newcomer on the virtue list. In a certain sect, as someone happened to be looking through the virtue list, they immediately noticed the new name added to it. A full 100 contributions. Is this by directly destroying a Ming domain level Mo River? Which grandmaster has come out of seclusion? Chong Air, a strange name. Go and check which sect's grandmaster it is quickly, see if we can bring him over. In a tall building within a certain city, someone ordered. Yongzhou, in a courtyard of the divine general mansion. Miss, there's suddenly a new name on the virtue list, called Chong Air. Such a strange name. Don't talk nonsense. Anyone willing to take action to solve the Mo River disaster is a righteous and brave person. Xiaotao understands, but the name really does sound a bit unpleasant. The lady wearing gossamer silk gave a disparaging look at the little maid who had followed her from childhood. What do you know? Go and listen outside my father's room to see if you can find out who it is. If we can invite him here, we'll give him the position of a junior supervising officer. Yes, Xiaotao will go right away. As the little maid ran off, the lady looked out to the courtyard, a slow smile spreading across her lips as she casually broke a twig and lightly sketched 2 words on the ground. Wind and moon. Interesting. Inside the main hall of Black and White Hall at Tan Palace Academy. Song Yufeng stealthily took out a small packet of tea from his sleeve, just about to pour it into the cup to brew, when he suddenly noticed several elders hurrying over. His heart skipped a beat. Old Huang. Can't be, they found me so quickly. And brought others along. He hurriedly covered the cup, maintaining a calm and composed expression. Palace Master. The leading elder, Huang Lizao, approached with an excited expression. Song Yufeng's face twitched slightly as he coughed lightly. Old Huang, no offense, but do you need to be so agitated? It's just some. Palace Master, Feng Shanminghe River has disappeared. Huang Lizao exclaimed. Elder and I just detected some activity and went to check. The regional lord's temple has vanished. It only disappears immediately after being permanently cleared, otherwise, the temple would have shattered where it stood into mud. Song Yufeng was stunned, immediately relieved that they weren't there to hold him accountable. Wait, Feng Shanminghe River had been cleared. By whom? What's the situation? Explain clearly, who did it? Song Yufeng pressed on. Don't know, didn't find the person. Huang Lizao shook his head, but your granddaughter seems to have seen it. Yu Yao. Song Yufeng was surprised. And immediately said, then quickly have her come over. She's already waiting outside. Huang Lizao immediately turned and gestured, and soon, under the accompaniment of an elder, 2 young girls entered. It was indeed Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei from the moss-covered ground. The 2 women had heard the commotion earlier and had rushed to the regional lord's temple, only to witness the shocking scene of its disappearance. Who cleared it? Song Yufeng asked immediately. Lin Feifei glanced at her friend, and Song Yueyao, with a calm demeanor, replied, reporting to the palace master, it seems to have been an external disciple. Feifei and I were training nearby, and only saw the side of that person's face. It's not someone I recognize. How many do you know, spending all your time training? Song Yufeng muttered to himself, then turned to Lin Feifei beside him. What about you? Did you see clearly? Reporting to the palace master, I too only saw a side profile. Lin Feifei hastened to add, but if I see that person again, I will definitely be able to recognize them. Song Yufeng nodded slightly. All right, then you two go ahead and try to recognize who it was. This is good news, deserving of a great reward. Should we notify the Mo River Authority? Huang Lizao asked. The Mo River Authority is destitute enough, we don't need that bit of royal treasure. Eradicating Mo rivers is everyone's responsibility, and also our duty. That Feng Mountain was originally a rural farmland, such a pity that it was ravaged by the Mo River, the entire village perished miserably, enslaved by the river. As he spoke, Song Yufeng sighed and shook his head. Huang Lizao nodded and said, then I will take them now to recognize the individual, and also put out the word so the person who cleared it can come forward to receive their reward. Song Yufeng nodded. Huang Lizao immediately left with the two girls. Just as he was about to go, he suddenly remembered something and turned to say, by the way, Palace Master, what were you about to say earlier? Song Yufeng replied with confusion, what was I about to say? Seeing his expression, Huang Lizao thought he had misheard and promptly made a slight bow before retiring and leaving. News spread throughout the academy, not just amongst the 4 external houses, but also disciples within Black and White Hall were stirred. Especially those from Black and White Hall, all of whom had experienced the brutal challenges of Fengshan River, were now shocked to hear that someone had cleared the river. Who was it? Was it one of the elders? Which elder would be so idle? Besides, even for elders, it's not easy to clear it. I've heard each Mo river's requirement to clear is incredible, very tough to find. A reward of the red sky precious sword. That's forged from meteorite iron, reputed to crush anything it strikes, even able to harm the divine soul. The disciples of Black and White Hall bantered amongst themselves. The 4 external houses were likewise abuzz, especially Alpha Academy, where everyone vying for the martial arts rankings was dumbfounded upon receiving the news. The Mo River is gone. Wasn't that the place they were to be tested for entry into Black and White Hall after 1 year? How could it just disappear? How would they enter Black and White Hall when the time came? In contrast to Alpha Academy, the other houses were simply bewildered. The Mo River. What's that? Clearly, their primary task given by the house was to first make it into Alpha Academy. Whatever the Mo River was, it had nothing to do with them. Without a place in Alpha Academy, they wouldn't even qualify to enter. Yuyao, do you think that person is really an external disciple? Judging by the number of flower patterns on that clothing, I remember it might be, but... Among the woods, Lin Feifei and Song Yueyao walked side by side, heading towards the outer houses. Lin Feifei looked hesitant. She had also challenged Fengshan River before, and it was tough. Once one entered the village, all the villagers would be alerted, and that was hundreds of Zhou Tian realm fighters. Furthermore, if it turned into a prolonged battle, that black-robed scholar would also intervene, making it treacherous even for someone with early soul succession realm power. Chapter 58, 55 Slaying the Demon in Chi State. Chapter 58, Chapter 55 Slaying the Demon in Chi State. Song Yueyao shook her head slightly, without answering. She had no answer in her heart either. Passing the Minghe River in Feng Mountain was extremely difficult. If it were disciples of the Black and White Hall, there would be a slight possibility, but for outer court disciples unless the person had already achieved the soul succession realm. The black-robed scholar was genuinely of the soul succession realm, and his soul was extremely fierce, akin to facing 2 soul succession experts. The assessment for the outer court disciples wasn't to kill the black-robed scholar but to achieve a completion rate of 50%. Massacring nearly half the villagers would count as completion. This test already involved sneaking, hiding, pure strength, and movement technique among other aspects, making it very difficult. After all, slaughtering nearly half would easily alert the black-robed scholar. Once he took action, even the disciples of the Black Hall had to flee. I heard that 2 members of the royal family have come. Could it be one of them who did this? If they've achieved cycle heaven realm perfection, relying on that unrivaled meridian opening skill and chi circulation skill, there might be a slight hope of battling someone in the soul succession realm, Lin Feifei guessed. That was the only possibility she could think of. If not even the royal family could do it, then nobody else stood a chance. Let's go have a look and we will know, Song Yueyao said. Under Huang Licao's guidance, the 2 of them arrived at the outer court. There, Su Yehua had already convened everyone to wait. As the 2 women and Huang Licao arrived, many became slightly restless and started to stand on tiptoe to look around. It's Song Yueyao. In the crowd, Du Chuyue recognized Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei at a glance, admiration appearing in her eyes. Who are they? The one in white is Song Yueyao, the palace master's granddaughter, one of the most exceptionally talented individuals in the Black and White Hall. I heard she's not even 20 yet but has already reached the divine travel realm, Du Chuyue whispered enviously. This was the real deal, a 9-grade battle body, a top genius. Li Yuanzhao suddenly understood and didn't show much surprise on his face. Divine travel realm at 20, but mother said 9th uncle reached divine travel realm at 13, grandmaster at 17, and at 19, when he built his achievements and sacrificed himself, he was already at the 7th realm, the immortal 3rd. That was the one and only monstrous talent in all history. Having heard about 9th uncle's battle achievements, whenever Li Yuanzhao looked at other geniuses, he felt they were all mediocre in comparison. Where's your Hao? Why isn't he here? Du Chuyue asked in a low voice, her gaze wandering around in search. Li Yuanzhao shook his head. Hao probably went off to play chess with someone. Playing chess, Du Chuyue's mouth twitched. At this moment, Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei began scanning the crowd with their gaze. The granddaughter of the palace master, huh? In the crowd, Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, sizing up the 2 elegant figures, a hint of peculiar light emerging in his eyes as he thought to himself. She's quite attractive. If I conquer her, making her my empress, then Song Yufeng, for the sake of his granddaughter, could become an asset for me in the future. It's a shame she's a few years older than me, but with Tan Palace as her dowry, I don't mind taking a small loss. As he was contemplating, Song Yueyao's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on him at first glance. Although they were all wearing the same uniform, judging by the robustness of the emitted aura, she guessed he was most likely of royal descent. How could a common Zhou Tian realm have such a vigorous aura, as mighty as a flood dragon? Seeing the look from Song Yueyao, Jiang Yi smiled slightly, revealing half a set of white teeth and nodded in greeting. But Song Yueyao's gaze calmly shifted away, it wasn't him. She continued searching through the crowd, scrutinizing one after another, her brows furrowing. None was the right one. No, Song Yueyao said to the elder beside her. Huang Licao was taken aback and quickly asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you've looked carefully?" "Yes," Song Yueyao nodded. Huang Licao then turned to Lin Feifei, who also shook her head slightly, revealing a helpless expression. Could it be not Alpha Academy? Huang Licao wondered internally and proceeded to ask Su Yehua, "Are all the disciples of Alpha Academy here?" Su Yehua, also aware of what they were looking for, glanced over the crowd and noticed 2 or 3 absences, saying, "Almost all of them are here." The missing were the wastrel who was always sound asleep and 2 mediocre sons from noble families. She thought it was unlikely to be them. Strange, after thinking a bit, Huang Licao whispered a few words to Su Yehua. She nodded slightly in response and immediately commanded everyone. Turn sideways. The crowd was puzzled and looked at her questioningly. Without explaining, Su Yehua assumed the authority of a teacher, her willow eyebrows slightly stern, and everyone promptly complied. To this beautiful teacher, they had long experienced the strictness of her methods. Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei, once again compelled to look, were full of confusion. Everyone looked vaguely familiar, presumably due to wearing the same uniform, yet on closer inspection, none seemed to fit. In despair, Huang Licao said to Su Yehua, "Let the ones who didn't come find me later, so that Moon and the others can take a look." "Yes," Su Yehua nodded in agreement. Huang Licao left the area, taking the 2 women to Beta Academy. Along the way, a figure casually approached with a wild rabbit in hand. It was Li Hao. "Which academy's disciple are you?" Huang Licao immediately called out upon seeing him. Li Hao looked at them in surprise, not recognizing them, and said, "I'm from Alpha Academy, and you are?" "Alpha Academy." Huang Licao's heart stirred. He turned his head to look at the two girls. Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei were also sizing up Li Hao. With rosy lips, white teeth, and fair skin, he was an incredibly handsome young man. However, the wild rabbit he was holding and the grass stains on his academy uniform made him appear somewhat disheveled. After taking a careful look, the two girls immediately shook their heads slightly. "It doesn't seem like him." Hearing this, Huang Licao waved his hand at Li Hao. "It's nothing, you can go." Li Hao walked away with a look of confusion, carrying the wild rabbit and passing by them. Suddenly, Li Hao felt that the aura of the two girls was somewhat familiar. Hadn't he encountered them before in the Mo River cave? When he returned to Alpha Academy, Su Yehua immediately told him to find Huang Licao. After asking around, Li Hao understood the situation and shared his encounter on the road. Su Yehua did not suspect him of lying since she too felt that Li Hao was unlikely to be that person. If it weren't for him being a member of the Li family and spending the past half-month sleeping and lazing around, she would have strictly reprimanded him long ago. "How, where were you?" Back at his seat, Li Yuanzhao spilled all the details of what just happened to Li Hao. Li Hao suddenly realized, feeling somewhat disheartened, it was a relief that the academy seemed to have no intention of settling scores with him. As for the reward, the Red Sky Precious Sword was indeed impressive, capable of harming the divine soul, a truly rare weapon for the divine travel realm. Even at the divine general mansion, only a few tens of thousands could be found. What a pity. He was now in the 15 Li realm and no longer needed it. Above the waterfall, Shen Yunqing and Zhao Zongyuan also received the news, both of them surprised. Who did it? Couldn't be that kid, right? The place he went before, that's on the side of the Mo River. Zhao Zongyuan said in disbelief. Shen Yunqing shook her head slightly. Although there's the Mo River there, it's still possible to return to the academy, it just requires taking a detour. Maybe he took a wrong turn. Hard to tell, this kid grasped your movement technique so quickly, I always feel like I can't see through him. He might not be in the Zhou Tian realm. Even the soul succession realm would be difficult. Shen Yunqing shook her head and said, it's about passing the test, not destroying. Who knows what the conditions were. Besides, we just got news, Song Yueyao witnessed it. Old Huang took her to the external academy and they found a kid in Beta Academy who looked similar, but it turned out not to be him after verification. Strange, could it be someone from the Black and White Hall? Who knows, anyway, the matter will soon have a result, it can't be kept secret. Shen Yunqing remarked. Indeed. Zhao Zongyuan thought and sighed. The Fengshan Mo River was quite suitable for testing newcomers. Now that it's gone, we can only use that other Mo River, but that one is much harder. They'll just have to count themselves unlucky, Shen Yunqing declared. The disciples of Alpha Academy gathered in the courtyard. Li Hao, who was preparing to sneak off to play truant, was also called back by Su Yehua, obediently returning to his seat. Tomorrow is your first trial since joining the academy, a practical demon-slaying test. Su Yehua surveyed everyone with a calm face and declared, martial artists must experience the trials of combat, blood, and fire. We have arranged connections for you, all you need to do is go and report, participate in person. This way, you will understand the flaws in your martial arts when facing demons and how to truly fight the enemy. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and many were eager to try. Demon slaying. This was a dream that many in the audience eagerly anticipated. To travel the world with a sword, slaying demons, and eliminating evil, how cool. These tasks vary in difficulty, it's best to know your own strength. Su Yehua pulled out a stack of papers and said, for each task, we will award points based on the difficulty, which can be exchanged in the Black and White Hall's martial scripture pavilion for weapons, precious medicines, cultivation techniques, and peerless techniques. But you need to truly assess your capabilities, and avoiding greed is also a test for a martial artist. As she spoke, she called over a senior student to distribute the papers in her hand. Li Hao received a copy and casually began to read. It listed all demon-slaying assignments, spread over different states and cities. Being able to connect the academy with different states and cities demonstrated the extensive reach of 10 Palace Academy. Was this akin to sending students to large companies for internships and evaluations? Suddenly, Li Hao's gaze sharpened, landing on one of the mission lists. Demon Slaying Task 23. Chi State, join the Monster Suppression Department, assist the local demon slaying team in hunting demons, graded by the local person in charge. Full score, 10 points. Chi State. Chapter 59, 56, Entering Jianghu. Chapter 59, Chapter 56, Entering Jianghu. How, which task are you planning to choose? After looking over the task list, Li Yuanzhao immediately asked Li Hao, clearly hoping to accompany him and provide mutual support. The one in Chi State, Li Hao said, a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. Li Yuanzhao scanned the task, didn't think much about it, and nodded, then I'll choose that one too. You are all going to Chi State. Next to them, Du Chuyue glanced at the task and said immediately, can you take me with you? I'm also heading there. Me too, I'm going as well, Zheng Bai quickly added, seeing the chance to be close to the young master of the Divine General. Mansion, a rare opportunity to foster intimacy. If he could become a good friend, that would be an enormous networking opportunity. How, what do you think? Li Yuanzhao decided to consult Li Hao first. Li Hao replied, I don't mind. Since Hao has no objections, then you can all join, Li Yuanzhao stated. Du Chuyue and Zheng Bai exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. At that moment, Su Yehua at the front suddenly said, let me explain the rules now. Each task can be taken by no more than 5 people. I will start counting off. The first task is to go to the Tsangzhou Demon Subjugation Department to assist in resolving a demon-caused disturbance in a village. The task is worth 5 academic credits. Who wants to take it? Me. Immediately, 7 people raised their hands. Among these tasks, the highest score was only 15 points, and that also carried the highest difficulty level, indicating a very high chance of encountering demons at Cycle Heaven Realm Perfection. And for this first task, the intelligence only suggested the possibility of demons at the 2nd to 5th levels of the Zhou Tian realm, making it relatively easy. We have too many people. You either need to discuss it among yourselves or decide based on the martial arts ranking. Those with lower ranks should change to another task, Su Yehua said. The 7 people looked at each other, and 2 of them voluntarily sat down. Then Su Yehua continued to read out other tasks. Those interested raised their hands to select accordingly. Some tasks attracted 3 people, others only 1, and some tasks went unchosen and were left open. How, they're going to undertake a task in Yunzhou. That area was just cleared of demons not long ago, and they're going over to help eliminate the remnants, commented Li Yuanzhao, who paid special attention to the Li Yun siblings and noticed their choice of a task worth the full 15 points, his face unwittingly displaying a trace of concern. Although they didn't see eye to eye within the mansion, after growing up together, he still didn't wish for any misfortune to befall them. Tell them to be careful, not to be reckless in seeking merit. Li Hao glanced at the sibling duo, seeing their faces full of eager excitement, and frowned as he spoke. Understood. Li Yuanzhao nodded, planning to give them a heads-up after getting his own task. Soon after, Su Yehua mentioned the Chi State task. Li Hao immediately expressed his intention, and Li Yuanzhao, together with Du Chuyue and Zheng Bai, also raised their hands one after another. Meanwhile, 2 other people, a male and a female, also raised their hands in a different location. She's going too. Du Chuyue caught sight of the girl who raised her hand, momentarily surprised. The girl was Ren Qianqian, ranked 4th in the martial arts ranking, the daughter of a grandmaster, with divinely skillful swordsmanship. Zheng Bai's expression changed. He looked at the young man whose ranking on the martial arts ranking was higher than his own, and was not a newcomer but a senior student. Now, with 6 people interested, it meant that Zheng Bai, who was last in line, would have to step down. However, their main reason for choosing the Chi State task was because of Li Hao's decision. If Li Hao stepped down, Li Yuanzhao would probably do the same. Zheng Bai looked at Li Hao, his eyes filled with hope, wishing he would choose a different task. At the same time, Ren Qianqian and the young man also noticed Li Hao and others. Ren Qianqian just glanced at them, her expression unchanged as usual, calm and collected. The young man, on the other hand, was stunned, and then his face lit up with happiness. We are over the limit, Su Yehua swept her gaze over the group and said, discuss it among yourselves to decide who will step down. If no one is willing, we'll have to follow the rules. Ren Qianqian sat down without paying much attention, as she had to go regardless. The young man's gaze skimmed past Li Hao, aware that he couldn't afford to offend the young lord of the divine general mansion, even if he was at the bottom of the martial arts ranking. Being able to attend Alpha Academy meant he couldn't be too bad, he just hadn't shown his full potential yet. His gaze then landed on Zheng Bai, and he said with a smile, "Qi State is dangerous, it is my homeland, and I can lead the way for them. How about you back out?" Zheng Bai's face flushed slightly. With those words, if he persisted, it might offend others. All right then. Zheng Bai's complexion went through changes, but he quickly managed his emotions and said to Li Yuanzhao and Li Hao, "I wish you a smooth journey. We'll take on a task together another time." Okay then, Li Yuanzhao, upon hearing this, gave up on persuading the young men and patted Zheng Bai's shoulder to offer comfort. "You also need to be careful out there," Du Chuyue said. Zheng Bai smiled and nodded. Although he was somewhat regretful that he wasn't able to team up with Li Hao and the others, it was, after all, only the first task of the school year, and there would be other opportunities in the future. Once the headcount was confirmed, Su Yehua continued to distribute other tasks. Soon, everyone had made their selection. Those who received the same tasks gathered together under Su Yehua's instructions. "When do we set out?" The youth named Yu Wei, who recognized Du Chuyue, asked, but his gaze was on Li Yuanzhao and Ren Qianqian. "Now," Ren Qianqian said calmly. However, Du Chuyue was looking at Li Hao. "How, what do you think?" Li Yuanzhao asked. "Let's go now, the sooner the better," Li Hao replied. "All right, I'll go prepare the carriage." Li Hao shook his head. "Prepare 5 red blood horses, a carriage is too slow." Li Yuanzhao was slightly startled but nodded in agreement. Yu Wei was surprised and looking at Li Yuanzhao's demeanor, it was as if he was Li Hao's little follower. Yet, Li Yuanzhao was ranked 6th on the martial arts list, an exceptional talent, reportedly possessing an 8th-layer battle body quality, only slightly inferior to those true prodigies. After coordinating with the mansion, Li Yuanzhao went to the siblings, Li Yun, who were preparing to descend the mountain. "Hao has instructed you both to be careful and not to be recklessly ambitious," Li Yuanzhao told the siblings. Li Yun raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly, "You just take care of yourselves." Li Jining turned her head and glanced at Li Hao, who was conversing with a few others. Her eyes flickered as she said to Li Yuanzhao, "Thank you, Yuanzhao, you guys also have to be careful." Li Yuanzhao grinned and replied, "You too, take care, Sister Ji Ning." After giving his instructions, Li Yuanzhao returned to Li Hao's side, and the group set off down the mountain immediately. Riding the red blood horses, the 5 of them galloped out of Qingzhou. The youthful experience of riding horses and brandishing swords upon entering Zhenghu filled Yu Wei and Li Yuanzhao's faces with delight and excitement, feeling liberated and carefree. Indeed, a first-rate steed of the battlefield. "Such speed is hard to come by at any price," Yu Wei exclaimed, marveling at the scenery flying past the roadside. Du Chuyue was also riding a red blood horse for the first time. Even though she was an upperclassman, she was ultimately just an 18-year-old girl trying to maintain composure in front of several freshmen. But her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her excited and lively thoughts. "Red blood horses are not for sale, it's a capital offense to attempt to purchase them privately," Li Yuanzhao said, still harboring a young man's nature, unable to hide a hint of pride and superiority in his eyes. Yu Wei and Du Chuyue looked envious. Some people are born standing at a finish line others could never reach in a lifetime, that is the disparity. With the red blood horse's fleetness, it would take less than 2 days to reach Qi State from Qingzhou. High above Qingzhou City, a black bird resembling a crow flew past. The bird reflected the image of 5 swift horse figures on the official road in the wilderness below. Suddenly, the bird blinked, and it saw 2 figures following closely 4 or 5 miles behind the 5 horses. What was surprising was that the 2 figures were leaping on foot without horses, yet they moved leisurely and managed to keep up without falling behind. The bird blinked again, let out a low caw, and flew into the higher clouds. Later, the black bird emerged from another part of the clouds, plummeted down rapidly, and flew into a certain forest. Upon landing, the black bird transformed into a child about 7 or 8 years old in appearance, with a crown of feathers on its head. It ran towards the black water pool ahead directly after landing. "Lord Xian Jiao, that person has come out," the child called out to the black water pool. The voice reached into the depths of the pool. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from the still waters as if alive. Then it rapidly broke the surface, revealing a large serpent-like head, gently flicking its tongue amidst razor-sharp teeth, appearing quite ferocious. Did you get a clear view? Is it the son of that execution martial marquis? The serpent-like creature asked. I'm sure of it, my thousand-god-eyes skill would never misidentify. The child shuddered briefly before hastily bowing and saying respectfully, also, there are 2 people following them. It seems that someone from their side is protecting them in secret. One is at the divine travel realm, and the other I can't see through. As his voice fell, the black water pool stirred, and another black shadow suddenly surfaced, another serpent, slightly more slender with a white scale on its belly. For years have passed since we were dispatched here to assassinate the son of that execution martial marquis, and we have waited for 4 years. The serpent spoke human words, then with a flash of their figures, they leapt from the water, landed and transformed into a pair of cloaked individuals, a man with a demon-like face and a woman with a bewitching look. Both seemed to retain some serpentine aspects, their thin tongues stretching out to lick their lips and chins, both revealing smiles. They must think we have given up. But we, as demons who have cultivated for 1,000 years, have plenty of what we need most: patience. Chapter 60, 57 Assassination. Chapter 60, Chapter 57 Assassination. As dusk approached, Li Hao and his companions galloped along the official road, occasionally passing tea stalls and small traders setting up their stalls by the road to provide resting spots for weary travelers. On their journey, they also encountered escort agency team transporting cargo, heroic adventurers from Jianghu eagerly joining forces to slay demons, as well as diligent farmers tending to their fields and small villages along the official road. The verdant cypresses on both sides of the road stretched straight up, reaching for the blue sky and white clouds. Coming across a tea stall, the enticing aroma of steaming dumplings made the riders pull on their reins. Shall we take a rest here? Yue Wei asked attentively. When Li Hao heard Li Yuanzhao's stomach growl, it was clear he was also hungry, and with a smile he said, let's go have something to eat first. It's getting dark, won't it be unsafe out here? Du Chuyue voiced her concerns with a hint of worry. The tea shop owner, with his keen ears and sharp eyes, upon hearing the young lady's words, said with a smile, don't worry, dear heroes. With the 4 divine general mansion guarding the frontier pass, there are no demons within Daiyu. Even an old fool like me is not scared, so what is there for you to fear? The group looked at Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao, and Li Hao asked with a smile, old men, there are clearly 5 divine general mansion, why do you say there are 4? There's another one that, I've heard, isn't responsible for guarding the frontier pass, probably assigned to safeguard the imperial city, the tea house owner replied with a laugh. Du Chuyue whispered, it's good that Wang Han isn't here with us, otherwise he would be angry to death hearing this. Yue Wei nodded, the divine travel realm general mansion in charge of guarding the Mo River has sacrificed countless, yet the common people are unaware. It's like how many are also oblivious to the fact that the Li family defends the border and slays demons. People recognize the existence of the divine general mansion, but can't be bothered to discern which one exactly. Upon saying this, he sighed, seemingly feeling indignant for the Li family, with a hidden compliment in his words. Li Hao, however, wasn't upset, instead, he merely nodded and said, the lives of the common folks are harsh. They spend their days counting small coins, so they don't have the leisure to look up, it's normal they are uninformed. After all, even if they knew, it wouldn't make much difference to their lives. And us, the Li family, defending the frontier pass isn't for the world's praise and gratitude. We do it simply because the frontier pass needs us, just as the common folks need us. Hearing his words, Yue Wei, who still harbored flattering intentions, was stunned, while Du Chuyue couldn't help but look at Li Hao with a mixture of surprise and newfound respect. Originally thinking Li Hao was just a carefree playboy, his words shattered their previous impressions. Their reverence for the authority of the divine general mansion also gained an added layer of respect from the depths of their hearts. By his side, Ren Qianqian, who carried a sword in her arms, glanced up at Li Hao, let her gaze linger on his handsome and fair cheeks for a while, and her eyes softened a bit more. Hao's right. Li Yuanzhao, who had been somewhat dissatisfied, felt a surge of excitement hearing Li Hao's words. Li Hao smiled and patted Yuan Zhao on the shoulder, let's go in for some tea, my treat. No, how can we let you do that? We are heading to Qi State to slay demons, which is practically helping out my hometown. I should be the one thanking you on behalf of the people of Qi State. I'll cover all the expenses on the way. Yue seized the opportunity, immediately speaking up and walking into the tea shop to call the owner, ordering tea and snacks. It's almost dark, sir, are you really not afraid of demons? Du Chuyue poured a cup of tea but didn't drink it directly. Instead, she took out a silver needle to test for poison. She performed the test expertly and, after confirming there was no poison, proceeded to rinse the cups for everyone. Maybe other places, but this road is very safe. I've been running my stall here for decades without ever encountering one, replied the tea shop owner with a smile. You really are lucky. Li Hao couldn't help but marvel. Incidents of demon attacks within Daiyu were rare, but they occurred every year. For those like them who dealt with demons, news of such events was constant. However, the common people were cut off from such news, and with the slow spread of information, unless it was a major incident that caused widespread alarm, small-scale demon attacks went largely unnoticed. Besides, part of the reason for this lay with the Monster Suppression Department's efforts to intentionally suppress information about demon encounters to avoid public panic. After all, only when the common people live and work in peace and contentment can the dynasty flourish even more. If news of demons flies everywhere and the populace is filled with dread, who would dare to venture out to trade or transport goods? Even farming and laboring would become less efficient. Soon, the food and drinks were served. The taste of the steamed dumplings was excellent. Li Hao also ate 2 baskets, singing their praises non-stop, and discussed the cooking process with the owner, leaving the others at the table dumbfounded. Li Yuanzhao had long been accustomed to Li Hao's unusual mannerisms, but was rather curious about Ren Qianqian next to him, and asked, why? Do you always hold your sword, even when eating? Doesn't it get in the way? Du Chuyue and Yue also looked at the girl, who even when eating steamed dumplings, held a sword in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Ren Qianqian frowned, glanced up at Li Yuanzhao as if thinking of something, remained silent for a bit, and then responded. The sword has become a part of my body, I don't feel its existence. Du Chuyue said enviously, I heard that to comprehend the heart of the sword, one must always be accompanied by a weapon. I've tried before, but it never worked. First, you have to fall in love with it, Ren Qianqian said earnestly. Du Chuyue smiled wryly, I do like it. Ren Qianqian looked at her and said no more. Whether one truly loves it or not, the brain may not know, but the heart certainly does. That's why it's called taking heart. Soon, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Hao, who was deeply engrossed in chatting with the tea house owner, left him somewhat befuddled. Hearing the young hero speak so knowledgeably about things like kneading dough with warm water, fermentation, how to remove the gamey taste from the meat filling, and so on, if not for his attire, the owner would have thought him an experienced chef. Or even an expert chef. Young hero, you must be full by now, the tea house owner said with a forced smile, reluctant to reveal more, fearing that Li Hao would learn the secret recipe. Li Hao saw the owner's resistance and was about to excuse himself when his eyes suddenly narrowed. He raised his hand and grasped a streak of black light. Beneath his feet, the ground cratered several inches from the impact of the black light. Li Hao opened his hand to find an oval, triangular scale. His divine soul instantly left his body, emerging as a beam of golden light visible only to those in the divine travel realm, shooting straight out from the top of his skull, roaming heaven and earth. Quickly, Li Hao saw, 15 miles away, a woman with a seductive face and scales on her jaw and cheeks, standing atop a tree, looking towards him with a somewhat astonished expression. The black light was identical to the scales on her cheeks. Coldness flashed in Li Hao's eyes. A demon. Atop the tree, the black Jiao beauty was confused, gaping in astonishment. Her driven scale, across 15 miles, had failed to kill that human race youngster. He had caught her attack so effortlessly. I have something to take care of, I'll be back soon. Wait for me here, Li Hao said to the 4 at the tea table, holding the scale as he stepped out. In an instant, he vanished from their sight. Yue, who was rinsing his mouth with tea, immediately spat it out. Chapter 61, 58, Slaying the Flood Dragon 30 miles away. Chapter 61, Chapter 58, Slaying the Flood Dragon 30 miles away. He. Yue couldn't care less about the tea he'd sprayed onto the snack dish, pointed to where Li Hao had disappeared, his eyes nearly bulging out as he stuttered, attempting to speak. The person is gone. Du Chuyue also stood up alarmed, wide-eyed in shock. Where did he go? Beside her, Ren Qianqian froze, her gaze rapidly sweeping in all directions, extremely meticulously, yet she saw no trace of Li Hao, not even a footprint. In the blink of an eye, right under their eyelids, he had just vanished. Obviously, unless it was some kind of obscuring technique she had never heard of before, it was Li Hao's movement technique speed that was too fast, beyond her visual capture. If he used such speed to attack her, her pupils slightly contracted, the fingers gripping her sword hilt tightening considerably. This. Yue turned his head to look at Li Yuanzhao, waving his hands and feet with great unease. Yuanzhao, your brother Hao, what cultivation level is he? Du Chuyue managed to recover a bit, unable to help. Looking at Li Yuanzhao and asking. Li Yuanzhao was just as dumbfounded. In his day-to-day interactions with brother Hao, he'd never seen him show such a move. What cultivation level? Wasn't brother Hao following the path of body refinement? Mother said that the limit of body refinement was low, that reaching Zhou Tian realm was the max, and that getting to soul succession realm was difficult. Could it be, brother Hao succeeded in soul succession? Li Yuanzhao's heart trembled. He wasn't completely ignorant. Stepping into soul succession realm meant that brother Hao could attract the energy of heaven and earth, indicating that his meridians were open. Brother Hao could cultivate. Thinking of this possibility, Li Yuanzhao's hands, resting on the table, trembled slightly with excitement. Meanwhile, at another location, 15 li away. The Black Jiao, shocked beyond measure, couldn't help doubting if she had seen incorrectly. While in her state of shock and suspicion, she saw Li Hao step out from the little tea shop, immediately streaking towards her like a bolt of golden lightning. So fast. And, he was moving with his body controlled. The complexion of the Black Jiao beauty changed drastically, filled with unspeakable horror. This was the symbol of the 15 Li realm. This son of the criminal military marquis was at the 15 Li realm. How old was he? Her brain experienced a momentary blankness. What she thought was a straightforward decapitation from 15 li away turned into an unbelievably bizarre situation. A powerful sense of impending death shrouded her in an instant, and the Black Jiao beauty immediately came to her senses. Without another thought, she turned to flee, wanting to reunite with her husband first. A flash of dark light, and she soared into the air, aiming for the distance. But before she could get a few hundred meters away from the treetops, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. A fair and slender palm extended from the light, pressing down on top of the Black Jiao beauty's head, and then pushed her straight down into the ground dozens of meters below. With a thud, the ground cratered massively. On the ground, the head of the Black Jiao beauty was pressed into the pit by Li Hao's palm, her expression disheveled. The Black Jiao beauty was petrified with terror, feeling as if that palm on her head was made of steel, like 1,000 mountains pressing down on her, rendering her unable to move. How could this possibly be the strength of the 15 Li realm? She let out a piercing roar, like the bellow of a bull, like thunder, her body emanating black demon aura, and she reverted to her true form. A massive and fierce dragon head broke through the fog, turning to bite, but in the next moment, a boot with intricately embroidered patterns stepped ruthlessly on the dragon's head from within the demon fog. With a thud, this massive dragon head was pressed into the ground. The thick dragon tail swept from behind. Li Hao didn't even look back, casually swinging his fist behind him. Accompanied by a deep thud, a force of more than 1,000,000 pounds hit the dragon tail, instantly causing the scales to dent and fall off, and the tail to violently rebound onto the ground. Painful screams like bestial roars rose from beneath his feet, but it seemed the mouth couldn't fully open, making the sound extremely muffled. A gentle breeze rolled through, dispersing the surrounding demon fog, with Li Hao standing with one foot on the indented head of the dragon, his other hand propped on his knee, closely examining the demon beneath his feet. Ambush me. You're not simply out to kill, who sent you? Li Hao narrowed his eyes, asking in a soft voice. There was no anger in his voice, but the mother Black Jiao felt a chill run through her. Who exactly are you? She managed to ask, her mouth barely opening, filled with fear. In just a single encounter, she had been completely suppressed. Was the other party in the heavenly human realm? At this moment, she suspected that the assassination attempt must already have been. Known to the divine general mansion, this was a decoy, a counterplot. With so many people at the tea stall, why did you target me right away? Don't you know who I am? Li Hao let out a slight cold laugh, believing that aside from his appearance, there should be nothing else about him that stood out more than anyone else. If it was targeted at the Divine General Mansion, they certainly came prepared. Are you really the son of Marquis Xingwu? How is that possible? Age cannot be faked. Marquis Xingwu's son is only how old this year? 14 at most, and you are in the 15th realm. The Black Jiao mother said with surprise and suspicion, her voice even tinged with a mix of anger and grievance as she spoke. 14 years old, in the 15th realm. Even for a top-notch demon of the 9th grade war physique, reaching the divine travel realm at this age would already be terrifying. You know my father. Li Hao raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of the assassination attempt he encountered at the age of 7, his eyes narrowing. You couldn't possibly be sent by the demons from Northern Yan, could you? He could have counter-killed this demon back at the tea stand, but the reason he personally gave chase was to understand the motive behind it. Are you really his son? Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the Black Jiao mother was so shocked that she widened her eyes, looking up with all her might, wanting to take another look at the young man's face. Li Hao exerted a slight force under his feet and said coldly, "Let's hear it. What's the situation on Northern Yan's side? Why has it been stalemated for so many years? Are your demon kin unaware of the strength of the Great Yu dynasty? Even without the Li family, if you truly manage to tear open a gap, other divine general mansions would send reinforcements, and there is also the Daiyu army, led by the Daiyu royal family, ready to dispatch at any moment. Are your demons that starved? Don't talk as if your human race is all united. Conquering Northern Yan is just the first step." The Black Jiao mother sneered, but then realized she had misspoken and immediately turned to anger, saying, "With such talent, you could have entered a famous mountain for training and become renowned under the heavens. Why hide your strength and pretend to be worthless? The first step." Li Hao frowned. It seemed that the demon force attacking Northern Yan was incredibly large, wanting to swallow the entire Daiyu. How could that be possible? How many demons would need to band together to achieve that? He looked at the Black Jiao mother under his feet and said, "Hide my strength. I simply had no opportunity to show it usually. When I fished for Jiao at 12, you didn't see it, could you blame me? If you cooperate and act sensibly, I might consider sparing your life." Fished for Jiao at 12. The Black Jiao mother was taken aback, an icy chill suddenly filling her heart, so astonished that she could not speak. "Have you decided? Cultivation is not easy, don't give up so readily," Li Hao said. Regaining her senses, the Black Jiao mother was filled with fear. At that moment, she had only one thought: she must survive and bring out this terrifying intelligence. If Monarch Bai found out about this child's talent, even without the matter of the Northern Yan battlefield, he would spare no expense to have him killed, as he would become a major threat in the future. Initially thinking it was overkill to send her and her husband, not wanting to give the other side any chance, turned out to be a vast underestimation. It wasn't an underestimation of the protection of the Divine General Mansion, but an underestimation of the prey itself. Seeing that the Black Jiao did not respond, Li Hao muttered to himself, "Well then, do you wish to die? It's been a long time since I had Jiao meat, and today I shall make use of your Jiao liver. I wonder if it's fattened and delicious." The pupils of the Black Jiao mother constricted, as if a demon was whispering above her head. It was only demons eating humans. This young man actually wanted to eat a demon, and not for its inner core, but for the taste of its liver. "Husband, save me." Just as Li Hao was about to make his move, the Black Jiao mother desperately shouted. Li Hao paused, another one. His heart grew wary, and his divine soul flew out from the top of his head, scanning the surroundings. Soon, he spotted a fierce battle erupting on a hill 30 li away. A massive and brawny Black Jiao was fighting against two people. Li Hao had noticed the two people fighting the Black Jiao a long time ago as they followed him on the road. One of them was Fu. But he didn't recognize the other one, who wasn't from the Divine General Mansion. He guessed it must be someone sent by Ren Qianqian. At the moment, their battle was terribly dangerous. Fu was already injured and could only assist from the side. "I'll borrow your scale." A killing intent flashed in Li Hao's eyes as he bent down to pluck a scale from the top of the Black Jiao mother's head, suddenly flinging it and transforming it into a streak of black light that instantly vanished into the sky. The Black Jiao mother watched in shock and then panicked with terror. What are you doing? 30 li away. The two engaged in battle were being pushed back. Li Fu's face was pale as he did not expect to encounter a great demon of the 15 li realm here. With only the divine travel realm cultivation level, it was hard for him to escape, but luckily, someone of the 15 li realm was helping him. However, the situation looked very grim. The distress signal he had sent out earlier had been consumed by the great demon, leaving them looking for another way out. Die! The Black Jiao roared ferociously, ready to swoop down and tear apart the burly man it had smacked down the hilltop when suddenly, a sound of piercing through the air approached. The Black Jiao turned with a start, its pupils catching sight of a black scale that rapidly grew larger. With a pop, it pierced the eyeball with a terrifying speed that was impossible to avoid, then stirred rapidly within the skull, destroying all brain tissue. The Black Jiao violently spat out blood, disbelief apparent in its other eye. It recognized the black light as its sister's scale, but how? With a rumble, the Black Jiao crashed to the ground, its life force quickly fading. A single scale had slain a Jiao 30 li away. Chapter 62, 59 Sacred Palace. Chapter 62, Chapter 59 Sacred Palace. Li Fu, who was just about to step forward to help, was dumbfounded upon seeing the Black Jiao suddenly plummeting down. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly looked around. He noticed that fleeting black light, and realized there had been outside assistance. He utilized divine traveling to patrol the surroundings. With peerless divine refinement skill, one could divine travel for 18 miles. Although Li Fu was not directly descended from the Li family, he had once made remarkable military achievements. Combined with the assistance from Li Tiangang, he had managed to obtain a peerless divine refinement skill from the Li family, which also made him a formidable figure within the divine travel realm. Now, under his surveillance, everything within 18 miles was completely visible to him, yet he saw no sign of anyone. At this moment, the sturdy man also reacted, his complexion changing dramatically. He immediately searched for the strong presence that had assisted him, but finding none, he realized that the person had concealed themselves and did not wish to reveal their identity. He bowed deeply and cupped his hands in gratitude. I thank the senior for your assistance. I hope the senior leaves a name, so Wei Feng can repay this life-saving grace in the future. The voice traveled 15 miles. After a long time, there was still no response. Wei Feng could not help but wryly smile, thinking that the senior who could kill the Jiao dragon with one strike probably wouldn't care about his gratitude. He couldn't help feeling a bit regretful in his heart. He turned his head to look at Li Fu and asked, "Is that senior perhaps one of your divine general mansion?" Li Fu was stunned, he was still wondering if it had been the handwork of that grandmaster behind the other men. Divine general mansion apart from himself, there shouldn't be anyone else, right? However, could it be someone sent from the 4 academies? With doubts in his heart, he could only say, I'm not sure, but since the senior has taken action, Divine General Mansion will remember this kindness. Towards the end of his words, he also bowed respectfully to the heavens and earth around him. My husband's aura. 30 miles away, the female Black Jiao suddenly narrowed her pupils, sensing the robust and overwhelming aura of her mate fading away in the distance, until it finally disappeared completely. She hurriedly looked toward Li Hao, but saw him looking composed, as if he had casually tossed a pebble. At this moment, he was tidily adjusting his clothes while looking at her. What have you done to my husband? The female Black Jiao asked with a trembling voice. What do you think? Li Hao said with a faint smile, I'm afraid your husband won't make it here. You can give up now. If you're willing to talk, I might consider sparing your life. The female Black Jiao shook all over. She could only sense her husband's aura disappearing but didn't know what had actually happened, as the distance was too far, beyond the range of her divine soul's perception. Yet, Li Hao's demeanor left her feeling extremely uneasy inside. All right, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. The female Black Jiao hesitated for a moment before her tone shifted, becoming coquettish. She displayed weakness and helplessness. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, immediately recalling in stories how demon creatures beguiled and deceived people. These demon races were not only violent but, when weak, could also charm and confuse the minds of others. Don't play tricks on me. Tell me about the demon race's situation in northern Yen and why they keep insisting on attacking, Li Hao said coldly. The female Black Jiao said delicately, ease your foot off a bit first, and I'll tell you. Stop dawdling. Li Hao snapped. The demon mist dispersed, and the female black Jiao transformed back into the beautiful woman she was before, now lying on the ground like a willow branch, her cheek still under Li Hao's foot, looking pitifully disheveled. Yet her expression was soft and charming, her eyes tearfully looking up at Li Hao. Don't you know how to show mercy to women? I have no interest in a rotten snake, Li Hao said indifferently. The eyes of the black Jiao beautiful woman flashed with a trace of humiliation. She hated being called a snake the most, but in order to escape her predicament, she had no choice but to swallow her pride, pleading weakly, I don't know much about Northern Yan's affairs. Can you ease your grip first so we can talk more comfortably? Slowly, her palm touched Li Hao's boots, caressing up his pant leg. Feeling the provocation from beneath him, Li Hao said coldly, I'm quite impressed with you, thinking of infidelity while your husband has just died. Huh. The black Jiao beautiful woman was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked at Li Hao in disbelief. What did you say? My husband he. Seeing the indifference in Li Hao's eyes, her heart felt as if it had been hammered. Thinking back to her husband's rapidly dwindling aura, and the scales that had shot out. Her eyes immediately reddened, the vulnerability on her face vanishing as she looked at Li Hao with ferocity and madness. You killed my husband, I want you dead. I gave you a chance to live, don't waste it, Li Hao said. Want to know about Northern Yan? You can dream on. The black Jiao beauty looked deranged and let out a roar. My demon race has sworn an oath, we would never betray the sacred palace. You will never learn anything, go to die, I want you dead. She lunged at Li Hao with her claws bared, even trying to bite his boots, and her body tumbled once again, transforming into her true dragon form. Li Hao furrowed his brows slightly, surprised that the news of her husband's death would provoke such a violent reaction. Could it be that demons also have true feelings? As the black Jiao writhed madly, Li Hao once again pressed down on its head to subdue it. However, the female black Jiao appeared to have lost all reason, constantly roaring and rolling around. Seeing this, Li Hao had no choice but to send her on her way. With a crushing blow to the head of the black Jiao, the piercing shrieks abruptly came to an end. Li Hao shook the blood off his hands, glanced at the twitching tail of the Jiao, and sighed softly. He hadn't expected that, after all that effort, he would learn nothing. As for the so-called Sacred Palace and the Northern Yan demon race's plot to invade Daiyu, his father, whom he hadn't seen in over a decade, probably knew more than he did. Shaking his head, Li Hao didn't linger any longer. He took a step and returned to the tea stall outside the official road. Those following him, like Fu, would likely find the corpse of the black Jiao and take care of it. Outside the tea stall, the sight of Li Hao walking silently from beyond the official road startled everyone, with Yue jumping in fright. Li Yuanzhao paused, quickly approaching Li Hao excitedly, and whispered close to his chest, How, have you entered the soul succession realm? Li Hao was a little surprised, instantly realizing the reason and nodded with a smile. The soul succession. He had already completed that long ago. Really? Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened in immense excitement. Watching the excitement in his eyes, Li Hao patted his shoulder with a smile, It's a minor matter, nothing much. Have you all eaten your fill? Li Yuanzhao, already used to Li Hao's casual manner, didn't think it a trivial matter and whispered excitedly, If our mother knew you achieved soul succession, she would be overjoyed. Thinking of their noble and dignified mother, Li Hao's heart filled with respect that was involuntarily solemn. Over the years, it had only been their mother who treated him consistently well. Time reveals a person's character. When first adapting to this new world's elite environment, he had been naive about human nature, having been taken advantage of. Now, after a long time, he had come to understand the true nature of each madam in the family. For instance, Madame 4, who fostered Yuan Zhao, was not a simple character. She was just childless and extremely low profile in the mansion, appearing gentle and kind. Li Hao, where did you go? Du Chuyue asked curiously upon seeing Li Hao arrive. Encountered a demon, took care of it, Li Hao answered with a smile. He hadn't intended to say anything, but considering they were soon heading to Qi State to hunt demons, it might be good to let them feel a bit of tension ahead of time, to prevent being too relaxed later and risking their lives. The group was stunned, with Ren Qianqian looking at Li Hao, trying to gauge the truth of his statement. The old man at the tea stall expressed his surprise, Young hero, you said there was a demon. Li Hao said to the old man, Boss, it's getting dark. You should pack up and go home early too. Really? Was there really a demon? The old man asked, his curiosity piqued. Li Hao laughed, but at the same time, he sighed inwardly. He didn't know why he sighed. Without elaborating further, once he saw that everyone had finished eating and drinking, he called them to mount their horses and set off. On the red blood horse, as they traveled along the way, Yu Wei and Du Chuyue seemed to warm up to Li Hao again, so they became more brazen and inquired whether he really had reached the soul succession realm. Li Hao nodded with a smile, not denying it. Both of them were astounded, exclaiming repeatedly, not expecting that the Alpha Academy's strongest disciple would be right beside them. The sword-carrying girl on horseback tightened her grip on the reins. As Li Hao and the others left the tea stall, in the distant sky hidden behind the clouds, an inconspicuous bird flew through the mists toward the horizon. Yet in the bird's eyes lay deep fear. It knew it must deliver this terrifying report to Northern Yen, to Monarch Bai. There is a lad of the Li family, aged 14, suspected to be a grandmaster. Undoubtedly, once this news broke out, countless people would be shocked. And if the elders in the sacred palace were aware, they would never allow a second direct disciple from the Gan Tao palace to arise within the human race. After the bird and the young rider left, in the jungle where the female Jiao's corpse lay, Li Fu and Wei Feng arrived, having followed the scent there. The smell of blood was just too strong. Chapter 63, 60 Envoy Inspector. Chapter 63, Chapter 60 Envoy Inspector. Jiao Dragon. Seeing the Jiao Dragon corpses in the jungle, with heads already shattered, both were astonished. They still had many precious materials cut from the body of a black Jiao, including an inner core that could boost one's power, as well as reverse scales, Jiao teeth, and sharp claws for weapon forging. It was due to harvesting these materials that they were delayed for a while, and unexpectedly, there was another one here. The two immediately thought of the senior who had secretly assisted them before. This Jiao Dragon was most likely killed by that senior. Looking at the surrounding jungle environment, there weren't too many trees fallen, indicating the battle wasn't intense, suggesting it was one of suppression. Two Jiao Dragons entering the territory, why would they appear near the official road? If it were for hunting, they would go to remote villages. Li Fu's brow furrowed, and suddenly, his pupils shrank as he hurriedly dropped all the scales and the Jiao teeth as tall as himself, rushing forward. As he rushed, the divine soul atop his head was offered up, roaming heaven and earth, swiftly following the horse hoof prints on the ground. Wei Feng also realized, his face changed abruptly, disregarding the gathering of materials, and directly using his powers to fly, catching up to the position where Li Hao and the others had been at the tea stall in a blink of an eye. There, the tea stall old man was packing up. It was already dark, and dark clouds were descending in the distance, as if a heavy rain was imminent. Old man, did a few young men on horses pass by here earlier? Wei Feng hurriedly asked. They had been following far behind Li Hao and the others, but they were intercepted by the Jiao Dragon that ambushed them halfway, leading to a fierce battle that caused them to lose distance from Li Hao and his group. They had thought that the Jiao Dragon was ambushing them, wanting to consume their flesh, but there was another one, and it appeared somewhere else, which could only mean the two Jiao Dragons weren't targeting them, but Li Hao and his party. Oh, they've long gone, the tea stall old man said with a smile, feeling surprised to see Wei Feng. Gone far. Wei Feng was stunned. They didn't encounter any trouble. Without inquiring further, he directly pursued to investigate himself. Soon, as his divine soul roamed, he saw 5 figures on horseback on the official road ahead. When he saw them clearly, a big stone in his heart fell, and he let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness. It seemed that the senior acted in time, preventing the Black Jiao from being able to strike. He felt secretly fortunate while also feeling helpless. He instinctively felt that the 2 Jiao Dragons were not targeting the young lady, but the 2 young masters of the Divine General Mansion. After all, Divine General Mansion guarded the frontier pass and was deeply resented by the demon clans. It seemed plausible they'd send 2 Jiao Dragons to assassinate them in secret. Mixing with the Divine General Mansion on this trip, he wasn't sure if it was good or bad for the young lady. However, the senior who had taken action earlier was most likely someone from Divine General Mansion. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat more at ease in his heart. Thinking of Li Fu still behind, he turned back to the tea stall, where he saw Li Fu running over hastily. They're fine, don't worry. Wei Feng immediately reassured him. Upon hearing this, Li Fu took a long sigh of relief. If something had happened to Li Hao, he would have been in dereliction of duty, too ashamed to return to the divine general mansion. "Would you two like to drink some tea?" the tea stall old man asked, already having packed up halfway, smiling as he spoke. Neither of them was in the mood for tea. Li Fu said to Wei Feng, "Please go and keep an eye on them. I'll immediately send a message back to the mansion so they can come and take care of the Jiao corpses. As for that inner core, I'll send it to you after this mission is over." Of course, Wei Feng shook his head. "We owe our thanks to that senior's intervention, otherwise we both would have been in trouble. The materials from the Jiao dragon rightfully belong to Divine General Mansion. No need for long speeches, I'm going to check on the young lady." The two hurriedly went their separate ways, with the tea stall old man watching and shaking his head slightly. Why are they all so anxious, so impatient? Traveling day and night without stopping. 2 days later. Li Hao and his companions arrived within the boundaries of Qi State, and after another half-day of riding, they reached Sangyu City, where they were tasked with slaying demons. This city wasn't large. Among the hundreds of cities in Qi State, it was of medium size, with a dozen towns surrounding it and hundreds of villages, with a population of around 4 or 5 million. Yu Wei, who had experience executing missions, released messenger birds ahead of their arrival at the city. As they entered the city, the trusted aides from the city lord's mansion came to greet them warmly, especially towards Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao. Yu Wei and Du Chuyue watched with envy. When they had come to carry out missions before, they had never received such treatment, just a few courtesy exchanges that were neither warm nor particularly cold. Before long, the five were led to the local monster suppression department. As soon as they arrived at the monster suppression department, they spotted an acquaintance. "It's her." At first glance, Du Chuyue recognized Song Yueyao, dressed in the monster suppression official attire, and was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the other party to also be on a mission, let alone assigned to their group. Li Yuanzhao and the others also recognized her as the woman who had visited Alpha Academy to find someone and heard that she was one of the top talents from the Black and White Hall. At that moment, Song Yueyao was hurrying out of the monster suppression department's gate with another youth and 2 middle-aged men, seemingly about to carry out a mission. When Song Yueyao saw the newcomers like Li Hao reporting in, she merely gave them a cursory glance, nodded slightly, and quickly took leave. The youth, however, showed a surprised face, and his eyes flickered when he saw the red blood horse led by Li Hao's group. He gave them a gentle smile and said, "With frequent demon calamities outside the city nowadays, all junior brothers must be careful. If you need anything, feel free to come to me." After speaking and waving to them, he also quickly followed Song Yueyao and the others, disappearing into the street. "It's Sister Song from the Black and White Hall and Brother Tian. They've actually come too. But Sister Song's official attire, she's a monster suppression inspector." Once Song Yueyao and the others left, Yue exclaimed softly in amazement. In an ordinary city, a monster suppression inspector already holds great authority, second only to the city lord. Du Chuyue sighed and said, "Sister Song possesses grace akin to that of celestial beings. She's now in the divine travel realm and fully capable of overseeing a city. It's normal for her to wear the inspector's official uniform. Lord Song is indeed formidable. Just yesterday, upon her arrival here, she took down a demon that had been around for hundreds of years," said the middle-aged monster suppression official leading the five, his face showing respect. He then led them into the monster suppression department and had someone bring over official uniforms. "Is Sangyu City so chaotic that we encounter demons just upon arrival?" Du Chuyue asked in surprise. The monster suppression instructor, named Cui Fan, treated Li Hao and the rest with considerable politeness and said, "Lately, demons have become more rampant. Our Sangyu City is located near the border of Qi State and hence often sees the shadows of demons. It's not as peaceful as the inner cities, but don't worry, on your first demon-slaying mission, you just need to patrol with the monster suppression officials, there's no danger." Clearly, the monster suppression department took great care of these talents who had come for experience. Moreover, there were 2 young masters from Divine General Mansion among them, and the higher-ups had already given instructions, they must not be exposed to any danger. Hearing the other party's solicitous words, both Yue and Du Chuyue felt a quiet joy in their hearts, knowing that thanks to the face given by people like Li Hao, they were likely to get a perfect evaluation and earn 10 academic credits. "We are here to slay demons, not to play," Li Yuanzhao said gravely, frowning. Raised in a military household, he was imbued from childhood with a sense of discipline and righteousness. Ren Qianqian, who was about to speak, showed a trace of surprise, glancing at Li Yuanzhao and then at Li Hao, with a noticeable change in her eyes. Remembering the words Li Hao had shared at the tea house, and now hearing Li Yuanzhao's remarks, her understanding of the people from Divine General Mansion had completely shifted. Yu Wei and Du Chuyue were stunned, looking at each other and secretly smiling bitterly, feeling a mix of shame and embarrassment. Chui Fen hadn't expected his attempt to brown-nose to backfire. Indeed, these scions of powerful families were difficult to serve. Let you go slay demons. Do you think it's because I'm worried you'll get tired? I'm trying to protect my own position. If Li Hao and the others come to harm, who knows whether the Divine General Mansion would unleash its anger. While it may not affect the Monster Suppression Department, targeting small people within the department who lack a background would be no different from crushing ants. Truly, the people of the Divine General Mansion are admirable for their iron-blooded spirit. I, Chui Fan, have great respect. Though his heart harbored sarcasm, Chui Fan still raised his thumb in admiration, as if truly moved by Li Yuanzhao's words. This caused the young man's face to unconsciously reveal a slight smile and a sense of pride, proud of his earnestness. Seeing the practiced ways of these career officials, Li Hao knew that Yuan Zhao's words had been in vain, but he couldn't blame others for their flattery. After all, their status was immensely intimidating. For them, slaying demons was a way to earn fame, but for these people, it could be a means of livelihood. It was both a duty and a way of life. Soon, 5 sets of official uniforms were delivered. Judging by the sleeve patterns and wooden tags, the uniforms provided to them were all for monster suppression officials. In the Monster Suppression Department, those in the Power Passage realm would be Monster Suppression apprentices. Zhou Tian realm practitioners could serve as Monster Suppression officials, while those in the Soul Succession realm would be Monster Suppression instructors. Above that was the inspector level, the same rank as Song Yueyao's uniform signified, a position of high status. Please trouble you, Senior, to provide us with a full report of recent demon sightings throughout the territory, Li Hao said to Chui Fan. Chapter 64, 61 Black Wind Mountain Range. Chapter 64, Chapter 61 Black Wind Mountain Range. Only martial artists assigned to monster suppression can access the full territory's intelligence, Chui Fan said. Monster suppressors also lead teams to eliminate demons but are only responsible for rural villages and towns. However, his intention in saying this wasn't to refuse Li Hao. His tone shifted as he smiled and said, "But since you've traveled from afar, eager to hunt demons, naturally I cannot decline your request. Please, follow me." With that, he led Li Hao and the others into a side room of the Monster Suppression Department. There were guards in the room, with whom Chui Fan was very familiar. After a greeting, he took the group inside. In the room hung a map, the geomantic chart of Zhangyu City, covering over a dozen small towns and numerous villages in the vicinity. Chui Fan pulled out a record book from the shelf and handed it to Li Hao. This is the record of demon hunting in and around Zhangyu City for the past half-year. Take your time looking through it. After we've had lunch, I'll take you all on a patrol this afternoon, Chui Fan said with a smile. Li Hao opened the record book and started to read carefully. Li Yuanzhao also leaned in out of curiosity and examined it closely. In a wealthy estate on the outskirts of the city. Ms. Yen, 10 copper coins. Ms. Zhang, 8 copper coins. A young and full-figured beauty reclined on a lounge, slowly flipping through an account book. She spoke to the account keeper beside her. The demon calamities have been frequent this year, and the tenant farmers' harvests are poor. Please tell my husband to waive some of their taxes, they are suffering too much. The account keeper paused, bowing his head and said, "Madam is merciful, but with the businesses of the various households also struggling this year, further tax reductions would shrink the estate's revenues. We can be frugal. Let the farmers have a good year," the beautiful lady spoke softly and gently. Hearing this, the account keeper nodded and said, "I'll discuss it with the master." "Madam, you are pregnant and have been looking at the account books all morning. You must be tired." "It's time to rest," said the delicate and pretty maid beside her with concern. The beautiful lady gently caressed her protruding belly, her eyes filled with tender love, closed the account book, and, with the help of the maid, slowly rose and returned to her own bedroom. "I'll go to the kitchen and bring you some snacks," the maid said obediently after helping the beautiful lady lay down on the bed. The beautiful lady nodded gently. As the maid left and the door gently closed, she softly caressed her stomach and murmured, "Child, New Year's is coming soon. Mother will soon be able to see you." Her eyes were like water, filled with gentle expectations. "Hee, you're so eager to see me, aren't you?" Suddenly, a strange child's voice echoed in the quiet room, sharp in tone. The beautiful lady snapped back from her thoughts, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at her belly. She heard it clearly, the voice came from inside her 8-month pregnant belly. "You." Before she could comprehend what was happening, she saw her belly suddenly swell up, growing larger and larger, accompanied by waves of tearing pain. With a pop, it burst from her navel, but there was no blood spray. Instead, it deflated quickly like a burst balloon. A wet, withered head, covered in fresh blood, rose slowly from the lady's belly. Yet behind the head was a serpent tail-like elongated limb, resembling both a snake and a centipede without legs, gently twisting. Confronted by this horrific scene, even with her years of managing the household, the beautiful lady screamed in terror and fainted. "How hypocritical. Your child has come out, yet you don't want to look anymore." The withered head chuckled strangely as it split its mouth, revealing all its sharp teeth. Then, the creature swiftly moved, climbing to the upper body of the beautiful lady, and suddenly bit her head with its mouth. It proceeded to swallow her entire upper body, its elongated limb swelling as it did so. "Evil spawn." Suddenly, an angry voice sounded. A streak of golden light flashed, and a slender figure darted through the wall, entering the room. It was Song Yueyao, her posture light and graceful. The creature that was devouring the beautiful lady paused, its expression changing dramatically as it quickly spat out the half-eaten body and, like a venomous snake, hurriedly slithered toward the window, trying to escape. Golden lock-trapping dragon. Song Yueyao's face was ice-cold as she quickly cast a spell. The divine soul, although it couldn't cause physical damage, could wield divine skills, particularly adept at countering the strange demon arts of demons. This golden lock-trapping dragon was a binding skill belonging to the divine travel skill. Golden light suddenly burst forth, trapping the withered, serpentine demon within, unable to break free. Before long, hurried footsteps approached, and Song Yueyao's physical body arrived outside the window, leaping down and striking towards the demon entrapped in the golden light with her sword. "Spare me," the demon pleaded in panic. But the sword light was unforgiving, decapitating its head, which rolled onto the floor. Song Yueyao slashed twice more, cutting its body into pieces, then quickly moved inside the room, approached the bed, and saw that the beautiful lady's face was already a bloody mess, showing signs of rot. Looking at her stomach, it was hollow, the organs having been eaten away. She was too late. Her expression darkened, a look of displeasure crossed her face. Despite her experience in slaying demons, she was still filled with rage. At this time, all of the house servants and maids within the mansion rushed over, along with the master of the house, a middle-aged merchant in his 40s. Song Yueyao immediately ordered the accompanying people to seal off the room to prevent ordinary people from seeing inside. "You are from the monster suppression department." The master of the house, although knowledgeable and experienced, recognized the official uniform on Tian Songji at a glance. His face changed drastically as he hurriedly asked, "What about Liener? What has happened to Liener? There is a demon inside, please do not approach." Tian Songji, a disciple of Black Hall, was on a mission to assist Song Yueyao with the case. He had already seen the tragic scene inside and spoke with a somber voice. "How could there be a demon in my house? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Let me see Liener." The master pushed against Tian Songji, his teeth clenched as he spoke. Song Yueyao emerged from behind a door, her long sword already sheathed. She glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Your wife is dead, killed by a monster. I have slain the creature. You should give her a proper burial." "Dead, dead." The master was so shocked he became stupefied, then frantically shoved past, trying to rush inside. Tian Songji, reluctant to use force on an ordinary person, could only try his utmost to stop him. Seeing this, Song Yueyao shook her head slightly, signaling him to step aside. After all, he had to see her, there were still burial arrangements to be made. The middle-aged man burst into the room and immediately saw the horrific scene. In an instant, he was thunderstruck, standing petrified on the spot. Song Yueyao instructed Tian Songji, "You stay behind to take care of the aftermath." I need to make a trip over to the city guard. Tian Songji agreed. Before Song Yueyao could leave, the middle-aged man suddenly grabbed her arm, his eyes red with rage, and roared at her. Why didn't you come sooner? Why? Give me back my liener, give me back my liener. Song Yueyao's expression changed slightly. Instinctively, she struggled free, flung her arm, and sent the man tumbling to the ground. The man fell sitting with a thud and didn't continue to make a scene. Instead, he seemed to crumble, grabbing his head and bursting into deep sobs. She said it was her first time being a mother, she even had the child's name picked out. Why do this to Liener? Oh heavens, you are so unjust. His wailing echoed throughout the courtyard, reaching the ears of all the house servants and maids blocked outside the door, leaving everyone deeply shaken. A flicker of guilt passed through Song Yueyao's heart as she looked at the now nearly deranged middle-aged man. Knowing that nothing she said would be heard by him at this moment, she just tightened her grip on her sword, said nothing, and turned to leave quickly. Indeed, why couldn't she have been faster? She bit her lower lip lightly. Inside the city lord's mansion, Song Yueyao arrived swiftly, her movements nimble. Mr. Yu, you wanted to see me. Song Yueyao saw the city guard responsible for the entire safety of Tsangyu City. Yu Shuhong, in his 40s this year, exuded an air of cultured elegance. As he watched the young woman dash towards him, a flicker of deep emotion crossed his eyes. To have reached the divine travel realm in her early 20s, and to be nearing perfection in that state, that was the gap between a top prodigy and himself. Governor Song, you have worked hard. You've been slaying demons since you arrived yesterday. We owe you a great deal for sparing the town from disaster, Yu Shuhong said with a light laugh. Having just come from the residence, Song Yueyao was not in a good mood, and she replied with a somber expression, exterminating demons is the duty of martial artists like us, it's nothing. May I ask, Mr. Yu, the reason for seeking me? Yu Shuhong, having held high positions for a long time and being adept at reading people, felt a sense of appreciation towards someone who didn't indulge in flattery. His expression turned serious as he said. Governor Song must have seen the recent monster-slaying archives of our city. In the past half-year, monsters have been appearing frequently, and about half a month ago, a large number of monsters began gathering in the Black Wind Mountain Range about 100 miles east of the city. The caravans passing by have all met with misfortune. Yu Shuhong spread out a geomantic chart on the table and pointed to a mountain range on the eastern side. I sent men to investigate, and we lost 4 monster hunters just to gather some information. As he said this, he turned his serious gaze towards Song Yueyao. Among these monsters, there is a great demon that wants to unite the smaller demons and devour the entire Tsangyu city. Song Yueyao was taken aback, her face turned pale. Tsangyu city had millions of residents, was this demon planning to overrun the city? Was it intent on carrying out a massacre? This was not a common occurrence, even on the border. Then have you notified the Xia family? Song Yueyao asked immediately. The Xia family was one of the 4 great divine generals, and Qi state was the large state under their protection. Yu Shuhong gave a wry smile and said, I did, but it seems the Xia family is currently engaged in a battle elsewhere. They said to wait until the demon actually attacks, and then they will send someone to deal with it, asking us not to chase shadows. A flash of anger crossed Song Yueyao's eyes, but she knew the divine general mansion was not a place she could comment on. If words she spoke here were to secretly reach the Xia family, it could be somewhat detrimental to Tan Palace. She asked, is this information true or false? Yu Shuhong's face turned solemn, and he said seriously, it is true, of course. Then he added, but I am not 100% certain, so if possible, could you, Governor Song, take the lead in asking for the Xia family's assistance? Song Yueyao frowned. She wasn't well acquainted with the city guard and didn't want to be used as a pawn. After thinking for a moment, she said, I only hold the position of governor and may not be able to move them to action. So, I will investigate the situation first. Yu Shuhong seemed to anticipate her response and nodded, all right, then. Shall I join you? The Black Wind Mountain Range is too dangerous, with a great demon lurking there. That won't be necessary, I will just scout the edge, Song Yueyao said, and soon after took her leave of him. Watching her go, Yu Shuhong watched for a long time, eventually letting out a long sigh. Meanwhile, in the monster suppression department, Li Hao had just finished going through the recent monster-slaying records and had seen some other reports of monster activity. Black Wind Mountain Range, a gathering of monsters. Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 65, 62, One Man Surrounds the Demons. Chapter 65, Chapter 62, One Man Surrounds the Demons. The Monster Suppression Department's food was excellent, and aside from Li Hao, even people like Li Yuanzhao who were accustomed to delicacies from the mountains and seas ate heartily, their bellies and goblets full. In Cui Fan's words, we slayers of demons must always face life-threatening dangers, so we surely can't die with an empty stomach, right? That made sense. After eating their fill, they rested for a quarter of an hour. Then, Cui Fan took out the map to show Li Hao and the others the area they would patrol that afternoon, before asking them to get ready and assemble outside. The location for the patrol had previously shown signs of demon activity, which had been addressed. This time, they were going to check for any oversights, making it quite suitable for taking along newcomers. When it came time to gather, however, Cui Fan saw only Li Yuanzhao and Ren Qianqian among the 4 people and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Where's the last one?" Hao told us he went to the outhouse and asked us not to wait for him. As for the task assessment, he said Master Cui can just score him however you see fit. Li Yuanzhao conveyed Li Hao's words as they were. Cui Fan was speechless. Then, he chuckled wryly to himself. Sure enough, a young master from a great family had come here only to amuse himself and broaden his horizons. Indeed, Cui Fan hadn't taken it seriously either. In this day and age, those who took things too seriously were the ones to lose out. All right then, he said. Cui Fan didn't say much and led the 4 people on their way, while secretly devising an excuse in his mind to award the young master a perfect score. After all, there was no way he could give a low score. He would rather be accused of negligence than to mark down the score. Because while the young master might only face issues with schooling, Cui Fan himself would be at risk of losing his job. Cangyu City was square-shaped and surrounded by mountains on all 4 sides. About 30 li to the east of the city lay a mountain range that spanned across the large river leading to Cangyu City. The range stretched for dozens of li with peaks upon peaks and lush forests. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the large leaves, leading to heavy moisture in the woods and making the forest seem shadowy and ghostly even during broad daylight. Near the mountain range, scattered like splashes of mud, lay some villages. Each village had several hunting households that relied on the mountain for sustenance and lived off hunting. As the saying goes, the duck knows first when the water is warm. These hunters who spent their years living off the land were the ones who best understood the dangers of the mountains. Since several bold hunters who defied superstition had been found in the mountains, dismembered, nobody dared to venture into them again, with even the collection of firewood being limited to the foothills. At this moment, however, a figure rushed through the air above the mountain range. Speeding forward. Clad in the black attire of the Monster Suppression Department, this person was none other than Li Hao. Going to the outhouse was just an excuse. He wasn't needed for something like a patrol, and that Master Cui certainly wouldn't lead them to slay real demons. If there were any, they were only minor ones for practice. As for the matter of academic credits, he cared even less for them. Anything that could be exchanged for credits at the Black and White Hall, the Li family already had. And the top-tier peerless technique wasn't something you could exchange for mere credits. His only goal in coming to the Black Wind Mountain Range was to find the whereabouts of that demon. The Tiger Robe Immortal. Along the way, Li Hao noticed many demons flickering in the woods below and various spirits and monsters lurking among the trees. But they were all minor demons, with faint demon auras. Once reaching the soul succession realm, one could glimpse the demon auras. Through the perspective of the divine soul, one could see the energies of heaven and earth, and these wandering energies, like accumulated snow, would settle on all things in the mountains and rivers. Given enough time, they would adhere firmly. Bamboo, rocks, animals, all were covered by qi. It was just that they were faint and pure, like colorless thin mist. Martial artists, however, were different. Their qi was as vigorous as flames, and depending on the cultivation technique they practiced, the color of their qi would change. Those in the divine travel realm and even the 15 Li realm had qi as dazzling as stars. If not deliberately subdued, their presence could be discerned from Li away. It was the same with demons. However, demons with Taoist cultivation usually hide their demonic aura and blend into the crowd, making them hard to spot. At this moment, within the Black Wind Mountain Range, various dense and faint auras drifted about. Li Hao released a golden light from the top of his head and his divine soul ventured forward, surveying the situation. Deep in the mountain range, in front of a cave with rugged, grotesque rocks. Leaning on a huge boulder, there sat a demon almost as tall as 4 or 5 zhang, with the appearance of half-man, half-bear. Scattered by its feet were pure white bones, and the relatively flat stone beneath its bottom was padded with some tattered and wrinkled human skins, the pungent stench of evil spreading around. Beside it, there were other figures in various poses, including a long snake with the upper body of a seductive woman, a reptile with a withered head, and a monster with the lower body of a white baby's legs attached to the waist of a centipede. Great demon of mighty strength, our Blackwind mountain range has already assembled over 20,000 lesser demons, 800 spirits, and 25 who can transform. We're ready to join forces with the Red Eyebrow Taoist to devour Sanyu City at any moment. A snake woman with a winding figure and a seductive face said coquettishly as her head swayed in the air. A gleam of craving showed in her eyes as she flickered her serpent tongue, seemingly impatient. Once we're done eating, we'll make our escape. The passage by Wanchuan Mountain has been cleared, ready for our departure at any moment, another gaunt and sparingly haired old creature said with a titter. We must wait for the right moment. The bear demon's face was filled with savage energy, yet its voice was calm. We'll act after the Red Eyebrow Taoist leads the others from the north in the attack. That man surnamed you secretly sent a message to the Xia family half a month ago, but luckily the Red Eyebrow Taoist had a way to handle it. The Xia family won't be coming for a while. After all this time, we finally get to feast properly, so satisfying. The meat supplied by that man surnamed you is getting worse every time. This time, I must eat him. Hey, that's not your turn, the tiger robe Immortal has already reserved it. The bear demon also glanced at the talking wolf demon and said coldly, that you is the brother of Tiger Robe, it is reserved for him alone. I was just saying, how could I possibly compete with the Tiger Robe Immortal for food, the wolf demon hastily said with a sheepish smile. As they conversed, suddenly, the bear demon seemed to sense something and looked up towards the woods. There, a young man clad in dark clothes, with a sword strapped to his waist, brushed aside roadside weeds and walked slowly into this mountain heartland, occupied by numerous great demons. At this very moment, the other demons also became aware, realizing a human had approached so closely without their detection. So many demons. Li Hao looked around, his gaze sweeping over each of the great demons in turn. They only slightly concealed their auras, they didn't hide them completely, standing out like candles in the darkness. As he saw the hellish scene before him, his expression changed, barely conceiving the number of humans cruelly slaughtered here. A monster suppression envoy. Upon seeing Li Hao's attire, all the demons were taken aback. The dragon pattern on his cuff and the number of patterns on his dark clothes indicated he was just a monster suppression envoy. Yet he dared to come before them. Are you here to deliver the meat supply? But it was just delivered a few days ago, and you don't have any meat with you, said an old man with a high-pitched, strange laugh, who was as short as a dwarf. He hopped and skipped toward Li Hao but watched him carefully. Li Hao knew what the demons meant by meat supply. Delivering meat. He paused, suddenly realizing the incredible implications within those words, utterly chilling. His mind raced with numerous thoughts, and Li Hao scanned the demons before asking, which of you is the Tiger Robe Immortal? Looking for the tiger robe, the demons were bewildered. The emaciated old man grinned and said, Boy, you've got guts. Aren't you afraid of us? Afraid? Li Hao slowly drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist. You've got audacity, being surrounded by me, and yet you don't run. Chapter 66, 63 Slaughter. Chapter 66, Chapter 63 Slaughter. Hearing Li Hao's words, the demons were taken aback for a moment before they all burst into laughter. Although they found Li Hao a bit peculiar, not like the common monster suppression agents, given his age, even if he were an exceptional talent, how strong could he be? There were at least 20 shape-shifted great demons here. In the demon race, only those in the divine travel realm could shape-shift, whereas those in the 15th realm could completely transform, perfectly concealing their demon bodies without any trace. Kid, have you been scared senseless? Even Yu Shuhong, that old-timer, wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to us. The demoness with the body of a snake giggled. So, who is the Tiger Robe Immortal? Li Hao asked again. Seeing her words ignored, A flash of annoyance crossed the demoness' eyes, as she flicked her forked tongue and moved to approach. "What do you want with tiger robe?" the giant bear suddenly spoke calmly. "Nothing much." Li Hao flipped the blade in his hand and said, "Just borrowing its head to pay homage to my uncle's heroic spirit." The giant bear felt his caution was overdone. Having thought it was a messenger who came, he no longer fancied watching Li Hao, and whispered, "Eat him." These words were directed at the other demons. The seductive demoness, hearing this, was the first to rapidly snake towards Li Hao, suddenly smiling sweetly, her voice sultry, "Come nicely into my mouth." The demon aura filled the air, but she ripped open a huge, bloody maw, distorting her bewitching face grotesquely. Bewitchment techniques were in full force, enough to influence even those in the soul succession realm, turning their minds chaotic, crawling obediently into her mouth. But at that moment, a streak of dark light flashed by. The half-open bloody maw, as if lifted by the wind, unexpectedly tumbled backward, the cut clean. Blood suddenly sprayed out, splattering all over the ground. The mockery in the other demon's eyes instantly froze, and the dwarfish, emaciated old man who had almost reached Li Hao stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at the young man. The demon-slaying blade in the young man's hand had disappeared. The black blade hung in midair, then like a shadowy glint of dark light, it darted out, tracing an arc. In an instant, several great demons' heads fell where the arc passed, without even a chance to react. This abrupt change came too fast, surpassing their reactions and imaginations. "Since none of you will speak, I'm left with no choice but to slaughter you all. Using you as a sacrificial altar works too," Li Hao murmured to himself. As he spoke, the black demon-slaying blade hovering in midair didn't stop, instead charging out again urgently. 15 Li Realm. What kind of monster is he? All the demons snapped awake, looking at Li Hao in horror, desperately scattering in all directions, trying to escape the demon-slaying blade, but their movement techniques were nowhere near as fast. Controlling objects within 40 li was not merely 2.5 times beyond the 15 li, it was also a crushing superiority in strength and speed. It's like some people throw stones 20 meters, while others can throw 100 meters, the difference in arm strength is self-evident. Besides, they hadn't even reached the 15 li realm and couldn't yet fly, so at this moment, some great demons had chosen to abandon their physical bodies, directly employing their divine souls to flee. As long as they could preserve their divine souls, they could possess other bodies again. The capacious bear's expression also changed, abruptly standing up with its massive body like a small tower. It stared intently at Li Hao, as if trying to see through the youth's true essence. The 15 li realm. How old is this young man? It didn't allow its subordinates to continue being slaughtered by Li Hao and abruptly attacked, spouting a black flame that transformed into a black fire dragon in midair, clawing its way towards Li Hao, revealing that it too was of the 15 li realm. Li Hao glanced up, having already noticed that this bear demon had the strongest aura, but in his eyes, compared to the divine travel realm, the difference wasn't much. His divine soul's power covered the blade, instantly splitting the fire dragon, and directly chopping down upon the bear demon's head. However, the skull of the bear demon was extremely hard, and the blade only managed to slice half a foot deep before it got stuck, unable to advance further. Li Hao stepped forward, his figure appearing like teleportation in front of the pained bear demon. In its wide, terrified and shocked eyes, he raised his fist and smashed down hard. The force exceeding 10 million pounds was gathered in his fist, and the destructive force it brought when smashing down was far more than 10 million pounds, especially with the push from the controlling object's power. The entire body of the bear demon was violently thrown against the rocks it had been leaning on, shattering them and flying backward for over a dozen meters, crashing into its own cave. Blood burst from its throat, and the bear demon was filled with horror. It possessed divine power naturally, with boundless strength, self-proclaimed as a true giant strength deity. But the power erupted by this young man now scared even itself. How could such a small flesh and blood body have such a brutal force? Li Hao merely glanced at the bear demon, then turned and waved his hand, pulling out the demon-slaying blade stuck in the bear demon's head, and as his gaze swept around, the blade turned into a dark light and flew off. Those divine souls that scattered in different directions hadn't even made it several li away before vanishing from sight, only to be chased down by the demon-slaying blade. The mere demon-slaying blade couldn't harm these divine souls, but with Li Hao's divine soul's power on it, it was more than enough to split their divine souls apart. Screams echoed from all directions, some cut short before they could even fully escaped their lips as the bodies abruptly fell to the ground. The once terror-filled peak, where over 20 great demons gathered, was left with only the bear demon in a mere instant. The rest of the great demons either had their bodies cleaved open or lay limp on the ground, their divine souls dissipated miles away. A gentle breeze rustled through the woods, carrying the thick stench of blood to the nostrils of the bear demon, making it nearly choke. For the first time, the bear demon found the smell wafting from its own mountaintop to be unbearably foul, causing its stomach to churn and a sense of nausea to overwhelm it. Fear so intense it induced the urge to vomit. Are you a grandmaster from Tianren sect? Watching the youth approach step by step, the bear demon could not hide the terror in its eyes. Merely from their brief exchange of blows, it knew, even in the 15th realm, it was no match for the boy. The gap was unimaginably vast. It was now beginning to suspect that the teenager was some grandmaster who had rejuvenated back to youth. Among these demons I've just killed, is there the tiger robe immortal? Li Hao walked up to the bear demon, stopped, and looked up slightly at the great demon that was still towering like a small building even as it sat collapsed on the ground. The bear demon now understood that it was the tiger robe that had provoked this terrifying youth, and the latter had come seeking vengeance. Tiger robe. Resentment filled its heart, its thoughts racing as it gritted its teeth and said, "Tiger robe isn't here, it's in the north." The north. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, looking suspiciously at the bear demon. "There are many more of your kind out there, you'd better not lie." The bear demon's expression changed slightly, and it immediately said, "I am not deceiving you, tiger robe is indeed from our Black Wind Mountain range, but it's clever and capable, so it was sent to the north." "What is it doing in the north?" "We're planning to ally with the north to take down Sanyu City, it went there to assist," the bear demon said breathlessly, concealing the identity of the red-eyebrow Taoist. "There are demons in the north." Li Hao paused, as the intelligence from the Monster Suppression Department had no records about the north, it had always been peaceful there. "How many demons are there in the north?" Li Hao immediately asked. "About the same as here." "Why do you want to attack Sanyu City? Do you know the consequences of provoking Dayu?" Li Hao demanded. The bear demon had a bitter smile in its heart. "Why else would you humans slay demons, if not to pick on the weak? Who could have anticipated that Sanyu City would shelter a monster like the youth before me?" Of course, it couldn't dare to voice out such a thought, so it could only display a face of forced desperation, saying, "Although we are demons, we only seek to fill our bellies, much like how the human race eats livestock. It's the same principle." Li Hao's eyes turned cold. The mention of eating instantly brought forth a surge of killing intent from deep within him. Just for eating? Li Hao suppressed his urge to kill, staring at the bear demon, attempting to probe for more information. Felling Li Hao's killing intent, the bear demon's heart shuddered, attempting to apply the logic of the human race's philosophy in a position of weakness. All beings in the world survive for, well, survival. We are the same, aren't we? There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Who's discussing right or wrong with you? I'm only asking you, is attacking Sanyu City just for the sake of eating? Li Hao pressed, holding back his anger. The decision to attack Sanyu City was spearheaded by the red-eyebrow Taoist. Although the bear demon had heard of other reasons, it naturally wouldn't share them with Li Hao. How else would it argue its case? "If not for survival, we wouldn't take such risks," the bear demon continued, seemingly transforming into a Confucian scholar, persisting in its discussion of righteousness with Li Hao. "Heaven and earth nurture all things, and all things have the right to survive, don't they?" Li Hao took a deep breath and asked again, "What does tiger robe look like? Is it a tiger demon?" The bear demon was startled, disappointed that the human before it hadn't taken its philosophy to heart, which made it somewhat panic. "That's right, tiger robe is a tiger demon. It has cultivated for nearly 1,000 years. "Good." Receiving the information he wanted, Li Hao nodded slightly. Before the bear demon could react, Li Hao suddenly leaped forward, his fist smashing out and striking the bear demon on its brow, the force piercing through and shattering its brain. The bear demon's mouth opened slightly in shock and disbelief, its eyes gradually lost their light as it collapsed, falling to the ground with a thud like a giant rock tumbling over. Discuss right and wrong with a demon. Li Hao was in no mood for such debates. Moreover, compared to right or wrong, one's own stance was far more essential. Facing the countless white bones and skeletons around him, how could he possibly say to the bear demon, "Yes, you're not wrong. To hell with right or wrong, I am of the human race." Chapter 67, 64, Memorial Ceremony. Chapter 67, Chapter 64, Memorial Ceremony. After solving the issue with the bear demon, Li Hao noticed some activity inside a nearby cave. When he sent his divine soul to investigate, he saw 7 disheveled survivors, men and women, all aged between 20 to 30 years old, with no children or old people among them. The 7 were shackled by their hands and feet, with the other end of the chains threaded through a slit in a large rock. Unless someone could drag the rock away, there was no way to free themselves. Having seemingly experienced some terrifying ordeal, all 7 had expressions of bewilderment and fear on their faces. Some were already numb, lost in a daze. Li Hao sighed inwardly as he commanded a stone to break the chains, setting them free. But even as the shackles on their limbs were gone, it seemed they were still bound by other chains. After a brief moment of being stunned, they looked around blankly, still standing in place, with no attempt to flee. One of them seemed to recall something and started trembling, curling up on the ground and frantically grabbing the broken chains to wrap them around their own limbs, murmuring pleadings non-stop. "Don't eat me, please don't eat me." They were already paralyzed with fear. Li Hao fell into silence. He wasn't accustomed to comforting people and felt it was better to give them some time to regain their senses. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to tidy up everything outside. He casually controlled objects to gather the corpses of the demons, stacking them into a high platform, arranged it neat and square. "Lin, as your unworthy disciple, all I can offer are these demons to commemorate your valiant spirit." Li Hao flipped his hand and took out a wine gourd from behind him. Then he unscrewed the gourd and poured the wine over the bodies in front of the altar. Before him was a sea of blood and corpses, but in his mind, he saw that courtyard bathed in the brilliant glow of the sunset. It was the night when the men sang poems over drinks. It was that afternoon when the man, seeing himself unable to absorb the Foundation establishment elixir, hung his head in sorrow. It was also that autumn, when fallen leaves landed on the chessboard, and the two bantered and bickered over a game of strategy. Li Hao shook the wine gourd, which had one last swig left, tilted his head back to drink it, and softly said, "Lin, cheers." Afterwards, he stowed the wine gourd, turned around with the demon-slaying knife in hand, and walked toward the forest outside. In this mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles, there were tens of thousands of demons, with just the nearby area gathering several tens of thousands. Li Hao stood on the leaves of a treetop, his divine soul burst out from the top of his skull, guiding the demon-slaying knife, shuttling through the green forest, sweeping in all directions. Various demons of all races, be they creeping or sleeping, foraging or frolicking, met their end as a dark light streaked by, severing their lives. The dark light shuttled through the mountains like a flying needle, piercing through the bodies of demon after demon. Sensing the danger, the demons panicked and fled in all directions, but the dark light moved faster. If it had been an ordinary person at the 15 Li realm, it might not have been so easy to slaughter them, but Li Hao's range and speed of object control were several times that of an ordinary practitioner in the same realm, and he hadn't even used any special methods yet. The tens of thousands of demons that had gathered at the foot of the mountain were terrified, clueless about what was happening. They fled on instinct, while others rushed to the mountain peak to seek answers from their king, but were beheaded before reaching the summit. The whole mountain trembled violently, as if struck by an earthquake. The scattered demons, barely 10 miles out, were all slain. Blood stained the shrubs and the earth red, trickling like tiny rivulets along the wrinkles of the land, flowing into lower areas and merging into tears for this mountain range. The divine soul returned to its body, and the dark light settled back into his hand. Li Hao glanced at it. Having slain tens of thousands of demons, the blade's edge was now dulled. If it weren't for the coverage of his divine soul, the knife would have broken long ago, unable to penetrate the thick bodies of certain demons. He didn't stop there but continued with the dull-edged black knife in hand towards a region dozens of miles away. There, some demons, unaware of the situation here, were still wandering near their dens. Since he was here, might as well eliminate them all. There really are demons gathering here. In the high skies above the Black Wind Mountain range, a stealthy golden light moved through the clouds, which was Song Yueyao's divine soul. Her physical self was sneaking along the periphery of the mountain range, while her divine soul soared, surveying the entire situation of the mountains. Along the way, she had already seen the traces of many demons. In the part of the range closer to U City, there were only a few demons, with sparse demonic aura, merely small demons that had just become sentient, barely a threat. Even hunters armed with crossbows could scare them off. But as she went deeper, dense clouds of demonic energy began to enshroud the mountains and forests, and their numbers increased. The city guard wasn't wrong, there's definitely a gathering of demons here, and it's very obvious. Song Yueyao frowned deeply, but why, with the situation so clear, did the city guard not feel confident in reporting truthfully, asking the Xia family for help? She couldn't understand. Didn't the city guard fear the demons might suddenly attack the city? Or is it that the Xia family was unwilling to come, bearing grudges with each other? But if Zhangyu City were to fall and the common people suffered heavy casualties, both the city guard and Xia family would be held accountable. She could not understand and felt that the situation was somewhat complicated. At this moment, as she continued to delve deeper, before long she arrived at the depths of the Black Wind Mountain Range. Along the way, the toughest demons she encountered were those in the Soul Succession realm patrolling the mountains, which she easily avoided and went undetected. Suddenly, a rotting stench wafted through the forest ahead of her. Song Yueyao's face changed slightly, and she stopped in her tracks, cautiously extending her divine soul ahead to investigate. Soon, she beheld an unimaginable scene. Rivers of blood flowed through the mountain forest, nearly all bodies of water were dyed red with fresh blood, and the bodies of demons were strewn about. Song Yueyao was stunned for a moment, having initially thought that the putrid wind was caused by demons capturing and harming members of the human race. She hadn't expected it to be the demon's own blood. Her face showed astonishment and doubt. What on earth had happened here? Hesitating for a moment, she let her divine soul carefully advance in stealth. Soon, she reached the corpses of some demons, quickly checked them, and discovered that the wounds were fresh, the death no more than an hour old. Someone was killing demons. The thought popped into Song Yueyao's mind, sending a jolt through her heart. Could it be another inspector from the Monster Suppression Department? There was only one inspector in Sangyu City's Monster Suppression Department, in the Divine Travel Realm, tasked with guarding this city on the border alongside the Defender of Yu City. She was a parachuted officer, temporary, with a tenure not meant to last long in Sangyu City. In the midst of her astonishment, Song Yueyao had her divine soul scout ahead. If she could meet the other party, they might assist each other and gauge the situation here. However, as she delved deeper, the expression on Song Yueyao's face turned increasingly shocked. All along the way were demon corpses. Everywhere she looked. Packed closely together, her divine soul saw at least 10,000 by her reckoning. The density of demons gathered here certainly qualified as a small-scale demon wave, but what was most shocking was that all these demons were dead. Controlling so many demons must definitely be the deed of a great demon. But where was that great demon? Song Yueyao had never clashed with that inspector, but considering what she was seeing, she doubted she could achieve such a feat herself, nor did she possess the courage to try. As her divine soul continued forward, she saw even more demon corpses, even more than before. Among them were some with massive bodies, showing signs of transforming, evidently demons close to the divine travel realm. But without exception, all were dead, with surprisingly consistent wounds, all pierced through vital points by a sharp weapon. Before long, Song Yueyao arrived at the foot of a great mountain. She could vaguely make out that at the mountaintop, a thick and heavy demonic aura was brewing like clouds. Such a fearsome demon mist was unmistakably the work of a great demon, and judging by the color of the demonic aura, there was more than one. Her heart raced with fright, feeling the urge to turn around and flee, but the sight of demon corpses scattered at the mountain's base and the eerie silence at its peak spurred an unbelievable thought in her heart. Suppressing her fear, she allowed her divine soul to soar silently, concealing its presence while peering down at the demon clouds below the mountain summit. This glance left her expression frozen. A platform piled with the bodies of over 20 great demons stood erect at the mountaintop, arranged neatly and orderly. As a light breeze passed by, she could even see some of the demons' solidified eyeballs, which retained the terror and fear of their final moments. Song Yueyao stood stiffly, too shocked to utter a word. The number of great demons was more than she had expected, and all were dead. These were all great demons from the divine travel realm. Who could have killed all of them? That inspector? Impossible, they were also of the divine travel realm. Accomplishing such a deed, even for the top talents in the divine travel realm, would be exceedingly difficult unless it were someone from the 15th realm. Was it a general sent by the Xia family? Or perhaps a passing expert from some sect. Song Yueyao came back to her senses and suddenly noticed several figures emerging slowly from a cave atop the mountain, all members of the human race, looking bedraggled as if they were survivors. She swiftly set off towards the mountaintop and approached the survivors. "Were you all captured by demons?" she immediately asked upon seeing the survivors, expecting that they would feel safe. Upon seeing her Monster Suppression Department uniform, she was taken aback when they trembled at the sight of Song Yueyao, their eyes showing a fear as if they had sighted a demon. Don't capture us. Please, let us go." The survivors collapsed and began kowtowing and weeping in despair. Song Yueyao was dumbfounded. Her mind couldn't quite catch up for a moment, and after a short pause, she angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am an inspector from the Monster Suppression Department, here to rescue you. Spare us, my lord, please spare us." The survivors kept on kowtowing and begging for mercy. Song Yueyao watched in silence, wondering if they had all been driven mad by the demons. If that were the case, she likely wouldn't get anything useful from them, thinking the expert who had slain the demons had already deduced the survivors had gone mad. However, these great demons had clearly died not long ago. With this in mind, Song Yueyao didn't bother with the survivors any longer and swiftly spurred her divine soul to scout in all directions. Soon, she came across a blood trail, with demon corpses all along the way. She hurriedly followed it. Not long after, as Song Yueyao landed on a tree branch, she stopped dead in her tracks. In an open area of the mountain forest ahead, there lay demon corpses all over, all of them ape demons, seemingly a tribe. But at this moment, they had all been slaughtered. Blood pooled on the ground, and in the midst of these corpses, stood a young man. He wore the most common dark uniform of a monster suppression officer and held in his hand a damaged and worn demon-slaying knife. Chapter 68, 65 Attacking the City. Chapter 68, Chapter 65 Attacking the City. Song Yueyao was stunned. She had assumed it was either a passing strongman or a general from the Xia family taking action. Never did she expect it to be the Monster Suppression Department. And only their most common demon-suppressing agent. Suddenly, she noticed the young man's face and it struck her as incredibly familiar. She seemed to have seen him somewhere. This morning. Song Yueyao was somewhat face-blind and usually paid no heed to others, as if they were grass or trees. But her memory wasn't bad, and she quickly recalled that this young man was one of the 5 newcomers who had reported to the Monster Suppression Department that morning. He was also a disciple of the Tan Palace. Thinking of his identity, Song Yueyao suddenly remembered the youth with a wild rabbit she saw when she went to the Alpha Academy earlier. He was the person in front of her now. Just that he had changed into a profound robe, which made her feel a bit estranged. At the same time, Li Hao also noticed the woman chasing after him from behind. He slightly turned his head to glance, and their eyes met in an instant. Li Hao didn't pay much attention, nodded slightly, and continued forward, carrying the demon-slaying blade. But Song Yueyao, struck as if by lightning, stood frozen on the tree. That tilted head, that side profile so familiar. Images of that cave suddenly surged into her mind, that fleeting side profile. Is it him? Song Yueyao was astonished. Could the disciple who secretly passed through the Mo River be the same person? She found it hard to believe, yet seeing the bodies of the ape demons all around, she suddenly came to a realization and became certain she had not seen wrongly this time. Among the outer court disciples, who else besides the person in front of her could pass through the Mo River? Her figure flashed, leaping down from the treetops, and she hurriedly chased after Li Hao, calling out, "Wait a moment." Li Hao stopped, turned slightly and looked at her, "Senior sister." This address of "Senior sister" inexplicably gave Song Yueyao a sense of security, and the tension that had gripped her all the way seemed to relax a little. She quickly asked, "Did you kill these ape demons?" Even though she had an answer in her heart, she couldn't help but blurt out the question. Li Hao was slightly silent. Did this senior sister have poor eyesight? Couldn't she see there was no one else here? At a death scene like this, there's no need for Conan, even Genta could have cracked the case, right? Seeing the odd look that passed through Li Hao's eyes, Song Yueyao's cheeks turned slightly red, realizing that she had perhaps asked a bit redundantly. She looked at the demon-slaying blade in Li Hao's hand, the bloodstains, the mottled and jagged edge. It wasn't difficult to imagine how many battles it had gone through. The great demon on the mountaintop, did you kill that one too? She asked, gazing intently at Li Hao. Li Hao nodded slightly. It was just a group from the divine traveling rank and one from the 15th realm, nothing much to speak of. Seeing Li Hao nod, Song Yueyao's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but ask, how old are you this year? Asking a young man's age is quite impolite, Li Hao said. Song Yueyao almost choked. In the midst of these mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he still had the mood to joke. However, even if Li Hao didn't say it, she could tell that Li Hao was at most 14 or 15 years old. The Tan Palace's new recruit age limit was a maximum of 16. A 15 or 16-year-old at the 15th realm. She suddenly felt as if she was struck a heavy blow, shocked beyond belief. She herself was just a step, 2 steps, 3 steps away from this realm. She was one of the Tan Palace's top geniuses, a 9th-grade battle body. Before reaching the Grandmaster realm, the talent of a 9th-grade battle body greatly assisted in cultivation. Even so, she was being left behind by such a large gap. The last time she heard about such a shocking prodigy, it was about the 9th young master from the Li family that her grandfather mentioned. But she was too young back then to have seen it for herself. It was like hearing a mythological tale. Yet the young man before her was standing right in front of her now, almost as if the legend had stepped into reality, making it feel surreal. Are you here alone? How did you come to this place? Song Yueyao couldn't help but ask. Looking at his profound robe, which had barely a few stains of blood, while only the blade of his demon-slaying sword was thoroughly ravaged. It looked as if he was still cutting down demons with ease. Senior sister, are you interrogating a prisoner? Li Hao said helplessly. Song Yueyao was speechless. She rarely took such an intense interest in others, only to find herself being frowned upon. There's a demon here, and since I'm free, I came over, she said. Li Hao saw the embarrassed discomfort on her face and softened his heart to offer an explanation before turning around and continuing on with his sword in hand. Chatting was one thing, but the work couldn't stop. He lightly leaped up, standing atop a tree branch, conjured his divine soul, wrapped it around his demon-slaying sword, and started to patrol forward. Witnessing this scene, Song Yueyao's pupils slightly contracted, realizing that no amount of words could compare to what one's eyes could see. Her face grew a bit pale. She had thought her grandfather's words were an exaggeration, an overpraise by the masses, but now she understood that there were indeed such monstrous talents in the world. But, how was this possible? Being of a 9-rank battle physique and considered a genius, could she only catch glimpses of this young man's back? Before long, the black sword flew back, landing in Li Hao's hand. Flicking off the fresh blood, and seeing that he had cleared this mountain range's end, he turned around, ready to erase the remaining demons along the way as well. Wait for me, Song Yueyao called out, having come to her senses, and hurriedly chased after Li Hao. When she caught up to Li Hao, she looked at his profile and asked, back in Tan Palace, it was you who passed the Mo River Challenge, wasn't it? Li Hao couldn't help but glance at her. Although Tan Palace announced a reward for those who passed, he still felt a twinge of unexplainable guilt. After all, that was the exam for the other new students. It was me, yes. How did you do it? The palace master even issued a reward decree, why didn't you claim it? Song Yueyao asked curiously. How did he do it? Li Hao couldn't quite articulate it, it seemed as though he just drew and then somehow passed. On further reflection, perhaps the black-robed scholar was ashamed, realizing he was no match and fled in a panic. Seeing Li Hao silent, Song Yueyao uttered, Li Hao snapped out of it and said, is it to claim the red sky precious sword? As you can see, I am of the 15th realm, Li Hao stated. Song Yueyao felt as if she'd been struck in the face with a hammer, a sensation both suffocating and searing. 15th, did he think the red sky was too inferior? Damn it. She bit her lip slightly, curious and yet frustrated with this young man. Suddenly, a beacon of distress smoke rose in the distance and then burst open. Song Yueyao glanced at it, her pupils shrinking drastically as she exclaimed in shock, Xian. How is this possible? That's a critical signal released only when demons attack a city. Li Hao was momentarily stunned. As a member of a martial family, he was naturally familiar with these signals. Without an extremely grave situation, Xian would not be released. Once released, the city would shut its gates and go on full alert. Demons attacking the city. He suddenly remembered the bear demon's words about trouble to the north. I need to go back now, Li Hao immediately said, and with his figure flashing, he stepped up and soared away, turning into a dark silhouette that vanished from Song Yueyao's sight. Controlling his flight. Song Yueyao watched for a moment, somewhat baffled, sensing that Li Hao's speed at controlling his flight seemed faster than any other 15 Li realm individuals she had seen. But why not take me along? Song Yueyao stomped her foot in irritation, gritted her teeth, and quickly traversed the jungle towards the city. Chapter 69, 66 Friendship. Chapter 69, Chapter 66 Friendship. Sangyu City. Apart from the Monster Suppression Department and the City Lord's Mansion, 3 major families had established their presence there, among which the Lu family took the lead, having rooted themselves in Sangyu City for over 100 years. The other 2 families, the Qi family and the Zhao family, rose later. The Qi family was a branch that migrated from another city, managing to build a considerable business within just a few decades in this location. At this moment, news of the demons attacking the city had already reached the hands of the 3 families' patriarchs. Upon receiving the message, all 3 families were somewhat shocked. It had been nearly 100 years since Sangyu City last saw a demon attack. The most sensational episode had been 30 years ago when a few great demons entered the city causing trouble, leading to countless deaths and injuries and creating quite a stir at that time. But now, only some old people still remembered it. Army reports can't be false, old Zhang, go and take a look quickly. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Shunqing, immediately dispatched a devoted retainer from the family to investigate the truth. The other 2 families also sent people out to probe, quickly bringing back one piece of confirmed news after another. A large number of demons were appearing from the north, sweeping in with an estimated number of at least 40 to 50,000. All sorts of mountain goblins and ghostly creatures were among them, clearly led by a great demon. These demons had occupied the official roads and also blocked a few other paths. It was said that on the southern trade routes, 2 escort agencies were raided and killed, and jewels hidden in grains meant for transportation were found on the road. The demons blocking the road, with the great demon pressing on, indicated a momentum to attack the city. The north? Could it be the group of demons from the Black Wind Mountain range? Have these demons gone mad, with such audacity to indeed attempt an invasion? Aren't they afraid that the Xia family will descend in fury and wipe them all out? Damn it, what is Yu Shuhong doing? Could it be he has offended the Demon King? Has anyone seen the Xia family's people? The 3 major families were somewhat panicked. The mere concept of 40 to 50,000 demons, what did that mean? The entire defense capability of Sangyu City's military only amounted to just over 20,000 soldiers. That the number of demons exceeded that of the soldiers by more than twice was secondary. These demons were planning to attack the city and naturally had the utmost confidence that they were fully prepared. And for a great demon capable of commanding such a multitude, it had to be at least of the divine travel realm, if not 15 li. At the same time, to the north, dark demonic clouds were already closing in. The mountain rain was about to arrive, and the entire city was on high alert. As the purple smoke signals rose, igniting the skies, all 4 city gates were sealed. Soldiers from the city defense army, now clad in battle armor, gathered atop the city walls. At this moment, looking toward the north from the city walls, the faces of many soldiers changed. They could see the thick demonic clouds, a mix of black with a streak of red, swirling in the northern sky and approaching with alarming speed. Have these demons gone mad, daring to attack the city? Many from the city defense army could hardly believe it. This was Daiyu, and even though it was a remote city, it was not the outermost city on the border. Had the attackers really dared to cross the border and provoke the wrath of the royal family, risking a military expedition against them? Throughout the decades of their service in the city defense army, aside from occasional disturbances in the outskirts, these demons were seldom seen, let alone in such massive force. The news of the demons attacking the city spread throughout. With the city gates sealed and the city defense army scurrying all over the place, the news was impossible to hide. Every household was ordered not to leave their homes, and the streets echoed only with the rapid sound of horse hooves. Many inns, taverns, tea houses, and shops had also closed their doors. Some were worried about demons breaking through the city defenses, anxious and fearful, others complained about the damnable demons affecting their business, and some had already instructed their families to pack their valuables, sending servants to prepare carriages and horses, ready to flee the city at a moment's notice. However, some wealthy households in the city sent messages through their connections to the city defense generals, inquiring if they needed help, willingly offering to donate funds and supplies to jointly resist the demonic onslaught. In the face of disaster, the true nature of all beings was fully revealed. At this time, within the city lord's mansion. In the lofty backyard of the grand mansion, there was a gloomy underground chamber resembling a dungeon. Yushuhong was standing here, staring at a painting before him. He was tall and slender, dressed in a Confucian robe, exuding the air of a scholar. However, half of his face was obscured in the shadow of an oil lamp, making it impossible to see clearly. The painting depicted a woman in a light green luo dress, looking alluring and graceful. With exquisite craftsmanship, the figure looked lifelike. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke appeared from the shadows behind him, slightly twisting before transforming into a burly and towering figure of an imposing man. This man had a broad face and large eyes, a thick mustache around his mouth, and his eyes emitted a faint red glow in the darkness. There you go thinking about your little sister. Again. The broad-faced man barely cracked a smile, his expression ambiguous. Yushuhong did not turn his head, his expression seemed slightly stirred, coming out of his reverie. He sighed softly and said, "Tiger Robe, how long have we known each other?" "It has been over 20 years, the broad-faced man replied. 20 years. Yushuhong murmured to himself, "This year I am 53. At 30, I entered the divine travel realm, full of youthful vigor, assigned here as the city's defender. In the blink of an eye, it has been 20 years. Once a man of 30, with a sword at his waist, he now had nothing there." The broad-faced man nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a mix of sighs, envy, and jealousy. "Your human race is born intelligent, standing above all races. In just a few decades, you can cultivate to the divine travel realm. Whereas we demons need hundreds of years to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to reach this stage. I truly envy you." Yushuhong's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "But Tiger Robe, you have seen how few in our human race live to be several hundred years old." The broad-faced man shook his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Reaching the divine travel realm, one can live nearly 1,000 years, yet your human race insists on seeking death. Look at those folks from the divine general mansion. Clearly, they could live comfortably for a long time, yet they choose to fight to the death against our demon race on the borders. In the end, they all die young." Yushuhong couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, that may be the difference between our human race and your demon race. For the billions of children of Daiyu and the vast lands of the 19 provinces, every inch of soil has been a witness to the blood of those heroic souls. Because some have died, many more can live." The broad-faced man squinted slightly and asked, Surely you are not going to be as foolish as those idiots?" Yushuhong turned around, his previously half-gentlemanly face under the warm glow of the oil lamp now obscured in darkness. "For the last 20 years, I have provided you with human flesh, trying my best to meet your needs. Why must it come to this in the end?" His voice was very light, as if talking to himself. The broad-faced man gazed at him deeply, sighed, and said, "I am not willing to do this either, but the red-eyebrow Taoist has awakened from his seclusion, starving. Moreover, the purpose of this trip isn't solely to fill our stomachs. The real target for attacking Sangyu City is the Xia family." "The Xia family?" "Correct. You sought help from the Xia family, but they dare not come because they are facing even more troublesome issues and can't afford to be distracted. If Sangyu City falls while their back is unguarded, the entire city's obliteration will certainly impact them. If that emperor sitting on the throne in the palace becomes angered and punishes the Xia family because of it, that would be even better." The broad-faced man said softly, "So, Sangyu City, you can't save it." Yushuhong took a deep breath, eyes closed for a moment. "So, the demons were playing this game. My visit here is to have you open the city's northern gate. The fall of Sangyu City is inevitable. If you open the gate, I can say a few good words for you in front of the red-eyebrow Taoist and give you a way out," the broad-faced man said. Yushuhong opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his face. "Thank you, Tiger Robe." "Get on with it immediately," the broad-faced man said. "I will certainly keep you safe." Yushuhong nodded and turned to walk to one side, not toward the desk but the weapons rack instead. tiger robe. The red light in the broad-faced man's eyes intensified and his mouth slightly curled open. You truly break my heart by doing this. I am sad too, sad for you. Yu Shuhong chuckled, tiger robe, I will surely use your tiger head to brew the finest wine from our 20 years of friendship. Thank you. The broad-faced man's teeth began to extend, becoming sharp and pointed. I will also savor yours slowly. As their auras grew more intense, their divine souls began to emerge. Yu Shuhong's divine soul gathered above his head, while behind the broad-faced man, a fierce and gigantic tiger faintly appeared. So it's here. Suddenly, a voice arose beside them. Then, a crack abruptly opened above the cellar, and a figure floated down slowly, standing in the midst of their confrontation. Clothed in dark attire, wielding a broken black saber, it was Li Hao, who had rushed back to the city. Chapter 67, Follow me to slay the demon. Chapter 67, Follow me to slay the demon. Hurriedly returning to the skies above Tsangyu City, Li Hao had already seen the vast expanse of demonic clouds rolling in from the north. But his first action wasn't to head north. Instead, he went to the city lord's mansion, wanting to understand the situation. However, upon search with his divine soul, he witnessed the scene within the city lord's mansion. Monster Suppression Department. At the same time, Yu Shuhong and the broad-faced man also noticed the dark attire on Li Hao, both taken aback. It was indeed the Monster Suppression Department, but he was the most ordinary of monster suppressors. Yet, from Li Hao's entrance, it was impossible that he was merely an ordinary monster suppressor. You are. Yu Shuhong frowned. He did not remember such a young powerhouse among the Monster Suppression Department within the city. Li Hao, however, paid no attention to the city's defender, instead turning his head to glare at the broad-faced man. You're called Tiger Press. Is that you, the tiger robe immortal? The broad-faced man cracked a grim smile, revealing a ferocious grin. That's right, it's me, your tiger lord. The lad actually knows my title. It seems I've made some name for myself outside Tsangyu City. Li Hao's fingers clenched around the hilt of his blade tightened slightly, and the hilt slowly deformed. He took a deep breath and said, 7 years ago, you ambushed a captain on the national road of Qi State, remember that? The broad-faced man raised an eyebrow, and a chill flashed in his eyes. You're talking about that man from the Northern Yan Army. What's your relation to the Li family? Seeing the men admit it, the killing intent in Li Hao's eyes became uncontrollable. My surname is Li. The tiger robe immortal's pupils contracted slightly, his aura surged, and his gaze passed Li Hao, landing on Yu Shuhong ominously. It seems this kid has already overheard our conversation. What should we do now? Your collusion with our demon race is out in the open. Even if you escape me today, you'll still fall from grace. According to the laws of the Great Yu dynasty, you should know the crime for colluding with demons, right? Its eyes turned fierce. How about this, you kill the kid, and I'll forgive you for the confusion earlier. Yu Shuhong's gaze similarly turned stern, staring at the silhouette of Li Hao. But after a moment, he shook his head slightly and sneered, Tiger robe, if I continue to listen to you, that really would be foolish. Today, it's either you die, or I perish. When we first formed an alliance, didn't we agree to die on the same day of the same month? Idiot. The tiger robe immortal spat out a stinking glob of saliva, sneering, you short-lived ghosts of the human race think you're worthy to live and die with me. In the midst of speaking, he suddenly pounced toward Li Hao. The enormous tiger demon spirit soul roared behind him, its roar thundering like a low growl, enough to render anyone in the soul succession realm unconscious on the spot. But the fearsome roar only lightly brushed the hair on Li Hao's forehead. His eyes were dark and deep, as if void of light. It was only when the massive frame of the tiger robe immortal rapidly closed in that he abruptly raised his hand. With a thud, his 5 fingers spread open, pressing on the tiger robe immortal's forehead, then ruthlessly pushed down, crashing against the solid stone slabs beneath their feet, shattering them. This exchange happened in an instant, like lightning, and Yu Shuhong, who hadn't even had the chance to draw his sword to help, found his foot frozen in midair. The blade of the demon-slaying knife, now reversed in Li Hao's hand, was fiercely plunged into the side of the tiger robe immortal's neck. The tiger robe immortal was shocked, unable to believe it as he looked up. This immense power, this kind of skill, how could it be possible? But the eyes he met were a pair of chilling coldness. I won't let you die so easily. Li Hao spoke in a low whisper. As he spoke, he also proved his words with action. The blade edge slid across the flesh of the tiger robe immortal's neck, abruptly tearing away the skin from his shoulder and ripping off the tiger skin from his back. Cooking technique, skin peeling and stewing. This was the most commonly used technique for peeling ingredients, so skilled it neared perfection. The sudden loss of skin and flesh caused the tiger robe immortal to let out a ferocious and painful roar. A tiger roar came from its throat, its skin split open, and black-yellow fur grew wildly, revealing its true form. As it displayed its true form, the basement began to feel crowded. Behind it, the enormous tiger demon spirit soul rushed towards Li Hao, but behind Li Hao, his own divine soul emerged. With a body similar to Li Hao's, he simply raised his hand and with one palm strike, he burst the tiger demon spirit soul's head. The fierce palm wind forced the tiger demon spirit soul to stagger backwards, and when its head condensed again, its divine soul had become much thinner. Terror and fear gleamed from the eyes of the tiger demon spirit soul. Unmatched. How exactly did you kill Lin? Today I will make you pay back slowly, Li Hao said, word by word. The broken sword in his hand, still sharp under the coverage of the divine soul, revealed the true form of the tiger robe immortal whose head was being stepped on by Li Hao's foot on his forehead, immobilized as if nailed by a steel spike. It twisted its body, struggling furiously to escape from under Li Hao's foot. At that moment, a flash of golden light shone in Li Hao's eyes as he suddenly unleashed the power of the chess pattern embedded in the physical body path, Tiger Press. Tiger Press, physical strength slightly increased, with intimidation. When embedded into swordsmanship, it would enhance the power and might of the sword moves. Under Li Hao's release at this moment, his body burst forth with the majesty of a 1,000-year-old great tiger, like the king of the mountains and forests, his eyes shooting out a cold gleam that would make all beasts submit. The tiger robe immortal, stepped on by Li Hao, felt the terrifying aura emanating from him and couldn't help but tremble all over, his eyes becoming dull. It felt as though it was being suppressed by a tiger king, unable to muster any will to resist. Its body shook like a sieve, and the intense pain no longer provoked any ferocity. Spare me, please, I was wrong, I will do anything, even serve as your house servant, the tiger robe immortal begged tremulously. Li Hao said nothing, only quickly slicing with the sharp edge in his hand, skillfully peeling off a complete tiger skin from head to toe. The tiger robe immortal was in such pain that life seemed worse than death, but it just lay there quivering on the ground, not daring to run away. Yu Shuhong, who was watching nearby, had a stunned expression. Was this the same tiger robe immortal that had been arrogant before him for over 20 years? Flaying, deboning, cutting tendons. Blood flowed like rivers, seeping from the huge body of the tiger robe immortal, covered in blood, uttering countless pleas, but Li Hao remained unmoved. Such a bloody, brutal scene deeply shocked Yu Shuhong's mind, leaving him feeling chilled to the bone and trembling. After nearly half an hour of torment, Li Hao beheaded the tiger robe immortal, now a blur of flesh and blood with only a breath remaining. He planted his broken sword into the back and chest of the tiger robe immortal, grabbed the tiger head with eyes filled with fear and dullness, and said coldly, 7 years ago, when the tiger demon ambushed the people of the Li family, did you take part in it? A tremor went through Yu Shuhong's body. Although the youth did not turn around, he could feel the chill that enveloped his whole body. By now, he knew he could not escape death and said with a bitter smile, I may be guilty of death, but I would never do something like framing the loyal and good. Li Hao said coldly, then conspiring with demons, secretly sending humans as food for them, was that your doing? Yu Shuhong's cheeks twitched faintly, and he nodded, yes, that was all my doing, sacrificing humans to these demons, harming my own kind. He said self-mockingly, initially, I only sent them some death row prisoners as disposable resources, but later, when there weren't enough prisoners, they pressed me, and I had no choice but to give them bandits and even civilians. Why? Li Hao turned his head, gazing at him. Why collude with demons? Yu Shuhong gave a bitter smile, a hint of regret in his eyes. When I first took the post, I also wanted to clear the surrounding demons, to purify our realm, but later learned that human power has its limits. These demons cannot be eradicated, they multiply too fast and are too numerous. The Great Yu dynasty is no longer the invincible dynasty it was hundreds of years ago. In recent years, it has gradually become decadent. I requested external assistance everywhere, requested troops, but all fell on deaf ears. Who can save Sangyu City? He gave a tragic laugh and looked at Li Hao, if I didn't give them sacrifices, more would die. With my limited abilities, I can only bear the sins of the whole city to protect its people. I know that I cannot avoid death today and I don't expect anything, but I wish I can be buried in Sangyu City. That would be enough for me, and I hope you would grant me that." As he spoke, he lifted his official robe and knelt down on both knees. At the same time, he took off the black hat of the city guard from his head and put it aside. His disheveled hair hung beside his cheeks, already wet with tears. Standing under the warm light of the lamp, Li Hao looked down at the middle-aged man's face that was not illuminated by the light, seeing the hot tears streaming down the face. He was silent for a moment, then averted his gaze and said indifferently, "Indeed, you deserve to die, but your crimes will be judged by the court, not by me. Now that the great demon is pressing in, since you still have strength, then follow me to slay the demon." Having said that, he placed the large tiger head on a table beside him and walked away. Chapter 71, 68, Great Justice. Chapter 71, Chapter 68, Great Justice. West of the city. In an old mansion, a side room showed signs of burning. The courtyard pond was decayed, covered with weeds and green moss. No one lived here anymore. Inside the courtyard, dressed in black garments, Li Yuanzhao and others, led by Cui Fan, carried their weapons and searched the mansion for traces of demons. But evidently, the demons had long gone, leaving no trace behind. Just as Cui Fan was about to call off the search, suddenly, a gray sparrow flew in. Cui Fan, surprised, reached out to catch it. The sparrow obediently landed, a scroll of paper tied to its leg. Untwisting the scroll, Cui Fan read it carefully, his face changing color immediately. "What is it?" "Yue, not far away," quickly asked. Cui Fan gripped the paper tightly, a grim look on his face. "The patrol is over. I've just received a message that a demon has attacked the city. We are to assemble at the city defense post in the west immediately to discuss our response." A demon attack on the city. The others were startled, utterly shocked. Even having lived deep within the territory, they understood the gravity of a demonic invasion of the city. "Then let's hurry." Li Yuanzhao was the first to react, speaking immediately. Cui Fan's expression kept changing. He couldn't understand how a demon could be attacking the city. Was the intelligence exaggerated? They had to go to the west side of the city to see. "Let's go," he called out, taking the lead to leave. Suddenly, two figures came rushing at great speed from the sky, landing one after the other. Qianqian. Yuan Zhao. The ones who had arrived were Wei Feng and Li Fu. They were already aware of the demon attack on the city and had seen the vast cloud of demonic fog gathering in the north. The situation was extremely dire. "Uncle Wei." Ren Qianqian was taken aback, clearly not expecting Uncle Wei to follow her. Her mind was quick, and she soon guessed that he must have been secretly following her all along, protecting her from the shadows. This made her frown slightly, feeling somewhat helpless in her heart. She was out for experience, couldn't her father trust her to take care of herself? How could she stand on her own in the future? Uncle Fu. Li Yuanzhao was also stunned but then understood. Uncle Fu was worried about Hao. "Where's Hao Air?" Li Fu scanned the surroundings and, not seeing Li Hao, quickly asked. Li Yuanzhao candidly replied, "Hao had too much to eat at lunch and went to the outhouse." At such a critical moment, "This guy is nowhere to be found." Li Fu became anxious and irritated. Cui Fan, with his keen perception, immediately understood that these two powerful characters were the protectors of the young ones, and he couldn't help feeling envious as he respectfully addressed them. "Elders, I have just received news of the demon attack on the city. Is it true?" "What, you don't trust the reports from your own city?" Li Fu gave him a glance, speaking irritably. Cui Fan, running into a dead end, felt a bit discomfited and at the same time couldn't help but feel alarmed. The intelligence was actually true. This was a catastrophe unseen in a century. There are really demons attacking the city. How many? Ren Qianqian hurriedly asked. Li Yuanzhao and the others were also very concerned. Wei Feng sighed, "These demons have premeditated this attack for a long time. You all just have unlucky timing, arriving right in the middle of it. Qianqian, you should come back with me. I can ensure your safe exit from the city." Ren Qianqian shook her head and immediately replied, "I won't leave." I'm out here to gain experience, this is a rare opportunity. Uncle Wei, with your strength, can't you fend off the demons? You are of the 15 Li realm, more than enough to defend a great city. Wei Feng's face showed complexity. I've glimpsed deep demonic energy within that fog which belongs to a very powerful existence of the 15 Li realm. As for whether there are other demons hidden in the shadows, that remains unknown. If I were alone, I would be willing to take the risk, but miss, you don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself, Ren Qianqian insisted. Wei Feng shook his head, the number of these demons is vast. Entrusted by my master, my duty is to protect you. Uncle Wei, why are you? Ren Qianqian couldn't hide her vexation. On the side, Li Fu, hearing Wei Feng's words, expression complicated, said to Li Yuanzhao. Go find Hao and stay with him. Don't go anywhere. I will send a message back to our mansion immediately. It's a pity this area belongs to the Xia family, but we can't worry about overstepping at a time like this. I must go north to help, otherwise, the city might fail to hold. With that said, he turned to Wei Feng, Brother Wei, I'd be obliged if you could take care of the 2 youngsters from the Li family. This favor will not be forgotten by our Li family. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng did not decline. It was a rare opportunity to receive the gratitude of the Li family. Looking after 1 child is the same as looking after 3. All right, Li, do you really intend to head north to face the enemy? Wei Feng asked. As a member of a military family, how can I flee upon encountering demons? Although this is the Xia family's jurisdiction, I cannot stand idly by if I encounter them. Li Fu said gravely. Wei Feng's gaze grew solemn, and he clasped his hands in respect. Li's righteousness is commendable. Go ahead, as long as I live, I will make sure to take good care of them. Good, with your word, I am at ease, Li Fu nodded. With the 15 Li realm's protection, which was even more reliable than his own, he immediately said to Li Yuanzhao, Yuanzhao, you must behave and not wander off, find Hao heir. Having said this and seeing Li Yuanzhao nod vigorously, he then leaped towards the distance, heading north. As Wei Feng watched Li Fu depart in the distance, he said to Li Yuanzhao, let's go find your brother. Li Yuanzhao was also worried about Li Hao's safety and quickly nodded, but his gaze turned towards Cui Fan. Cui Fan managed a wry smile. In that case, shall we meet up first and then go to check on the west of the city? Wei Feng shook his head, defending the city is your responsibility. I am only in charge of protecting our young mistress and the young master of the Li family. I will not involve myself in other matters. As for the assessment credits, do as you please. He notably intensified his tone on the words, as you please. He was not Li Fu, bounded by the identity of a military family. Here, he could come and go as he pleased, stay or leave depending on his mood. Cui Fan was dumbfounded and quickly said, the patrolling mission has ended, and they have all performed very well. I will certainly grade them fairly, but... Wei Feng let out a cold scoff, knowing the other wanted to tie him to this city. He was about to rebuke curtly but heard Ren Qianqian shout emphatically, Uncle Wei, I want to help defend the city. I won't let these villagers be slaughtered by demons. Miss. Wei Feng's expression changed. Ren Qianqian suddenly drew her sword and laid it across her arm, looking sternly at Wei Feng. Uncle Wei, if you dare knock me out and take me away from here, I'll sever one of my arms when I wake up. Miss Wei Feng felt his heart clench, aware that the young mistress was naive to the world and still soft-hearted, but this was excessively stubborn. He sighed and said, all right, I will accompany you to assess the situation first. If things go awry, you must listen to me. Otherwise, I will take you back to the mountain myself for the master to deal with. Ren Qianqian's expression sobered, and she nodded, okay. The two reached an agreement and immediately set off without further delay, quickly leaving the large residence and heading back to the monster suppression department. But inside the monster suppression department, there was a flurry of activity. The headquarters had long been deserted. They learned from one of the storeroom attendants who stayed behind that all personnel from the monster suppression department had already been dispersed to the 4 sides of the city to follow the orders of the city defense army. How? Li Yuanzhao shouted in the monster suppression department, searching everywhere for Li Hao but didn't find him. Meanwhile, yellow smoke signals rose from the city walls. This was a signal that battle had been joined. Ren Qianqian's face fell, there's no time to waste. Let's go to the west of the city first. Uncle Wei, please use your divine soul to help look for where Li Hao might be. Wei Feng nodded but wasn't overly anxious. The elder from the Li family he had met on the road had not yet appeared. Likely, Li Fu had dared to leave because another elder was secretly watching over them. That was someone who could easily kill 2 15 Li realm serpent demons. If he was willing to make a move, he could resolve the demonic calamity of the city. Under the lead of Wei Feng and Cui Fan, they headed to the western city wall. Displaying his strength, Wei Feng ascended the city wall, courteously invited by the commanding officers of the city defense army, bringing the others with him. As soon as they reached the city wall, they saw a large number of demons rushing towards them from the wilderness beyond. These demons burst out from the woods far away, seemingly in alliance with the northern demons, ready to breach the city together. So many demons. Watching the teeming swarm of demons, Li Yuanzhao and Ren Qianqian, along with the others, turned deathly pale. No wonder, even some veteran soldiers of the city defense army couldn't help but shudder, their hearts pounding. The approaching demons, numbering at least several thousand, were enormous and fearsome in appearance, some transforming into rolling demonic mists in midair. This scene was indeed a demonic dance of chaos. The sharp, strange laughter was already making many people's scalps tingle. Uncle Wei, have you found Hao yet? Li Yuanzhao, looking slightly pale, urgently asked Wei Feng, who was by his side. Just as Wei Feng was about to reply, his gaze shifted abruptly, and turning his head, he saw 2 figures speeding towards them, one after the other. At the sight of the young men in black robes ahead, Wei Feng was stunned. If he was not mistaken, that young man was the divine General Mansion kid he had been following. Yet now, the boy was riding the wind. Under Wei Feng's astonished gaze, Li Hao came soaring through the air with the city guard Yu Shuhong by his side. Li Hao also noticed Li Yuanzhao and the others, and he gracefully landed in front of them. Chapter 72, 69 Bright Moon Rising, True Form. Chapter 72, Chapter 69 Bright Moon Rising, True Form. Seeing Li Hao descending from the sky, Li Yuanzhao and the others, who were being intimidated by the demon crowd, were all astonished. Yu Wei's mouth hung open, and his eyes almost bulged out, staring at Li Hao as if he'd seen a ghost. You're here too. Li Hao hadn't expected to encounter them in the west of the city. Weren't they supposed to be on a patrol mission? Why had they run over here? He glanced at Cui Fan, who had an expression of suffering, clearly very reluctant. Li Hao then looked at Wei Feng, a man he was not unfamiliar with, having followed them all the way. Wei Feng stared blankly at Li Hao. Being at the 15 Li realm himself, he naturally could tell that the 2 who had arrived through the air were not led by Yu Shuhong, but by the young men in front of him. Was this guy that he and Li Fu had been following and protecting the whole way actually at the 15 Li realm? A higher realm than even Li Fu? Who the hell was protecting whom? Wei Feng felt his brain go numb. Having descended the mountain to wander the Jianghu while in the divine travel realm, he considered himself to have seen a broad range of people and met countless geniuses, but someone so young at the 15 Li realm. Unheard of. It was said that the descendants of the divine General Mansion were all monsters, but even monsters hadn't reached this extent, right? The demons are coming. Just then, someone said nervously. Everyone's gaze immediately turned towards the city ramparts, where the rapidly advancing demons had already come within range of the archers. Fire the arrows. The commander here, a middle-aged man around the 8th or 9th level of the Soul Succession realm, immediately bellowed. Countless arrows rained down like a black downpour, these being specially made arrows that held the power to ward off evil and subdue demons. Under the barrage of arrow rain, quite a number of demons were injured, but even more of them continued their charge despite the arrows. Demon suppressing formation. The commander bellowed once more. More than 10 mystic-robed demon-suppressing masters hurried to the high platform on the city ramparts. Each conjured up their respective divine souls, which had different appearances. They held hands, their soul power connecting in fluctuating waves to maintain some kind of balance as they prepared to cast the array. Li Hao looked at the demons that were closing in, now less than 100 meters from the city walls, and then turned his head to glance at the sword in Ren Qianqian's hand. "Let me borrow your sword for a moment," he said. Ren Qianqian came to her senses, staring blankly at Li Hao for a moment, still somewhat in disbelief of the terrifying cultivation level he had just revealed. Seeing Li Hao reach out to borrow the sword, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword sheath, asking, "Do you know how to use a sword?" Throughout their journey on horseback, she had never seen him carry any weapon. A little, Li Hao nodded. He had joined the Jianghu in such a hurry that he had not brought a sword with him. If he were to enter the Jianghu again, he'd certainly remember to bring the treasured sword given to him by his second elder. Ren Qianqian hesitated somewhat, as a swordsman's sword is never far from their side, especially since she treasured and cherished her own sword. But given the dire situation of the battle, she knew that Li Hao had exceptional cultivation level but lacked a weapon. After a moment's hesitation, she still handed the sword to Li Hao. Xing. Li Hao nonchalantly pulled out the sword, a long sword that shimmered like autumn water as it left its sheath. At that moment, the sword blade vibrated, as if awakening, emitting a sword cry, with a white light flickering along the blade and humming resoundingly. Li Hao turned, sword in hand, and stepped out, standing in midair about 10 meters beyond the city ramparts. His figure, suspended in the air, immediately caught the eyes of the many soldiers atop the city walls, who were all shocked. To stand in midair was a sign of the 15 Li realm. Their city defender, Yu Shuhong, was only in the divine travel realm, not yet at the 15 Li. Bright moon rising. Li Hao murmured softly. In the past 5 years, he naturally had also perused the last 3 sword techniques in Endless Sea. Endless Sea had a total of 4 moves. They were Tides, Severing River, Bright Moon Rising, Endless Sea. At this moment, he wielded the third of these supreme sword techniques in his hand, a move second only to the ultimate one. Bright Moon Rising. In an instant, everyone on the city wall seemed to see a bright moon rising from Li Hao's palm. The glittering long sword had vanished, leaving only the dazzling, silver-white moon, full and blinding, coalescing from Li Hao's hand before slowly rising as if over the sea, flying towards the horde of demons. Layer upon layer, the true form. While everyone was immersed in the beauty of this moon, it swept into the midst of the demons, and as its light unfurled, the countless demon shadows, like darkness dispelled by light, seemed to ebb away like the tide. But in reality, they didn't just retreat. They were annihilated. This sword technique. Ren Qianqian's pupils contracted, her beautiful face showing a look of startled shock. She couldn't believe the sight of the young swordsman's silhouette. The godlike moon stirred her to an indescribable level of astonishment. Was that really swordsmanship? Those equally shaken, besides Ren Qianqian, included Yu Shuhong and Wei Feng. Only now did Yu Shuhong realize that Li Hao had not used his full strength when he had previously slain the tiger robe immortal, not even 1/10 of it. Just this radiantly magnificent sword technique alone could alarm the entire Qi state. This sword technique, Wei Feng's eyes were lost in a trance. Ren Qianqian's father was a swordsmanship grandmaster, but even then, he seemed to have never seen his master execute such a stunning display of swordsmanship. The clear and dazzling bright moon, on this western city battleground, was so eye-catching. When that dreamlike moon disappeared, everyone gradually came to their senses, and only then did they suddenly realize that they were still in the midst of battle, still atop the battlefield. But as the soldiers were drawing their bows and readying their arrows, they all suddenly froze. Within several hundred meters range in front of the city wall, where were any demons left? The ground was littered with nothing but the wreckage and torn remains of demonic corpses. And the demon blood spilled all over the ground like a splash of paint. With a single sword strike, he had cleared out nearly a mile radius of demons. The battlefield that was once filled with the raucous howls and shrill cries of demons had, in the blink of an eye, become so silent you could hear a pin drop. Not just the soldiers on the city wall were stunned, the demons farther away gearing up to charge were also dumbstruck. Their once unstoppable, avalanche-like momentum abruptly came to a halt. Many demons looked at each other. Among these demons were great demon leaders, on the same plane as the divine travel realm, the same level as the tiger robe immortal. But at this moment, their eyes revealed horror and fear. The young figure who stepped out alone, hovering at the edge of the city wall, casually holding his sword, stood there like an incomparable sword immortal. Untouchable. Li Hao glanced at the demons that had halted in their tracks and without a word, threw his sword, using sword control. The flying sword burst out like a flash of golden light, instantly reaping the lives of over a dozen demons. Only then did the frozen horde come back to their senses, screaming and scattering in every direction. The formerly formidable offensive had, in a blink, disintegrated, completely vanishing. The numerous soldiers on the city wall were dumbfounded, staring in shock at the silhouette of the youth. That figure, they would be unable to erase from their minds for the next 20 years, haunting their memories. The flying sword, like a golden needle, rapidly slaughtered a great number of demons, including the divine travel realm great demon in the horde who tried to conceal its aura and escape stealthily. It too caught Li Hao's attention, and with a flash of his sword, he cut off its head and extinguished its divine soul. In his presence, great demons and common demons seemed to have no difference. All were slain with a single blow. These sights left Wei Feng on the city wall utterly astonished. Even if he took action himself, he wouldn't possibly possess Li Hao's might. That speed of sword control was too fast, at least 2 to 3 times quicker than his own. He immediately thought of the Jiao demon shot down by the dark light, exactly the same. Was this the senior they had all bowed down to on their journey? What kind of monster was Li Fu escorting? Chapter 73, 70, A Sword Falls. Chapter 73, Chapter 70, A Sword Falls. As the horde of demons was routed and fled, the condensed demon cloud in front of them dispersed in an instant. Without the command of a divine travel realm great demon, these lesser demons dared not to attack the city. The tall and imposing city walls still exerted a tremendous pressure on lesser demons. Li Hao chased and killed with his flying sword. Of the thousands of demons that came, nearly half were killed or injured, and the rest rushed into the jungle, hiding everywhere. Li Hao glanced at them and didn't waste more time on these minor specters. He turned and returned to the top of the city wall, raised his hand to summon, and the sword light flew back into his hand. Looking around, Li Hao asked Wei Feng, "Where is my Fu?" Li Fu. Wei Feng reacted and quickly said, "Li Fu asked me to look after Carve." Li Fu went to the north of the city, which is the main direction of the demon army's attack. Li Hao looked up to the north, his gaze sharpening. There, the thick demonic aura was like dark clouds, already shrouding the city wall at the north. His complexion changed slightly as he wrapped any Qianqian sword with his divine soul power and rapidly flew toward the north to strike. The entire Cangyu city was squarely shaped, with a diameter of less than 50 li. He was located at the city's west, not in a straight line to the north, so the distance was somewhat closer, completely within his range of object manipulation. In fact, if he used the special attributes of the chessboard flying phase to increase the attack distance, his range of object manipulation could be even larger. As the flying sword was shot out, Li Hao's gaze concentrated on the north of the city. And those standing beside him, Li Yuanzhao, Yu Wei, Ren Qianqian, and others, all stared dumbfounded at Li Hao. The most shocked among them was Li Yuanzhao. He had never imagined that Hao, who accompanied him every day, who spent days painting in the courtyard, went fishing with the older master, or popped into the kitchen to bake pastries, could be so formidable. The 15 li realm. He felt suffocated. My God. If his aunts and the others knew about this, wouldn't they be overwhelmed with excitement? But how did Hao cultivate? He had never seen him practice with a sword. If it weren't for Li Hao's familiar gestures and speech, Li Yuanzhao might have thought he was impersonated by a demon. The young men standing beside them imposed a great pressure, leaving Ren Qianqian, Du Chuyue, and others staring blankly in a trance. Of a similar age, they were still wandering in the Zhou Tian realm, not yet embarked on soul succession. And Li Hao had already crossed 2 major realms beyond them. This was beyond a demon prodigy, it was outrageous. Ren Qianqian recalled her father's words, possessing an 8th layer battle body. She understood the essence of the sword at the age of 10 and stood peerless among her peers in swordsmanship. Once her understanding of the sword reached great accomplishment, she would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with other top geniuses. Was this what it meant to stand shoulder to shoulder? Looking up at the profile of the young man, her breathing gradually became more rapid. That round of bright moon still lingered in her heart, unable to be erased. Yu Shuhong had previously witnessed Li Hao easily overpower the tiger robe Immortal. Although still shocked, he was somewhat able to accept it and hurriedly bowed, saying, "I will head to the north of the city." Li Hao nodded slightly, his attention already on the flying sword at the north. Yu Shuhong hurried to the north, while at the same time, the sword light maneuvered rapidly through the demon horde in the north. Above the north, countless arrows were shot. Li Fu revealed his identity, commanding the battle alongside the city's defending general. Within the demon horde, 8 hideously shaped figures revealed their true forms, gathering around a man in a yellow robe with 2 conspicuous red eyebrows that hung down to his chest. This minor city only has 3 or 5 divine travel realm beings, we can handle them. Speaking of which, why hasn't the giant strength true god arrived yet? What are those guys in the Blackwind Mountain range thinking? The demons gazed toward the east, expecting unrest there as well, but it seemed quiet. Kill them first, then talk. A demon resembling a flying eagle suddenly dived toward the city, eager to take the lead and impress the red eyebrow Taoist. Atop the city wall, a streak of sword light slashed out. It was Song Yueyao returning to the city. She hadn't encountered Li Hao, and upon receiving the news, she had to come to the north to defend against the enemy first. The flying eagle was also in the divine travel realm and, seeing Song Yueyao's fierce sword play, immediately spat out a cloud of demon mist, covering the city wall and casting a demon art. With the demon art as obstruction, more and more demons assaulted the city wall. The archers lost their targets and could only draw their swords to battle the climbing demons. The other demons around the red eyebrow Taoist did not stop either, rushing to attack relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Song Yueyao was attacked from both sides by two divine travel realm demons. Her face suddenly changed as she switched from offense to defense. On the other side, the head of the Lu family, Lu Shunqing, along with the head of the Qi family, also led their family disciples in defending this place. Seeing the demonic suppression envoy surrounded by demons, they immediately went to assist. But the enemy had obviously more divine travel realm fighters, and soon the three of them were at a disadvantage. Li Fu saw this and immediately drew his sword to join the battle for reinforcement. His cultivation along the divine travel realm had always involved superior or even peerless techniques, which gave him a profound foundation and made him 3 times stronger than other divine travel realm practitioners, quickly repelling one of the divine travel realm great demons. Seeing Li Fu's fierce might, the other demons immediately retreated and encircled him. The 3 demons unleashed a vicious battle, and soon Li Fu was also at a disadvantage. Spurt. One of the demons, covered in scythe-like limbs like a colossal mantis, suddenly hooked Li Fu's arm with a blade, tearing through the armor on his back. Another demon, about 7 or 8 meters tall, covered with coarse purple fur like a giant ape, swung its club and struck fiercely on Li Fu's back. Li Fu's vision darkened as he fell onto the ramparts, losing consciousness on the spot. Seeing this, the defending commander urgently ordered men to assist. He was only at the perfection stage of the soul succession realm and had not reached the divine travel realm. He was just about to help when suddenly a great demon landed heavily in front of him. This great demon resembled a humongous toad, covered in lumps and spikes, and at this moment, its body trembled slightly, and from these lumps spurted a greenish viscous poison. Those city guards who were touched by the poison had their armor instantly corroded, screaming miserably, and died on the spot. Bastard! The commander roared, drawing his sword to fight to the death. Just then, a cold light suddenly streaked through the air. The toad demon seemed to sense something. Its eyes had just started to turn when it got pierced through the next moment, with blood gushing out like an explosion and its enormous head bursting apart. Even the divine soul it hadn't yet used was exterminated along with it. The commander stood stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene. In the sky, the red eyebrow Taoist looked towards the darting flying sword, and his previously indifferent expression suddenly changed. 15 Li realm. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the vicinity. Could it be that someone from the Xia family had arrived? Nevertheless, he was not afraid and spat out a red flying sword from his mouth, slashing towards the incoming sword light. The edge of the sword seemed to sense the killing intent of his red sword, and suddenly changed direction, fiercely charging at the red eyebrow Taoist. The red sword swirled, emitting a dragon-like low hum, as if it was going to sever Li Hao's flying sword. But the next moment, the flying sword accelerated fiercely, crossing paths with the oncoming red sword, then charged straight at the red eyebrow Taoist. The red eyebrow Taoist's pupils constricted, a look of horror spread across his face. His object-manipulating qi circulation skill was a top-tier treasure nearing peerless quality, with a maximum control speed of 18 li. However, the change and speed of his object control were far less than this flying sword. It was an almost instantaneous assault. The red eyebrow Taoist's face showed panic. He swiftly turned to flee while calling the red sword back for defense, but it was already too late. His body coiled, his robe loosening and falling, revealing his massive true form, a red-scaled flood dragon. It appeared quite old, for the flood dragon had 2 long brows. Curled like a snake, its body tucked up, to strike its head, the flying sword had to penetrate the flesh covering it. Li Hao didn't intend to rely on brute force. After all, the sword was borrowed. The flying sword turned in midair, and then, the light of the sword suddenly blazed intensely. Endless Sea, second technique. Severing River. If the first technique, Tidal Surge, and the third, Bright Moon Rising, were group attack moves, then Severing River was a single target kill move. It seemed as though the sound of a river roaring could be heard throughout heaven and earth. That was not the sound of water, but countless streams of air and natural energies, all being split apart automatically. A sword's momentum fell. The red flood dragon let out a scream of utter agony, as its curled body was cleaved into 3 sections by the sword. The enormous head was split in 2, and the divine soul that burst out failed to escape before being swiftly overtaken and extinguished by the flying sword. Thud. 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 The body of the massive dragon fell from the sky, plunging into the surge of demons below. The hot, searing dragon blood that splattered on some of the demons caused them to shout in panic and disarray. The previously wind-like attack of the demon wave, in an instant, turned into chaos. The heads of the divine travel realm great demons fiercely fighting with Lu Shunqing, Song Yueyao, and the others atop the city wall, hearing the red eyebrow Taoists scream, all paused, and upon turning to look, they witnessed that terrifying scene. The red eyebrow Taoist had been cleaved by a flying sword. Chapter 74, 71 Meritorious Service. Chapter 74, Chapter 71 Meritorious Service. Whose flying sword is this? Has a 15th realm expert arrived? Everyone was pleasantly surprised, looking around, could it be the Xia family had come? As Song Yueyao was stunned, an image popped into her mind, but the person she recalled previously wielded a damaged demon-slaying saber, not this sword. Could it really be the Xia family? Speaking of which, where is that guy? Song Yueyao couldn't help but look around, yet she did not see Li Hao's figure. Similarly, she did not see any generals from the Xia family, perhaps they were standing somewhere out of sight. While everyone was rejoicing, the remaining great demons were panicked and disordered. This sudden change was completely unexpected. Reinforcements. The Xia family. No matter what it was, the red eyebrow Taoist was dead. Even he was instantly killed, the other remaining divine travel realm demons didn't stand a chance. Moreover, it was said that the red eyebrow Taoist had cultivated in the Holy Palace, possessed a millennium of Taoist practice, and was an extremely strong existence even among those in the 15th realm. The giant strength true god from the Black Wind Mountain Range, who was once a tyrant outside Sangyu City, known as the giant god Demon King, was also defeated by the red eyebrow Taoist and had no choice but to obey his command. However, faced with a 15th realm expert from the Xia family, was the red eyebrow Taoist really so vulnerable? The demons were terrified and hastily began to retreat, no longer caring about the demon tide below them. And as the great demons fled, the other soul succession realm demons also saw the situation, the red eyebrow demon king had fallen. How could they continue to fight? The hordes of demons behind were still rushing forward, but the demons in front were already frantically turning to flee. Their collisions with each other caused the entire demon tide to become chaotic. Meanwhile, after the flying sword killed the red eyebrow Taoist, Li Hao continued to maneuver it through the battlefield, pursuing the escaping divine travel realm great demons. These great demons had the power to regroup and come back. Li Hao naturally would not spare them. The sword light was like divine lightning, swiftly passing through the battlefield. The fleeing divine travel realm great demons, stricken with terror, tried to resist, using their life-saving demon art. But under the divine speed and immense power of the flying sword, they stood no chance, effortlessly pierced through with no suspense. One by one, the great demons screamed as they fell. These great demons could only scatter and hope that Li Hao's object control range wouldn't be enough to catch up with them. But as Li Hao operated the flying sword, he himself began to move, flying towards the north of the city. Seeing this, Wei Feng, who had been ready to retreat, changed his mind. With Li Hao as a strong 15th realm expert by their side, it seemed unlikely that the city would be taken, unless it was by a heavenly human realm great demon. And if that were the case, why would a heavenly human realm great demon need the help of other demons and cause such a commotion? Laying waste to a city would be just a matter of casual effort, a task that could be completed in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. But a heavenly human realm great demon entering the region would be even more dangerous. If it committed such a massacre, it would definitely be pursued to the ends of the earth by the 5 great divine general mansions, and so they rarely invaded alone. If they invaded mixed within the demon race forces at the border, they would not be individually marked for pursuit, and it would also be easier to retreat back into the demon realm to save themselves. Thinking of this, Wei Feng immediately took Ren Qianqian and Li Yuanzhao and leapt forward to pursue, wanting to see the outcome of the battle for themselves. With him at their side, if the situation turned bad, he could also retreat to safety in time. At the same time, with Li Hao himself in action, the range of his object control expanded. The divine travel realm great demons had not even escaped the battlefield before they were cut down one by one. How can his object control distance be so far? A great demon that had shrunk into a small ball of black fog heard the whistling wind behind it and showed deep despair in its eyes. The sword light flashed by, shattering the black fog. After all 8 divine travel realm great demons perished, Li Hao maneuvered the flying sword to turn and slash towards the demon tide. The sword light sewed through the demon tide like threading a needle, with blood splattering incessantly as the demons were reaped crazily. The once ferocious demon tide, in the blink of an eye, was left with nothing but a tragic sea of blood and countless corpses. The remaining demons scattered and fled. Seeing this, the city defenders immediately called to others to pursue and attack. Lu Shunqing and the Qi family also led their disciples, rushing out to hunt down the demons, a rare opportunity to earn merit. In less than half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the demon tide had collapsed. Gazing at the demon corpses littering beneath the city walls, and notably the most striking Red Jiao's body, severed into 3 sections, many of the city defense army felt as if they were dreaming. They had already despaired, even having written their wills and left them in their military tents, yet they ended up successfully defending the city. An attack by demons. Under the onslaught of the flying sword, it seemed almost farcical. The ferocious build-up ended abruptly. The demon clouds hovering in the north, following the death of the Red Eyebrow Taoist and the successive deaths of other divine travel realm great demons, had already dispersed, and the sky returned to clarity. Atop the city walls, soldiers and officers alike cheered with raised hands. When Yu Shuhong rushed over, all he saw was the scattered demon horde and couldn't help being stunned. 20 years of deceitful coexistence with demons and painstaking efforts all defeated by a single youth with a sword. Besides being emotionally stirred, he also felt an unspeakable sadness and bitterness. Seeking help everywhere, pleading, but it was all as fleeting as bubbles. What was the point of all his compromising and struggling over the years? He knew well that only strength could clear every obstacle. But since his transfer here, with official duties weighing on him, how much spare time did he have to cultivate? He stood speechless, looking up to the sky with a light sigh. The tide of demons had ended. Given the number of their dead and injured, Sanyu City should have no fear of demon intrusions for decades to come. But what about himself? He smiled bitterly, then composed himself and walked towards Li Hao. Li family's young master, I, Yu Shuhong, shamelessly represent all the people of Sanyu City in thanking you for your aid. Yu Shuhong's expression was solemn, hands clasped together, eyes grave, as he bowed deeply to Li Hao. Li Hao beckoned with his hand, and the flying sword in the distance came floating over like a cloud, landing in his palm. He looked at the city defender beside him, a middle-aged man with a tanned, rugged face bearing the marks of exposure to the elements. It was a trifle, no need for thanks, Li Hao said calmly. Yu Shuhong's mouth twitched with bitterness, and he immediately said, my collusion with demons and fraternizing with them, I will report to the imperial court. Furthermore, the young master's merit in defending the city, I will also record and submit, with all the soldiers here as witnesses. Your credit for this feat will not be diminished. Merit, a trifling matter, Li Hao shook his head slightly, unimpressed. Seeing Li Hao's indifferent and casual demeanor, Yu Shuhong paused for a moment, recognizing that the youth's eyes were clear, not falsely modest. But whether he was modest or not didn't matter, as he said, the credit was too significant to be obscured. To note, during ordinary times, earning merits was extremely difficult. Even in a state of war, earning great merit was no easy feat, with the most common methods being penetrating enemy lines, being the first to scale walls, capturing flags, or beheading generals. There were also merit awards for capturing leaders or annihilating the enemy. The first two, penetrating enemy lines and being the first to scale walls, were second-class merits that according to Dao's reward and title laws, could confer a second-tier noble title. Capturing flags and beheading generals, on the other hand, were first-class merits, even harder to attain, which conferred a third-tier noble title. The noble titles in Daiyu were ranked from lowest to highest: knight, baron, earl, marquis, and duke. Above the dukedom was the most prestigious title of divine marquis. The ancestors of the 5 great divine general mansions were divine marquises. They followed the former emperor in battle, establishing the Daiyu dynasty and earning incredible merits that lasted 1,000 years. Apart from divine marquis, all other titles had 3 ranks. If one could earn a first-class merit, it would result in becoming a first-tier knight. If it was a second-class merit, then one would become a second-tier knight. If one was already a knight and then achieved first-class merit or 3 second-class merits, one would be promoted to baron, awarded with farmland and lands, akin to being a noble landowner. If one was an earl, one could receive an estate. Earning merit was difficult, but today Li Hao had single-handedly defended the entire city and its citizens. His merit surpassed even a first-class merit award. As for how to calculate it specifically, Yu Shuhong didn't bother to think about it. He would leave it to the imperial court, estimating it to be at least a 3rd-tier baron. Chapter 75, 72 Mount Wuliang. Chapter 75, Chapter 72 Mount Wuliang. The demon horde scattered in disarray, and Li Hao found Fu at the top of the city walls. Seeing Fu fallen unconscious with serious injuries, Li Hao couldn't help but heave a silent sigh. It was his fault for arriving late, failing to protect Fu properly. Li Hao located Yu Shuhong and asked him to arrange for someone to treat Fu's injuries. Yu Shuhong agreed without hesitation. He immediately had someone carry Li Fu down and sent the best military doctor to treat him. Wei Feng, bringing along Li Yuanzhao and Ren Qianqian, found Li Hao and witnessed the scene here as well. The monsters outside the city had been routed. Below the high walls, corpses were strewn everywhere, no different from the west side of the city. If anything, there were more bodies, and the blood flowed even thicker. There weren't many injured on the city walls. Seeing Li Fu being carried down and then looking at Li Hao, who didn't even have blood on his sleeves and appeared unscathed, a twitch formed at the corner of Wei Feng's mouth. Since ancient times, it's always the family's warriors who covertly protect their young masters. This was the first time he had seen a young master covertly protecting a warrior of the family. It seemed the Li family was turning the world of Tiangang upside down. Your sword. Li Hao saw Ren Qianqian and remembered, immediately handing over the sword he was holding. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. No, it's your sword. Ren Qianqian, clearly unaware of what the young man in front of her was thinking, took the sword with a complicated look in her eyes, yet her gaze remained fixed on Li Hao's face. She, who had always known her beloved sword as well as the back of her hand, didn't even notice the slightly dulled edge of the blade at that moment. Are you really at the 15 Li realm? She bit her lip slightly, asking with complex emotions. This question was also eagerly sought by Du Chuyue and the others. Despite seeing Li Hao walking on air and defeating the horde of demons, everything seemed like a dream, too surreal. Wei Feng's expression changed slightly. He looked at his young mistress with concern. Encountering a monster like Li Hao was a massive blow for his peers. If his young mistress's sword spirit collapsed and she never recovered, it would be terrible. Li Hao simply smiled, without saying a word. But that was an answer in itself. Ren Qianqian thought about the bright moon and couldn't help but ask, that sword technique of yours. Want to learn it? MHM. Ren Qianqian's eyes suddenly brightened, and she nodded emphatically. Sad to say, that's one of my family's peerless sword techniques and it's not to be shared. Nonetheless, if you're willing to become a retainer of the Li family, or agree to serve for 30 years in the Yuan camp, I could teach you, Li Hao said. Ren Qianqian was stunned, but then she clenched her teeth and said, I can be your retainer. Mine. Li Hao was surprised. Do you understand what being a retainer means? Once you are one, it's for life. With your father being a grandmaster and your status, you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor in the future. In his eyes, it was clearly an unnecessary act. Not like him, burdened with a debt, in need of settling. Yes, miss, please don't be rash. Wei Feng quickly said. If the young miss could learn something by following Li Hao, he would certainly welcome it, but to become someone's retainer such status was far too low. If Li Hao weren't right there, he'd have been even more stern. Ren Qianqian shook her head, saying, as long as you're willing to teach me that sword technique, I'm willing. Moreover, I've long heard about your Li family's listening rain tower, which encompasses myriad cultivation techniques from all over the world. If I become your retainer, could I also take a look inside? You sure have a knack for calculating your gains, Li Hao responded with a smile. But to enter the listening rain tower, I'll have to consider your performance. No problem, Ren Qianqian said earnestly. Wei Feng couldn't hide his anxiety. Miss, for such a significant matter, you should discuss it with your master. I am myself, and he is himself. He has his own path as a grandmaster. In the future, I will have my own path too. Ren Qianqian spoke with seriousness. How foolish! Wei Feng's mouth twitched, wondering what sort of path one could have as a retainer. He dared not imagine how, upon returning from this trip, his master would most likely skin him alive. Li Hao had not expected this youngster to be so stubborn, but through the years, he had come to understand the people of this world. They were quite shrewd. Some entrenched feudal ideologies were deeply rooted, like the idea that a man is nothing without achievements, looked down upon and despised by everyone. Women too, in this martial world, while there are certainly gentlewomen of noble families, there are also many girls who from a young age aspire to vie with the sun and moon. Not to mention this little girl comes from a martial arts family. What was even more critical was that she had comprehended the essence of the sword, was obsessed with and focused on swordsmanship, and could even do things beyond common sense to practice her skills. Just like he would be thrilled to travel thousands of miles over mountains and through valleys for a game of chess. All right then, think it over on your way back, and we'll talk again once we return to Qingzhou. Li Hao said, afraid that the young lady might act impulsively. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng couldn't help but give Li Hao a grateful look, his mind rapidly going over how he could persuade his young lady to drop this idea. Ren Qianqian, however, shook her head slightly, saying no more, as she knew her mind was made up and no one could dissuade her. Li Hao glanced at Li Yuanzhao next to him, who seemed to have a belly full of words to say to him, patted his shoulder, and signaled that they would talk later. Li Yuanzhao, understanding Li Hao's intention, contained his excitement and nodded vigorously. With that settled, Li Hao found Yu Shuhong and inquired if there were any collections of poetry, paintings, musical scores, or perhaps recipes from some illustrious chefs in Sangyu City. It was a rare occasion for him to go out and he did not want to return empty-handed. Hearing Li Hao's request, Yu Shuhong was a bit perplexed and bewildered. He had thought Li Hao would ask about other things, but instead, it was all about these irrelevant trinkets. He gave a strange look, considering that these young masters might have some peculiar hobbies. He didn't ask further and told him everything he knew. Still, as a military man, he hadn't paid much attention to such things and promptly summoned a scholar from the mansion and had him take Li Hao for a stroll around the city. Mount Wuliang. As one of the top powers of the Great Yu dynasty, the realm of Brahma Pure Land where Mount Wuliang was located was extremely vast, home to continuous mountain ranges, imposing and majestic Arhat Buddha halls, and over 1,000 Mahayana Buddha peaks. The vast clouds and mists wafted about, giving the entire Pure Land an ethereal, transcendent aura. At this moment, in front of the Vajra Heart Palace on one of the Mahayana Buddha peaks, a man and a woman, two figures, climbed from the foot of the mountain to the entrance of this grand and imposing palace. This is the Vajra Heart Palace of my junior brother Qian Feng. The young monk, clad in a kasaya, said with a smile. Vajra Heart Palace. The woman beside him had cascading black hair, a face as beautiful as a peach blossom heart, and eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, now filled with surprised and bright ripples. Vajra Heart Palace. Last time he was still a Gandharv Dharma god, and now he's already a Vajra. Gandharv Dharma god and Vajra were both titles within the Buddhist ranks of Mount Wuliang. The Gandharv Dharma god required the cultivation level of divine travel realm. To be a Vajra, one had to reach the 15th realm. Junior brother Qian Feng is naturally clever, came to the mountain at the age of 6. To study under the infinite ancient Buddha, reached power passage realm perfection at the age of less than 8, perfect Zhou Tian at 10, succeeded in inheriting our Buddha's true spirit at the age of 10 and a half, and at 14, he was already in the divine travel realm. The young monk continued with a smile, since returning from slaying a demon down the mountain last year, junior brother Qian Feng secluded himself for 3 months. Before the age of 18, he broke through divine traveling, formally entered the 15th realm, was conferred the title of Vajra, with the Dharma name Qiankuan Vajra. The woman beside him showed a look of shock. Qiankuan Vajra, that Dharma name was quite significant. It was evident how highly Mount Wuliang regarded him. Her eyes deepened with admiration, and the image of that figure wielding a sword to slay demons in the demon forest became much clearer in her mind. "Hurry, take me to see him," the woman said eagerly. The young monk glanced at her and chanted a Buddha's name softly. "Nan, although junior brother Qianfeng is a secular disciple of our Buddhist sect, he has great aspirations. I'm afraid your visit this time may be—" "I don't care, let me see him, I will speak to him myself," the woman interrupted with a shake of her head, knowing what he was about to say, but she had always been bold in love and hate, wanting to clear up everything. The young monk upon hearing this, shook his head slightly, remembering what his master had said about greed, anger, and delusion. This female donor had committed the delusion. "Please announce my arrival, I've come to register for junior brother Qianfeng," said the young monk as he approached the entrance of the Heart Palace and spoke to the two soldiers wearing armor and holding steel spears. The soldiers' armor bore a special mark with a golden yuan character scorched into their shoulder armors, which made the young monk think of the young man's illustrious status inside and couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and admiration, but immediately realized that he was being greedy and quickly chanted a Buddha's name in his heart. Chapter 76, 73 Li Family True Dragon. Chapter 76, Chapter 73 Li Family True Dragon. A soldier from Yuan camp glanced at the young monk, recognized his identity, nodded, then turned and entered the Vajra Heart Palace to report. Soon after, a young man dressed in a blue robe and wearing a half-length kasaya in mysterious yellow, walked out from the palace. He stood tall and straight, with star-like brows and sharp eyes. Beneath his fierce brows, there was a pair of cold and resolute eyes. With a sword at his waist and an imposing presence, he resembled a proud dragon. "Brother Song." Upon seeing the young monk, Li Qianfeng nodded slightly. "Li Qianfeng, do you still remember me?" The beautiful woman beside him spoke out, staring at the young man, her eyes lighting up. Li Qianfeng glanced at her and frowned. "You are." "1 year ago, Qingfeng Ridge." The woman's eyes shimmered with hope. "Do you remember?" Qingfeng Ridge. Li Qianfeng's eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence as he pondered. "It seems the demon there has already been eliminated." "It's me, Murong Qiulan. Back then, it was you who shielded me from that wind serpent demon's attack. Without you, I would have already died," Murong Qiulan said hastily. Li Qianfeng frowned slightly and glanced at her. "You came here for—" "I said at that time that I would definitely repay your kindness. I, Murong Qiulan, would not marry anyone but you in this lifetime." Blushing, Murong Qiulan summoned the courage, biting her teeth as she spoke. "So, you are here to repay your debt with ingratitude?" Li Qianfeng raised his eyebrows. "Murong Qiulan." The young monk beside them cast an astonished glance at Li Qianfeng, who could speak such harsh words to such a beautiful woman. Indeed, this junior brother truly deserved to be a direct disciple of the Buddha Lord. "I just want to repay you," Murong Qiulan bit her lip, speaking with a sense of grievance. She had traveled thousands of miles, used connections to come up the mountain, only to encounter such a cold reception. "What is your family background?" Unmoved by the woman's pitiful appearance, Li Qianfeng calmly asked. Murong Qiulan was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, "The Murong family is the foremost great clan in Baifeng City. My father, the clan leader, already reached the 15 Li realm in his youth, traveled widely, and made extensive connections. He has long since stepped into the heavenly human realm and, given the chance, this life might not be without hope of reaching the 3 immortal realms." "Your father's age?" "He just turned 54 this year." "He's already old." Li Qianfeng shook his head slightly. "With such talent, reaching the immortal realm is arduous, and even if he truly steps into the immortal realm, he would count for nothing in front of my Li family. Your family status is too humble." Murong Qiulan opened her mouth slightly, speechless. How could she not be aware? Considering family background, how many Indayu could compare to the young men before her? She clenched her teeth and said, "But, my mother said, if two people truly love each other, why bother about family background? I don't mind, I am willing to forego a dowry, I don't want anything, I just want you." "Your words are very greedy in themselves," Li Qianfeng said indifferently. "I myself surpass countless dowries, marrying me is like gaining half a province. The matter of my marriage will be decided by my mother in the future, and she would only consider someone of equal social standing, such as a princess or the daughter of a duke. Your family's status is probably not esteemed by her." Murong Qiuyan's face turned ashen, at a loss for words. She hadn't expected this to be the case, coming forth as a woman to confess her feelings, even inclining herself to pursue him, and yet to be spurned. The young monk nearby was astounded by Li Qianfeng's words. This junior brother was incredibly fierce. But what if the person you marry in the future is not to your liking? Murong Qiulan was biting her lip, feeling as if her heart were bleeding. Li Qianfeng said impassively, matters of marriage are essentially transactions, not about liking. In this life, only the sword accompanies me, the rest are merely trivialities. Upon hearing this, both were stunned, and then silence ensued. The stunning young man before them, like a proud dragon under the sun and moon, possessed exceptional talents, yet he seemed to have devoted all his heart to the sword in his hand. Clearly, discussing love and affection with such a person was futile. Murong Qiulan was silent for a long time before she said, I understand, but if I were willing to marry you as a concubine. As she said this, she raised her head again to look at the extraordinary young man. The young monk beside her changed his expression slightly, glanced at the woman, and subtly turned his head away, somewhat unable to bear it. Is this what the master spoke of as the world's foolish passions? As a concubine, Li Qianfeng pondered for a moment and said, as a grandmaster's daughter, you barely qualify, but it must wait until after I am first married. I can wait. Murong Qiulan immediately said. Very well. Li Qianfeng nodded his head once, not saying more, then turned to the young monk beside him and asked, Brother Song, did you bring the registration book? I am about to leave the mountain for a while after coming out of seclusion. The young monk snapped back to reality, nodded, and pulled out a register from his kasaya, along with a brush and ink. Brother Qianfeng, you have been up the mountain for more than a decade, are you returning home this trip? Indeed, it is time to visit home, but before that, I must also strive for some achievements. As Li Qianfeng spoke, he took the brush and ink to register. The young monk asked in surprise, Oh. Does Brother Qianfeng still need achievements? Brother Song jests, we of the Li family must each earn our own accolades. Moreover, this return is to compete for a true dragon position, having some achievements surely helps, Li Qianfeng replied, appearing very amiable as he made quick work of the registration before handing back the brush and ink to Brother Song. The young monk blew the register dry, closed it, put away the brush and ink, and said with a smile, Brother Qianfeng, you are too cautious. With your cultivation level, who can compete with you for the true dragon position? Li Qianfeng smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to the distance. In his mind, an image surfaced, that of the woman his mother had mentioned when she visited him on the mountain. Li Wushuang. A year ago, when he descended the mountain to slay demons, he also heard her name. She had already made it to the Qiankuan list's Qian rank. A 9th-grade battler, taught by a renowned master, a year and a half younger than him, she had already earned a reputation in Jianghu, one step ahead in making a name for herself. This journey would see her as his greatest competitor. Though they had not met, Li Qianfeng felt a premonitory sense that she was following closely behind his footsteps. Thinking this, he slightly curled the corner of his mouth, determined to let his cousin know that not everyone could catch up to his shadow. He believed in himself, as well as the sword in his hand. May I accompany you? Beside him, Murong Qiulan seized the opportunity and asked cautiously. She looked at Li Qianfeng with a pitiable expression, the image of his sword strike that crushed the wind serpent demon still echoing in her mind. If you can keep up, then follow me. Li Qianfeng said indifferently, unfazed by her demure demeanor. Inside Sangyu City. After the demon calamity was resolved, Li Hao and others were also ready to make their way back home. The business of the monster suppression department had also slowed down, with no other tasks besides cleaning up the demon corpses outside the city. Temporarily, hardly any demons dared to invade Sangyu City, unless it was some foolish little demon with a lack of spiritual intelligence who dared to commit offenses against the wind. Meanwhile, Li Hao collected calligraphy, poetry, and books throughout the city, reaping significant rewards. Age, 14. Cultivation level, peak of the 15 Li realm. Sword Dao, 6th stage, flying phase, hidden bow. Sword techniques, endless sea, true form, falling snow sword skill, avalanche, true form. Physical body path, 6th stage, myriad forms, tiger press. Physical techniques, golden skin 100 refinement, vajra, true form, 1000 jiao's holy body, transform into jiao, true form, primordial 5th layer, true primordial body, dragon cicada void body, dragon ascent, true form. Control path, 6th stage. Control techniques, Heavenly Gang Zhou Tian skill, Heavenly Gang, true form, 100 battles cycle heaven skill, unparalleled, true form, Dragon River Divine Meridian, Dragon's Breath, true form, 9 revolutions Starry Sky skill, 9 revolutions, true form. Fist technique, 6th stage. Fist techniques, half-step invincible fist 6th layer, perfected, heaven and earth penetrating fist, perfected. Body technique path, 2nd stage. Movement technique, by Feng Xing, perfected. Chess Tao, 5th stage, 18322/50,000. Art of painting, 5th stage, 8273/50,000. Poetry and books, 3rd stage, 4999/5000. Musical rhythm, 3rd stage, 4999/5000. Fishing Tao, 5th stage, 21827/50,000. Culinary Tao, 6th stage, 99999/100000. Chess Catalog Collection, Myriad Forms, Tiger Press, Flying Phase, Hidden Bow, Concealing Brilliance, 7 Phoenixes Lighting the Lamps. Masterpiece Painting Collection, Thousand Mountains Birds Flying Painting, Snow Mountain Spirit Fox Painting, Kailan Steed Painting, Blood Sea Fierce Jiao Painting, Mountain Landscape Painting, Cheongqi Mountains Painting. Poetry and Books Catalog Collection, Zhao Xinhuan's Poetry, Song Yuan's Poetry. Musical Scores Collection, Phoenix Seeking Mate, Hidden Orchid, Moon Chime, Little Hushao. Fishing Catalog Collection, none. Cooking Recipes Collection, none. State of Mind, Chess Mind, expended, Art Mind, expended, Fishing Mind, expended, Culinary Mind, expended. Artistic Skill Points, 1. On this trip, he acquired 2 chess manuals, Concealing Brilliance, and 7 Phoenixes Lighting the Lamps. Li Hao chose to embed Concealing Brilliance into his physical body path, and soon, its attributes became apparent. Concealing Brilliance, in a relaxed state, the body rapidly heals itself, and severed limbs can slowly regenerate. This effect was excellent, although he had hardly ever been injured. 7 Phoenixes Lighting the Lamps was a chess manual for a trapping and killing formation. Li Hao wanted to use it in both the Sword Dao and the Control Path, but after some thought, he chose the Control Path. As the embedding occurred, its attributes also became evident. 7 Phoenixes Lighting the Lamps, after 7 cycles of cultivating, one can temporarily double the strength of their cultivation. Seeing this effect, Li Hao was somewhat astonished. This effect was too strong, wasn't it? It implied that if he cycled his meridian opening skill and qi circulation skill 7 times, the strength would be doubled. It was known that as his control path reached the 6th stage, most of the cultivation techniques he commanded had also reached the true state. Some lower-tier techniques, under profound insights into the Tao, could even evolve into high-grade techniques. Also, when many techniques advanced, Li Hao's number of meridians significantly increased, from 69 to 98. The qi circulation cycles increased from 248 to 369. Just the qi force of his inherent Zhou Tian realm totaled over 8 million jin. With the instantaneous doubling effect of the yin and yang dual pulse, it could reach over 17 million jin. Even the imperial family only possessed about 2 million jin, nearly 9 times more, and now with this attribute effect, it would be 18 times. The gap was as vast as the difference between the clouds and the mud. However, Li Hao knew that such an increase, although it harmed the body, belonged to a short burst of aggressive attack. Moreover, he had not yet fully opened all 108 major meridians in his body to reach the limit. There was still room for improvement. The only aspect that had reached its limit was probably his soul, which had managed to condense the heaven and earth law manifestation. This trip yielded tremendous gains, including 2 chess manuals, 3 masterpieces, 2 poetry collections, and 4 famous musical scores. Li Hao had not chosen to embed any of them at the moment. He believed that with his current strength, only the heavenly human realm could possibly force him to exert his full power. Then he would know which areas he was still lacking and could further compensate for them. Chapter 77, 74 Xia Qing Shuang. Chapter 77, Chapter 74 Xia Qing Shuang. When the city defense army was clearing the demon corpses outside the city, Song Yueyao also reported the situation at the Black Wind Mountain range to Yu Shuhong. Yu Shuhong immediately sent scouts to verify the information. When the scouts saw the mountain top covered with demon corpses, they were utterly shocked. The number of demon corpses here was no fewer than those piled up outside the city. Especially that neatly arranged high platform of demon corpses, which contained all great demons, and roughly counted, there were more than 20. The scouts also saw the legendary strength true god bear demon that had been well known outside the city, but now, it too had become a lightly decaying, foul-smelling corpse, stacked at the bottom of the flesh platform. The scouts' legs trembled, and they hurried back to the city to report everything in detail to Yu Shuhong. After listening, Yu Shuhong stood still for a long time before exhaling deeply. Having been stationed in Sangyu City for so many years, he naturally knew that the great demons lurking around Sangyu City must have all been slain by Li Hao. If it hadn't been for the Tan Palace Academy coincidentally assigning a task that Li Hao happened to accept, Yu Shuhong dared not imagine what Sangyu City would have become at this moment. He was both exhilarated and sighing, feeling as if a great rock that had been weighing on his heart for decades had finally fallen. The demon corpses outside Sangyu City were mostly cleared away, and the academy task for Li Hao and the others was declared to be over. Their arrival was hurried, but the return journey seemed leisurely and relaxed, as Yu Shuhong provided a carriage for the group. He personally escorted them to the city gate to bid farewell. "Young master, I have already reported the matters of Sangyu City to the provincial government. Additionally, once everything here settles down and is handled properly, I will personally go to the imperial capital to request death as my punishment." Outside the carriage, Yu Shuhong bowed solemnly. Li Hao looked at him, immediately understanding that he was prepared to take all the blame upon himself. "Are you aware that shouldering such responsibility all on your own could implicate all 9 of your clans?" Li Hao said. Yu Shuhong's expression remained calm. He calmly said, "I know, which is why I have already severed ties with my 9 clans. 12 years ago, I cut off all relations, and according to the laws of Daiyu, after breaking off relations for more than 10 years, one shall be deemed as unassociated, without any connection, and the crime will not implicate others." Li Hao looked at him intently, saying, "It seems you are also a good chess player." "You flatter me, young master." Li Hao did not say more. He withdrew his hand and let down the carriage curtain. "It's a pity, you won't be able to taste the wine brewed in Tiger Robe Head Tavern." Yu Shuhong's body shook slightly, and after a moment of silence, he lifted his head with a faint smile on his face. "If the young master doesn't mind, someday when you pass by Sangyu City, pour a cup on this road, and consider it as sharing a drink with me." The breeze stirred the curtains, causing a gentle sway. From inside came a single word. "Agreed." Yu Shuhong's smile grew even more radiant. The carriage began to move slowly, as the coachman cracked his whip. In the morning sun, following the official road lined with green cypresses, it moved steadily onward. The city and the figure at the city gate gradually shrank into the distance. But it was still vaguely visible that the person was waving an arm towards the carriage, as if saying goodbye, then made a long, deep bow. Until they could no longer see each other. Inside the carriage were only Li Hao, Ren Qianqian, Li Yuanzhao, and others. The coachman, a soldier from Sangyu City, would have to drive the carriage back to Sangyu City on his own after dropping Li Hao and the others off at Qingzhou. Wei Feng had already bid them a hasty farewell the day before. With Li Hao present, there was no need for him to protect his young mistress from the shadows. He was now more worried about his mistress actually agreeing to Li Hao's proposal to become his follower. Even though Li Hao was of high status, Ren Qianqian was, after all, the daughter of a grandmaster, and being a follower was a label that would stick with her for life. He had to hurry back and request reinforcements, as only his master could persuade his mistress. As for Li Fu, his injuries had not yet healed, so he stayed in Sangyu City to recuperate. At that moment, less than half a day's journey from departing Sangyu City, on the Imperial Road, 2 swift horses suddenly approached from ahead of where Li Hao and his company were traveling. The riders on the swift horses seemed to recognize the flag of Sangyu City on the carriage and, after passing by the carriage at a distance of several tens of meters, they suddenly pulled the reins, turning around to come back in front of the carriage, blocking the path of several individuals. "Stop there." The riders on the swift horses were a man and a woman, the man in his 20s wearing purple armor, a sword at his waist, and a flying feather cap on his head, full of valiance. The woman was dressed in purple fine armor and wore a bow on her back and a sword at her waist. She had no helmet but a head full of black hair that trailed behind her with the cloak of her armor. Are you a soldier? From Tsanyu City. After bringing the carriage to a halt, the young man immediately gripped the whip, pointing at the coachman somewhat angrily. The coachman, startled at first, quickly saw the armor of the two individuals and, shocked, hurriedly rose and knelt. Commander Yu Ming of the Tsanyu City Defense Army, at your service. Why are you here? And who are the occupants within the carriage? The young man shouted angrily, we heard that Tsanyu City was attacked by demons. Are you deserters who have abandoned the city? By saying this, a chilling killing intent already appeared in his eyes. Carriage driver Yu Ming hastily explained, Your Excellencies have misunderstood, the demonic calamity in the city has already been quelled. I am following the orders of the city's lord, escorting these 10 Palace Academy students back to Qingzhou. 10 Palace Academy students. Upon hearing this, both individuals' eyes flickered slightly, and the young man's expression softened a bit, saying, Call them out, I want to take a look. The 10 Palace Academy in Qingzhou is world famous, and they too were aware of it. However, it held no necessity for them to go there to study. Inside the carriage, Li Hao and the others heard the commotion outside. Yu Wei, who was sitting at the carriage door, immediately lifted the curtain to look out, wondering which fool was causing trouble. It was one thing to stop him, but inside the carriage were both Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao of the Li family. They're wearing the military armor of the Xia family. Li Yuanzhao immediately recognized the identities of the two through the carriage curtain. Belonging to the same divine general mansion, although Li Yuanzhao had not traveled far, he had learned about these noble families of the highest stream. The two individuals on the swift horses saw the youthful faces of Li Hao and the others, along with their 10 palace uniforms, and immediately knew that the carriage driver hadn't been lying. I asked you, what do you mean by saying the demonic disaster is resolved? The valiant woman asked coldly, turning her eyes toward the coachman. The coachman nervously replied, To report to your excellencies, the demon caused chaos, but fortunately, Master Li of the Li family stepped in and quelled the disturbance. Master Li of the Li family. The young man frowned, which Master Li of the Li family? The one from the Li family of the divine general mansion in Qingzhou, the coachman replied respectfully. Xia Yong and Xia Qingshuang glanced at each other, could it really be them? Wait, Master Li. To be referred to as such, it must be someone from the 3rd generation of the Li family. After all, the 2nd generation of the Li family had already reached middle age, and only 3 members were left, all well known throughout the land. Yet it was rumored that during this demonic calamity, a great demon from the 15 Li realm was leading the siege, along with tens of thousands of other demons. Such a force, at the very least required 2 prodigies from the 15 Li realm of the Xia family to suppress. But from the 3rd generation of the Li family, no famous individuals had been heard of yet. More than a decade ago, however, a few caused a small ripple in the world. One entered Mount Wuliang as a disciple of the Buddha master at the age of 6, another became a direct disciple of a Daoist from Qianji Mountain. It was also said that another was born with a fortune that matched the heavens and was personally named by Emperor Yu. Everyone thus deduced that his talents were extremely high, but later on, no news was heard, and rumors even circulated that he was a cultivation failure, though the truth behind those rumors was unclear. Could it be that the one from Mount Wuliang has entered the world? The two exchanged a look, knowing that the one addressed as Master Li couldn't be the Li family's young lady who had made her name known just a year ago on the Qian list. The 3rd generation Li from Mount Wuliang should be 18. This year. 18 and already in the 15 Li realm. Xia Yong narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of battle spirit emerging. On the side, Xia Qingshuang appeared calm as she said, Since that's the case, we can be at ease. She looked towards the coachman, asking, How are the casualties within the city? To report to your excellencies, only over 200 of the city's defending soldiers were injured, and about a dozen have perished. Coachman Yu Ming was extremely respectful. Chapter 78, 75, Lesson. Chapter 78, Chapter 75, Lesson. Both of them were taken aback. Such minor battle damages. How is that possible? Even with the assistance of the 15 Li realm, there would still be many casualties in a chaotic battle. Could it be that the intelligence you brought is incorrect, and there aren't that many demons? Xia Yong said sternly. The coachman shivered in fear and quickly said, I would never dare to deceive you. There are countless demons, so many that they blacken the horizon. I heard there are 40 to 50,000, and I saw with my own eyes 7 or 8 divine travel realm great demons, as well as a red jiao, but all thanks to Li of the Li family who cut them down and kept the whole city safe. Red jiao, that must be the jiao dragon driven out of the holy palace. Xia Qingshuang's eyes moved slightly, and her expression became serious. That red jiao is not like an ordinary 15-li realm great demon, it possesses sorcery nurtured within the holy palace and is only slightly inferior to them in strength. I never expected that the third generation of the Li family would have such a capable person, Xia Qingshuang said. Humph, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. This place is not Qingzhou, nor is it the Li family's territory. Xia Yong also believed the coachman's words now and snorted coldly, to act so high and mighty upon entering the world, how preposterous. Are the battlefields overseen by the Li family in northern Yen not chaotic enough? Hey! Inside the carriage, Li Yuanzhao, having heard this, couldn't suppress his anger and retorted, "What are you talking about? We help you, the Xia family, solve the demon scourge, and yet you blame us instead." Upon hearing the plump boy's shout, both of them were startled. Xia Yong's face changed slightly and he asked, "You are a disciple of the Li family?" "Of course," Li Yuanzhao said, his face full of anger. "These students from Tan Palace Academy, they should not dare to impersonate the Li family." Xia Yong immediately felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had only intended to express dissatisfaction behind their backs, but his words were overheard. Now that it had come to this, admitting his mistake would only undermine the Xia family's prestige, so he maintained a stern face and said, "To be admitted to Tan Palace Academy, a Li family disciple's talent must be just so." His words seemed to have angered everyone. After all, Tan Palace is a top-tier academy. Although it may not compare to Mount Wuliang or Divine General Mansion, gaining entry is extremely difficult. To the other party, it seemed to be spoken of as a place of little worth. However, although Du Chuyue and the others were annoyed, they dared not say anything, for this was the Xia family's domain. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. He never imagined there truly existed people in the world with such low emotional intelligence. No wonder those ancient military officers could not outsmart civil officials. Such remarks were bound to offend people the moment they were uttered. "Yong brother, let's go." Xia Qingshuang, realizing that Xia Yong had spoken inappropriately, decided not to linger any longer and prepared to go to Cangyu City to see if everything was all right before returning home as soon as possible. Xia Yong snorted coldly, taking the opportunity to gracefully make an exit. Li Hao said, "Are you just going to leave like this?" Xia Qingshuang frowned and looked towards the youth sitting in the center of the carriage, instantly recognizing that this young man seemed to be the core of the group. "You solved the demon scourge for you, and you can't even say thanks, and now you have the audacity to criticize the Li family's affairs in northern Yen." Li Hao said coldly. If they hadn't mentioned northern Yen, he might not have bothered to care. But with his parents still in northern Yen, and despite not having seen them for over a decade, which might mean not much affection ran deep, he still remembered the 3,000-year-old demon corpse sent back by his coarse father and the concerned look in his young mother's eyes. In his heart, he naturally considered them his family. "What exactly are you, picking a quarrel? The Li family has been fighting in northern Yen for over a decade, swallowing all the hardships. Is it not right for the court to provide food and equipment?" Xia Yong's face darkened as he looked down at Li Hao. "Bastard, how dare you insult Hao brother?" Li Yuanzhao fumed with rage, and he would have taken action personally if he was not aware that the two before him were very powerful individuals. "My Li family has been fighting for over a decade, keeping the difficulties to ourselves. Isn't it proper for the court to supply the food and equipment?" Li Hao said indifferently, "What? Has the Xia family never sought assistance from the court? As a fellow Divine General Mansion, you should understand the difficulty of guarding the frontier. Instead, you ridicule us here. Is this how the Xia family teaches its members? Are you also a third-generation Li?" Embarrassment and annoyance flashed across Xia Yong's face. "The Li family is simply lawless. We haven't even left Qi State yet, and this is the Xia family's jurisdiction. What gives you the right to question our Xia family's 1,000-year teachings?" Slap him. He was at the 15-li realm, ready to strike a slap at any moment. Under the control of object manipulation, others had no control over their own bodies. But Li Hao's palm remained still. He merely narrowed his eyes sharply, and the power of object manipulation enveloped and suppressed the area above the adversary's head. With a whine, the purple-horned horse ridden by Xia Yong let out a cry of anguish. This warhorse was of the same outstanding breed as the red blood horse, battle-hardened, and having witnessed countless demon blood, it naturally carried a fierce and murderous aura. However, at that moment, its of suddenly gave out, and it knelt down. Xia Yong's face changed drastically on horseback, intending to leap into the air, but the suppressing force caused him to tumble directly off the horse. He struggled up from the ground in a flustered manner, a flash of horror crossing his face as he stared at the young man inside the carriage. Although dressed in the same academy attire, the young man exuded a noble air. 15 Li realm. Impossible. Xia Yong could hardly believe it, how young this teenager was, yet his realm was comparable to his own, and that object manipulation divine power was even more tyrannical than his own. Xia Qing Shuang's pretty face changed slightly. She stared at Li Hao and asked, "Which young master of the Li family are you?" Li Hao couldn't be bothered to answer, just coldly said, "I need an apology from you, or no one is leaving today." Xia Yong said angrily, "This is Qi State, not Qingzhou. Even if this place were at the doorstep of your Xia family, you would still owe me an apology." Li Hao articulated each word. "Very well, then I shall see whether you can really bear it." Xia Yong suddenly invoked his divine soul, transforming into a beam of golden light and thrusting his palm toward Li Hao. Li Hao sat still, a flash of golden light behind him. His own divine soul flew out and suddenly smashed out with a punch. This was a peerless technique taught by his second uncle, the half-step invincible fist. This technique was even more powerful than the fourth form of the endless sea by 3 parts. However, he did not strike with full force. With a thud, at the moment of the impact between the fist and the palm, Xia Yong's divine soul melted like snowflakes in a furnace, rapidly disintegrating, and shattered by the punch. Xia Yong's face instantly turned deathly pale. He violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking at Li Hao in horror. He raised a trembling finger, unable to speak, his vision darkened, and he fainted to the ground right then and there. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Li Hao's divine soul had already returned to his body. Xia Qing Shuang regained her senses, her expression changed dramatically, realizing that the soul injury was severe. Even with the Xia family's countless precious medicines for recovery, one would have to rest for at least half a year to a year. For ordinary people, it might even take decades to heal. Such a ruthless move. Xia Qing Shuang looked at the young man inside the carriage. His face was as cold as ice, and he looked back at her as well. "Your attack was exceedingly ruthless." Xia Qing Shuang gritted her teeth and said, "Today, if it weren't for me, other descendants of the Li family would have either swallowed their anger or truly slapped you." Li Hao's gaze was icy. "For your Xia family to dare to make the Li family suffer such an insult in public, what audacity!" Not killing him was already showing mercy. A flicker of indignation passed through Xia Qing Shuang's eyes, but knowing she was in the wrong and furthermore not being a match for the young man, she immediately raised her hand to gesture, lifting Xia Yong's body onto the horse from afar. She then said, "In light of your rescue of Tsangyu City, I won't trouble you any further. Let's end this matter here." With that, she spurred her horse forward, carrying Xia Yong back on their way. She had originally planned to visit Tsangyu City, but now with Xia Yong seriously injured, she needed to take him back to the clan to be treated to avoid any lingering ailments. Seeing the other party leave, the several people inside the carriage also realized that the exchange between Li Hao and the opponent was likely a clash of divine souls, which they, having not progressed in soul cultivation, could not perceive. "The Xia family is really unreasonable," Li Yuan Zhao said huffily. "Didn't expect the Xia family to be like this." Ren Qianqian frowned. By now she already considered herself a follower by Li Hao's side, half a member of the Li family. Coupled with Li Hao's words at the tea stall on their journey, she held respect for the Li family in her heart. Seeing the Xia family of Divine General Mansion acting so unrulily and unreasonably, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Li Hao watched the others leave and did not attempt to stop them, simply shaking his head slightly and instructing the coachman to continue on their journey. This incident wasn't too important to him. It was common for large families to have arrogant individuals. He had heard somewhat of the Xia family's amazing feats and did not develop hostility towards the entire family, though his impression of them did drop slightly. Chapter 79, 76 Secret Technique. Chapter 79, Chapter 76 Secret Technique. Back to Qingzhou. Li Hao and the others, carrying the mission letter from the Monster Suppression Department of Zhangyu City, returned to Tan Palace Academy to report. The letter bore the official seal of the Monster Suppression Department, and all 5 of them received full marks in their evaluations. Upon receiving the letter, Su Yehua wasn't surprised. After all, with 2 young masters from the Li family joining the mission, the Monster Suppression Department in Zhangyu City, possessing the slightest bit of discernment, wouldn't make things difficult for them. As for the truth behind the letter, she couldn't be bothered to scrutinize it closely. After all, background was a part of one's strength too. Even she had to show some courtesy to these young masters and ladies of the Li family, in consideration of the face of the divine general mansion. Jiang Hu was never outside the city but within it. After the reporting was over, Ren Qianqian found Li Hao and expressed her wishes. She had made up her mind. Li Hao, however, didn't agree immediately, but instead asked her to discuss with her parents. After all, becoming an attendant sword servant was a serious matter. It wasn't easy to break away once one joined. Learning the peerless technique of the Li family would bind her to them for life, and even giving up one's cultivation level wouldn't set her free. After Li Hao finished speaking, Ren Qianqian revealed that she lost her mother when she was young and didn't wish to discuss it with her father. This was a decision she could make on her own. Seeing this, Li Hao was even less inclined to agree and suggested that it would be better for her to communicate with her father. The young lady was inexperienced in the ways of the world, and he couldn't just spirit her away so easily. Otherwise, if her grandmaster father caused a commotion at the mansion in the future, although the Li family wouldn't be afraid, it would still be an unsightly mess. Having refused Ren Qianqian, Li Hao took Li Yuanzhao and returned to the Long Mist Mountain and River courtyard. He placed the box containing the head of the tiger robe Immortal in his room and, with other delicacies collected from Zhangyu City, had Qingji deliver a portion to the 5th elder guarding the family shrine, while he took the rest to Listening Rain Tower. Not finding the 2nd elder at Listening Rain Tower, Li Hao saw the daylight and instantly knew that at this time, the 2nd elder was likely fishing by the shore of Blackwater Lake. He immediately flew out from Listening Rain Tower, heading for the shore of Blackwater Lake. Before long, the vast expanse of Blackwater Lake came into view. Li Hao found the 2nd elder's usual fishing spot and, indeed, saw his and Elder Feng's figures. Noticing someone approaching, the 2 turned their heads to look. Li Hao descended from the sky, landing next to them, and said with a smile, "2nd elder, Elder Feng, how was the catch today? Who caught more?" "It's Hao Air." Feng Bopping's face showed a smile as he said, "Of course, I'm the one who caught more." Li Hao's ability to fly didn't surprise them. They already knew about his approximate cultivation level. After all, at the age of 12, this young fellow had, in front of the 2 elders, accidentally fished up a small flood dragon from the divine travel realm. That had shocked and envied them greatly. The shock was from Li Hao's frightening talent, surpassing even that of Li Jiolong, who was said to be a once-in-a-millennium genius. But their envy was due to this lad's luck for actually managing to catch a flood dragon. As for the silly dragon that was caught, they were both angry and annoyed, and after Li Hao cooked it, they ate several portions with gusto. While eating, they muttered to themselves, "Why didn't it bite my hook? Is my hook not attractive?" Words aside, trouble aside, seeing the talent Li Hao displayed, even the fame indifferent Li Muxiu was tempted, on the spot, to teach Li Hao martial arts and hoped he would focus more and not waste his time in frivolous pursuits. With such talent, added to his personal teaching, Li Hao's future achievements might even surpass his own. If the Li family could produce a true immortal, it would truly cause an earthquake across the land. But Li Hao promptly sought the advice of Elder Feng, the Saint of Thieves, who had a more open view and persuaded Li Muxiu to relent. With the example of Li Jiolong, Li Muxiu gave up the idea, allowing Li Hao to choose the life he liked. Li Muxiu had also realized early on that even if he forced Li Hao to cultivate, the youngster would probably not do so wholeheartedly, which was quite frustrating. He was puzzled, seeing that, without witnessing Li Hao's training, his realm was nonetheless soaring rapidly. Because of Li Hao's persistence, his cultivation affairs were not widely publicized by Li Muxiu, so others in the mansion were still unaware. At that moment, hearing Feng Bopping's smug laughter, Li Muxiu gave him an annoyed glance. "What's the use of catching more? They're all small fish and shrimp. I'm aiming to catch a dragon." Neither of them used fishing rods while fishing, they simply used energy from heaven and earth as lines to pierce through the bodies of small demon fish, guiding them to where bigger fish or flood dragons might be hunting for food. Catch one first, then talk, Feng Bopping laughed. Li Muxiu snorted lightly, noticing the packages in Li Hao's hands, and said, "Where did you buy these? Weren't you at Tan Palace Academy bullying the kids?" "I just went on a mission for the academy, brought back some delicacies from Sangyu City," Li Hao said with a smile as he shared the food with the two elders. "Here, these are delicious." "Wow, there's dairy crisp in this twisted donut," Feng Bopping took a bite and commented, "the taste is good." "You've grown thoughtful, kid," Li Muxiu said, laughing as he picked up some food and started eating. At this moment, the white fox Xiao Rou joyfully ran over. Li Hao squatted down to embrace it in his arms and took out a piece of roasted meat for it. "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you. This little fox of yours, just like a cat, sure loves to eat fish," Li Muxiu commented. Xiao Rou, holding the roasted meat with her two small paws, chewed meticulously. Hearing the words of second elder, she revealed a fox's typical grin, her eyes curving into slits. Li Hao smiled, rubbed her head, and let her eat to the side. He also took out a portion for himself, sat down beside the two elders, and began to eat, chatting idly as he did. "It shouldn't be long now before your father returns," Li Muxiu said while eating a crispy biscuit. "Oh?" Li Hao expressed in surprise. Could the war that had lasted for over a decade finally be coming to an end? "I heard there's been a twist at the northern Yen battlefield, and the Holy Palace intends to retreat," Li Muxiu explained. Li Hao's eyes brightened. Does this mean he would get to see his parents? "Little Hao heir, it's been over a decade since you've seen your parents, do you still recognize them?" Feng Bopping teased with a smile. Li Hao thought for a moment, the images of his parents in his memory had indeed gotten somewhat blurry. Li Muxiu gave Feng Bopping a disgruntled glare. It was quite the unwelcome reminder. He then said to Li Hao, "It just so happens that your generation has all grown up. The Li family's true dragon seat will likely be decided this year. With your father back to support you, securing the true dragon seat should be almost certain," he said. "With Hao heir's talent, is there any dispute? If it was up to me, I'd give him the true dragon seat right now," Feng Bopping said as he ate. Li Muxiu shot him a glance. "I wish it were that simple. Do you think managing the vast affairs of the Li family is like being a lonely old man like yourself? We must keep other branches of the family satisfied. We can't favor one over the other and foster resentment in their hearts." He then turned to Li Hao and said, "Right, Hao heir." He replied. Li Hao nodded with a smile. He had long heard talk of the true dragon seat from his second elder. Each generation, the Li family would select a true dragon who would receive the most abundant resources from the family, and also receive assistance from numerous ancestors in the ancestral shrine to enhance the quality of their soul. The number of soul forms that one could condense in the soul succession realm was closely linked to the targets inherited from the ancestors. There were 80 for the 4 stands realm. Yet, there exists another method to increase the number of condensed souls, a secret technique created by the ancestors of the Li family. With the combined effort of the ancestral spirits, the quality of the soul forms could be elevated, reaching a level comparable to the true human tier inherited by the royal families. That is, 180 condensations. Upon reaching the divine travel realm, they would also help condense the divine soul, expanding the reach of the divine soul realm. Furthermore, upon attaining the 15 Li realm, they would also help by imbuing the power of the ancestral spirits, pushing the 15 Li realm beyond the pinnacle genius level, achieving top-tier standards. The so-called true dragon is to be unrivaled in their realm, truly invincible. At the same time, as a true dragon of the Li family, one must bear the duty of enhancing the power granted by the ancestral spirits, and take on the legacy of the entire Li family. Without any mishaps, they are expected to become the head of the family. If there are millions of prodigies in the world, reaching the 9th-ranked battle physique would put one in the first-rate category. And for a 9th-ranked prodigy of the Li family, coupled with numerous supreme cultivation techniques, this would be considered among the top echelons. And the true dragon would surpass the top tier. Although Li Hao was already at the 15 Li realm, if he became a true dragon, he would still enjoy the reshaping and assistance of the ancestral spirits for the previous realms. Apart from the soul succession realm, Li Hao felt that he had yet to reach the limits of the other realms. Even for the soul succession realm, he didn't know whether he could continue to progress and was quite eager about it. Of course, the most important aspect was that if he didn't take the seat of a true dragon, it was highly likely to fall to another individual. Had it not been for the poisoning incident years ago, Li Hao wouldn't particularly care about the position of the true dragon. After all, being a true dragon carried with it immense responsibilities, to carry on the legacy of the Li family, a millennium-old noble house, push through all obstacles, and perpetuate and magnify its glory. He knew very well how taxing it would be. Only, someone had attempted to ruin him for the sake of their son's prospects years ago, scheming more than a decade in advance. Naturally, Li Hao couldn't let them get their way. He had been waiting for this day. The test for the true dragon looks at all aspects, not just innate talent but also temperament, connections, contributions, and so on, Li Muxiu told Li Hao. Sending you to Tan Palace Academy was also to let you get out and make some friends, not just keep company with us old folks all the time. Feng Bopping sneered, don't kid yourself, talent is definitely the most important. Everything else is just icing on the cake. Get out of here, don't lead Hao Er astray, Li Muxiu said with a stern look. Haha, Feng Bopping burst into laughter. Li Hao smiled quietly, listening to the two elders banter. Before long, the line of the second elder's fishing rod twitched, something had taken the bait. As the sun set into dusk and stars began to sprinkle across the riverside sky, with the evening drawing near, Li Hao cooked a demon fish that Feng had caught, preparing a barbecue that served as dinner for the 3 men and a fox. Chapter 80, Listing Sentiments. Chapter 80, Listing Sentiments. There will be 3 chapters today, and the book will be available for purchase tomorrow, so I won't be releasing chapters at midnight anymore to avoid keeping everyone up late and disrupting your schedules. Instead, the first chapter will be released at noon tomorrow. It should be a 5-chapter release, and the kind with a substantial word count. This time, I haven't intentionally clung to the climax. Otherwise, the best time to use the protagonist's sword-wielding moment to show off would have been before going live. However, I'm still looking forward to the following scenes, and I feel pretty excited when I look at the outline myself. You might want to check it out. The launch this month is a bit late, and I'm not sure if we can still charge up the monthly ticket leaderboard, as the gap seems a bit large. If we can get into the top 10, I'll make up 20 chapters next month and catch up within the month. But I think that's highly unlikely, with a deficit of 3,000 votes, hee. Additionally, if the Alliance Hierarch rewards me after the book goes live, I will add an extra chapter. For Silver Alliance members, 10 chapters of benefits are due. The Alliance Hierarch from before the book goes live will also be accounted for, but that Silver Alliance will not, consider it a friendly sponsorship. As for monthly tickets, for every additional 300 tickets, an extra chapter will be added. Don't think it's too much. Gu is indeed getting old and not as energetic as before. I know that at this time, some old readers will definitely jump out and expose me, saying that you're fooling ghosts, claiming that you were only 18 last year, and now you're pretending to be old, just admit you don't want to write more chapters. Well, I don't own such haters, I don't know them. But even if we take a step back and assume I was 18, I'd still be 19 this year. The prime years for a man are fleeting. Also, for those scanner brothers who finish a chapter just a minute after it updates, I seriously doubt you've even clearly seen the protagonist's name. I've been reading books for 10 years and it takes me 5 minutes per chapter. You're truly fast. Additionally, I'd like to recommend a few old books to everyone. If you haven't read them, you might want to check them out. The first is a Pet Beast Flow refreshing text, Super God Pet Beast Store, with a stable 10,000 subscriptions, and it has already been adapted into a comic, quite thrilling. The second is a post-apocalyptic ability flow refreshing text, Reboot Apocalypse, an old book from 10 years ago, a major masterpiece. The third is a wasteland healing flow with a bit of thrill, Dark King, which has already reached a stable 10,000 as well. The fourth is somewhat niche, from a previously flopped book, which might not be too good-looking or too thrilling, Eternal Night Divine Travel. But those who like that kind of writing style might enjoy it more. That's about it. Also, thank you to those old friends. After ending the last book, I rested for half a year and didn't expect to start a new book secretly, which was seen even before promoting it in the old book. I'm quite touched. Chapter 81, 77, Breaking the Mold. Chapter 81, Chapter 77, Breaking the Mold. 3 days later. Song Yueyao returned to Tan Palace from Sangyu City with a tired look on her face, her task as a patrol envoy completed, and she temporarily set aside her official duties to report back. She had already learned that Li Hao and the others had returned ahead of schedule, and by now, they must have already arrived back in Qingzhou. Thinking of the strength Li Hao had displayed, she clenched her teeth in secret frustration. She had seen all sorts of geniuses during her years of study in Black and White Hall, but it was her first time encountering someone like him. This, to some extent, struck a blow to her. As Song Yueyao was preparing to return to Black and White Hall to report Li Hao's situation to her grandfather truthfully, she happened to run into Su Yehua, who was passing by outside the hall. Seeing her friend, Song Yueyao slowed down her steps. Su. The two were only 3 years apart in age and had known each other as sisters for over a decade. You're back so soon. Was the task successful? You didn't encounter any great demons, did you? Su Yehua asked gently upon seeing Song Yueyao's weary state. Upon hearing great demon, the image of neatly arranged demon corpses piled up high on the mountain top flashed through Song Yueyao's mind, causing her complexion to change slightly. What is it? Su Yehua also looked slightly stunned. Could it be that she had really encountered a great demon? It's nothing. Song Yueyao shook her head slightly and then, with a sudden thought, asked, Su, have Li Hao and his group already come back? Surprised, Su Yehua knew of Song Yueyao's cool nature over the years, her indifference to outsiders, and her usual lack of concern. Why would she ask about the 2 young masters of the Li family? Suddenly, she remembered that the task location assigned to those 2 also seemed to be Tsangyu City. What, did they make trouble for you, add to your difficulties? Thinking of one of them, known for his lax demeanor and fondness for sleeping in class, Su Yehua frowned slightly and said reassuringly. After all, he is a young master from a prominent family who likes to act spoilt, don't take it personally. Song Yueyao was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head and said, no, there was a major incident in Tsangyu City. If it weren't for Li Hao taking action, I might not have been able to return at all. Su Yehua was stunned, looking at Song Yueyao in disbelief, wondering if she had misspoken. Song Yueyao was not surprised by her reaction. It seemed her sister was not yet aware of Li Hao's strength. She recounted briefly what had happened in Tsangyu City. After listening, Su Yehua stared at Song Yueyao, dumbfounded. 15 Li Realm. Him. Images of the boy who used to sleep soundly during class flashed through Su Yehua's mind. If she remembered correctly, his registered age upon admission was 14 years old. Seeing Su Yehua's shocked expression, Song Yueyao couldn't help but smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. It seemed she wasn't the only one who had been frightened. The weariness on her face also dissipated quite a bit as she waved to Su Yehua, I'm going to report in first. With that, she turned and left gracefully. Coming back to her senses, Su Yehua suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder Li Hao never attended classes or participated in the martial arts ranking. With such a level, he could be teaching the others himself. However, having such a cultivation level, did he really need to join Tan Palace Academy? She felt puzzled and decided to inquire more the next time she met Li Hao. Within a few days, the disciples from Alpha Academy who had been sent out for academy tasks had all returned one after another. Su Yehua gathered the disciples to evaluate their performance on this round of tasks. The standout performances undoubtedly came from the teams led by the 2 princes, who had chosen the hardest tasks worth 15 credits and each received full marks in a unanimous team vote. In addition, they established meritorious deeds during the tasks, assisting the Monster Suppression Department in cracking significant cases, receiving 1 third-class merit and 1 second-class merit respectively. As for first-class merits, they are hard to come by outside war-torn border areas. Even second-class merits were quite astonishing. Could it be that they also encountered a demon attack on the city? Du Chuyue and Yue whispered among themselves. Yue glanced over and said in a low voice, I don't think so. It's possible that the Monster Suppression Department was just currying favor with them, attributing original merits to them, or perhaps the place they went to had something to do with their family's influence. Shush. Du Chuyue was startled and hastily signaled him to be quiet. Yue also realized his indiscretion. The complex politics behind the royal family were not something they should discuss. Even though these 2 princes were not favored, they were still of royal blood, and who knew if one day they might ascend to great heights. Beyond the 2 princes, the next best performers were Wang Han, Li Yun, and their siblings, who also took on the most difficult tasks and achieved full marks as a team, although they did not earn any additional merits. The expressions on the faces of other noble family disciples varied. Some whispered among themselves, some admired their strength, while others sneered privately, unconvinced, attributing their success to connections. Though only in their teens, they had already witnessed the huge disparities brought about by differences in status, and this gap would help them become more perceptive and worldly. These two. Li Yuanzhao watched as Li Yun and his sister were praised by teacher Su Yehua. Despite a cool facade, his eyes could hardly hide his joy. Li Jining was still fine, but when Li Yuanzhao saw Li Yun's arm wrapped in gauze, clearly injured but still smirking contently, he couldn't help shaking his head. Given Li Yun's strength and status, such injuries were likely due to impatience to excel in the task. Compared to the showy Li Yun, Li Yuanzhao couldn't help thinking of Li Hao. He liked playing with Li Hao, not only because their backgrounds were similar, but also because he genuinely admired the air about Li Hao. How to describe it? Using some of the strange terms Li Hao once used, it was all about the swagger. Chapter 82, 77, Breaking the Mold _2. Chapter 82, Chapter 77, Breaking the Mold _2. Always maintaining a calm and relaxed demeanor, he acted as if everything was but passing clouds. If you encounter a mountain that's hard to cross, then we just go around it, Li Hao would say. If he only knew how to slack off, it wouldn't count as a talent, but this time in Sangyu City, Li Hao single-handedly defended the city and slew the great demon, earning remarkable achievements, yet he remained low-profile and unostentatious, as though it were a minor incident. Just this quality alone put him leagues ahead of Li Yun and the others. Even those two princes, who feigned composure, couldn't compare to Hao in Li Yuanzhao's eyes. Moreover, even though he was at the 15 Li realm, Li Hao never boasted. If he had been like Li Yun, spreading the word everywhere, the whole world would have likely known by now. Everyone seeks fame, but Li Hao says fame and wealth are burdens. When Li Yuanzhao first heard this, he felt as if struck by a revelation. Even though he didn't understand completely, he just felt it was awesome. That's precisely why Li Yuanzhao liked to follow Li Hao around. Not for anything else, he just simply loved to learn. Teacher, where is Li Hao? At this moment, Li Yun noticed the absence of Li Hao beside Li Yuanzhao. He knitted his brows, a sudden unease gripping his heart. Could something have happened to him? Li Hao. Su Yehua glanced at the empty space next to Li Yuanzhao, a complex look flashing through her eyes. She said, "He was an exceptional case and has been admitted to the Black and White Hall." At her words, the whole Alpha Academy erupted in uproar. The noisy chatter instantly became like a bustling market, with everyone jostling and asking why and how. In the crowd, Jiang Ye's originally smiling face suddenly fell. Even as a prince, he had not been an exception, and yet the son of the Li family was given an exception. His face darkened, but recalling the earnest teachings of his instructor back in the palace, he regained a calm expression. Yet inside, he seethed with fury, unable to fully conceal the shadows in his eyes. "Teacher," Jiang Yi spoke up, and suddenly the rest of the noise seemed to quieten down. Why was he accepted as an exception? Jiang Yi fixed his gaze on Su Yehua. Su Yehua, perceiving the prince's inner wrath, thought to herself that if he had reached the 15 Li realm, no, even the divine travel realm, he could have been accepted as an exception. Yet her face remained serene. With a smile she said, "Li Hao's cultivation level is above all of you, and he has distinguished himself with top-grade merit during the assignment in Sangyu City. Thus, to teach according to his aptitude, he was granted early admission to the Black and White Hall. If he were to remain here, we teachers wouldn't be able to instruct him, and he would simply be taking up one of your spots on the martial arts ranking." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in astonishment, all bewildered. Li Hao's cultivation level was higher than theirs. Could the other party have already attained soul inheritance? But what's this about top-grade merit? Li Yun and Li Jining were also full of question marks, equally bewildered. The two looked towards Li Yuanzhao. Both had been to Sangyu City, so why hadn't Li Yuanzhao made any notable achievements? Seeing Li Yun and his sister's gaze, Li Yuanzhao just smiled subtly, feeling secretly thrilled. "Want to know? I'm not telling you." After all, Hao had told him not to publicize it. When he asked why, Hao simply said he wanted to enjoy a few more days of leisure. However, the incident at Sangyu City was too significant to be kept secret for long. Li Yuanzhao was very much looking forward to it, wondering what expressions this brother and sister and the others would have once they knew of Hao's cultivation level. After their uncle, their Li family would once again make a name for themselves across the world. Thinking of that scene, he could hardly wait for time to pass faster, for the news from Sangyu City to spread. Meanwhile, in the black and white hall of Tan Palace, Palace Master Song Yufeng sat in the hall. The tea before him had lost its steam, gone cold, yet he sat there entranced, forgetting to sip. Beside him, Shen Yunqing, Zhao Zongyuan, and many other elders of the Tan Palace were present, with only a few absent due to other commitments. Song Yueyao also sat on a chair at the back, just like everyone else, scrutinizing the youth before her. Li Hao felt the gaze of the people around him, like they were watching a monkey, somewhat helpless. It had been more than 10 minutes, and no one had spoken. In that time, he thought he could have painted 2 pictures. I'm very happy that you all let me enter the black and white hall directly. But I do not like this waste of time. Li Hao cleared his throat and spoke humbly and innocently. The gazes from Song Yufeng and the others, resembling those who observe monkeys, finally began to wane in intensity. Li Jining of the Li family, who had fallen from grace a decade ago, had startled the world. A 19-year-old achieving the immortal status was unheard of. It was a pity that they never got to see his face while he was alive. But now, seeing this 14-year-old at the 15 Li realm made them unable to help themselves from observing closely, wondering if he really had some unusual features or supernatural limbs. Being mere mortals, how did this young man cultivate? Song Yufeng observed carefully for a long time, growing increasingly astonished. He had stealthily probed Li Hao's cultivation level with his breath, but found he could not see through it. With his own realm, he struggled to scrutinize, a sign that the young man must have cultivated some secret technique to conceal his cultivation level, and to a profoundly deep level at that. It was known that such techniques often offered minimal enhancement to direct combat abilities, yet here was Li Hao at only 14, spending time on such a superfluous skill, and still reaching the 15 Li realm with his cultivation level. His talent was perhaps a bit extraordinary. Back when the Emperor had conferred a name indeed, the Emperor's vision was accurate. Palace Master Song Yufeng thought to himself, and his reverence for that grand figure seated on the dragon throne grew deeper in secret. You have reached the 15 Li realm. With such talent, even Gantao Palace would be suitable for you to enter as a disciple. Song Yufeng asked Li Hao curiously, I would like to ask, why did you choose to come to our Tan Palace Academy? The others also looked curiously at Li Hao. Was it for that peerless technique, or something else? Song Yueyao also gazed intently, waiting for Li Hao's response. The reason? Li Hao thought back to that day and said nostalgically, I guess. It was that morning when I just wanted to eat a piece of Mianyu fragrant crisp. Everyone. What? They had considered various answers, but this was not among them. What in the world was Mianyu fragrant crisp? A piece of crispy snack. The reasons why people wanted to enter Tan Palace Academy were many: for revenge through martial arts, for fame, for carrying on a family business, for padding their resume, but they had never heard of someone doing it for a deep-fried crispy snack. Silence fell in the hall. After a moment, Song Yufeng came to his senses and said with a bitter smile, that fragrant crisp must be really delicious. Li Hao's expression turned serious, and he spoke with some enthusiasm, if you get the chance, you must try it. Remember to look for the right sign, it's from old Lu's family in Qinglian Alley. Seeing Li Hao earnestly making the recommendation, everyone was dumbfounded. The fragrance crisps of Qinglian Alley, Song Yueyao murmured to herself, unintentionally noting it down. Could it not be for our Tan Palace's peerless Taiji Qiankuan sword skill? Huang Lixao couldn't help but ask. He felt that Li Hao's answer was too evasive. What was this nonsense about a fried snack? Chapter 83, 78 Great Demon King. Chapter 83, Chapter 78 Great Demon King. Tan Palace Academy attracts geniuses from across the 19 provinces, not only because of the exceptional teaching level of these individuals but also because of this peerless technique. This is also the treasure of Tan Palace Academy, not easily passed on to others, but those who can become the top student of Tan Palace's White Hall certainly qualify to learn it. If I can incidentally learn this swordsmanship, that would indeed be nice, Li Hao said with a smile, acknowledging the fact. He indeed came for this peerless technique, just not as the other party had thought, as his main purpose. After all, if he were truly in urgent need, he could completely entrust Feng to sneakily steal a copy by making an imprint. Hearing Li Hao say this, Huang Licao's lips curled into a smile, his face revealing an, as expected, expression, thinking to himself that this kid was really good at playing his role, almost fooling him. Song Yufeng and the others exchanged glances, also revealing smiles of understanding. After Li Hao left Ten Palace, Song Yufeng looked at the others and said, "Since he has come for the Taiji Qianquan sword, does anyone have any thoughts?" The Li family did indeed keep their promise. Shen Yunqing stroked his beard and smiled. "Back then, the third son of the Li family took an imprinted copy of the Taiji Qianquan sword from us. He assured us it would never be passed on to a second person, and to think, he truly kept his word. Indeed, it's no wonder this young fellow came to our place." A senior elder nodded, clearly having a favorable impression of the actions of the Li family's third son. Although back then, the third son from the Li family had enraged the entire Ten Palace Academy with his demeanor, but times had changed, and now the third son of the Li family had long since died in battle beyond the frontiers, and they had let bygones be bygones. Moreover, it was said that before his death, the Li family's third son had used the Taiji Qianquan sword to thrust through 17 demon kings, deterring a host of demons. This allowed the peerless technique to shine its brightest light in the world, which, more or less, brought glory to their Ten Palace Academy. "He has just enrolled, so we can't just give it to him that easily, can we?" someone said, looking towards Song Yufeng. Song Yufeng's heart stirred, but he remained silent. What to do then? The boy's at the 15 Li realm, and if we put him in the White Hall, he'd be like a hand pressing down on a group of elites, taking the top spot if he wanted to. We old folks can't possibly go down and fight him, can we? Zhao Zhongyuan said irritably. Have you forgotten our rule? One needs to attend Ten Palace Academy for 3 years to qualify. Otherwise, if the Divine General Mansion's true dragons come over, wouldn't they take it whenever they wanted, the elder said. That's true, but to have him stay here for 3 years would be a waste of a genius time, wouldn't it? Shen Yunqing frowned slightly, saying this. After all, he had played chess with Li Hao, shared drinks, and even tasted the young man's barbecue, which was truly extraordinary, so he felt a bit biased toward him. The Academy's rules are thus: we can't make an exception for the Li family now, can we? A long-faced senior elder said, his face stern. Huang Licao said, we have already broken the rules this time. Don't forget, we at Ten Palace Academy teach geniuses, and geniuses are meant to break conventions. If we bind them with rigid rules, that's when the real problems will arise. But if we set this precedent, won't it degrade the value of the technique if geniuses from other divine general mansions come to claim it? Watching the endless debate among the people, Song Yufeng pondered and then said, how about we give him 2 options? He can either teach at Ten Palace for 1 year or take up a nominal teaching position in our Black and White Hall. This way, the sword manual wouldn't be considered lightly passed on. Hearing the palace master's words, everyone quieted down, looking at each other knowingly. When it comes to cunning, you truly are the master, palace master. Next to Thousand Rin Cliff by Ten Palace, at the edge of a deep pond. Li Hao was passing by this area on his way down the mountain and, struck by the charm of the deep and clear waters, felt an urge in his heart. He immediately returned to the student residences within Ten Palace to fetch paper and ink, then returned to the edge of the pond. He set up his easel and began to draw beside the pond. The experience system for the art of painting was quite user-friendly, with the amount of painting experience gained depending on the artistic conception or cultivation level of the subject of the painting. For instance, replicating a great demon would yield more experience. The same goes for portrait paintings of individuals with high realms. However, after reproducing the same image a certain number of times, the experience gained would gradually reduce. Therefore, he needed to constantly draw different subjects. But Li Hao guessed that if he wished to achieve spiritual awakening in the art of painting, he would probably need to put aside the idea of experience and bring a certain subject to a transcendent level. Only by repeatedly painting the same thing 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times, might he be able to capture its spirit. However, his painting experience was currently at the 5th stage, not yet at the peak of the 6th stage, so he would focus on maximizing his experience first. Landscape painting with bold, free strokes, soon the board under Li Hao's hand depicted a majestic and precipitous cliff. Then with a flourish of his brush, the outline of the deep pond also appeared, and a painting that seemed to stand on the paper emerged. Li Hao produced 3 paintings in a row, his painting experience increasing with each. Plus 183, plus 145, plus 92. At the bottom of the pond, a huge shadow lay coiled on the stones. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, disturbed by the sensation of being spied upon, a feeling it found quite uncomfortable, disturbing its qingmeng. With a whoosh, its spiritual thought swept out, discovering a young man at the bank. "Whose little ghost is this?" it grunted softly, abruptly rising from the stones, swiftly swimming towards the mouth of the pond, and leaping out. Splash! The sound of water splashed, falling on the shore. Li Hao, who was painting for the fourth time, preparing to fully exploit the scenery of the deep pond and sheer cliff, saw the sudden surge and rupture of the pond water, revealing a Kailan entirely drenched in blue. He was astonished. A water Kailan. He looked at the creature in amazement, the two staring at each other, big eyes locking onto small ones. "Who allowed you to be here?" "Scram immediately." The water Kailan shook off the droplets from its head and scolded with a beautiful voice, surprisingly like the tinkling of spring water from a woman. Li Hao had heard that the founding palace master of Tan Palace Academy had once subdued a Kailan great demon to guard and protect the Tan Palace. He hadn't expected it to be right before his eyes. It is said to be a great demon king of the Four Stands realm. Li Hao's eyes immediately lit up, sparkling with shiny stars. "Senior." Li Hao promptly clasped his hands together, his attitude extremely respectful. "May I have the honor to paint a portrait of you?" If he could paint this water Kailan, his painting experience would definitely soar. Li Hao had already gleaned all the wool from the likes of Second Elder and Feng, along with Fifth Elder. They had provided him with a substantial amount of painting experience. The water Kailan was taken aback, tilting its head with a big question mark popping into its mind. Was this disciple from the academy so obsessed with martial arts that he had lost his mind? "What nonsense are you spouting?" The water Kailan's eyes revealed a trace of anger, and with a snort from its nostrils, the surrounding pond water seemed about to freeze over, emitting a heavy chill. "Scram, or I'll eat you." Li Hao knew it was bluffing, as the water Kailan couldn't harm a Tan Palace disciple, of course, unless some disciple went too far and truly enraged it. However, seeing the might it displayed at the moment, Li Hao felt a bit apprehensive. After all, neither Second Elder nor the others had ever shown such divine might before him. He steeled himself and said, "This junior is from the Li family down the mountain. Senior, if you ate me, I'm afraid it wouldn't taste very good." The Li family. The chill in the water Kailan's eyes wavered slightly. The taste could be more than not very good, it might even cause it to shed a layer of skin. "Humph, even if I don't eat you, a little corporal punishment will suffice, and your Li family wouldn't dare do anything to me," the water Kailan coldly snorted. Despite its words, it had no real intention to harm Li Hao, as it would be somewhat in the wrong if those old youngsters from the Li family came to question it. It couldn't just say, "Your kid disturbed my peaceful sleep, so I beat him up," could it? After all, it was their senior. By the standards of the human race, it ought to show some magnanimity. Thinking this, it felt somewhat annoyed and stirred the pond water, about to sweep up Li Hao and send him flying off. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Li Hao suddenly shouted, "Don't move. Senior, please don't move." Li Hao said anxiously, "Just a moment, Senior, please hold your current posture, I can finish very quickly." A trace of bewilderment appeared in the water Kailan's large pure blue eyes. By now, Li Hao had already picked up his brush and was fervently painting on the canvas. The scene before him was too exquisite. The water Kailan stood upon the emerald pond, surrounded by surging waters, with the Thousand-Ren cliff beside it. This painting could be considered peerless. "You. Senior, I'm begging you, please stay still." Mortified yet curiously, the water Kailan complied, having not encountered such a strange little fellow in 1,000 years. What was he up to? Seeing that the water Kailan was indeed keeping still, Li Hao's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the paper, completely absorbed. He was somewhat lost in the process, his brush strokes swift. The ink flowed gracefully as his movements were smooth and fluid, with touches light and heavy, creating clear layers of depth. Half an incense stick's time later, as Li Hao was nearly done, the water Kailan had grown impatient, maneuvering the pond water to fall and saying, "Hey, what trick are you playing?" Luckily, by then, Li Hao had just finished painting the surging waves of the pond. He was deeply focused, with his brush dancing quickly across the canvas. Finally, as he completed the last blade of grass by the pond with his brush, the entire painting was done. Painting experience plus 1986. Surprised at such a large amount of experience, Li Hao was overjoyed. This single painting was worth hundreds of his usual ones. Thank you, Senior. Coming back to his senses, Li Hao looked at the water Kailan's angry eyes and hurriedly bowed deeply in gratitude. His thanks were not just for the experience, but also for the cooperation of the subject, allowing him to complete such a painting. Immersed in the art of painting, his love for the painting itself had become as strong as the joy he felt from gaining experience. Is it finished? The water Kailan raised an eyebrow, somewhat understanding human behaviors. It ordered indifferently, "Let me see it." Li Hao nodded, turning the canvas around. Instantly, a breathtakingly beautiful painting was revealed before the water Kailan. The sharp cliff edges like swords, the lonely and profound emerald pond, and the majestic blue Kailan standing atop, with raging waves surrounding it, like the sovereign of the waters. Its eyes gradually brightened up. Was this Kailan in the painting itself? Did it actually look this beautiful? Swiftly, the water Kailan's form flickered, and it stepped out from the emerald pond. As its front hooves touched the air, its body rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a woman draped in azure robes. Her hair was water blue, a teardrop-shaped mark at the corner of her eye, her countenance capable of toppling states, and her pale, bare feet gently stepped forward, floating down in front of the canvas. Chapter 84, 79, The Poetry Competition Prince. Chapter 84, Chapter 79, The Poetry Competition Prince. The ink on the canvas had not yet dried, and the water Kailan also knew that touching it now would mar the painting. She looked carefully, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. The impatience that had been stirred in her heart had already dissipated like smoke and clouds. Her beautiful eyes turned to Li Hao. "Did you paint this for me? Do you like it, Senior?" Li Hao saw the delight in her eyes and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, "If Senior likes it, then it's a gift to you." The water Kailan revealed a smile, making the whole cold pond seem much brighter. She laughed lightly. "I didn't expect to find such a skilled painter among humans. You've done a remarkable job. It almost feels like I'm standing on the paper myself. As long as Senior likes it. Painting is not just about copying, it's an artistic enhancement, like adding a filter, naturally making it look good." Li Hao looked at her and asked softly, "Senior, how about I paint a portrait of you in your present human form?" This time the water Kailan did not reject the idea. Instead she showed interest and looked at Li Hao. "Can you still paint?" "As for painting, if Senior cooperates, I can paint all day," Li Hao said with a smile. "All right, then paint another one for me to see," the water Kailan agreed. "Good." Li Hao quickly agreed, seeing it as a rare opportunity to reap benefits. "Senior, please stand by the edge of the pond, slightly to the side. Yes, just like that." Li Hao had her strike a side pose, which, combined with her stunning beauty, made her resemble a wistful and gentle woman standing by the emerald pond. He swiftly began to draw. After a stick of incense had burned down, the second piece of art was completed. Painting experience plus 1738. The experience had hardly diminished, mostly because transforming into a new form presented a different posture. Li Hao quickly handed the painting to her. The water Kailan glanced at it, and her eyes immediately lit up. The woman in the painting was sorrowful and melancholic, exuding a transcendent loneliness and purity like a water lily detached from the mundane world. "This is actually me." The water Kailan felt that the woman in the painting looked much better than how she perceived her real self. And the tinge of sorrow in her features, could it be the true reflection of her heart? Alone in the cold pond, 1,000 years of solitude, the Tan Palace was a place of humans and not her own. In these bustling human cities, her loneliness seemed even more profound. Gazing at the painting, she gradually became entranced. Seeing her absorbed, Li Hao did not speak to disturb her. Instead he quietly tidied up the canvas, and then once more, he captured her enraptured appearance. In an era without photographs, his paintings could capture moments in time. Li Hao thought that most people would probably like them. Soon, the third painting was finished. Painting experience plus 1541. The experience had diminished slightly, but it was still a substantial amount. Just 3 paintings had earned him over 5,000 experience points, a veritable windfall. When Li Hao finished the painting, the water Kailan also came back to her senses and asked, "Are you done?" "So you noticed after all?" Li Hao secretly chuckled in his heart. She had clearly sensed his presence, yet she had maintained an entranced posture, indicating she was willingly cooperating. It's finished. Li Hao nodded and turned the canvas towards her. Seeing the third painting, a deeper smile appeared in the water Kailan's eyes. The entranced expression was vivid and lifelike, with the light casting angling reflections in her clear eyes, seeming to harbor a myriad of thoughts. She had indeed briefly revisited certain memories from 1,000 years ago, and he had seen through it. Could this human boy really read her? The water Kailan looked at Li Hao. Her gaze had become much more amiable as she said, "Your painting skills are indeed impressive. Did you say you're a descendant of the Li family?" "Yes," Li Hao nodded. The water Kailan, intrigued, said, "The divine General Mansion Li family is famous throughout the land, but as I know, the family rules are stringent, and all clan members are martial artists. How do they allow you to dabble in such minor arts?" "The art of painting is not necessarily a minor art." Li Hao smiled slightly. "Moreover, cultivating and painting do not interfere with each other, as there are always times when one tires of practicing." The water Kailan raised an eyebrow. Li Hao temporarily concealed his myriad attributes, releasing his 15 Li aura, and then reactivated the myriad attributes. The water Kailan was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Li Hao. 15 Li. Yet his blood and bone essence looked so fresh and tender. "Senior, since we have some free time today, why don't I continue to paint a few more pieces for you?" Li Hao offered with a smile. The water Kailan glanced at the paper in her hands, which she had forcibly dried out, and nodded, "That's fine." Li Hao inwardly smiled and promptly had her stand again by the edge of the emerald pond to continue painting. Soon, one painting after another was completed. After painting 11 canvases, the painting experience for the 12th had increased by only 351 points. Although it was much less than before, compared to painting other subjects, it was still considered generous. Let's stop here for today. The water Kailan took the latest painting, glancing at it, her face beaming with a bright smile. "Are you dissatisfied, senior?" Li Hao, who was about to continue painting, asked. The water Kailan shook her head. "Today my appearance is too plain. Your painting skill is so exquisite, I should dress up a bit more for your next painting." Li Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking that the love of beauty is something everyone shares, but he hadn't expected even the great demon king to possess it. Feeling that her look for the day wasn't pretty enough. But Li Hao thought she was already beautific. "All right, then." Li Hao did not insist, as there were plenty of days ahead. "What's your name?" the water Kailan asked. "Li Hao." The water Kailan appeared slightly surprised. That name seemed a bit presumptuous, and it would fit better if Li Hao belonged to the royal family. "Senior, your name?" Li Hao asked, not missing the chance to bond. Chapter 85, 79, Poetry Contest with the Prince _2. Chapter 85, Chapter 79, Poetry Contest with the Prince _2. "I take my surname from the first palace master. My family name is Song." The water Kailan smiled and said, "My name is Song Chioma." Song Chioma. Li Hao nodded slightly and said, "Senior Chioma, the next time I'm free, I'll come to visit you again." "How should I call for you then?" "Just gently touch the pond water, and I'll know," Song Chioma said with a smile. Li Hao remembered this and nodded. "Till we meet again, senior." Song Chioma waved lightly, turned around, and drifted away, taking along about a dozen paintings back into the emerald pond. The paintings were covered by her power like a membrane, keeping the water from touching them. This dive should score a perfect 10, Li Hao thought to himself as he watched her enter the cold pond without causing a single splash. He didn't immediately put away his drawing board, but instead continued to paint the cold pond and the cliff. Even without the water Kailan Song Chioma in the paintings, the sheer beauty of the scenery alone provided plenty of experience. Li Hao had tried creating magnificent and imposing scenes in his mind, and even bizarre and ferocious creatures, but the experience gained from painting them was minimal. He didn't know why, maybe it lacked some fine detail or charm. He then painted 4 or 5 more solitary cliff and cold pool paintings. After gaining 500 to 600 experience points, Li Hao felt it was about time to leave, but then he heard someone reciting poetry. "Steep cliffs with weary mountains, white clouds drift like tears of heaven. Where does this narrow path lead? Who could fathom my intentions?" As he spoke, a figure walked slowly toward him, and just as Li Hao turned around, the newcomer also looked his way. The two exchanged glances, recognizing each other's identities. A prince. Li Hao was surprised. This man was one of the two princes from Alpha Academy, apparently named Jiang Hanqing. Jiang Hanqing also recognized Li Hao. If anyone had caused a stir today at Alpha Academy, it was undoubtedly this young master of the Li family. From the moment he had entered Alpha Academy, he had noticed Wang Han and Li Hao, along with other scions of the Divine General Mansion, although he hadn't approached them. Thinking that he had recited poetry on his way here, Jiang Hanqing felt his face flush, somewhat hot and bothered. Damn it, why is there someone here? But, this guy is a military general's son, he probably can't appreciate the finer points of poetry, right? After their brief eye contact, Jiang Hanqing managed to control the heat on his face and smiled to greet him. Young Master Li. Hello. Li Hao responded quite formally. He really wasn't interested in these members of the imperial family. The other prince named Jiang Yi had approached him and Li Yuanzhao at the beginning of school to express a desire to make friends. But the young man's ambition was too plain in his eyes, and Li Hao didn't want to get involved with any troublesome matters related to the royal family. He also advised Yuan Zhao to keep his distance from these people, as these waters weren't suitable for easy wading. What are you doing here? Jiang Hanqing curiously surveyed the drawing board in front of Li Hao. It wouldn't have surprised him if Li Hao was here to practice his skills. But what was he doing with pen and ink? Considering that Li Hao had been exceptionally allowed into the Black and White Hall and had already ascended to the Soul Succession realm, Jiang Hanqing's gaze grew a bit more serious. Sketching, Li Hao said casually, withdrawing his gaze and once again busying himself with preparing the ink to start painting. Jiang Hanqing was somewhat taken aback, his eyes registering a flicker of interest. He had been secretly observing this young master of the Li family back at Alpha Academy. After all, this name was given by his own emperor father. He had heard his mother mention this from the time he was born. Upon meeting him at the academy, he couldn't help but pay extra attention. Li Hao's actions had indeed been extraordinary. Initially, Jiang Hanqing regretted thinking that such favoritism from the Li family had spoiled him. But today, after hearing teacher Su Yehua's words, he understood that this was a deeply hidden genius. Sketching. Jiang Hanqing curiously walked over and saw Li Hao start to paint. The solitary mountain and cold pond emerged onto the paper, depicted in an incredibly lively and picturesque manner. He was mesmerized. Coming from the royal family, he had been trained in martial arts from a young age, but he also cherished poetry and books, so he could certainly recognize that the painting skills were remarkably excellent. After Li Hao finished painting, Jiang Hanqing couldn't help but ask, Li, you can also paint? Without moving his eyes, Li Hao continued with his brush, can't you also write poetry? At the mention of poetry, Jiang Hanqing's face reddened slightly. As much as he liked it, being able was another matter. He indeed knew a little. But the poem he just recited wasn't created seriously. The choice of words and phrasing all stemmed spontaneously, merely expressing the frustrations in his heart, without meticulous crafting. Li, do you also understand poetry? A little. Jiang Hanqing, quite surprised and intrigued, said, why don't you compose a poem then, Li? Compose a poem. Li Hao glanced at him. His own poetry experience was already fully leveled up to 3 stages, yet he hadn't grasped the poetry heart, and composing poems wasn't his strong suit. Exactly, why not use this cold pool you painted as the subject for your poem, and let's both write one, how about it? Jiang Hanqing was keen on a poetry duel and also intended to compare his skills with Li Hao's, to recover some face for his casual recitation earlier, lest people think that was his actual level of poetry. Li Hao glanced and said, the cold pool, you say? You go first then. You should start, Li. My poetic flair is shallow, I need to ponder more, Jiang quickly replied. Li Hao didn't think he was being modest, judging by the poor poem Jiang had previously recited, he hadn't even gotten the rhymes right. All right. Li Hao, ever capricious, didn't think much and began reciting. Li Bai sets off in his boat, suddenly hearing song from the riverside. 1,000 feet deep is the water of Peach Blossom Pond, not as deep as Wang Luan's gift to me. As he finished one poem, his hand didn't stop drawing, he continued sketching. In the past, reciting a poem by the immortal poet would have earned him hundreds of experience points, but now his experience was already maxed out, not gaining a bit. Out of respect for the original, he didn't change a word. Not fitting the background. That's none of my concern. Jiang Hanqing listened, somewhat dazzled. This poem had a certain charm. Li, you didn't make this poem on the spot, did you? Jiang Hanqing said, noting that the situation depicted in the poem didn't match their current surroundings. Just tell me if there's a pond in there, Li Hao replied. Jiang Hanqing was speechless. Indeed, there was a pond, but where were any peach blossoms? There wasn't a ghost of a peach blossom here. After a pause, he asked, did you compose this yourself, or? The suspicion in his eyes was quite apparent. Anyway, you can't find another author in this world, Li Hao said coolly. Seeing his confident response, Jiang Hanqing was a bit shocked and further inquired, then may I ask, who is the Li Bai mentioned in the poem? As a Li, naturally, he is one of my ancestors of the Li family, replied Li Hao. And who is Wang Luan? The top brother of my ancestor. What in the world is a top brother? Jiang Hanqing looked utterly baffled. It's your turn, Li Hao gave him a look. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Hanqing was somewhat speechless. Fortunately, he had been a bit crafty. He had already composed a poem about a waterfall in the cold pond earlier, which he could conveniently use today. Although it might not fully fit the current scenery, it was undoubtedly much better than Li Hao's outrageous poem. Chapter 86, 80, Mr. Ji Ming. Chapter 86, Chapter 80, Mr. Ji Ming. Soon, Jiang Hanqing had also finished reciting his poem. He then looked at Li Hao with a satisfied expression. Li, what do you think of my poem? Very moist. Li Hao chuckled lightly in his heart and responded casually. Jiang Hanqing smiled and said, although Li's poem does not quite match the beauty before us, it is still quite good. So you actually got smug? Li Hao glanced at him, thinking, your poem counts as quite good. You really have some cheek. Shall we have another one? As a literary copyist, Li Hao could not allow original creation to be humiliated and immediately decided to enlighten him. Jiang Hanqing's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Another one. What should the topic be this time? You choose. Perhaps the waterfall. Waterfall. Li Hao laughed. Are you running headfirst into your weak spot? Li Hao agreed immediately, then stopped writing, looked up, and effortlessly recited a poem, viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu. By the time he recited, from a leap of 3,000 feet, it seems as if the Milky Way has descended from the heavens. Jiang Hanqing was already stunned, his face full of astonishment with wide-open eyes. Jiang Hanqing had not been particularly impressed by the previous poem, but this one was spot on, as if he could see the cascading and rushing image of a waterfall right before his eyes. The Milky Way falling from heaven, such a choice of words is too elegant and imposing. Seeing the other party struck with awe, Li Hao gave a faint smile, thinking there were plenty of classic poems describing waterfalls by the ancients. He intended to use dues, but it seemed more fitting to let the poetry sage claim this face. Jiang Hanqing had thought of trying again, but suddenly he couldn't continue. It felt as though this poem had perfectly captured the essence of the waterfall. Even though the poem was not composed on the spot by Li Hao but taken out of his stash like his own, it was enough to reveal Li Hao's talent. Ideas of composing on the spot are mere talk. They are martial artists, after all, not one of those great scholars in the Hanlin Academy who spend their days searching for beauties among the books. Li, I am utterly convinced by your poem, Jiang Hanqing admitted with a bow. Glad to hear that. Seeing this, Li Hao picked up the brush to paint again. Li, born in the divine general mansion, yet you possess such profound mastery in both poetry and painting, do the elders in your mansion not mind? Jiang Hanqing could not help but ask curiously. Of course, they do. Then how come? They just didn't manage to control it. Jiang Hanqing was speechless for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he really had met an amusing person. This was the first conversation between Jiang Hanqing and Li Hao, which he still vividly remembered years later. Li Hao didn't pay any more attention to Jiang Hanqing and continued painting. Seeing that Li Hao was focused, Jiang Hanqing didn't make any more noise to disturb him but quietly left. Before Li Hao went to the cold pool to paint the water Kailan, he was summoned to the Tan Palace by Shen Yunqing. Upon hearing the two conditions Song Yufeng set for him, Li Hao was momentarily stunned but didn't struggle much with the decision, choosing to become an honorary professor. Staying for a year was too long. However, he also had one condition of his own, which was to have everyone, including Song Yufeng, and all the elders of the Tan Palace cooperate with him on one thing. And that was to let him paint. Put in modern terms, it meant being a model. Upon hearing Li Hao's peculiar request, Song Yufeng was a bit taken aback, but it was a trivial matter, and he agreed without refusal, considering it a quirk of this talented member of the Li family. As an honorary professor, he would need to teach 3 classes a year, and if he didn't teach in any year, it would accumulate to the next. The term for the honorary professor was 10 years. That means 30 classes in total, which was relatively easy. Anticipating Li Hao's choice, Song Yufeng also told Li Hao that the disciples he would be teaching were not from Alpha Academy, but from the Black and White Hall. As for this, Li Hao didn't care much, he just needed to teach, and it didn't matter if anyone listened or who came to listen. Seeing Li Hao agree readily, Song Yufeng's lips curved into a smile, as both the young and the old got what they wanted, making the cooperation very pleasant. Leaving the Tan Palace, Li Hao was about to rush to the cold pool, but suddenly Li Yuanzhao found him. "Hao, Wushuang has returned," he said. Upon seeing Li Hao, Li Yuanzhao spoke. "The eldest lady says there will be a family banquet tonight to welcome Wushuang home and cleanse her of her travel dust. She asked us all to get back early." Ah. Li Hao was taken aback for a moment. After pondering, the image of a pretty young girl surfaced in his mind. Years ago, Fifth Lady had tearfully watched her leave with an old man who had the appearance of a child. Had that girl now returned as a learned young lady? Thinking this, Li Hao couldn't help but think of the little tale in Sword Cottage far south, 9,000 miles away. Shaking his head, Li Hao told Li Yuanzhao, "It's still early. I'll make another round and just be on time later." He wasn't particularly attached to that young girl, especially since Li Yun and his siblings had deliberately kept their distance over the years, which meant he saw Fifth Lady far less frequently. Should we prepare a gift in advance?" Li Yuanzhao asked. Regarding Miss Wushuang, he had only a faint impression of her, but over the years, he had heard much about her achievements within the mansion, recognizing her as the standout of their generation. Of course, she couldn't be compared to the current Li Hao. Indeed. After all, she was a long-lost cousin. No matter what, some small gifts should be prepared. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure what she likes, but she must like to eat. Go to Hongxiang Building and buy a portion of crispy roasted goose, and from Emerald Lake Courtyard, get a portion of bamboo fragrant dark dragon liver, make sure it's hot, and send it over during the dinner." Li Hao mentioned 7 or 8 famous Qingzhou city delicacies, all of which he had personally tasted and found to be delicious. Li Yuanzhao appeared stunned and asked, "Is that all?" "But these aren't expensive, altogether, they barely cost a few silvers. Our family isn't short of money. It's the thought that counts. These delicacies, which she certainly hasn't had while traveling, should suffice. She likely has everything else she needs," Li Hao explained. Li Yuanzhao thought it made sense. Miss Wushuang was, after all, a disciple of the Qianji sect, personally taught by a famous master. What could she possibly lack? Cultivation techniques. She could choose her own at Listening Rain Tower. Weapons. She could find them herself in the armory. As for common items like gold, silver, and jewels, it's likely she wouldn't even spare them a glance. "All right, then I'll buy what Hao has listed." Li Yuanzhao agreed. After he left, Li Hao picked up a canvas from his room and returned to the cold pool. He set up the canvas and reached a hand into the pool water to stir it. Sure enough, a shadow suddenly surged up, splashing water everywhere. Li Hao swiftly returned to the canvas and quickly said, "Predecessor Qiuma, please keep it like this." Song Qiuma, revealing her water Kylin form, looked formidable. She intended to transform but stopped when she heard Li Hao. She also kept the surrounding splashes suspended in the air, frozen in place. Li Hao began painting rapidly and soon completed a depiction of the water Kylin emerging from the water. Done. Following Li Hao's words, Song Qiuma let the suspended splashes retreat back into the pool and stepped forward, her figure as light as sand changing into a human form, her white and bare feet moving towards Li Hao's canvas. Not bad. Upon seeing her depiction on the canvas, Song Qiuma's eyes glinted with a hint of joy. Was her pose just now really that beautiful? She tilted her head to look at Li Hao and asked with a smile, "What do you think of my attire today?" Li Hao turned and saw her in a water blue dress, the same one from yesterday, but now with noticeable bracelets and silver chains on her arms and legs, which sparkled brightly. Do women all like shiny things? Li Hao chuckled and said, it looks very beautiful. Song Qiumo gave him a look and said, then paint. Li Hao immediately began to paint seriously. Sure enough, today's Song Qiumo, with the addition of ornaments, manifested a more dazzling and transcendent beauty in her ethereal allure. And from completing the painting, he gained an additional 100 points in his painting experience. Clearly, these ornaments were no ordinary items. Song Qiumo nodded lightly, though her eyes could hardly hide her joy and satisfaction. Li Hao chuckled, prompted her to switch positions, and started another painting. Time flowed slowly. By the cold pool, Li Hao had already created a dozen paintings of Song Qiumo. Among them, he had her transform back to her original form for 7 or 8 paintings. In total, they gathered over 4,000 points of experience, adding up to nearly 20,000 with yesterday's session. Li Hao had noticed the day before that painting Song Qiumo yielded more experience than painting others like Feng and the Fifth Lady, even though he did not believe their cultivation levels were inferior. It was likely because they usually concealed their aura, so when he painted them, he couldn't capture their essence. Seeing Song Qiumo in front of him without much restraint, her aura overwhelming, made his paintings possess an impressive power. It seems, he thought, I'll have to ask them to show their true strength when I paint them next time, though Feng can be difficult to persuade. Preparing his favorite dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms might do the trick. Let's stop for today, Li Hao suggested as he noted the time, which was getting late, to Song Qiumo. With many sheets of paper in hand, an utterly joyful Song Qiumo said, if you ever face any difficulties, feel free to seek me out anytime, as long as I am within Tan Palace, I can mostly help you. Is predecessor Qiumo confined here? Li Hao asked in surprise. Song Qiumo slightly shook her head, not elaborating further, and said, then, until next time. Saying this, she dived perfectly back into the cold pool. Seeing this, Li Hao too packed up his canvas and headed back to the mansion. As Li Hao passed Alpha Academy on the way down the mountain, he noted that Li Yun and his sister were no longer around while the other disciples of the academy were still training. Upon spotting Li Hao, one of them exclaimed in surprise. Soon, others also noticed him, and all eyes turned towards him. Seeing this, Li Hao smiled and waved a greeting, quickly making his getaway to avoid being surrounded with inquiries. At the foot of the mountain, Li Hao rode back to the mansion. Upon reaching the grand entrance, he felt today's atmosphere within the mansion was unusually lively, with smiles gracing the guards' faces. As Li Hao approached, the guards bowed and paid their respects. Back in Mountain and River Courtyard, Zhao informed him that Fu had sent word from Sangyu City about his recovery, planning to leave tomorrow and return home. Additionally, Zhao presented a gift box, saying to Li Hao, Young master, Miss Wushuang from Piaoxue Courtyard has returned to the mansion today, and the lady of the house has prepared a family dinner. You are invited over, and I have taken the liberty of preparing this gift for you to bring along later. Chapter 87, 81 Xiao Yu Jing. Chapter 87, Chapter 81 Xiao Yu Jing. What is this? Upon seeing the thoughtful gift prepared by Zhao, Li Hao opened the gift box and glanced inside to find a delicately small dragon horn comb, along with a small bottle. Li Hao picked up the small porcelain bottle and shook it, prompting Zhao to hurriedly say, inside is the soul-casting elixir, which can increase divine soul power. I've heard that Miss Wushuang has already reached the divine travel realm, so she must have a use for it. Zhao really is considerate and thoughtful. Li Hao couldn't help but praise. He was familiar with the soul-casting elixir. It could be consumed by those in the divine travel realm, with each pill increasing the travel distance by about 100 meters. A person could consume up to 10 pills before reaching the maximum limit, beyond which no more could be absorbed. And the accumulation of 10 pills was a kilometer. This was equivalent to surpassing 4 or 5 years of hard cultivation. The only downside was, since the elixir-assisted divine soul differed ever so slightly from one that was self-cultivated, it would not be noticeable in common battles. However, in a clash between top experts, it could become a flaw. This was what Jianghu martial artists often said, relying on medicinal pills for improvement might lead to an unstable foundation, making the body too light. Li Hao was unable to absorb the effects of medicinal pills and thus consuming them was ineffective for him. Even if he could, he would not choose to use them, for he had heard that his second uncle and Feng never relied on elixirs. At most, they would consume spirit food with rich energy to enhance their physical strength and vitality. Because the second uncle and Feng were not body refiners, nor would they expend effort in body refinement. So, relying on external things to increase physical strength was harmless and only beneficial to them, while they remained pure and untainted by any medicinal influence in their cultivation realm. Zhao gave a slight smile, knowing that Li Hao didn't take this matter to heart. With earnest concern, he advised. It's been many years since your return. If you're still accustomed to Miss Wu Shuang's temperament, you should spend time with your cousin. It's best to close the distance in your relationship since she is a disciple of the Qianji sect, and it would be good to have her support in the future. Li Hao agreed with a smile. Zhao sighed quietly, following behind Li Hao like an old servant. Before long, Li Yuanzhao hurried to the mountain and river courtyard, entering as if he were in his own domain and calling out Li Hao's name from afar. It's young Master Yuanzhao, observed Zhao, his face breaking into a kind smile. Over the years, Li Hao had been lax in his demeanor and had not displayed any martial arts talent, so the other courtyards had not interacted much with the mountain and river courtyard. Zhao had also noticed the distancing of Li Yun and his sister from Li Hao. Of the direct descendants around Li Hao's age, there were only a few, and now only young Master Yuan Zhao remained, coming to the mountain and river courtyard to keep company with young Master Hao. It wasn't fair to blame others for being opportunistic. As the steward of the mountain and river courtyard, Zhao was well informed, and he had his own trusted contacts in the other courtyards. He knew that the reason might not lie with Li Hao alone. It was rather that the other courtyards had heard certain rumors from the northern Yen battlefield, which led them to act this way. After more than a decade of prolonged war, many rumors had spread. One must know that although the Li family was a divine general mansion, wealthy and powerful, they also had political rivals in the court and others who envied them. Moreover, with the yearly battles in northern Yen, the soldiers of the Li family who perished could not voice their grievances until the war ended. Yet the war's expenses required allocations from the court, logistical support, all of which provided fodder for criticism. Don't think that with soldiers fighting abroad, no one would dare to speak in court. On the contrary, it still depended on the climate and public sentiment. How? I've purchased the dishes you asked for, they've already been delivered to Ent's courtyard, said Li Yuanzhao, approaching with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao looked at Li Hao with surprise, not expecting him to be so well prepared, and a look of relief crept into his eyes. Thanks for the trouble. Li Hao patted Yuanzhao on the shoulder and said, then let's head over as well. Zhao followed the two young masters, accompanied by Li Hao's personal maidservant Qin Ji, all on their way to the banquet. The carriage rolled out of the mountain and river courtyard, and Li Yuanzhao said he wanted to stop by Linglong Court first, which was his foster mother's residence. Naturally, Li Hao didn't refuse and instructed the family's trusted aide driving the carriage to turn towards Linglong Court. Once at Linglong Court, Li Yuanzhao jumped out of the carriage and asked Li Hao and Zhao to wait a moment before rushing into the courtyard. It wasn't long before Li Hao saw Li Yuanzhao escorting a woman with a graceful figure and dignified manner slowly stepping out from inside. The woman was Ms. Xiao, named Xiao Yujing. Her ancestors had produced a supremely powerful martial artist in the Four Stands realm. Her husband, the fourth son of the Li family, had been called to the battlefield on their wedding night, having to leave his new bride in their nuptial chamber to rush to the frontier. Tragically, he never returned. From then on, Ms. Xiao could only live in widowhood, childless as well. Therefore, after Li Yuanzhao was orphaned, the matriarch decided to adopt him into the fourth branch of the family. As Li Hao and Zhao waited in the carriage, Ms. Zhao's normally furrowed brows sank into a frown. As a child, Li Hao remembered being held by Ms. Xiao, who had seemed warm and kind. But over the years, she had become increasingly reclusive in her temperament. And whenever she saw him, she seemed to hold some anger towards him, which Li Hao didn't understand. Didn't I tell you today that your cousin Shuang Heir is coming back? You were supposed to prepare a gift, but instead, you're fooling around with him again, Ms. Xiao reprimanded Yuanzhao, without regard to the fact that Li Hao was right there. Li Yuanzhao scratched his head awkwardly and said, Mother, Hao and I went to prepare the gifts together. We've already delivered them to the elder mistress's quarters at Mountain and River Courtyard. What gifts did you prepare? Xiao Yujing frowned. Crispy roasted goose from Hongxiang building, Li Yuanzhao promptly spilled every detail. Before he could finish, Xiao Yujing already couldn't bear to listen further, angrily rebuked. Are you truly that foolish? She's been wandering outside for a long time and even made it onto the Qianquan list, what delicacies hasn't she tasted? Is she lacking your gift? How many silver does it even cost? Wouldn't it seem too meager when presented? Li Yuanzhao glanced at Li Hao and gained some confidence, saying, Mother, what doesn't our Li family have? Weapons, cultivation techniques, cousin can just pick whatever she likes. Is there a need for us to prepare anything? Cousin hasn't returned to Qingzhou much over the years, she surely hasn't had a chance to taste the authentic delicacies here. She may not have eaten them, but do you think she cares to? Xiao Yujing rolled her eyes slightly, showing the charm of a beauty, and said exasperatedly. Whether she needs it or not is one thing, but your gifts definitely cannot be trifling. It's not just about them, at least you should be able to present it with confidence, right? If people find out all you're presenting is such food and drink, won't they laugh their heads off? With that, she looked towards the carriage and immediately caught sight of a gift box next to the curtain, scoffing. Look at this, what is it? Zhao, upon seeing her misunderstanding, hurriedly said, Madam Xiao, this was specially prepared by this old servant out of concern that young Master Hao Er might come across as impolite, for him to offer to Miss Shuang Er. Humph. Xiao Yujing turned to Li Yuanzhao and said, See. You treat others like Hao, but they might not truly regard you with the same heart, leading you around in merry circles, ignorant and foolish, while they secretly prepare a generous gift. Now, you come empty-handed, with nothing at all. What will you present when you see your cousin? Li Yuanzhao opened his mouth slightly, looking wronged as he said, but that was prepared by Zhao for Hao, it's not Hao's fault. Xiao Yujing nearly raised her hand in anger to strike him. Had Li Hao fed this fool some sort of bewitchment, refusing to listen to reason? She restrained herself, snorting in anger yet still considering Li Hao and Zhao standing nearby, she contained her fury. Forget it, your mother has already prepared a gift for you. Zhu Xiang, bring it to Yuan Zhao, Xiao Yujing instructed. A maidservant gracefully approached and respectfully handed Li Yuanzhao a gift box. Curious, Li Yuanzhao wanted to open it to have a look, but with a glare from Xiao Yujing, he reluctantly withdrew his hands, hanging his head low, obediently following behind his mother. We have our own carriage, there's no need to squeeze together, Xiao Yujing said indifferently to Li Hao and Zhao. Mother. Be quiet. Li Hao felt a bit helpless. His fourth mother seemed to always harbor an inexplicable hostility towards him, which left him quite puzzled. Yuan Zhao, we'll go ahead then, just stay with your mother, Li Hao said to the little chubby boy, not wanting to leave him in a tough spot. He winked at him. Li Yuan Zhao promptly nodded, Hao, we'll be right there. Then, turning his body to stealthily smile at Li Hao behind his mother's back, he flashed a pair of white teeth. Li Hao smiled back and left first with Zhao. Mother, why do you always stop me from being with Hao? Actually, how? Xiao Yujing glared at him irritably. I told you to associate more with Piaoxue courtyard, what's the need to stick around him all the time? He could only practice body refinement before, and even though his meridians are open now, he started his cultivation late. All that is still tolerable, your mother isn't a mercenary person after all. The main thing is, I don't want you to bring trouble upon yourself, understand? Li Yuanzhao was puzzled. How did this relate to bringing trouble upon himself? Talking to you is pointless, just listen to your mother, and get closer to little Miss Xi Ning, Xiao Yujing spoke softly. Li Yuanzhao was perplexed, as he had asked about this a few times before but his mother hadn't explained. This time he didn't ask, simply pretending to obediently nod in agreement. When Madame Xiao married, the fourth master sacrificed himself on the battlefield. Over these years, she has had some grievances against the Li family, Zhao explained to Li Hao in a low voice inside the carriage, speaking carefully. This was a sensitive matter for the master's family, something their servants shouldn't comment on, but he worried that Li Hao might harbor resentment towards Xiao Yujing, being too young to understand the need for discretion and potentially drawing trouble. Li Hao nodded slightly, he had also thought of this reason. After all, he could understand the resentment of a widow. He didn't harbor any anger towards fourth mother, for she often showed her true colors openly, never scheming behind his back. On the contrary, the second mother from Shuihua courtyard, who always greeted him with a smile and warm inquiries, was the one who truly irked him. And with Li Yuanzhao around, considering his face, Li Hao would not hold any hostility towards Ms. Xiao. At least, she truly seemed to treat Li Yuanzhao well. Soon, the carriage arrived outside Eternal Spring Court. Several carriages were parked outside the alley. Clearly the ladies from other courtyards had arrived earlier. Before entering the court, the lively noise from the outer courtyard with phrases like, "My Shuang air is truly amazing," could be heard, probably the ladies heaping praise on that favored daughter of heaven. Holding the gift box given by Zhao, Li Hao strolled into the courtyard. Chapter 88, 82, Princess. Chapter 82, Princess. The house servant at the courtyard gate saw Li Hao and quickly paid his respects, knowing that this young master was deeply favored by the grande dame. At this moment, the bright moon had just emerged, casting a mottled starlight. In the courtyard, the lanterns were just being lit. Warm light filtered through the window screens of the main hall, carrying the sound of cheerful laughter from within, suggesting a happy gathering. Zhao and Qin Ji followed Li Hao to the entrance of the main hall, stopping before the steps, standing with hands folded, quietly waiting for the banquet to end. They would only enter if called upon. The regulations of the Li family were strict, and these servants dared not overstep their bounds. Inside the main hall. As soon as Li Hao entered, he caught sight of a strikingly unfamiliar girl's figure. She appeared to be about 16, the age when a girl is like a bud ready to bloom. Yet, the girl was already about 1.7 meters tall, with a slim and graceful figure, and her eyes were as calm as a frost lake, possessing a serenity not found in her peers. Faintly, Li Hao could still discern the rounded lines of her childhood cheeks, but now that the girl had grown up, her facial contours were even more delicate and beautiful, like a flower about to unfold. She was wearing an oyster-white dress, pure and elegant, with the shimmer of sequins sewn amidst the folds of the gauze, giving off a casual yet extremely luxurious look that, coupled with her refreshing temperament, made her seem like a fairy emerging from the mist. Clearly, this was Li Wushuang. Besides, Li Hao also saw, sitting beside his long-lost cousin, Li Yun and Li Jining, brother and sister. But at that moment, they were all eyes cast downwards in respect, hands properly placed on their laps, their faces bearing silly, happy smiles amidst the adults' praise and laughter, their gazes occasionally drawn to their elder sister beside them. Their eyes shone with hope and brightness at the sight of her lustrous figure, filled with envy and joy. This scene reminded Li Hao of 5 years ago, when they first came to mountain and river courtyard, listening to stories with their little faces propped up in their hands, just as well behaved. It's no wonder Shuang Er has reached the divine travel realm at such a young age, achieving divine travel at 15. Such talent already ranks her among the top prodigies, and it's very likely she'll step into the 3 immortals in her lifetime. At the end of the ladies' seating, 9th Madame Jiang Xianer spoke in a soft and delicate voice. She was Li family's 9th son, Li Jun's fiancée-to-be, and also a princess of the royal family. Seeing 9th Madame, Li Hao's eyes also couldn't help but show a measure of solemn respect. 9th Madame was the youngest among the ladies, only 32 this year. Li Hao heard from 2nd Master that when she was a child, due to some matter, she had lived in the Li family for a time, and it was then that she met the 9th uncle. The two shared a childhood like sweethearts, separated as they grew up, but later when the 9th uncle was free-ranging outside, establishing himself in the world, he met 9th Madame again, and their affection for each other blossomed, leading to a private vow of marriage. With 9th uncle being highly talented, also the true dragon of the previous generation of the Li family, Emperor Yu did not obstruct this union, granting them their betrothal. Unfortunately, though the marriage was settled, 9th uncle wished to earn his achievements before the grand wedding, to marry 9th Madame in a glorious ceremony. Little did anyone expect that after only 2 years in the army, he would die on the battlefield, causing the marriage, so close to the wedding date, to end abruptly, to the regret and lament of many. Originally, with 9th uncle dead, the marriage would naturally come to an end. After all, one couldn't expect the princess of the royal family to live as a widow, could they? But 9th Madame, with deep affections, declared she would wed only the 9th son of the Li family in this life. Thus, after causing an uproar in the imperial palace with the emperor, she eventually arrived at Qingzhou, holding 9th uncle's gown and armor, completing the marriage ceremony that the groom could not fulfill, becoming 9th Madame of the Li family. This romantic tale was well known throughout Qingzhou. In the mansion, all the ladies showed great respect to 9th Madame Jiang Xianer, including 2nd Master and 5th Master. When mentioning this princess of the royal house, they were filled with affection. This was not about status, but purely about the bond of love. Li Hao, hearing 2nd Master recount this story for the first time, was also deeply moved. In this era, the carriage travels slow, a lifetime is only enough to love one person. A lifetime is also only enough to remember one person. Unlike his era, where with a simple swipe on a device, a heart could change 80 times in one night. Ninth madam is too kind, said Li Wushuang to Jiang Xian'er with a slight smile. To others, she might not show much expression, but towards the wife of her ninth uncle, she also held great respect in her heart. Hao Er has arrived. At this moment, He Jianlan, seated at the center of the hall, saw Li Hao, and her smiling face revealed an even warmer smile as she beckoned. Come, sit down. It was then that the others also noticed Li Hao. Jiang Xian'er turned back to glance at him and gave a gentle smile, quite amiable. Li Hao responded with his own smile. Over the years, he had interacted with all the family's wives, but only the grande dame and ninth madam made him feel most at ease and comfortable. Approaching the table and seeing 2 dishes he had earlier asked Yuan Zhao to purchase, Li Hao smiled and then handed the gift box he was carrying to his cousin. I heard Wushuang was coming back and prepared a small gift especially for you. I hope you like it, cousin. Li Wushuang's gaze swept over the gift box as she took it, her expression unchanging. Thank you. With that, she moved to place the gift box on the gift table behind her. Lu Yurong, sitting beside He Jianlan, caught sight of this and teased with a smile, Shuang Er, why don't you see what Hao has given you? In all these years, aside from food, he hasn't really given gifts to anyone else. He Jianlan said evenly, we're not in need of anything, and the delicacies Hao sends are all made by him personally, which is the most precious gift. Chapter 89, 82 Princess _2. Chapter 89, Chapter 82 Princess _2. That is true, Lu Yurong said with a smile and a nod. Jiang Xian'er turned her head to Li Hao and said with a smile, Hao Er, come sit. It's been a long time since I've had the pastries you make. If ninth mother likes them, I will make some for you tomorrow. Li Hao readily took a seat and said with a smile. While the two were speaking, Li Wushuang slightly frowned. She initially had no interest, but given that second mother had spoken in such a manner, if she didn't take a look, it would seem as though she didn't care enough. She casually opened the gift box and saw the porcelain bottle and dragon horn comb inside. Just as she had thought, common items. Li Wushuang shook her head secretly and with less interest, prepared to close it. Yet Lu Yurong chuckled softly and said, Hao Er has really put in the effort. The craftsmanship of this dragon horn comb is exquisite. You must have spent a lot of time on it. What's inside the porcelain bottle? Soul-casting elixir. Li Hao said with a smile to her. Li Wushuang's eyebrows slightly rose as she closed the lid of the gift box and placed it on the side gift table, saying indifferently, do you think I need such pills? Though her voice was gentle, the atmosphere suddenly turned much colder. This sentence was a difficult one to respond to. Need it. That would plainly say that her talents are lacking and she needs to rely on pills. Don't need it. Then why send it at all? Li Hao was taken aback for a moment but soon appeared somewhat helpless. Indeed, giving gifts is a troublesome matter. Shuang Er. Lady Gao Qingqing, seeing that the tone of her child was off and that the family banquet was to celebrate her, naturally didn't want any unpleasantness to occur, and tried to ease the situation with a smile. Hao Er also meant well. You haven't seen each other for so many years, and he doesn't know what you like. The dragon horn comb looks very good, and as for the pills, if you don't need them, just keep them. Li Yun, who had been behaving properly and appeared very obedient, suddenly adopted a somewhat wild posture upon seeing Li Hao, as if he felt it was somewhat shameful to show such obedient behavior in front of Li Hao. Seeing that Li Hao seemed to have been put in an awkward position, Li Yun immediately leaned back tactically and, mimicking Li Hao's usual indifferent expression, huffed. Li Hao, do you know that my sister is a 9th-grade warrior, a top-notch prodigy? She absolutely doesn't need pills to help her, and taking them would actually harm her. Are you looking down on my sister? Having said this, he looked at Li Hao with satisfaction. Now with his elder sister's backing, he wasn't afraid of Li Hao. The dumb son of the landowner Li Hao looked at him with some speechlessness, thinking, this banquet is for your sister. If I lose my temper now, it's your sister who will look bad, not me, foolish boy. Indeed, upon hearing Li Yun's words, Gao Qingqing's expression changed slightly, and she quickly tugged at Li Yun's back. They were all family, and with the elder sister-in-law present, it would be unacceptable to embarrass someone openly. Li Yun winced from the tug and looked up to see his mother's eyes exuding a hint of anger. Mother and son had a tacit understanding, and he instantly knew he had probably done something wrong. But, what did I do wrong? Isn't what I said the truth? While Li Yun was lost in thought, Li Hao just smiled slightly. Naturally he wouldn't get angry and stand up because of this. Of course, neither would he nervously explain anything. If cousin sister doesn't need such pills, perhaps cousin brother might need them. You can keep them for him. As for the comb, could it be that cousin sister also doesn't like it? Then I'll give it to sister Ji Ning. Li Hao said, his tone seeming to convey a smile but not quite a smile. What about the comb, cousin sister, you don't like that either. Then give it to sister Ji Ning instead. Li Wushuang's face darkened slightly. How could she not hear the implications in Li Hao's words, implying her brother was not good enough? What do you mean? She stated directly, disliking beating around the bush, and as for saving face, she really didn't care. Cousin, didn't you hear me clearly? Li Hao feigned surprise, thinking to himself, how come both siblings seemed a bit slow-witted? Li Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, wanting to explode, but Gao Qingqing coughed in time to interrupt, saying, Shuang heir, Hao is still young and doesn't know about your situation. He intended well by giving you the soul-casting elixir. Why are you taking offense at your cousin? Jiang Xiener, sitting next to Li Hao, smiled charmingly. Shuang heir, if you don't like it, I'll make it up to Hao on your behalf later. Yes, Shuang heir, it is the thought that counts from Hao, Lu Yurong hurried to console. Li Wushuang glanced at Li Hao, said nothing more, but casually took the gift box and placed it on the gift rack behind her. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, followed by the voice of Li Yuanzhao calling, Hao. Li Hao turned his head and saw fourth mother and Yuanzhao had also arrived. Hearing Li Yuanzhao's voice, Xiao Yujing, who had just calmed down, flared up again. You brat, whom do you greet first after entering? To those unaware, it seemed as if you were here to celebrate with Li Hao. As much as she seethed with anger, with many people in the main hall, she couldn't publicly scold her son, so she hurriedly approached with a smile, my sisters and younger siblings, I'm late. Is this Shuang heir? My, it's been years, and you've grown so tall and beautiful in the blink of an eye. Qingqing, you really have a lovely daughter. A few words quickly livened up the atmosphere and drew people's attention away, covering up Li Yuanzhao's impoliteness. Li Hao sat at the table with a smile on his face. These ladies, none of them were easy to deal with. Li Yuanzhao greeted Li Hao, and with a knowing glance between the brothers, they understood that the earlier incident had not caused any misunderstandings, and Li Yuanzhao also relaxed, smiling as he handed his gift to Li Wushuang. What is this? Lu Yurong asked with interest. Cousin, you'll know if you open it, Li Yuanzhao said, not knowing what his mother had put inside, but he was clever enough to respond with a smile. Li Wushuang frowned slightly, feeling somewhat helpless but still opened the gift to look. It turned out to be a sharp, short dagger. It's actually the renowned dagger Han Xiang. Gao Qingqing immediately recognized it and looked at Xiao Yujing in surprise. Sister-in-law, this is a famous divine weapon. It's said that it can even pierce the body of an immortal demon king. Xiao Yujing smiled, it's Yuan Zhao's heartfelt gift, as long as Shuang heir likes it, that's what matters. Regaining her composure, Gao Qingqing said to her daughter, aren't you going to thank your cousin? Li Wushuang's eyes also showed a hint of brightness, as she rather liked the dagger. Although she used a sword, she still had another hand. Carrying it with her for close combat, when a sword could not be wielded, the dagger would be as handy as a short sword. Thank you, cousin. She said with a gentle expression, softly expressing her thanks. Li Yuanzhao waved his hand and laughed, then sat down next to Li Hao. Before long, the third and eighth ladies also arrived one after another, and soon everyone was present. He Jianlan, knowing that Li Wushuang had just returned to the mansion and did not like crowds, had not asked the concubines from the various courtyards to come over, so all those present were from the main family branches. Although there weren't many people, it was more in line with Li Wushuang's preference. In addition to the ladies, Li Wushuang's father, Li Xuanli, also returned from Zen meditation mountain deep within the mansion. He appeared to be in his 40s, with an air of scholarly elegance about him. He had been seriously injured on the battlefield years ago, but fortunately, compared to his brothers, he had managed to come back in one piece. Surviving a grave injury at the hands of demons was no easy feat after all. The men of the Li family were prime targets for the great demons on the battlefield, and once injured, they would be voraciously attacked by demons. After all, the Li family had defended the borders for years, slaying countless demons and accumulating just as many grudges. To the demon race, other than the Wang family, the four families of the divine general mansion were all mortal enemies, despised by the demons who wished nothing more than to consume their flesh, drink their blood, and sleep on their skins. Chapter 90, 83, Revisiting the Past. Chapter 90, Chapter 83, Revisiting the Past. Li Xuanli came over and first paid his respects to Madame He Jianlan with a slight bow. He then individually greeted the other sisters-in-law, nodded at his younger siblings, and finally sat down with a smile, saying, "Shuang heir, how is your cultivation progressing at Qianji sect? I heard you've made it onto the Qian list, not bad." Upon hearing her father's praise, Li Wushuang's expression remained calm. Li Yun, sitting by her side, had his eyes shining brightly, revealing a rather proud demeanor, while Li Jining also looked at her elder sister with sparkling eyes, seemingly viewing her as a role model. "I'm only at the bottom of the list, after all. If I could be like ninth uncle, who reached the top of the Qian list as soon as he entered it, that would be truly impressive." She had no intention of boasting, she was merely stating the facts. Upon hearing his daughter mention old 9, a subtle change flickered across Li Xuanli's eyes, and the smile on his face receded slightly. That dazzling, meteor-like figure from the past, just as Emperor Yu had said 14 years ago, that fallen radiance was indeed the pain of the Li family. Although they had 9 brothers and did not count the sisters, each of them was closely knit with one another, united as one. However, as they each took wives and visited each other less, they gradually drifted apart. In the past, they used to train and dine together in the large courtyard, laugh and frolic together, and together they would avoid their father's punishments. Time flies like an arrow. The summer night's frog choruses that linger in the memories of the courtyard have long been inaudible. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene grow slightly quiet, Li Wushuang realized she shouldn't have brought up the painful scar of the Li family. Her face changed slightly, and she kept silent. Li Xuanli, lost in melancholic thoughts, regained his composure and, realizing his daughter had fallen silent, affected by his emotions, immediately smiled lightly and said with a carefree tone, "You want to compare yourself with your ninth uncle? You're still too green for that. Your ninth uncle was already challenging the Celestial Master Realm at 17, defeating all challengers in reverse order. Outside Qingzhou City at Phoenix Immortal platform, he issued a challenge to the world's finest, and in the end, no one dared to respond." Recounting those youthful days, Li Xuanli's face once again bore a hint of a smile, filled with nostalgia for those spirited times. Back then they still had the sky above them, as well as their father, and their eldest brother, which allowed them to roam freely across Jianghu, traveling far and wide. Drinking and riding freely, they explored all 19 provinces. But as the sky above them collapsed and their father's soul went to Mo River, unable to be freed to this day, unable to return to the Li family ancestral hall or to reincarnate. They also lost that leisurely disposition and instead began to cultivate fervently. At the same time, they started bearing the heavy responsibility of the Li family, guarding the frontier pass, charging through battlefields, and exorcising demons. Hearing Li Xuanli's words, a trace of reminiscence appeared in the eyes of the madams of each household. That period was also when most of them had newly married into the Li residence, when they were most naive and free-spirited, and it was the most beautiful time they had spent with their husbands. Yearning emerged in Li Wushuang's eyes. With just a few words from her father, she painted a silhouette in her heart, grand and invincible in the world, the silhouette of her ninth uncle, the one she had heard about proudly since childhood. To challenge the world, such a commanding presence, how many in this world can achieve that? Li Hao, however, inwardly sighed. Such a prodigy, yet died young, a truly regrettable loss. The food is getting cold, let's start eating first. In the end, it was He Jianlan who was the most rational, pulling back her thoughts and saying with a smile. Everyone chuckled and started to help themselves, calling on each other to eat. These dishes are good. During the meal, they talked about other things, no longer touching on those sentimental memories, seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement on this matter. Li Xuanli tasted a few dishes and exclaimed in appreciation, "Shuang heir, it's not often you come back. You should try this bamboo fragrant dark dragon liver, it's quite good. It's the same taste from over a decade ago, not changed a bit. Your father hasn't had it for many years either." Li Wushuang, who had maintained a cool demeanor until now, revealed a trace of a daughter's playful nature at this moment, curiously picking up the dish and tasting it carefully. "It really is good," Li Wushuang smiled, showing her teeth. Li Xuanli looked at his eldest sister-in-law and said with a smile, "Eldest sister-in-law has put a lot of thought into this for Shuang Er. The bamboo fragrant dark dragon liver from Emerald Lake Courtyard is a unique delicacy of Qingzhou, and I almost forgot its taste after such a long time." He Jianlan smiled faintly, glancing at Li Hao, who was concentrating on his food, and said, "It wasn't me who prepared it, but Hao Er and Yuan Zhao who bought it together. They said that since Shuang Er had been away for many years, she likely hadn't had Qingzhou's delicacies, so they specially bought it for her." Li Xuanli was momentarily stunned, then looked at Li Hao and Li Yuan Zhao on the other side. "Did you too buy this?" Li Hao glanced at him, harboring great respect for his warrior uncle, and nodded. Li Yuan Zhao smiled and said, "Uncle Five, Hao knows food best. The delicious dishes you just praised were all Hao's idea for me to buy. There are still several more coming up." Li Xuanli, surprised, naturally remembered Li Hao, the seventh brother's only son with Qingqing. He had attended the boys' 100-day celebration. Later, he heard the child was a cultivation cripple, but it seemed he had somehow managed to unblock himself, or perhaps his second uncle had thought of a method to help him. In any case, he was able to cultivate again. But it was a pity that he had missed the opportunities for foundation establishment and blood melting. His aptitude was inevitably inferior to others, and starting late, he had wasted valuable time. Feeling pity, his gaze softened when he looked at Li Hao. "Hao Er, that's very thoughtful of you. I heard your father is about to return, and the war in northern Yan has ended. The report has been submitted to the court, and I believe you'll see him soon." As he spoke, he addressed his daughter, "Shuang Er, aren't you going to thank Xiao Hao? This thoughtfulness is no less important than any other gift." Li Hao felt moved by his uncle's words, which seemed to carry a hidden meaning since he had arrived later than others, and now spoke as if he had been observing the situation with spiritual thought from the start. He developed a favorable impression of this discerning Uncle Five. Out of consideration for the other party, Li Hao no longer dwelt on the incident just now and pretended as if nothing had happened. At this moment, one more glance at Li Wushuang would have likely made the latter embarrassed. On the other side, Li Wushuang's expression had turned sour upon hearing her aunt's words, and now, listening to her father's, she suddenly found the dragon liver in her mouth difficult to swallow. She glanced at Li Hao, only to see him picking up food as though he wasn't waiting for her gratitude. To her, this attitude seemed aloof and somewhat arrogant. Her face turned cold, and she put the half-eaten piece of dragon liver from her bowl back onto the table, reaching for another dish as she said, "Dad, I've already thanked him, and also, I don't actually like dragon liver that much, it's too greasy." Li Xuanli was taken aback and his expression abruptly darkened. He put down his chopsticks and stared at her, saying, "Shuang Er, I've taught you since you were little to be honest and forthright. You've just come back, what do you have against Hao Er? Just because he gave you a bottle of elixir?" At this point, he no longer concealed that he had been paying attention to the situation all along. As he became angry, the others at the dining table also involuntarily stopped eating. Gao Qingqing knew her husband's temper and also found it strange. Shuang Er had never been like this before. However, the atmosphere was now stiff, and if she were to ask her daughter to apologize in front of everyone in the room, it could possibly damage the child's self-esteem. He Jianlan saw that the situation was becoming awkward and gently said, "Xianli, don't be angry with Shuang Er, she just came back. Shuang Er, do you have some kind of view towards Hao?" Li Wushuang hadn't expected her father to scold her publicly, and she instantly felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. She had been away from home for so long, and before she had even had a chance to spend time with her father upon her return, he was already scolding her on behalf of an outsider. She bit her lip and glared at Li Hao. "That's something you should ask him about. Taking advantage of my absence, he bullied my younger brother. Dad, you've been healing on Zen Meditation Mountain, so you don't know about it." Li Xuanli was slightly stunned. Li Hao bullying his own child. Li Yun's expression also changed slightly, and he grew anxious. When his elder sister had returned, they had a lot to catch up on. When Li Wushuang casually asked with a smile if anyone had bullied them in recent years, he took the opportunity to mention the time Li Hao had beaten him up as a child. It was embarrassing to mention such things to his mother, but telling his big sister, he felt like he had found a strong backer. He had thought of getting back at Li Hao on his own, but every time he saw Li Hao, he irrationally chickened out. And Li Wushuang, upon hearing this, naturally remembered Li Hao's name, thinking she should seize the opportunity to put him in his place. So that was the reason Li Hao was somewhat at a loss for words. He looked at the blushing and anxious Li Yun and didn't expect the lad to hold such a grudge. It seemed he hadn't hit him hard enough back then. The fact that the kid still remembered it meant he hadn't hit him hard enough. Yuner, when did this happen? Gao Qingqing's face showed concern as she quickly asked. Li Yun, who had never been scrutinized by so many elders before, blushed slightly and lowered his head a little. Several years ago. Exactly when? 5 or 6 years ago. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately realized it was a misunderstanding. 5 or 6 years ago. Back then, Li Hao and Li Yun were just 8 or 9 years old. At most, this could be considered child's play, not bullying. Furthermore, Li Hao was still considered infirm at the time, with unopened meridians, and had yet to start practicing martial arts. While Li Yun had been training at the martial arts field for a few years already. Right. How could he have been bullied then? As everyone came to this realization, their looks became suspicious, glancing between Li Hao and Li Yun. Gao Qingqing relieved, knowing it wasn't the sort of bullying she had thought. It was probably just a scuffle over some verbal dispute, likely nothing more serious than the sparring that took place in the martial arts field. You child, this happened so long ago, why? Are you still holding on to it, and even going so far as to complain to your sister? Gao Qingqing rebuked him, irked. Her son was fine in all other respects but lacked magnanimity, failing to inherit his father's broad-mindedness and generosity. The other ladies present began to laugh lightly, and Lu Yurong said with a smile, Yuner, 5 or 6 years ago, your brother Hao hadn't even started training yet, so who was bullying whom? The question seemed teasing, but Li Hao immediately sensed a probing undertone. Of course, he might have been overthinking it. Li Yun's face became even more flushed, both ashamed and embarrassed. Back then, he truly had never beaten Li Hao, who was indeed stronger than him by a great deal. I was careless at the time. He ambushed me, and he was stronger, Li Yun said with a red face. Hearing Li Yun's words, everyone couldn't help but smile, remembering that Li Hao used to practice body refinement and naturally would have been stronger. Seeing Li Yun's embarrassed face, they knew the dilemma he faced. Despite training in martial arts, he had been bullied by Li Hao, who had not yet started cultivating, a humiliating story to share. As a result, he had complained in secret to his sister, whom he hadn't seen in years, only to accidentally expose this embarrassing incident. It's because you were always fixated on Hao's fiancé, Li Yuanzhao said, annoyed upon hearing Li Yun's words. No sooner had he finished speaking did he feel his mother's gaze upon him, her eyes silently saying 3 words, shut your mouth. Li Xuanli came to understand it was a misunderstanding and sternly glared at Li Yun, saying, useless thing, making such a fuss over something so trivial and tattling to your sister. A man as tall as you should settle it with Hao in the martial arts field if you're disgruntled, not whine to your parents. What kind of skill is that? His rebuke was so harsh it left Li Yun even more mortified. Gao Qingqing was displeased with how her husband scolded their son, gave him a reproachful look, and changed the subject, asking Li Hao. Speaking of which, Hao, when is your fiancée coming back? She is apprenticed to the Sword Saint, and when she's back, let her spar with Shuang Er. Chapter 91, 84 Teaching Li Wushuang a lesson, thanks to Alliance Hierarch, Xian Ran, Xiao Yu, for the reward. Chapter 91, Chapter 84 Teaching Li Wushuang a lesson, thanks to Alliance Hierarch, Xian Ran, Xiao Yu, for the reward. Li Hao saw Fifth Lady steering the conversation towards him and smiled, not minding much. Shuer should be back in over half a year. The other ladies also did not let Li Yun continue to be embarrassed and smoothly transitioned the conversation to a new topic. Shuer is also a 9th grade combat body, isn't she? She's so smart. That year. In a back and forth of words, the earlier dispute was smoothly swept under the rug. Li Hao was at ease, chatting and laughing with the ladies, reminiscing about the past. Meanwhile, Li Yun's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. From time to time, he sneakily glanced at his father and saw that the latter had put away his angry expression, revealing a contented smile amidst his conversation with Li Hao. Although Li Yun felt relieved, he also inexplicably experienced a sense of loss. Just then, he felt the constrained palm under the table being touched. Looking down, he saw it was his younger sister beside him. Li Jining gave Li Yun a smile, then promptly served him some food. This gesture warmed his heart. Gao Qingqing glanced at the composed and collected Li Hao, then at her own son, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In all aspects other than cultivation, her son really did fall short compared to Li Hao, whose precocity and sensibleness were well known within the household. The only regret was that he had fallen behind in his cultivation in his earlier years. Shuang Er has made it onto the Qian list. Now that she's back home, does she have any plans for the future? Mid-conversation, Lu Yurong asked casually. Li Wushuang glanced at the youth across from her who was 2 years her junior, yet still conversing with ease. She reached out with her chopsticks, subconsciously heading for the dragon liver dish. But due to her years of control over her sword-wielding wrist, she gracefully altered her trajectory and picked up a dish next to it instead. Putting the food in her mouth, she said while eating, "I don't really have any plans, I just want to spar with cousin Qian Feng." Her words caught the attention of many ladies, but it seemed as if they had not heard anything noteworthy, and they carried on eating, drinking, and chatting. Lu Yurong's expression did not change as she continued smiling. "Qian Feng has just descended from Mount Wuliang and will return to the household in the coming days. We can arrange a match for you two then." Back in the day, Xian Li and Tiangang used to chase each other around the courtyard all the time. Li Xuanli forced a smile. "Second sister-in-law, those are embarrassing tales of our youth, please let's not bring them up." The banquet gradually came to an end as the night deepened. The 7 or 8 dishes that Li Yuanzhao had bought, along with the other subsequent dishes prepared by the eldest lady, were all brought to the table in sequence and finished off. Li Wushuang also ate quite a bit, unaware of which dishes were purchased by Li Hao, simply finding them delicious. Li Hao naturally had no interest in revealing the truth, since it was a one-time affair anyway. From the moment the dragon liver was brought onto the table, he would not offer her any more gifts of food or drink. At best, he would give a token gift out of politeness when she got married in the future. After having their fill, everyone gradually left Eternal Spring Court, and there were no further conflicts. Li Hao bid farewell to the ladies and returned to Mountain and River Courtyard with Zhao and Qin Ji. On the other hand, Li Xuanli led his wife, daughter, and son back to Piaoxue Courtyard. Once the 3 children had entered the house, Gao Qingqing pulled her self-absorbed husband aside on the small path at the back, reproaching him. "How could you speak about Yuner like that at the table just now? He's your child, and so is Shuang Er. She's only just returned, and you speak of her that way, hurting the children's feelings." Li Xuanli was taken aback, thought for a moment, and sighed. It was their fault to begin with. As for Yuner, let's not talk about him now, he's too timid. If this continues, he'll hardly achieve anything great in the future. And Shuang Er, too. Although she has been following the Thousand Mechanism Taoist in her studies and has made good progress in her cultivation level, why is she still so rash? She's devoted to protecting her brother. Isn't it good for siblings to be close? Gao Qingqing retorted irritably. Upon reflection, Li Xuanli smiled and agreed, that is true. Gao Qingqing was at a loss for words, the men of the Li family were indeed all brutes. Li Xuanli sensed his wife's discontent and said helplessly. "I can't very well criticize Hao Er, can I? 14 years ago when the 7th brother had just finished his military campaign, I happened to be injured those few years. Otherwise, the affairs of Northern Yen would have fallen to me, but the 7th brother took over instead. Now, after many years of campaigning in Northern Yen, both he and Qingqing have endured hardships you and I understand. How can I possibly reprimand his son here?" Gao Qingqing was at a loss for words, naturally aware of the reasoning. Li Xuanli continued, "Besides, Hao Er did nothing wrong. You saw at the table too, how clever he is, conversing with the elders so eloquently, without showing any timidity or disrespect, and not being offensive. To have such a temperament at such a young age is truly rare. It's a pity he cannot cultivate, otherwise, our Shuang Er might not really hold a candle to him." Just as Gao Qingqing's anger had subsided, hearing his praise and comparison flared it up again. With a flick of her sleeve, she said angrily, "Then go and be with your precious Hao Er." With that, she went inside the house. Li Xuanli stood there perplexed, with a puzzled expression, thinking, did I say something wrong again? Why is she angry now? Elsewhere, at Shuihua Courtyard. Lu Yurong returned to the courtyard and, barely settling on the soft couch, huffed angrily and slapped her palm on the tea table. That girl, who will be married off one day, actually intends to spar with Qian Feng and vie for the true dragon seat. She doesn't realize her own limitations. Although the girl at the table had mentioned sparring, Liu Rong could discern her true intentions. Moreover, the girl's timely return coincided with her ambitions, didn't it? Although the true dragon seat of the Li family had largely been occupied by direct male descendants for hundreds of years, it wasn't entirely exclusive to them. There was precedence for women to hold that position, but that was centuries ago. The lady who did so never married, managed the family's major affairs all her life, and eventually became a renowned female commander in Daiyu. Could it be that this young miss harbored the intention of emulating her ancestor? A mere divine travel realm, she's overestimating herself, Liu Rong thought of something and a smile crept across her lips. Meanwhile, an old housekeeper who had been following closely kept her head bowed, not daring to make a sound, although her eyes revealed a sense of melancholy and sorrow. Once upon a time, when the ladies of each courtyard were new, everyone got along harmoniously, loving and supportive without any gaps among the 9 courtyards. But now, that atmosphere had subtly changed. When did this situation start? The old servant had served the Li family for many years and could vaguely remember some things. It seemed that ever since the eldest and the third sons of the Li family died in battle, those joyous times had disappeared. Li Hao was on horseback, waiting on the small path beside the mansion. It wasn't long before the sound of horse hooves approached from behind. "How, bro?" Li Yuanzhao called out with a smile as he rode up next to Li Hao, and the two of them headed side by side to Tan Palace. "Did you eat your fill yesterday?" "Almost stuffed myself." "Ha ha." "How, bro, my mother has a sharp tongue, don't take it to heart," Li Yuanzhao thought for a moment before speaking. Li Hao waved his hand, "Let's not talk about that between brothers, I won't blame your mother." Li Yuanzhao was delighted and relieved, "I knew how, bro, you're magnanimous." Li Hao just smiled. Thinking back to the events of last night's banquet, Li Yuanzhao exclaimed, "Auntie and the others were all praising cousin Wushuang, but little do they know, how, bro, your cultivation level has long surpassed hers." "Hey, why didn't you say anything last night?" Li Hao casually tugged at the reins, letting the horse proceed cheerfully and lightly. "What's the point of saying that? Trying to steal the limelight from a kid? It's too childish." Li Yuanzhao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Indeed, this was his Hao, bro, it was just like him. If cousin found out you called her a kid, she'd probably be furious. "You're a kid too." "How, bro, you this?" Feeling somewhat helpless, Li Yuanzhao said, "Having been accustomed to Li Hao's company since childhood, however, the news of your cultivation will certainly reach Auntie and the others soon enough." Li Hao nodded, unconcerned. "Once Fu returns from Cangyu City in a couple of days, the news will probably spread. The peaceful days won't last much longer." Luckily Cangyu City is in Qi State, the territory of the Xia family. With hundreds of cities within the state and the demon calamity not having caused too much harm, the news hadn't made much of a splash. Furthermore, in recent years, the Li family had focused most of their attention on northern Yan, and the remaining efforts were dispersed among other territories guarded by the Li family, which made them less sensitive to news from other areas. Suddenly, Li Hao lifted the reins, and the red-blood horse, being sentient, came to a halt. Just under the tree shade further down the path stood a figure clad in snow white, unmistakably Li Wushuang by her silhouette. Li Yuanzhao narrowed his eyes, recognizing her face, and his expression changed. "How, bro, it's cousin." She didn't hear what we just said, did she?" "Whether she heard or not doesn't matter now." Li Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a momentary annoyance. These youngsters could be quite a headache, but he rode over anyway. When someone is purposely waiting for you, avoiding them is probably futile. As they drew closer, Li Wushuang turned her head, having been alert to Li Hao and the others' approach, her expression frosty. "At last night's banquet, with all the aunts present, I couldn't be bothered to argue with you. But the way you bullied my brother won't be overlooked. Wushuang, that was so many years ago, and moreover, it was Li Yun who provoked Hao, bro, first," Li Yuanzhao hurriedly said. Li Wushuang gave him a cold glance, "Shut your mouth." Then she turned to Li Hao, "You're just a few months older than my brother. The way you bullied him before, today, I'll get back at you on his behalf. You'd better not fight back, or my strikes might not be measured." Li Hao couldn't help but laugh. I spanked that kid's butt. Do you intend to spank mine too? Li Wushuang was taken aback, her face turning frosty. I'm not going to hit your butt, I want to slap your mouth. After saying that, she suddenly charged forward, covering a distance of over 10 meters instantly, aiming to slap Li Hao, who was seated on the horse. As her palm neared his face, Li Hao leaned slightly back and then reached up to grab her hand. Like using taiji to deflect force, he pulled her off balance and, with the power of controlling objects, pressed her onto the horse's back. Li Wushuang's pupils shrank in shock, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Slap my mouth? If it weren't for the fact you're from the Li family, you'd be in for a rough time, Li Hao hummed coldly, then raised his hand and firmly spanked her bottom a few times. Avenge your brother, huh? The truth is, back then I was too lenient. Chapter 92, 85, Father and Son Reunion. Chapter 92, Chapter 85, Father and Son Reunion. The 15 Li Realm. Li Wushuang's pupils contracted, horrified to the extreme, her mind buzzing, somewhat dazed. She couldn't move her entire body, tightly bound by an invisible force, unable to even turn over. It was complete suppression of her cultivation realm. She shouted in anger, "Bastard, let me go." Your brother was saying the same thing back then. Li Wushuang, holding back her fury yesterday, didn't realize that Li Hao wasn't one to take things lying down either. Seeing her still so insolent, he struck her with another dozen hard slaps. If it weren't for an object-controlling force holding her up on the other side, the power of those dozen slaps would have been enough to crack the ground. Of course, Li Wushuang, being in the divine travel realm, could bear it, but it was painful enough to make her bite her lip and her eyes reddened. You, let me go. She struggled with all her might, her divine soul flew out, trying to shake off Li Hao, but was pressed back into her body by Li Hao's divine soul, completely restrained. Still not convinced. You bastard. Li Hao unleashed another succession of slaps. Suddenly, he heard muffled sobs from beneath his hand. Li Hao paused a moment, looked down, and saw the daughter of heaven who had returned home yesterday. Now her eyes were red-rimmed, her face wet with teardrops like pearls. She had been beaten to tears. The elegant and cold pride she had just the day before was gone, like a fairy who had stepped dignified from the mist, suddenly slipped and fell to the mundane world. Li Hao stopped his hand upon seeing this, and said in a mild tone, "Convinced now?" Li Wushuang lay across the back of the horse, biting her lip, stubbornly silent, only letting a few more tears fall. Li Hao didn't fall for it, sneered, and said, "Cousin, if you're still not convinced, believe it or not, I'll strip you naked, block your power, and hang you on this tree branch." Li Wushuang suddenly looked up, shocked as she stared at Li Hao. Could these words even be spoken by a person? "I'm your cousin." On the side, Li Yuanzhao was taken aback, but soon, his eyes lit up slightly. Li Hao naturally wouldn't harbor any indecent thoughts toward Li Wushuang, he was purely threatening her. "I'll count to 3, he scoffed. You wouldn't dare." Li Wushuang paled, angry and anxious, with a touch of fear. 2. 1. I submit. Li Wushuang hurriedly said. She wasn't familiar with this cousin and really couldn't grasp his nature, growing somewhat fearful in her heart. Li Hao had expected this, smiled coldly. A trick like this was particularly convenient and effective on a 16-year-old girl. With a casual toss, Li Hao threw her out, no longer binding her with the object-controlling force. Realizing she could move again, Li Wushuang immediately turned and gracefully landed on the ground, wiping away the tears on her face as she fell, and as soon as she landed, she turned and looked resentfully at Li Hao. "Cousin, you'd better not try to complain." Li Hao sat high on the red-blood horse, looking down at her calmly and casually, "And don't provoke me again. If you come to make trouble without reason, next time I'll do exactly as I said." Li Wushuang gritted her teeth. She had never faced such humiliation, even as a disciple of the Qianji sect, or suffered such a loss. What's harder for her to accept was that the cousin who was 2 years younger than her had reached the 15 Li realm. Her cultivation level was higher than hers by 1 realm. How could this be possible? Didn't her brother say that he used to be a martial arts invalid and only started cultivating smoothly at the age of 8 or 9? From 8 or 9 years old to now, it's only been a few years, right? Li Wushuang's mind was in complete disarray. Today's events were as unbelievable to her as seeing a ghost. "Cousin, Hao is right. It was Li Yun who provoked Hao in the first place." You're totally in the wrong, and you can't beat Hao either. Li Yuanzhao said on the side, advising her. Seeing Li Wushuang's slightly hunched body, seemingly unable to straighten her back, he felt a bit of pity. After all, he had been full of expectations for this cousin before yesterday, having heard since he was little how she had been a disciple under a famous master, and he had looked up to her with admiration. Li Wushuang clenched her teeth and glared at the little fatty, saying, "Don't give me your cold comfort." Li Yuanzhao was at a loss for words. He was sincerely trying to persuade her, so how had it turned into cold comfort? But she was clearly furious, and even a tree branch by the road would have gotten slapped if it touched her, so he stopped poking the bear. "Were you always hiding your strength, taught by granduncle yourself?" Li Wushuang glared at Li Hao, full of shame and anger. With their blood relationship, she naturally wouldn't have any other sort of thoughts, but was simply humiliated by the beating. "What's it to you?" Li Hao snorted, "If it were someone else today, you'd already be dead with how brainless you are." Li Wushuang was so furious she gritted her teeth. She had come back with the intention of fighting for the position of the true dragon. At yesterday's family feast, she had already touched base with her second mother. After all, among the third generation, the ones with the most hope of competing were nothing but her and Li Qianfeng. And she had made up her mind to emulate an ancestor, to remain unmarried for life and take charge of the Li family. Yet, who could have expected to be thoroughly chastised by Li Hao today? "Don't keep bothering me, I don't have time for you." Li Hao glanced at her, lightly flicked the reins, and the red blood horse trotted past her with ease. Li Wushuang trembled with rage, wanting to strike out but holding back. She had many cultivation techniques, secret moves of the Qianji sect, but the gap between the divine travel realm and the 15 Li realm was too vast. Just the power of object manipulation alone rendered her immobile, making any special technique useless. Unless she also stepped into the 15 Li realm, she would not be qualified to fairly fight Li Hao and regain her pride. Chapter 93, 85, Father and Son Reunion _2. Chapter 93, Chapter 85, Father and Son Reunion _2. Gazing at the silhouettes of the two youths riding away, Li Wushuang felt a surging rage consuming her, but suddenly, she thought of something. The other was only 14 years old, yet he had reached the 15 Li realm. This had seemed to have broken Uncle Ji's record. Her pupils constricted slightly, and it was as if a bolt from the blue had shattered through her mind. That invincible figure whom she had looked up to from a young age in her heart had been surpassed by someone else. Her shock was soon replaced by a fiery stinging pain on her buttocks, snapping her back to reality. She couldn't help but cover it gently with her hand, only to see a faint trace of fresh blood seeping through her dress. She bit her lower lip, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance welling up inside her, and her eyes reddened once more. "How, didn't you go a little too harsh just now?" Li Yuanzhao expressed his concern to Li Hao as they rode further away. His eyes were small, but when they rode past, he had caught a glimpse of the faint redness. "Just a minor flesh wound, it will heal in a couple of days with some medicine," Li Hao replied indifferently. "If I was hard on her, it was for her own good. Didn't you see her temperament at last night's family banquet? Early fame isn't necessarily a blessing. Surrounded by flattery, even a pig would start to fly, utterly blind to its own faults. Though she has learned skills from the Qianji sect, she has been praised for too long. It's better to correct such behavior while she's still young, otherwise, if she continues to be like this, she will suffer greatly out in the world sooner or later." Li Yuanzhao was stunned. He hadn't thought as far ahead as Li Hao had. However, upon reflection, he felt that Li Hao was indeed right. He couldn't help but admire Li Hao even more. "How, I've noticed that when you speak and act, you seem to always stand on the same side as my parents' generation," Li Yuanzhao said. Li Hao glanced at him. His soul had belonged to a person of two lives, and his inner age really did match that of his Uncle Wu's generation, hence his stern approach was somewhat in the manner of an elder educating the younger. From the beginning to the end, he had never treated these three generations as his peers. It wasn't arrogance, but simply a matter of mindset. While Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao were off to Tan Palace Academy for school, the Divine General Mansion was suddenly a hive of activity. Li Wushuang had just quietly returned to the mansion, secretly changed into a new set of clothes, and then rummaged through her room to find the medicinal powder used to treat muscles and bones from when she was 6 or 7 years old, applying it to herself and wrapping it with a soft cloth. During the whole process, her indignation towards Li Hao intensified, but thinking of his Cultivation level, she felt complicated emotions stirring inside her. She also realized to some extent that she might have been wrong. After she had changed the dressing and put on new clothes, she heard the commotion outside and was puzzled. She immediately thought of Li Hao. Had his cultivation level been revealed to her mother and the others? Yet she hadn't had the chance to tell anyone about it. When she stepped out of the side courtyard and asked a house servant, she learned that it wasn't about Li Hao, but that the lord who had been guarding northern Yen was returning. The news of the lord's return had electrified the whole of Qingzhou city. In this land of Qingzhou, the Li family was the undisputed king, with timeless merits known to everyone in the city, and statues of the family were found everywhere, with 4 martial temples also constructed. The ordinary citizens within the city might not feel as strongly, but in Qingzhou, the sentiment ran deep. Everyone knew how difficult and how great the Li family was. The loss of 6 sons out of 9 was not just a simple matter. This time, after 14 years of conquest in northern Yen, slaying countless demons, just the merit list for demon slaying alone filled 3 thick volumes. When the triumphant troops reached 30 li outside Qingzhou city, people had already sent the news back into the city, back to the Li family. The news excited all the common folk in the city. Many of them went to greet the party spontaneously. Some vendors selling at the morning market also packed up their stalls, or left their business to capable family members, taking food and drink from home to go welcome the renowned demon-slaying commander. 30 li along the official road, people came in a steady stream, and as time went by, the crowd grew larger. Some heard the wrong message and ran to the wrong city gate. Outside the east gate, there was a dense sea of heads, standing still on both sides of the road, craning their necks in anticipation. Soon, with that striking battle flag billowing in the wind at the far end of the road lined with cypress trees, countless waiting commoners burst into excited cheers, loudly calling out the name known throughout the land. Lord of martial valor, triumphant return. Long live the divine general mansion. Long live the divine general mansion. The rising and falling shouts, wave-like, attested to the Li family's prestige, making passing martial artists and merchants from other towns stare in amazement. After some inquiry, they learned the reason, realizing that during 14 years of peace, in the lands of northern Yen, many had fought bloody battles, slaying countless demons. The returning procession was not long. It was the Fatsi camp's trusted aid squadron that Lord Martial Valor had originally led into battle. However, the formidable 500 who had departed 14 years ago now numbered less than 100. Some had lost arms, others had heads wrapped in bandages. They were a band of wounded soldiers. But the battle flag alone remained wildly and dominantly unfurling. Some commoners, seeing those wounded soldiers, instantly teared up, coming forward to offer the eggs from their baskets and the cured meats in their hands to these returning warriors. The Li family was as loving to the people as to their own children, enjoying immense prestige in Qingzhou city, so these commoners were not afraid. This scene left onlookers from outside the city stunned. Although they too had seen victorious armies return, they would only dare to watch from afar, deterred by the solemn air that made them fearful to approach. Yet the Li family and the commoners were as close as fish and water, interacting in extreme harmony. Meanwhile, Li Hao, who had just arrived at the Tan Palace not long ago, received the news. Shen Yunqing, gasping for breath, ran to find Li Hao. "What are you doing here? Your father, Lord Martial Valor, has returned in triumph." Excitement was inevitably mixed in Shen Yunqing's voice. In Qingzhou city, it was hard not to be influenced by the Li family. Li Hao was momentarily stunned. His parents had returned. Fragmented memories instantly surfaced in his mind, but so much time had passed, 14 years, that they had turned him from a child into a youth. So much time that many things were almost forgotten. After a brief pause, he quickly came to his senses and thanked Shen Yunqing. Then he took to the sky, flying out swiftly. Watching Li Hao fly away with such speed, Shen Yunqing's eyes widened slightly before he stroked his beard and sighed. The Li family's true dragon of this generation is even more extraordinary than the last. Li Hao rushed out of the Tan Palace Academy and down the mountain. Kicking open the stable, Li Hao leaped onto the red blood horse he had ridden that morning and sped away with a flick of the whip. On the streets within the city, the crisp sound of hooves rang out as the young man galloped swiftly, with passers-by swiftly making way. Once they saw the red blood horse, some startled passers-by revealed a look of relief. Finally, when Li Hao arrived at the official road outside the city at top speed on the red blood horse, he saw the banners waving at the end of the road and a majestic figure seated on a dragon lion slowly approaching at the front. He quickly reined in his horse, the steed let out a long neigh, and its hooves lightly touched the ground as they landed. A dragon and a horse, a father and a son. In that moment, their gazes met. Chapter 94, 86 Anger and Exposure. Chapter 94, Chapter 86 Anger and Exposure. Red Blood Horse. Li Tiangang sat with a solemn composure on the back of the dragon lion, catching sight of the youth in the middle of the official road at the end of his line of vision. He immediately recognized the war horse the other was riding on, and upon looking at the boy's features, found him surprisingly handsome and bright, especially around his eyes and eyebrows, which resembled those of the lover etched in his heart. Li Tiangang's heart jolted. Li Hao was also staring at the robust and composed man. The blurry images in his memory suddenly seemed to clear. He was the man who, 14 years ago, had tousled his head with a rough, large hand. It had been 14 years, yet, in that brief collision of gazes, they had both recognized each other's identity in the blink of an eye. Li Tiangang suddenly leaped into the air from atop the dragon lion, landing in front of the youth's red blood horse. The youth, too, swiftly dismounted. It was common sense not to converse with one's father while still on horseback. How heir? Li Tiangang's voice trembled slightly. Li Hao sensed the concern and deep emotions in his voice, and the foreignness he initially felt dissipated in an instant. Perhaps this was the feeling of blood ties. Father. Li Hao spoke as well, his voice a bit stiff and embarrassed, but he knew that the man before him was his father in this life. Li Tiangang excitedly took Li Hao into his arms. 14 years had not seen each other, and now his child had grown so big. His emotions surged. In that broad embrace and strong arms, Li Hao immediately felt a real sense of security. At this moment, his heart seemed to settle. His hands also gently wrapped around his father's waist, but suddenly thinking of something, his gaze swept around, asking, "Where's mother?" As he spoke, he felt the man embracing him tremble slightly. Li Hao's face changed abruptly, and it felt as though his blood might freeze in his veins any moment. Li Tiangang slowly let go of Li Hao, his dark, deep eyes suddenly showing traces of bloodshot and sorrow. "Your mother, she's gone." Gone. Li Hao's thoughts seemed to jam for a moment. The woman with the bright and concerned eyes in his memory was gone. It felt as if a delicate painting had shattered in the darkness. Li Hao abruptly turned to look back at the triumphant procession, the countless envious and concerned glances and voices cast from both sides of the road were all ignored and blocked by him, except for the wounded. However, among them, there was not the beautiful figure that had held him 14 years ago. Li Hao's complexion turned ugly, and he said, "How could it be? Wasn't mother always with you? Didn't you both share life and death together?" Li Tiangang's lips quivered slightly but did not utter a word. Li Hao fiercely turned to face him. "When did mother pass away, and why haven't I ever heard grandmother mention it?" "A few months ago." Li Tiangang fell into a short silence. "I sealed the news and didn't let it spread." As he spoke this, he saw Li Hao seemed about to say something else, and with a generous palm, he patted his son's shoulder. "Let's go, we'll talk more when we get back." Li Hao's heart, once full of joy, now felt somewhat dispirited. The common folk by the road continued to cheer, singing the praises of the Marquis of Xingwu's triumphant return and extolling the Li family's glorious military achievements. Only Li Hao, pulled up onto the back of the dragon lion, sharing the mount with his father, knew. On this day, he had lost his mother. Back at the Divine General Mansion, He Jianlan, Lu Yurong, and numerous ladies were all gathered, having arrived at the mountain and river courtyard early, waiting. Li Xuanli had even run to the mansion gate, anxiously pacing back and forth until Li Tiangang appeared. Only then did the brothers smile at each other. After a deep embrace, Li Xuanli smacked Li Tiangang's armored chest with force, then soon after tousled Li Hao's head, laughing as he looked around. "Where's my sister-in-law?" Li Tiangang's expression changed slightly, shaking his head. "We'll talk back at the mansion." Li Xuanli paused, his face turning grave, only then noticing that the small figure he had ruffled didn't react at all. The smile on Li Xuanli's face also disappeared, and he nodded slightly, accompanying them back home. Inside the mountain and river courtyard, with Li Tiangang's return, the place was bustling with excitement, but soon, they learned that the seventh lady, Ji Qingqing, had not come back. Moment of epiphany, holding his wife's delicate hand, he silently lamented how fortunate he was to have such a virtuous wife. Then he bid farewell to Li Tiangang and led his wife and children back home. Soon, only Li Tiangang remained in the courtyard, along with his personal attendants brought back from northern Yen, and others in the household like Li Hao and Zhao. During the meal, Li Hao, hearing other ants ask questions, also learned about many matters concerning northern Yen. Typical wars lasted perhaps 2 or 3 years, rarely stretching to 7 or 8, but this protracted conflict had already spanned over a decade, mainly due to the demon race's sanctum forces from the north, who sought to tear apart northern Yen as a breach to occupy and gain a strategic advantage against Daiyu. From the conversation, Li Hao also learned that although Daiyu was at the peak of its power, prosperity did not mean the frontier was without trouble. In any dynasty, there were always soldiers stationed at the border, as there were always aggressors. It was merely a question of how many. However, judging from this war, it was evident that Daiyu had not completely eradicated its external foes, or rather, the territories and demon tribes once subdued by the late emperor of Daiyu were showing signs of resurgence, thousands of years later. Daiyu was like an aging lion, signs of decline were beginning to show amid its golden age. But who knew how many centuries its remaining prestige could deter its enemies? Li Hao wanted to ask his mother for details about the incident, but as soon as he mentioned it, Li Tiangong's expression turned sour as he shook his head and simply said, "Hao heir, I have let your mother down. From now on, only you and I will accompany each other in this courtyard." Li Hao remained silent. He suddenly realized the grief over his mother's incident was not his alone to bear. That she had rushed to the far-flung borders with her husband overnight was a testament to their deep marital love. Over the years, Li Hao had heard many anecdotes about his parents' affectionate youth in the residence. Although he had only spent just under 100 days with his mother, his father had been with her for over a decade, their bond so profound that it was likely beyond Li Hao's own reach. After a brief silence, Li Hao still asked, "Has mother's vengeance been avenged?" Li Tiangong's body trembled slightly, then he nodded slowly, "It has." Li Hao exhaled softly, "That's good." Father and son looked at each other, speechless. Li Hao had intended to say much, to inquire about many things, but from listening to his father converse with the ants, learning of the hardships of the war in northern Yen, among other things, any long-standing resentment in his heart had dissipated. Now, for the moment, he could not think of anything else to say. It seems that since ancient times, silence has often been the default between father and son. In this silence, it was Li Tiangang who broke it first, speaking softly, "Hao heir, these years I haven't been by your side, you've had a hard time." Li Hao shook his head slightly, smiling, "Not at all. I had Zhao to accompany me, second uncle taught me fishing, fifth uncle played chess with me, and granny treated me well. Ninth aunt also occasionally brought over delicious snacks from the royal household for me." He began recounting the amusing incidents over the years to his father. But what Li Hao didn't notice was that while Li Tiangang initially smiled, as he listened, his brow slowly furrowed. "Does that mean you didn't practice much after your meridians became unblocked?" Li Tiangang asked seriously. Li Hao was taken aback, scratching his head, "I did cultivate, it's just there's nothing interesting to say about that." Li Tiangang gave him a look, and sighed inwardly. "It's getting late, you should go back and get some rest." Seeing the exhausted look on his father's face and thinking of the long journey back from northern Yen, Li Hao did not say much more, nodded, and got up to leave. After Li Hao had left, Li Tiangang called for Zhao. "Where's Li Fu?" "Li Fu is in Sangyu City." The young master was enrolled at Tan Palace Academy, and Li Fu had gone there on a mission and secretly protected him. Unfortunately, he got injured and is recuperating there. "He's already sent a letter saying he's on his way back," Zhao replied with a respectful smile to the renowned warrior he had watched grow up. Li Tiangong's expression changed. "Injured? Did Hao heir face an assassination attempt?" "No, he only told me to look after the young master well and mentioned there would be great news to share upon his return," said Zhao. "Great news?" Li Tiangang was puzzled. How could there be good news despite being injured? He thought for a moment. Sangyu City was under the jurisdiction of Qi State, the Xia family, not too far but not too near either. On a fast horse, one could likely return to the residence in 2 days. "Zhao, tell me about Hao heir's situation over these years," Li Tiangang requested, gesturing to the cushion beside him. Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then sat down and smilingly said, "My lord, why not ask the young master directly? After so many years, you must have a lot to discuss. Isn't this a good opportunity to talk about these things?" Li Tiangang shook his head slightly and sighed. "I noticed how Heir's manner is casual, and his conduct sometimes lacks restraint. He seems to have missed some guidance over these years, growing a bit wild. It's better if you tell me." "My lord, you're being too harsh. Although the young master is a bit carefree, he is undoubtedly a good child. He has a kind heart, never treating the servants harshly, and he always shows proper respect to the elders in every residence, never overstepping bounds. In all these years, he hasn't caused any trouble, except maybe a few years back when he tampered with some odd things in the kitchen." "Just tell me about his cultivation," Li Tiangang cut him off impatiently. Zhao hesitated, then said after thinking, "Well." Seeing Zhao hemming and hawing, Li Tiangang's expression grew stern. "Does that mean he has not practiced at all?" "Not exactly." As Zhao stammered, Li Tiangang's face darkened. Chapter 96, 86, Rage and Exposure _3. Chapter 96, Chapter 86, Rage and Exposure _3. Has he become disheartened? Now that his meridians are unblocked, what does it matter if his foundation establishment comes later than others? With my immortal bloodline, he can surpass his peers in the early stages. By the time he reaches the stage of inheriting the spirit and divine traveling, with the support of the cultivation techniques from Listening Rain Tower and the aid of our ancestral spirits from the mausoleum, he will be able to enter the Qian list and at least have the capability to defend himself. How could he let himself fall to such a state? Zhao had an embarrassed look on his face and said, "Actually, the young master has been working very hard. Working hard at playing." Li Tiangang gave him a sideways glance, a look that carried the remains of his authority from the battlefield, causing a slight tremor in Zhao's heart. "It seems you have all been too indulgent with him. Spoiling him to the point of arrogance. Don't you realize that's harming him?" Li Tiangang said sternly. Zhao couldn't sit still any longer, and he quickly stood up. "Master, it's my lack of supervision, the old servant's fault." Li Tiangang was taken aback and suddenly realized he had been too serious. The decade-plus of relentless battlefield life had not allowed him to relax yet. Seeing the butler who had looked after him since he was a child bowing to apologize, he felt somewhat remorseful. He let out a long sigh and said, "It has nothing to do with you. How Heir has simply been given too much favor." Zhao bowed his head, not daring to answer any further. Li Tiangang suddenly lost interest and waved his hand, "Go rest for now." Zhao hesitated, then bowed his head and retreated. Li Hao slept in. Since his father had returned, it was natural he should spend more time with him. There was no need to go to Tan Palace Academy these days, anyway. There was nothing much for him there. He would either draw by the cold pond or find Old Shen for a game of chess and some drinks. Perhaps it was the ruminations before he went to sleep, but in his dreams, Li Hao saw those eyes, holding him and gently soothing him to sleep, when suddenly a horde of demons surrounded them. "Young master." Suddenly, a soft call came to his ear. Li Hao started, waking up with a jolt. Opening his eyes, he saw a young man standing by his bed. "When did you come in?" Li Hao couldn't help but ask. He recognized the young man. He was one of the attendants who had returned with his father from battle yesterday, appearing to be in his late 20s, with a slender figure and sharp eyes. "Young master, the master has asked me to call you. It's time to train in the front courtyard." The young man, Yuxian, said with a smile. Li Hao sighed inwardly, realizing that his days of leisure were over. Thinking of the beautiful dream he had just been interrupted from, his face darkened. "From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my room." Yuxian nodded, "Yes." Only then did Li Hao reluctantly sit up and called for Qing Ji to prepare fresh, clean clothes for him to change into. Seeing Li Hao's demeanor reminiscent of a pampered young master, Yuxian stood silently on the side, his expression unchanged. However, Li Hao was moving slower than he had anticipated, standing there carelessly while the maids slowly dressed him. Yuxian couldn't help but remind him, "Young master, the master is already waiting for you." Li Hao blinked and then quickly dressed himself, saying, "Let's go." The two left the room and headed towards the front courtyard. As they passed the main house, Li Hao casually glanced inside and suddenly froze, a look of shock crossing his face as he rushed into the building. Inside, All the calligraphy and paintings he had accumulated over the years were gone. Zhao. Li Hao called out in a hurry. Zhao hurried over from the front yard. Young master. Where are my paintings? Li Hao revealed a rare expression of anger towards Zhao. Zhao's face changed slightly as he hesitated. These paintings, the master saw them this morning, and he had them all moved away. Moved where? The woodshed. On hearing this, Li Hao immediately felt a rage rushing to the crown of his head. The woodshed. Were they planning to burn all of his paintings like trash? If it were other paintings, it wouldn't be a big deal, but among those paintings were the ones he had sketched of his mother, whose memory had already become blurred. Bring them back immediately, move them all back. From now on, no one is allowed to touch my paintings. Li Hao clenched his teeth and enunciated every word. Zhao, who had never seen Li Hao this furious in all these years, was a bit stunned. He quickly responded, "Young master, don't worry, I'll take care of it right away." But just as he was about to leave, a hand stopped him. Yuxian blocked Zhao, still with an unaffected expression, and said to Li Hao, "Young master, it was the marshal who ordered the paintings to be moved. You should come with me for your training now." Li Hao had already guessed that no one but his father, who had just returned the day before, would dare touch his paintings. Yet hearing this confirmed, a fierce rage seethed within him, uncontrollable. "Get out of my way." Li Hao glared at him furiously. Yuxian looked at Li Hao calmly, his arm unmoving. In the military, he only obeyed Li Tiangang's orders. It was the same in the mountain and river courtyard. Because he, Li Tiangang, was the true master of this place. Li Hao's fists clenched, his gaze fixated on him. "I said it once, get lost. Who do you want to get lost?" Suddenly, a voice came from the side as Li Tiangang approached, his expression somewhat dark. Yuxian lowered his arm and bowed to him. "Father, those paintings have..." Seeing his father approaching, Li Hao began to speak in a hurry. Before he could finish, Li Tiangang shook his head and said with a cold face, "Apologize to Uncle Yuxuan." Li Hao froze, then his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his father. Zhao's face also changed, and he quickly added, "Master, the young master was just anxious about the paintings. Those are his hard work over the years, and he just got a little carried away in the heat of the moment." Silence. Li Tiangang rarely scolded him so sharply. Zhao froze. Li Tiangang's expression was one of anger. The previous night, he had already felt some discontent, and this morning when he saw the house filled with scrolls and paintings, chessboards, and several fishing rods carelessly placed on the racks next to the main hall, it looked like a mess, and it immediately made him furious. Chapter 97, 87 So what? Chapter 97, Chapter 87 So what? As Li Fu finished speaking, a hushed silence seemed to fall over the courtyard. Zhao's eyes, full of wrinkles, slowly widened in disbelief as he looked at Li Fu and then turned to look at Li Hao. How 15 Li realm? Li Tiangang and Yuxian beside him were stunned, their faces showing surprise. Li Tiangang, seeing Li Fu so excited, knew that given Li Fu's careful nature, he would never make groundless claims, but the news was too thrilling and shocking for him. Really? How Air hasn't established his foundation, nor undergone blood melting, has he? Li Tiangang couldn't help but say excitedly. Li Fu nodded vigorously, joyfully saying, "It's true. Absolutely true. I don't know the reason either, only Hao knows. I guess the second uncle secretly helped him." Second uncle. Li Tiangang's heart shook violently. The second uncle was at the Four Stands realm, and that realm had a power that made countless martial artists green with envy. That was to defy the heavens and change fate. They could help a person, alter their destinies, even if it was a naturally untalented beggar. Their fortunes could be reversed, turning them into unparalleled geniuses, the dragon and phoenix among people. Therefore, a family with a Four Stands realm member, even if it declined for a generation, could still pull itself back up. Of course, continuous decline would not be feasible. Because the Four Stands realm's destiny-changing power could only be used once, for only one person. Thinking of this, Li Tiangang felt deeply thankful, with his eyes turning red. How come his son, who neither had the merit nor the capability, managed to receive such affection from the second uncle? Good, good, this is wonderful. Li Tiangang said, "Good," 3 times in succession, his voice trembling until he moderated it, took a deep breath, and looked softly at the youth before him. With such great news, why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Hao, seeing his excitement, felt hardly any ripples in his heart, only a slight stirring. I wanted to tell you yesterday, but you asked me to rest early and interrupted. Li Tiangang suddenly remembered last night's conversation and couldn't help but feel at a loss. When he heard Li Hao talking about trivial matters that were off topic, he couldn't bear to listen and asked Li Hao to rest. Well, let's not dwell on the past. Li Tiangang said with a smile, when did you reach the 15 Li realm? Why haven't you written to tell me all these years? Did the second uncle forbid you to speak of it? Li Hao asked in return, even if I told you, what could you have done? Could you have come back? Li Tiangang paused slightly, looking into the young man's calm, black eyes, and suddenly felt as if his heart had been pricked. But then, a wave of anger surged. At least your mother and I would have been happy for you. We would have asked your aunt to find a grandmaster to teach you. Li Hao said, a grandmaster? Isn't it enough to be taught by the second uncle? Are you still not satisfied with my cultivation level? Li Tiangang was taken aback, at a loss for words. Indeed, the second uncle at the Four Stands realm was also comparable to a grandmaster. But for the Li family descendants to take a grandmaster as a teacher, it wasn't just for learning, it was also an accumulation of connections for each generation. That way, when the older generation is gone, those favors might not be of much use to the next generation. Generation after generation, a millennium of heritage, connections are one of the great foundations. These connections might not be needed on a daily basis, but at critical moments, they could be a tremendous help. You're taking this too lightly. Li Tiangang shook his head, feeling that Li Hao was still naive and didn't argue with him further. In his heart, Li Hao retorted, you are the one who is naive. Li Fu, watching this father and son, also noticed something amiss. How come it seemed that there was a sense of estrangement and a gap between the Lord and the young master? You are only 14 years old and have stepped into the 15 Li realm, which is extremely rare. This record has even surpassed your ninth uncle. When Li Tiangang thought of Li Hao's cultivation realm, his mood brightened, and he said to Li Hao with a smile. Now that I've returned, there's no reason for the second uncle to keep you hidden anymore. Zhao, go and inform your aunt right away. Let the whole mansion know and tell the entire world, the son of Marquis Xingwu is an unparalleled genius. I want everyone to know that my son's talent is first in 1,000 years. He spoke with boundless pride, as if expressing a burden that had accumulated deep in his heart for many years, his face beaming with smiles. Zhao was overwhelmed with excitement at the moment, his lips trembling slightly. Over the years, he had witnessed Li Hao's maturity and cleverness, his smart talents, and often couldn't help but secretly weep and feel heartbroken, lamenting the injustice of fate, wondering why it withheld the most deserved gift of cultivation talent from Li Hao. To think that now, even this last deficiency had been brought to perfection. Hao is unmatched in both talent and intelligence. With that thought, Zhao's entire body trembled, and he immediately agreed excitedly, wiping away the old tears that had trickled from the corners of his eyes. I will go now. Zhao. But Li Hao stopped him, saying, first, have someone move all my paintings out of the firewood shed. Zhao was startled but quickly nodded, yes. Li Tiangang snapped back to reality, frowning as he thought back to the recent events. His face darkened as he said, how, heir, with such extraordinary talent, do you still want to indulge in these messy things? If you had practiced diligently with the second uncle over the years, focusing solely on cultivation, maybe you could have reached grandmaster level by now. How do you know I haven't practiced diligently? Li Hao looked at him but knew that others would naturally think this way since his facade could never be clearly explained to anyone. There was no need for him to justify himself, and he simply asked. If I focused solely on becoming a grandmaster as you wish, then what? Chapter 98, 87 So what, _2. Chapter 98, Chapter 87 So what, _2. Li Tiangang didn't hesitate to say, that would naturally be a shock to the world, so surprising that perhaps when it gets out, some might not believe it, but other divine general mansions will know that the Li family has produced a once-in-a-millennium genius. Li Hao gazed at him and asked, even if I am a once-in-a-millennium genius, what of it? Li Tiangang was taken aback, feeling there was something off in Li Hao's words, and furrowed his brows as he looked at him. What do you mean, what of it? Do you have any idea how many people there are in Dayu? How many geniuses? 19 provinces, each with hundreds of cities, tens of thousands of villages and towns, billions upon billions of people. Just counting the geniuses, they are innumerable, as plentiful as carps crossing the river. Top-tier geniuses are indeed rare, but even among one province, dozens can be selected, yet only those who set foot on the Qianquan list truly make a name for themselves. And now your talent would deem ranking on the Qianquan list too low. When your ninth uncle was 19, he stepped into the immortal realm and was already considered a once-in-a-millennium genius. If you reach the Grandmaster realm at 14, you too would be worthy of that title. The further one advances in cultivation level, the more difficult it becomes, just like Li Junyi, who entered the Grandmaster realm at 17 and was once famed throughout the world, but compared to the shock of someone reaching the immortal realm at 19, it is still somewhat lesser. After all, the momentum of a genius can be broken. Most with the 9th grade battle physique could reach the divine travel realm by 15, but that doesn't mean they will necessarily step into the celestial master realm by the age of 20. Many of the same batch of 15-year-olds in the divine travel realm might reach the heavenly human realm by 18, while others might only reach the Grandmaster realm at 30. And when it comes to challenging the immortal realm, that's when an even greater disparity will reveal itself. Li Hao knew all that Li Tiangang was talking about. He glanced at the other, but felt there was no need to pursue the conversation further. He simply turned to Zhao and said, "I must trouble you, Uncle Zhao." "It is no trouble at all," Zhao promptly replied. But Li Tiangang's expression turned ugly. Li Hao's demeanor made it clear he hadn't taken his words to heart. In northern Yan, his word was a military order, and a military order carried the weight of a mountain. A single word was like a rifle bullet, piercing through the ground. "You're not allowed to go." Li Tiangang stopped Zhao in his tracks, then promptly turned to Li Hao. "As long as I am here, you will not touch those nonsensical things again. Besides, I've said it, regardless of your cultivation level, whatever realm you're in, even if you surpass your 9th uncle's talents, you must apologize to your uncle Yushuan." Yuxian's expression changed slightly beside him. He bowed to Li Tiangang and said, "Lord Ho, let it be. Hao heir is young and ignorant. I didn't take it to heart. It cannot be let go." Li Tiangang suddenly shouted fiercely. His gaze shifted to Zhao, then swept over to Li Fu, and finally rested on his own son, who was looking back at him with a cold demeanor. What was this expression? Because of your indulgence, he has become so presumptuous. What does having cultivation matter? The Li family isn't short of geniuses. Disrespectful towards one's elders, even if one has an outstanding cultivation level, without proper discipline, what future can one hope for? Zhao and Li Fu were both shocked, not expecting Lord Ho to be so serious. After his initial surprise, Li Fu was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect that bringing back such joyous news would result in such a scene. Lord Ho, the young master, has always been like this, and although he did those things, it now seems he hasn't neglected his cultivation. Li Fu began to speak, trying to plead on Li Hao's behalf. He knew of Yuxian and couldn't comprehend what wrong Li Hao had done to necessitate an apology. However, based on his understanding of Li Hao's temperament, at most it would have been a slip of the tongue, certainly not a grave mistake warranting such formality. Li Tiangang rarely shouted at him like that. When administering punishment in the military, he hated it most when others pleaded for leniency or engaged in nepotism. Li Fu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly bowed his head, realizing that in this moment, Lord Ho was not the familial Li Tiangang he interacted with in private, but the unbeatable lord of martial discipline in the army. Zhao wanted to speak, but the stern look from Li Tiangang silenced him. He could only look towards Li Hao with a worried expression. Li Hao fell silent, facing the piercing gaze of the middle-aged man before him. He suddenly felt like laughing, but no laughter came. Was this the fulfillment of the wait he had endured for 14 years alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky? Yet why couldn't he feel happy at all now? Just yesterday everything was still joyful, still harmonious. Li Hao took a deep breath, and finally, not of a youthful temperament, he restrained the unspeakable sense of loss in his heart. Staring at the other person, he said, "Indeed, I shouldn't have lost my temper at him, because he didn't do anything wrong, he was just following your orders." Beside him, Yuxian was slightly stunned, looking at Li Hao with a hint of surprise. The anger in Li Tiangang's eyes had just receded when it surged forth again, his gaze as fierce as a tiger's, emanating an intimidating brilliance. "So, are you blaming me? Do you still want to shout at your father to get lost?" As he spoke, he felt almost laughed at by his own anger. Utterly lawless. Li Hao's fists clenched slightly, but then released. He suddenly wanted to turn away, his gaze casually falling on something else, landing precisely on the weeds beside the courtyard steps. He suddenly felt how similar he was to that clump of weeds. He drew in a deep breath and slowly exhaled, a self-mocking, nonchalant smile curling at the edge of his lips. Have you ever looked at my paintings? You definitely haven't, have you? You said my mother left, but actually, I can barely remember as well, so while I still could remember, I painted her down. The young man's voice crisply echoed, altering the expressions of everyone present. Li Tiangang suddenly froze, his whole body shaking. Those paintings were they of Qingqing. Naturally, he would not bother to open those shabby scrolls, but he hadn't anticipated this. However, by the time I learned to paint, I had already forgotten what my mother looked like. I could only remember her eyes. Li Hao's gaze settled on the weeds fluttering in the breeze, but his sight was unfocused, his thoughts as if drifting far away. He murmured to himself. So, all I painted was her vague figure. I originally wanted to wait for Mother to return, to paint her properly, but Mother she left. The young man's voice plunged the others into silence. Li Tiangang's breathing became slightly heavier, his palm hidden in his sleeve gripped tight involuntarily. At that moment, Li Hao's thoughts seemed to return from afar, back to the courtyard, back to his own frail body. He turned his head to look at his father before him, smiled, and said, "You say a grandmaster cannot be insulted. Yes, but I just don't know whether my mother is allowed to be insulted." It sounded like a statement, yet also like a query. These words pierced like a sharp knife, making Li Tiangang feel suddenly suffocated, his sturdy frame trembling slightly. Yu Xian's expression also looked somewhat ugly, having not expected those paintings to contain images of the lady. No wonder the young man was so agitated just now. Reflecting on his own actions, he fell silent. Li Fu and Zhao's eyes were slightly moist as they looked towards Li Tiangang. The young man said nothing more, turned, and left, only saying, "Those scrolls, do with them whatever you please." Watching the young man's retreating figure, Li Tiangang uncontrollably shouted furiously, "Stop!" But the young man's steps did not halt, and he walked away without stopping. Li Tiangang was briefly at a loss. This was the first time someone defied his words. And that person was his own son. If it were anyone else, he would have already struck, breaking their limbs. He hadn't dismissed them, who dared to be presumptuous in front of him. But Li Hao's recent words had choked his anger at his throat, which soon evaporated, leaving his complexion unspeakably grim. "Master, the young master." Seeing his anger, Zhao immediately wanted to speak up in persuasion. Li Tiangang gestured to stop him, took a deep breath, and said sternly, "Immediately go and move all the paintings out, clear the cleanest room for me, lay them out properly. If there is any damage, everyone will be dealt with under martial law." Zhao was taken aback, relieved, and quickly agreed. Li Tiangang turned to Li Fu and said, "Go inform your elder sister-in-law about how heirs progress in the 15 Li realm, let her be aware. I want to host a family banquet, I want the whole world to know." Li Fu, seeing his change of heart, also inwardly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly saluted, "I'll go at once." Chapter 99, 88 Sensation. Chapter 99, Chapter 88 Sensation. After Zhao and Li Fu had left, Yu Xian looked at Li Tiangang with hesitant eyes and said, "Marshal, you just returned yesterday, and to have such a conflict and misunderstanding with the young master, it inevitably affects father-son affection. Do you think you should go and comfort the young master?" Li Tiangang glanced in the direction where Li Hao had departed and realized that his own attitude had just been a bit too forceful. Yet, thinking of Li Hao's cold gaze, he felt a surge of nameless anger in his heart. He patted Yu Xian on the shoulder and said, "You had to put up with that kid's tantrum today." Yu Xian quickly bowed and said, "You're taking it too seriously, Marshal." "I'm fine, it's just that the young master. I'll go and see him later." Li Tiangang sighed and said, "Even if I was wrong, this child has been spoiled and arrogant for years, and his temper is too big. He even said the painting can be dealt with by us as we please. Since the painting is of Qingqing, his mother, is he really going to abandon it over such a small matter? He really needs a spanking." Yu Xian opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak but hesitated, not knowing how to persuade. After all, he was also clueless about such matters, being an orphan from the battlefield, and given the strict rules, it wasn't his place to say much. Just then, suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky and approached. Li Tiangang looked up and saw that the newcomer was his second uncle, and immediately smiled. Second uncle. He greeted him proactively and quickened his pace to meet him outside the corridor. What brings you here, uncle? I was just about to thank you. Li Muxiu landed in the courtyard, and upon seeing Li Tiangang's sturdy figure, sighed. You rascal, the years of frontier wind and frost have toughened you up a lot. Where's Qingqing? Li Tiangang was taken aback and said in a low voice, she's gone. Gone. Li Muxiu immediately frowned and stared at him, asking, is she coming back? Li Tiangang looked at his uncle, puzzled. I'm asking you. Li Muxiu said impatiently. Li Tiangang hesitantly said, second uncle, do you perhaps know about Qingqing? Humph, did you really think you could keep it a secret from everyone? Who didn't know back then? Your father knew, your mother knew. Li Muxiu said irritably, otherwise, how could you two have been allowed to marry? Father and mother both knew. Li Tiangang stood shocked as if struck by lightning, and after a long pause, he came back to his senses, and the eyes of this robust man were somewhat moist. Li Muxiu casually released a wave of energy to seal off the surroundings and stared at him, tell me honestly, is she coming back? Li Tiangang clenched his fists and slowly shook his head. She won't be coming back. Won't be coming back? Li Muxiu took a deep breath, then suddenly seemed to think of something and immediately asked. I was occupied with matters yesterday and wasn't in the mansion. I heard you returned yesterday, so what about the others, do they know the situation? What about Hao Er, does he know? Facing his consecutive questions, Li Tiangang shook his head again. I didn't go into details, everyone thinks Qingqing is. Hao Er doesn't know. Li Muxiu immediately asked. Li Tiangang nodded slightly. Li Muxiu paused for a moment, then sighed. He nodded and said, you did the right thing. It's for the best that Hao Er doesn't know. Since Qingqing won't be coming back, there's no need to let Hao Er know. Just consider her dead. Hearing this, Li Tiangang's body trembled slightly, but in the end, he clenched his fists and said nothing. Ending the war in northern Yen, it wasn't because of Qingqing, was it? Li Muxiu suddenly asked. Li Tiangang shook his head slightly and said, that's only part of it, the main reason is the years of fighting, the holy palace has been weakened. Li Muxiu scoffed and said, these demons, once Hao Er inherits the true dragon seat and the family has a successor, I will personally make a trip to meet those 10,000 years demon kings. Second uncle, the family still needs you to stand guard. Li Tiangang said with a bitter smile, knowing his second uncle's temper. He changed the subject. Speaking of Hao Er, I was just about to thank you, second uncle. Thank me for what? It is my duty to take care of Hao Er. He is the only one among these nephews I actually admire. He is different from the other blockheads, including you nephews, all blockheads. Li Muxiu said unreservedly. Li Tiangang, realizing he was also being criticized, could only feel a touch of helplessness but didn't retort. When he and his 8 brothers were young, aside from a few, most were despised by their second uncle. He had not expected Li Hao could actually make his whimsical second uncle so affectionate. Smiling, he said. If it weren't for second uncle giving Hao Er a chance against heaven's will, Hao Er would not have achieved what he has today. I will forever be grateful for this kindness. Li Muxiu was startled and said, chance against heaven's will, for Hao Er. Huh. Li Tiangang looked at him puzzled. Yuxian, the young man standing by, also looked at the seacoming divine needle of the Li family with a hint of surprise on his face. Second uncle, Hao Er is 14 this year and has already cultivated to 15 Li realm. If it weren't for you. Li Tiangang was cut off before he could finish his sentence. You must be mistaken. Li Muxiu suddenly realized what the other was thinking and couldn't help but say irritably. I certainly wanted to give Hao Er a chance against heaven's will with how fond I am of him, but my chance was used up long ago on someone else. How could I have had another opportunity? Moreover, Hao Er's talent is unmatched, extraordinary, even more so than your 9th brother. Why would he need a chance against heaven's will? It's more likely to ruin him than help him. Li Tiangang, having faced many battles, showed a rare look of astonishment. Not second uncle. How Air has cultivated to this extent all on his own talent. Yu Xian as well was stunned, looking at the old master in shock. Seeing the astonished look on Li Tiangang's face, Li Muxiu couldn't help but laugh, being able to understand. Chapter 188 Sensation _2. Chapter 100, Chapter 88 Sensation _2. After all, with a talent like Li Hao's, even in the Li family, where geniuses spring up like bamboo shoots, he is an overwhelmingly dominant presence. Hao Air is extraordinarily intelligent, beyond the imagination of ordinary people, not just a typical genius, said Li Muxiu with a smile. Li Tiangang came back to reality, startled, and said. But isn't it said that Hao Air's meridians are blocked? He is Li Hao's biological father, the news he heard couldn't possibly be false. There's no need to hide it from him, right? Besides, Li Hao has his mother's bloodline, such a condition is not impossible. Indeed, the meridians are blocked. Li Muxiu sighed, that's what makes it terrifying. According to Hao Air himself, he suddenly broke through the blockage in his meridians in a dream. I've researched this and found it's a case of pseudo-meridian closure, not completely sealed. This kind of accident is tens of thousands of times rarer than a pure meridian blockage. After all, many children from ordinary families inherit impure blood over the generations, with quite a few cases of meridian blockage. He was around 6 or 7 years old when his meridians became unblocked. Meridian blockage in an ordinary household is not uncommon, but it is rare in the divine general mansion. Li Tiangang's eyes widened in shock. Accustomed to the battlefield, he had seen countless scenes of sword glints and bloodshed without batting an eyelid, but now, he was so astonished he couldn't speak. Does this not mean that Li Hao only began his cultivation at the age of 6 or 7? Without foundation establishment, without blood melting, yet in just 7 years, reaching the 15 Li realm. And from what was understood before, Li Hao was not serious about his cultivation on a daily basis, played around everywhere, and barely trained seriously. No wonder, even his second uncle refers to it as terrifying. Li Tiangang had thought the most monstrously talented genius he had seen was his 9th brother, but now he realized that even he paled in comparison to his own son. This is his son. Li Tiangang's body trembled slightly, his heart unable to hide the excitement. Yu Xian was so astounded that he couldn't find his words. The seemingly lazy young master was this formidable. Seeing their reaction, Li Muxiu showed a proud smile, enjoying the look of someone who has not seen the world before. I shouldn't be the only one, along with Feng and the 5th brother, to be shocked. Where's Hao Air? Li Muxiu looked around. Still excited, Li Tiangang said, Hao Air should be in his courtyard. Li Muxiu nodded and smilingly said, I came here firstly to see you, and secondly, I have some matters to attend to. Now that you're back, I can go handle them with peace of mind, and leave Hao Air in your care. Given Hao Air's cultivation level, he's already capable of wandering the Jianghu, he hardly needs my care. Li Tiangang said with a laugh. Li Muxiu's smile faded slightly, and he glanced at him meaningfully, saying, no matter how strong he is, he's still a 14-year-old child. When I said, take care of him, I wasn't worried about him being bullied, but rather about him being left alone, do you understand? Li Tiangang was stunned, the smile on his face gradually fading into silence. Is it companionship? Suddenly, he remembered Li Hao's recent questions. What if I now do as you wish, aiming single-mindedly for the title of Grandmaster? What then? If I were to be the once-in-a-millennium genius, what then? Li Tiangang couldn't help but take a deep breath, his expression changing. Apparently, what the child wanted to say was, if he performed so well, what would he get from him? Praise from his parents or their companionship? Thinking of his 14 years fighting in northern Yen, Li Tiangang silently sighed, feeling somewhat guilty. He indeed had been neglecting his duties as a father. He said to Li Muxiu, second uncle, I understand. I will take good care of Hao Air and make up for the years of absence. Li Muxiu's face beamed with a smile, all right, I won't say more. I'm going to take a look at Hao Air, then I'll be on my way. Second uncle, may I ask what matter you are going to handle? Li Tiangang quickly asked. A meeting with an old friend, to discuss a matter of rain, said Li Muxiu with a smile, then waved his hand and turned to leave with an air of nonchalance. Li Hao returned to his own courtyard. Upon entering, a white fox named Xiao Rou leaped out from nowhere and plunged into Li Hao's arms. Coming back to himself, Li Hao realized what was happening and smiled, hugging the white fox and stroking its fur on the head, saying, "Where did you run off to earlier? Why didn't I see you around?" The white fox looked at him with a pleading gaze, unable to speak, just burying its head in Li Hao's embrace. Li Hao didn't think much of it. Taking the white fox and sitting down at his desk, he glanced at the chessboard beside him. He casually picked up a piece from the chess case, fiddling with it between his fingers, leaning back in his chair with an air of idleness, looking out the window. Suddenly, a figure jumped outside the window, startling Li Hao. "What are you doing here, lad? Didn't the fifth brother come to play chess with you?" It was Li Muxiu who had come. Li Hao was taken aback for a moment before he came to his senses and smiled. "Second grandfather, are you free? Let's go dragon fishing." Li Muxiu looked at him with annoyance and said, "Fish for what dragon? Can you even catch one? Your father's back, and you don't spend more time with him." Li Hao's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled, "Last time I managed to catch a lesser dragon, next time I'm sure I can catch a real dragon." "You wish, last time was just dumb luck like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Li Muxiu gave him a look and then said, "I'll be away for a while. If you want to go fishing, find your Uncle Feng. Don't go alone if you can help it. There's an old dragon in that lake I haven't located yet, and although you're at the 15 Li realm, it's still a bit dangerous for you." Li Hao smiled and said, "All right." Meanwhile, at the Eternal Spring Court. In the main hall, He Jianlan's teacup fell to the carpet, soaking a spot, with tea leaves scattering. Chapter 101, 88 Sensation _3. Chapter 101, Chapter 88 Sensation _3. But she couldn't care less, suddenly standing up, looking at Li Fu in astonishment. "Could you say that again?" Li Fu smirked inwardly, not at all surprised by the madam's reaction. Who wouldn't be shocked when hearing of the young master's condition for the first time? He respectfully said, "To reply to the madam, my lord had me inform you, to hold a family banquet for Master Hao Er, celebrating the young master stepping into the 15 Li realm." He Jianlan stared blankly at him, knowing Li Fu as a soldier would naturally not lie about such a matter, especially since it was personally conveyed by Li Tiangang. However, Li Hao reaching the 15 Li realm. Suddenly, it seemed as if countless sparks of electricity flared through her mind, then, they abruptly stilled, giving way to a sensation of sudden enlightenment. All these years, had it all been a facade? Hao Er not only had the ability to cultivate, but his talent exceeded imagination. That detestable Li Tiangang, did he not trust her, therefore even such a matter was kept from her. She felt that it all must have been Li Tiangang's idea, otherwise, how could a child know about such plots? He Jianlan's heart swelled with a mix of joy, anger, and resentment, but at the end of the day, she was overwhelmingly elated. Hao Er is actually in the 15 Li realm. He's only 14 years old. She murmured to herself. The entire room fell into silence. The surrounding maids, house servants, and her personal maid-in-waiting were all looking at Li Fu in astonishment, digesting this earth-shattering news. Li Hao often visited the Eternal Spring Court over the years, so how could they not know of this young master's circumstances? Who could have expected that today he would astound everyone, revealing his terrifying cultivation talent? The serving girl Xuejian, standing silently to the side, had a face full of surprise. She remembered the boy well, as she was the one who accompanied him to the Listening Rain Tower the first time. At that time, she thought he was merely being childish, following orders to accompany him out of helplessness. But in fact, was he already secretly cultivating then? How old was he at that time? Yet he managed to hide it so flawlessly. His composure and wisdom were both somewhat terrifying. "I understand. You may go now. Tell Li Tiangang I'll deal with him later." He Jianlan regained her composure, glaring at Li Fu, believing he had also known about this all along. Normally as dull as a block of wood, he had put on such a compassionate act in front of her, advising Li Hao, making her appreciate it for a moment. "Li Fu, oh Li Fu, you truly are a honest man." News of another family banquet to be held spread from the Eternal Spring Court to the kitchen procurement and other courts. He Jianlan did not conceal it, letting the messenger maids and eunuchs announce it openly. Celebrating Li Hao entering the 15 Li realm. The mere news set off an explosion in the Li family residence. In the 9 courtyards, at the training ground, everyone who heard the news was in an uproar. The instructors in the training ground, elder veterans from the military, were stunned. He was no stranger to that legitimate young master. After all, it was he who introduced his fiancée to study under the Sword Saint. But that young master, the one who was mercilessly rejected by the Sword Saint, was in the 15th realm. Impossible. His fiancée, who had just entered the divine travel realm, couldn't compare. This news now shocked not only the veteran military instructor but also the many Li family offspring training in the field. 14 years old, 15th realm. These words pierced their brains like sharp needles, completely overturning their previous understanding. Is this the terrifying nature of legitimate geniuses? Inside the Shuihua courtyard, Lu Yurong was getting dressed in her room. The bronze mirror reflected her beautiful visage. Despite being over 40, she appeared to be in her 30s. Her figure was graceful, each glance full of mature charm, her eyebrows and eyes naturally elegant, her hair in an exquisite updo resembling a stunning woman in a painting. Her personal maid was adorning her hair with pins when suddenly a maid walked into the room, bowing her head and reporting softly, saying that a maid from the Eternal Spring Court had come to see her on an important matter. Lu Yurong gave a cursory glance and instructed the maid to bring the visitor to her. Soon, a chambermaid entered the room, curtsied to Lu Yurong, and then shared the news about the family banquet. As Lu Yurong admired her image in the mirror, pleased, she was brought to a halt by the chambermaid's words, and then she whirled around sharply. A gem hanging from a hairpin near her bun struck her forehead from the abrupt movement. Celebrating Li Hao stepping into the 15th realm. Li Hao. Yes, replied the chambermaid respectfully. Lu Yurong stared at her obedient appearance, her mind buzzing loudly. Really? A joke? A ruse? That child, at the 15th realm. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Perhaps she hadn't slept well the night before, as her vision even began to darken momentarily. Instantly, she thought of many things. All the irregularities and incomprehensible aspects would crumble before the facts, then weave together into a coherent explanation, and she had thought of a possibility already. Her chest heaved violently for a few moments, but she restrained herself. She then smiled, dismissing the maid from the Eternal Spring Court, and immediately called her housekeeper to investigate the truth of the matter. It didn't take long for the housekeeper to return and confirm the news. Lu Yurong's face instantly turned sour. How was this possible? Unless Li Hao was not disabled at all, and Li Tiangang had pre-instructed Lin Haixia who was sent back to cover up Li Hao's circumstance. Only then would it make sense. All those claims of failing foundation establishment were false, a show for them. Well done, Li Tiangang. With thick brows and large eyes, he was teeming with tricks. Chapter 102, 88 Sensation _4. Chapter 102, Chapter 88 Sensation _4. Definitely that bizarre woman, Ji Qingqing's idea. Lu Yurong gritted her teeth, vividly remembering when she arrived at the mountain and river courtyard, seeing that child's body all soaked pale. But the medicinal liquid hadn't been absorbed at all. To put on an act like that was truly ruthless. No, I must inform Qianfeng about this message so he can prepare in advance. Lu Yurong suddenly realized and hurriedly ordered someone to bring paper and ink to write a secret letter. Moreover, the reactions of the other courtyards upon learning the news were immensely shocking. The news even stirred them more than when they had learned about Li Junyi entering the Grandmaster realm at 17. After all, to them, Li Hao had always seemed carefree, never seen practicing martial arts. Instead of training, he was either painting or fishing with his second uncle, seemingly having plenty of leisure time, a stark contrast to the other youths sweating profusely from diligent practice. Although Li Hao started cultivating later on, no one inquired about his realm, as it was common knowledge without asking that he hadn't achieved foundation establishment. With his indifferent attitude and terrible roots, how far could he have possibly cultivated? The invitation from Tan Palace Academy had Li Hao's name on it only because He Jianlan had given special instructions to include him. Even He Jianlan thought Li Hao hadn't cultivated much, and that entering Tan Palace Academy on his own merits would be a challenge, let alone others' opinions. So that's why he was an exception. In the Piaoxue courtyard, siblings Li Yun were both stunned, frozen in disbelief. They had thought Li Hao had merely reached the sole succession realm before them, since the threshold for the Black and White Hall was just that. But he had leaped several steps ahead, reaching a place they couldn't even see clearly. Li Wushuang stood aside with no change in her expression, just a slight narrowing of her eyes upon hearing the news. She had already experienced Li Hao's 15 Li realm slap the day before. Li Xuanli and Gao Qingqing looked at each other in astonishment. Noticing her sister Li Jining muttering, Li Wushuang asked, "What exception are you talking about?" Li Jining came back to her senses with a complex look in her eyes. Seeing her elder sister ask with a lowered head, she suddenly realized that even her brilliant sister might seem dim in comparison to that young man. The difference between a 16-year-old in the divine travel realm and a 14-year-old in the 15 Li realm was just too vast. Under Li Wushuang's pressing questions, Li Jining recounted the exceptional entry of Li Hao into Black and White Hall. Upon learning that Li Hao had been an exception to enter the Black and White Hall, Li Xuanli commented in annoyance, "So you're saying that those old fogies at Tan Palace Academy knew before we did?" Gao Qingqing, quick-witted, had already calmed from the shock and pondered, when they were out on academy missions previously, how Air must have shown his strength then. Those bastards, why wouldn't they inform us about such a crucial matter? Li Xuanli said with irritation. Gao Qingqing glanced at her husband and shook her head. "Think about it, they must have assumed we, the Li family, were already aware of it. Our Hao heir has exceptional talents without a wide reputation, they likely suspected us of deliberately concealing it. And with both his parents on the frontier, it might make others think we're hiding his fame to protect him from petty villains in their absence. Now that they're aware of this news, they naturally dare not spread it around, probably very nervous about letting it slip because of them." As his wife analyzed the situation, Li Xuanli also came to a realization and was left speechless. It really was coincidental that Hao had come home. When it came to treachery, Gao Qingqing glanced at her eldest daughter and said, "When you're out, you must also be careful. The Qianquan list is the talent list of our human race, reserved only for the prodigies. But you also know, the Qianquan list has another name." Li Wushuang nodded, the other name being the demon race's hit list. The long-standing enmity between the human and demon races, should they learn of a great demon giving birth to an exceedingly talented offspring, would also lead them to dispatch assassins. Yet despite such a threatening alternative name, the glory of the Qianquan list still attracted countless individuals. After all, many geniuses possess pride and valor, and who could consider themselves brave if they hid in fear of assassination. In this world, countless martial artists train hard, all for one thing: fame. Chapter 103, 89 Swordsmanship in the Mortal World. Chapter 103, Chapter 89 Swordsmanship in the Mortal World. The family banquet was set up in the mountain and river courtyard. Ladies of the various courtyards arrived in succession to offer congratulations to Li Tiangang. Outside the courtyard, there were also many other concubines and illegitimate children who had hurried over, clinging to the outside of the yard walls. They gazed eagerly inside, wanting to see what the youth with talents surpassing any in the history of the Li family actually looked like and whether he was as extraordinary as they imagined. Li Hao's name had thoroughly spread throughout the Li residence. The house servants and maids from all the courtyards, including the cooks in the various kitchens, were all discussing the incredible and powerful young Master Li while chopping wood and cooking meals. Hibernating in obscurity for 14 years, he stirred the heavens and earth in a single day. The news spread not only within the walls of the Li residence but also beyond its prestigious boundaries, flying over the eaves of thousands of households and drifting into the dark departments of intelligence of the major forces stationed in Qingzhou City. Subsequently, like threads on a spider's web, this intelligence was swiftly and secretly transmitted everywhere. Forces far and wide, all those with their eyes on the land of Qingzhou, received this news and were shaken to their core. The true dragon of the Li family that had fallen 14 years ago. Now, after 14 years, it seemed to have resurrected itself with even greater strength and a new posture. And during this rapid spread of reputation, at the moment of family celebration within the courtyard, Li Hao, guided by Zhao, arrived before a quiet room deep in the inner courtyard. He pushed open the door to see the neatly arranged paintings inside. His spiritual thought swept over them, and Li Hao counted them, none were missing. "Young master, don't be angry with the master anymore. Yu Xian has followed the master for many years, sharing life and death on the battlefield. Plus, being an orphan, the master wants to protect him. It's not that he really wants to get angry at you," Zhao said in a low voice, sighing behind Li Hao. An orphan, Li Hao murmured to himself. Even though he had parents, wasn't he also like an orphan? He sighed deeply in his heart, telling himself not to overthink it. After all, he was the man who had been awaited for 14 years, after all, he was the father in this life. he wasn't accepting it. It was more like giving up. Young master, now that you have revealed your cultivation level, everyone in the world will know your name, and nobody will ever underestimate or belittle you again, Zhao said, trying to lighten the mood. Thinking of Li Hao's cultivation level, his own face couldn't help showing a hint of excitement and flush. Li Hao smiled and said, when I was born, didn't the whole world already know my name? Zhao was momentarily stunned, but then he thought about it and realized that it was true. Li Hao was the true dragon of the Li family who had fallen, and Emperor Yu personally named him, announcing it to the world with an imperial edict. But after all, so many years have passed, Zhao said with a sheepish smile, let alone that he was just a baby at that time, who would care? The world's attention had all been focused on that peerless and outstanding ninth son of the Li family at the time. That's why I say, everything will pass, Li Hao replied. In these long, endless years of heaven and earth, even a saint is nothing but a speck of dust within this expanse of time, he continued. Li Hao turned and walked out of the room, looking at the empty courtyard, where the starlight and moonbeams fell from the sky, in stark contrast to the bright lights of the front courtyard. Let's go, let's join the festivities too, he said. Yes, young master, replied Zhao with a sign of relief. After all, he had come to persuade Li Hao to attend the family banquet. At the family banquet, with the arrival of Li Hao, the atmosphere became even more lively. Li Wushuang and her siblings, along with the children of Lady 8 including Li Jiangying and Li Ruming representing the third generation of the direct lineage, sat at one table. The children of the other ladies had mostly not returned. Their gazes immediately converged on Li Hao, with various expressions. How is amazing! The most excited was Li Yuanzhao, who had learned of Li Hao's strength in Sangyu City and had been looking forward to this moment. Seeing the shocked faces of the others, he felt like he was eating ice in the heat of summer, thrilled to the core. His eyes glanced triumphantly at Li Yun sitting next to him, showing a hint of smugness. However, Li Yun and his sibling Li Jining were too preoccupied to pay attention to Li Yuanzhao at the same table. Their gaze was extremely complex, reminiscent of how similar this scene was to the recent return of their elder sister, who was also the center of attention, only today's event was even more lively and stirring. Humph, it's just the 15 Li realm. What's so great about that? It's only when you step into the realm of a grandmaster that you really have something to brag about, Li Ruming suddenly snorted from another corner of the banquet. Li Yuanzhao was taken aback, not having expected to hear such discordant commentary. He turned his head and saw that it was the treasures of Lady 8. Since he was little, when he would go to pay his respects to the First Lady, he had seen this pair of siblings, but they had never been very familiar. Because after paying their respects, they would not speak more than a few words to him or to people like Li Yun, carrying themselves with extreme pride. They usually kept to themselves, not coming out to play with them, and even at the practice field, they wouldn't chat much, keeping a distance as if treating them as if they were illegitimate children. This sibling pair did everything together, eating, practicing martial arts, almost forming a small world of their own, never interacting with outsiders. And Lady 8 extremely doted on these children, indulging them greatly. Yuan Zhao had seen as a child in the practice field, during a sparring session, an illegitimate child accidentally injured Li Jiangying. It was only a small cut, and with the Li family's precious medicines, a bit of medicinal powder would have healed it by the next day. However, Lady 8 rushed to the practice field, ordered the illegitimate child to be dragged out, and had his arm broken on the spot. It was said that the illegitimate child had a decent talent, but the incident left him psychologically scarred, causing him to leave the practice field soon after. His mother even wept and pleaded in Lady 8's courtyard for forgiveness. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, providing a spectacle for these youngsters. Reportedly, it was only after the intervention of the First Lady that the matter was settled. Lady 8 was from a distinguished family background, surnamed Wang. Having married into the family from afar, her temperament and character were considered among the ladies not to be trifled with. Chapter 104, 89 Sword Down Mortal World _2. Chapter 104, Chapter 89 Sword Down Mortal World _2. However, at this moment, upon hearing Li Ruming's mocking words, Li Yuanzhao couldn't sit still anymore and sneered. Nothing to be proud of. Then may I ask, one of you is 16 and the other 15, what is your cultivation level? Li Ruming, already jealous, was taken aback by Li Yuanzhao's ridicule and immediately became furious. We haven't been clinging to second uncle all day like he has. If he can cultivate so quickly, it must be because second uncle is biased. Li Yuanzhao grew even angrier upon hearing this and said, then why wouldn't second uncle be biased towards you? Of course, it's because his mind is quite cunning, and he's more adept at sweet-talking than we are. Li Ruming retorted with a cold laugh. Li Yuanzhao's face turned red with rage as he glared at her. Li Yun and his sister frowned and glanced at Li Ruming. They kept their distance from Li Hao, but they disliked and avoided provoking the children of their eighth aunt. Just to avoid any disputes later on, lest eighth aunt take the issue to their own mother. Humph, all children of the Li family, and yet without any real talent, you still envy others. Shameful. Li Wushuang, however, coldly snorted and spoke out. Li Yuanzhao looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to speak up for Hao. Hao had, after all, beaten this particular cousin before. You, who are you saying has no talent? Li Ruming said indignantly. Li Wushuang replied with a disdainful glance, the one who barks the loudest is the one I'm speaking of. You've only just reached soul succession, how dare you belittle his 15 Li realm as nothing special, are you implying that your soul succession realm is something to be proud of? They've reached soul succession. Li Yuanzhao and the siblings Li Yun were surprised. They were cultivating in the training field just like their counterparts, with similar aptitudes, yet the others had advanced before them. It really is nothing special. Li Jiangying said coldly, seeing his sister being bullied. Li Wushuang, don't think you can do anything just because you're in the divine travel realm. There's still a long way to go. Everyone in the heavenly human realm and beyond are mere ants. You can brag when you manage to cross that threshold someday. Li Wushuang's gaze turned frosty. How daring. You don't even address me as cousin anymore, dare to call me by name directly. Is this how your mother teaches you? As for that threshold, don't worry, I'll definitely cross it before you. Come talk to me after you've reached the divine travel realm. But of course, you rely on having a famous teacher, we just couldn't be bothered to ask for one. Li Ruming said angrily. Li Wushuang couldn't help but laugh out of anger and was about to say something, but was stopped by Li Yun. Sister, don't stoop to their level, be careful or they'll drag our mother into this to settle accounts, Li Yun said sarcastically. What do you mean? Li Jiangying glared at Li Yun. Li Yuanzhao said coldly, keep it down, this is the mountain and river courtyard, not your Mo river courtyard, even if your mother comes here, she has to call Tiangang uncle. The expressions of Li Jiangying and his sister changed slightly. Although they were willful and unruly, they felt somewhat constrained in this situation and did not dare to make a scene. Seeing that the siblings had quieted down, Li Wushuang rolled her eyes and could not be bothered to pay any more attention, but she silently found the whole situation laughable, not expecting eighth aunt's children to be so barbaric and unreasonable. At that moment, Li Jining, seeing Li Hao walking straight to where the aunties were, couldn't help but ask, why isn't brother Hao coming over here? Li Yuanzhao looked over and smiled. Hao doesn't sit at the kids' table when eating. Meanwhile, Li Tiangang was being interrogated by several ladies. They questioned him on why he had concealed Li Hao's cultivation level and how Li Hao had been cultivating, among other things. Li Tiangang felt a headache coming on, thinking that the roar of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield was nothing compared to the incessant chatter of these 7 or 8 women, but he still smiled and responded to each of them. However, everyone initially thought that it was his second uncle who helped, but upon finding out it wasn't, and now asking him to explain, he couldn't find an explanation other than Li Hao's natural talent. Nobody believed this explanation, though they did not speak of it, they all had their speculations. Li Hao, being so close to second uncle and fifth uncle, suddenly was able to cultivate, and so monstrously at that, it was hard not to guess that they had defied the heavens to change his fate. As Li Hao approached, all the ants immediately gathered around him, eagerly asking questions. If they couldn't get anything out of the elder, they prodded the younger one. But Li Hao's lips were sealed even tighter than Li Tiangang's. Lu Yurong didn't manage to ask anything, and feeling irate, she gritted her teeth, detesting this father and son duo to the extreme. From 9,000 miles to the south, within Sword Cottage. Master. 3 or 4 figures rushed into the thatched cottage at high speed, reporting the freshly received news to their master who was poring over a swordplay manual. 15 Li Realm. Upon hearing the message reported by his disciples, Jian Wudao couldn't help but be stunned. Was it Schwer's little fiancé? Gradually, some sealed memories in his mind unfolded, and he vaguely began to recall. 8 years ago, during a trip down the mountain, in that bustling city of the mortal world, the lively yet empty courtyard, that child with the demeanor of an old soul. 14 years old, just a few months older than Schwer. And Schwer, it seemed, had only just stepped into the divine travel realm last month. He was a whole cultivation level ahead. Jian Wudao's expression changed, becoming somewhat grave. Such talent, stronger than even his own in the past, not even comparable to the previous generation's true dragon of the Li family. It seems the Li family is about to reveal another true dragon. With such talent, if he becomes the next successor, the true dragons of the other divine general mansions will probably be unable to sit still. In these 100 years, truly, the Li family has been blessed by heaven, chosen by destiny. The disciples all discussed and sighed, proudly considering themselves geniuses, but upon hearing this news, they were all so shocked they couldn't speak. "Master, I heard that you almost took that Qilin's child of the Li family under your wing, to join our sect. We almost became fellow disciples with such a monster," a young disciple said. Jian Wudao immediately thought of the day he recruited disciples. He shook his head slightly. Back then, it was widely rumored that the child was a martial arts invalid, but looking at it now, either the Li family deliberately concealed it, or those old fellows from the Li family intervened to reverse his fate against heaven's will. However, even if his talent is against nature, he wouldn't enter my school. "Master, why is that?" the disciples inquired upon hearing this. "He is not one of the sword Dao, unlike us, he is not on the same path," Jian Wudao explained. The crowd suddenly understood. A genius indeed, but not a sword cultivator. Such a pity, otherwise, having such a monster as a fellow brother would indeed be quite inspiring. Someone said, laughing. 14 years old at the 15 Li realm, indeed fearsome. Another nodded. Jian Wudao glanced at the people and said, "As your master, I always say there's always someone better out there, now do you understand? Although your talents are not bad, to suppress the next 60 years, you still fall short, go and practice your swordsmanship properly." A few people immediately showed wry smiles. With countless heroes in the world, who could suppress the times for a cycle of 60 years? Schwer has already descended the mountain, hasn't she? Jian Wudao asked as something came to mind. One of the handsome young disciples smiled and said, "Little sister broke through to the divine travel realm and immediately said she wanted to go down the mountain to return to the mansion. She has already set off." Jian Wudao frowned slightly and eventually sighed. "After all, she has received favors from the Li family. I hope she can make a clean break on this trip. Sword Dao in the mundane world, after all, one must choose one over the other." Chapter 105, 90, Title and Reward, First Update. Chapter 105, Chapter 90, Title and Reward, First Update. The day after the Li family banquet concluded. In the distant Yuzhou, Imperial City. That luxurious palace, which gathered countless gazes from across the world yet remained insurmountably walled. An ancient temple, solemn and august, stood for 1,000 years, a dark gold carpet adorned with dragon scales stretched from the entrance to the steps before the dragon throne. Civil and military officials residing in Yuzhou lined up on either side. From first-rank officials such as Grand Tutors and Supreme Generals, to fourth-rank governors and directors of the National Academy, all stood with bowed heads and hands lowered. The least of these officials could cause tens of cities' inhabitants to prostrate with a mere stomp of their feet. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Qingzhou Li family held a family banquet yesterday, proclaiming to all under heaven, another divine being has emerged from the Li family," someone respectfully reported. Seated on that profound and solemn dragon throne, the imposing figure, although aged, was erect and wore the black robe with 9 dragons. His gaze, fiery and intense, surveyed the ministers. Upon hearing this, his face seemed to show a hint of a smile. "Your Majesty, it is said that this Qilin descendant is none other than Li Hao, whom you named and blessed 14 years ago. He is also the son of the Secretary of the Ministry of Punishment, who had come here a few days ago to receive his mandate. Your Majesty's wisdom shines brightly." The rest of the ministers couldn't help but acclaim with joy. "Your Majesty, you foresaw this child's peerless talent 14 years ago, truly as if a star descended from the heavens, indeed a fortune for a great Daiyu," someone said excitedly, thrilled. 14 years ago, Lord Jinguo quelled the century-old demon calamity in Sangzhou, slaying the great demon and massacring the demon king. Unfortunately entangled in the Yue-level Meng River, his heroic spirit failed to find refuge, forever lost to Cangzhou. Perhaps, this Li Hao is the reincarnated star of Lord Zhenghua, a new blessed general bestowed upon our great Daiyu by the heavens. Someone passionately stated. Facing the minister's congratulations, the figure on the dragon throne's eyes seemed to dart back to that tragic day many years ago. That baby, once granted a treasure of dragon blood by himself, had now grown into a youth, achieving so much. Hints of a faint smile appeared on his face as his gaze seemingly swept outside the palace, toward the distant Qingzhou. Your Majesty, this child possesses exceptional talents, yet had never been known before. I believe the Li family owes an explanation. Once the congratulatory addresses ceased, someone suddenly stood up and declared, concealing from your Majesty should be punished. The crowd was slightly surprised and shifted their gaze, noticing it was Lord Helian of the Divine General Mansion. Realization dawned, and this response was not unexpected. Among the 5 great Divine General Mansions, those with close relationships, like the Wang family and the Li family, even held marital alliances. Where there's closeness, there also exists aloofness or even disdain. Such was the relationship between the Li family and the Helian clan. Seeing that His Majesty did not speak, another military general stepped forward. He was a second-rank general who had campaigned with the Li family, and respectfully said, Lord, in my opinion, Mr. and Mrs. Xingwu, having battled in northern Yan for many years, leaving their young child alone at home, naturally desired to conceal his cultivation level to avoid assassination or spying, which is completely understandable. Helian Boya coldly snorted, the child may be young, but within the Divine General Mansion, guarded by many generals, who could assassinate him? Could it be that you are questioning the loyalty of the Li family's conferred ladies, suggesting they would harm the child? Ms. Li of the Li family, many of whom had been conferred ranks, such as the senior Ms. Li, He Jianlan, who was a lady of the state. Though they held no actual power, their status was supremely high. They could enter the palace to see the emperor at any time, and even if they committed offenses, the Ministry of Punishment could not directly punish them. In my view, the Li family has been subduing demons for many years, having slain countless demons, bearing numerous grudges, thus, such precaution is without fault. The general continued, still bowing. Helian Boya scoffed, are you suggesting that in Qingzhou, demons still dare to invade? Do you look down on the Li family? Lord, I think the Li family's cautious approach is somewhat reasonable. Now that Li Hao has reached the 15 Li realm, possessing the strength to defend himself, if he continues to progress and attains Grandmaster status in a few more years, he will be unrestricted by these concerns. Another civil official stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Furthermore, since General Xingwu has just returned and proclaimed this fact to all under heaven, there is no heart of deception toward His Majesty, merely a minor matter. Lord, why fuss over it? If it's a minor matter, it's even more improper to deceive. Helian Boya still argued. The crowd internally shook their heads, finding no sense in the Lord's accusation, but they had grown accustomed to it. Over the years, whenever the Li family received titles, except for that event 14 years ago when the Li family true dragon fell, causing universal grief, and the Helian clan remained silent, at other times, they typically had something to say. Even this time, when General Xingwu returned victorious from northern Yan, pacifying the demon chaos and repelling the Holy Palace, having earned formidable merits, Lord Helian also scrutinized his prolonged campaigns and severe logistical strains during a lengthy court debate. During the decade and a half of campaigning in northern Yan, many civil and military officials close to the Helian clan found fault in the rear, and even proposed impractical impeachments against Marshal Xingwu. However, everyone knew, only the Helian clan could get away with such comments. Had anyone else made similar criticisms, they would have been branded as traitors and executed long ago. And the Helian clan, possessing countless merits, may have strained relations with the Li family, notorious to all, but could not be labeled traitors. After all, the blood of the Helian clan spilled beyond the frontier was not scant, enough to dye several cities red. This Lord Boya is too hasty. Given General Xingwu's achievements, even if troubles arise now, they won't be punished, let alone over such a trivial matter. Many officials internally commented. Chapter 106, 90, Title and Reward, Second Update. Chapter 106, Chapter 90, Title and Reward, Second Update. At this moment, Emperor Yu, seated on the dragon throne, raised his hand to quell the debate, smiling as he said, Lu is right, this is but a minor matter, not worth mentioning. This time, Marquis Xingwu has achieved great feats in battle, sacrificing his family for the frontier pass, a loyalty that shines brighter than the sun and moon. Let us turn our attention to the matter of Tsangyu City. Seeing that Emperor Yu had set the tone, Hulian Boya glanced at the civil official, snorted coldly, and said no more. He simply turned his head to look at the dragon pillars of the Great Hall, expressing his dissatisfaction, as if to say, "You talk, I'll have no part in it." Everyone knew that if the Hulian clan chose not to get involved, then that was that, for if they did involve themselves, they would surely find fault, so they did not press him further. And began to discuss among themselves. Tsangyu City almost fell. Yu Shuhong has been taken to the heavenly prison to plead guilty. His confession is clear and well written. It was thanks to the young master of the Li family that Tsangyu City was saved. Truly, a young hero arises. If we count the demon slain, he should indeed be granted a first-class baronetcy. His merits in protecting the city are significant, and there are many citizens in the city. I believe additional rewards should be given. Many ministers began to discuss the issue in earnest. In the forests outside of Flying General City in Jingzhou, the trees, thick as several men, were rapidly pressed down and collapsed, parted aside like weeds, as a ferocious tiger with hanging eyes, over a dozen meters long, sprinted through. On either side of its belly were 4 huge, sinister eyes emitting a demonic red glow. But at this moment, some of those eyes had been stabbed and were closed, bleeding ceaselessly. Suddenly, the tiger looked back. With a swish, a golden light from beyond the sky swooped down. A figure radiant with brilliant golden light and a Buddhist halo behind him entered the forest. This Buddha-like divine soul had the face of a youth, calm as if without a murderous aura, but his strikes were exceedingly ruthless. Roar! The tiger roared furiously, bellowing, "Li family, even in death, I will not let you go. Then die." The young divine soul clapped his hands down, and the divine power forcefully suppressed the tiger. A demonic shadow also emerged behind the tiger, but just as it was about to break free for several meters, it was suppressed by the palm of the Buddha-like golden shadow. "My children, avenge me, the killer is the Li family of Qingzhou." The enraged roar spread throughout the forest. But it soon came to an abrupt halt. As the demon soul dissipated, the huge tiger's body tumbled uncontrollably, crushing dozens of large trees before coming to a halt. Its eyes were more than half closed, void of any life. Reflected in its amber pupils was the figure of a youth approaching from the forest, not stopping until he was near, his footsteps kicking up sand onto the tiger's eyes. The youth looked over for a moment, then stomped repeatedly with force, shattering the tiger's head before he ceased. Slaying this great demon should be worthy of a first-class merit. The youth muttered to himself. He was none other than Li Qianfeng, who had descended the mountain to enter the world. He bent over to cut off the tiger's head, about to leave, when suddenly, from beyond the heavens, a figure as small as a palm but swift as an arrow brought soft sound as a tiny purple sparrow flew towards him. The youth caught the little demon bird, slightly startled as he dropped the massive tiger's head. This was the little demon sparrow raised by his mother, exceptionally good at flying. Though its combat abilities might not match those of the Zhou Tian realm, even some martial artists of the divine travel realm might not be able to catch up with it. The demon race cultivated slowly, but they possessed various divine skills unique to their kind, just as the human race could cultivate swiftly. The purple sparrow opened its mouth and spat out a slip of paper resembling oiled parchment. Li Qianfeng unfurled it, his eyebrows knitting in confusion before his expression changed. "Li Hao. Who is that?" "The son of my 7th uncle." Shock appeared in Li Qianfeng's eyes, especially because the note indicated that the person in question was only 14 years old. Even younger than him by 4 years. He was 17 when he entered the 15 Li realm, while the other had done so a full 3 years earlier. Although, before reaching the heavenly human realm, these 3 years might not seem like much, they clearly showed the enormous gap in their innate talents. Moreover, if Li Qianfeng remembered correctly, such speed of progress was even more formidable than that of his 9th uncle. The creed was instantaneously crushed into fine powder between 2 fingers. A cloud of darkness covered Li Qianfeng's face. Originally, his only target was Li Wushuang, but since the other was in the divine travel realm, he didn't feel too much pressure. On the contrary, he still spared some attention to guard against the son and daughter of his eldest aunt, those cousins. And also the only daughter of his 3rd aunt, that cousin who had joined the army at 15 and was now a female general. But they were older, and although they had achievements, the true dragon designation looked more at one's talents, and among those of the same age, entering the 15th realm at 17 should place him first. But now suddenly, there was Li Hao. A minor character he had never paid attention to before. With self-cultivation alone, it can't be that fast. Even ninth uncle only entered the 15th realm at 15. Could it be that the older generation has intervened? Li Qianfeng frowned deeply. He recalled that the other didn't seem to have a famous master and had stayed in the family estate. That gave him the opportunity to come into contact with the elders of the Li family. However, weren't the elders of the Li family not supposed to influence the younger generation before the true dragon confirmation? That would be unfair. It seems that during the ancestral shrine ceremony, I must ask the ancestors to verify, and also, should I inform my master about this? Li Qianfeng glanced into the distance, the light flickering in his gloomy eyes for a moment, before being overlaid with a touch of pride. Forget it. He picked up his tiger-head weapon and hurried back into Flying General City. With this merit at hand, I might as well return early and have a look. In Qingzhou, within the Divine General Mansion. The family banquet had ended, and mountain and river courtyard returned from the bustle to tranquility, yet it was still much livelier than usual, as concubines and ladies from various courtyards came to give gifts, leading their children to greet Li Hao, wishing to familiarize themselves with the future true dragon of the Li family. Among these legitimate and illegitimate children, some were sensible and well-behaved, some were restrained and nervous, and some had already learned to flatter adeptly. One after another, they all got to meet Li Hao, which allowed him to see how difficult it was for these children born out of wedlock. At least he would feel embarrassed if his parents forced him to flatter another boy, but some children were already adept at doing so. This kind of thing seemed unrelated to maturity or experience. Some kids were even more eloquent and persuasive than adults, purely due to differences in personality and nature. And Li Hao's nature was somewhat indolent, taking things as they come. Another early morning. Li Hao was still deep in sleep when he suddenly heard his door being knocked on. He opened his eyes, his divine soul swept over, and he saw that it was his father's beloved General Yuxian outside the door. He rolled over and said, "You're calling me to practice martial arts again." Yuxian remembered what happened the other day, the corners of his mouth revealing a bitter smile as he said, "Young master, the marshal has asked you to wash up and accompany him to pay respects to the ancestors, and incidentally to ask the ancestors to decide on the matter of the true dragon." Li Hao arched an eyebrow, thought for a moment, sat up, and called Qing Ji to quickly change his clothes. Soon, after grooming, Li Hao opened the door and looked at the young man, saying indifferently. Yuxian knew that Li Hao was still mad at him because of the painting incident, but he didn't care, and extended his hand, saying, "After you, young master." They walked past the corridors and arrived at the main court. Li Hao saw his father, already out of armor and in white clothes, but his bearing wasn't as elegant as his fifth uncle, and it seemed to carry a stern and imposing air from years of campaigning. Chapter 107. 91, True Dragon Struggle, Second Update. Chapter 107, Chapter 91, True Dragon Struggle, Second Update. How air. Seeing Li Hao, Li Tiangang's face showed a smile and he said, "Come, follow your father to worship our ancestors at the ancestral hall." Okay, Li Hao nodded. After leaving the mountain and river courtyard, the two of them flew through the air, one after the other, heading towards the deepest part of the Divine General Mansion. Arriving at the ancestral hall on the hillside, Li Tiangang and Li Hao descended to the courtyard outside the hall before walking toward the magnificent and majestic hall that bore the Li family's 1,000 years of honor. Uncle Qingjing. When Li Hao saw Uncle Qingjing by the door of the ancestral hall, he immediately called out to him. Li Tiangang, whose face had been solemn, slightly changed when he heard Li Hao shouting and immediately furrowed his brow. He glanced at Li Hao, who had already run ahead of him toward his uncle in the hall. "It's Hao era." Li Qingjing, lighting up at Li Hao's voice and displaying a joyful expression, turned around. "What made you think of coming to see me today?" Then noticing the tall man behind Li Hao, Tiangang has returned too. "Uncle Qingjing, it looks like the black pieces are going to lose again." Li Hao looked at the chessboard in front of his uncle and immediately chuckled. Uncle Qingjing grinned, showing his teeth. "Don't talk nonsense, the game isn't over yet." Just then, Li Tiangang came over, his demeanor solemn and respectful as he slightly bowed in greeting. "Uncle, have you been in good health recently?" Without paying further attention to Li Hao, who had been excessively talkative about the game, Li Qingjing looked up at Li Tiangang and laughed. It's been over a decade since I've seen you, lad. You've grown quite robust, and why have you started growing a beard? How has it been staying in northern Yen? Is it tough? It's been good, Li Tiangang said with a smile. It's just the occasional sandstorm, to which I've grown accustomed. There's often warfare in the frontier, with no time for grooming, so I've gotten used to keeping it. Upon hearing this, Li Hao looked up at him, and indeed, compared to the blurred figure in his memory, his father had morphed from a tall, handsome youth into a bearded middle-aged man. Suddenly, he felt that he perhaps lacked some care for his father. You've grown up too, not as mischievous as you once were, said Li Qingjing, chuckling, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. The young boys had grown up, and they, too, had aged. Although with their abilities they could live a long time, the difference between the human race and demons is that demons enjoy longevity akin to hibernation, mostly engaging in battle only to hunt and satisfy their hunger. But for the human race, they live their lives around one thing: human emotions. With emotions comes desire, hence humans wage wars, perform heroic deeds, vie for fame, accumulating injuries over time. Old wounds hardly heal before new ones are added, leading to a reduced lifespan. To live a long life isn't difficult either. Just stay inside the realm, enjoy wealth and rank, avoid using swords and weapons, and live like a bodhisattva to enjoy hundreds, even thousands of years of leisure. However, to stand unwavering in the midst of this Jianghu maelstrom within the city for hundreds of years is perhaps an exceedingly difficult feat. Like a neighbor you spend a lot of time with, who gifts you eggs and vegetables, yet one day is oppressed by an evildoer. If you can't stand to watch, you'll be drawn in. If you can bear to watch, your moral integrity may take a hit, leaving you feeling discontented. Such a life, spanning hundreds of years, is ever so lengthy. After all, I'm already a father, Li Tiangang said, smiling, with a glint of reminiscence in his eyes that quickly disappeared. The ravages of time would harden a once tender youthful heart with calluses from the weathering, making it harder and more restrained. Uncle Qingjing, I've brought Hao here to pay respects to our ancestors and to inquire about this generation's true dragon matter, Li Tiangang said, returning to the main subject without further reminiscing. Li Qingjing, anticipating the purpose of his visit, nodded slightly, his eyes settling once more on Li Hao beside him. His gaze softened with a smile. Hao has exceptional talent, surpassing your ninth uncle. He is the fastest in our Li family history to reach the 15 Li realm, truly breaking records. Jun Yi became the true dragon of your generation, but sadly he died young, and you took over temporarily. However, Hao stands out in his generation, far ahead of everyone else, with Northwest One even close to catching up to him. Hearing his uncle's high praise, Li Tiangang's face showed a smile. Indeed, in terms of talent, his son was outstanding to the pinnacle. And this, unavoidably, filled him with pride and arrogance. Go ahead, Li Qingjing said with a smile. Li Tiangang nodded, again gave a slight bow to him, and then turned to lead Li Hao to the kneeling mats in front of the hall. Li Tiangang, descendant of the 107th generation of the Li family, comes to pay respects to the ancestors. Li Hao, descendant of the 108th generation of the Li family, comes to pay respects to the ancestors. Father and son knelt together, bowing their heads in worship. In the ancestral hall, the many memorial tablets trembled and glowed faintly as divine souls emerged above them. After bowing, Li Hao lifted his head. He hadn't taken a close look last time, but this time he saw that although there were many ancestors' souls enshrined here, there were also quite a few tablets that were dim and without souls emerging above them. The closest of them bore a familiar name. The memorial tablet of Li Junyi, descendant of the 107th generation of the Li family. On the left of the tablet was a noble title, Marquis of the State. On the right was a military rank, Heavenly Commanding General. This was the tablet for his ninth uncle, but no divine soul emerged above it. As with other ancestors, memorial tablets were engraved with noble titles and military ranks or achievements, but several had only noble titles and no military service, on the other side of which a laudatory poem was inscribed. If it were the memorial tablet of a common family, it would be much simpler, with spirit tablets of all past ancestors written on it, encompassing all ancestors in one go, worshipping them all at once. Chapter 108, 91, True Dragon Struggle, Second Update, _2. Chapter 108, Chapter 91, True Dragon Struggle, Second Update, _2. After all, most commoners occasionally become displaced, and after a long time, their family records are lost, leaving them no choice but to accept it as such. Only those that could be called noble families retained fairly complete genealogies and heritages, with ancestors clearly and distinctly recorded. Tiangang, heard you were fighting demons in northern Yen. How many did you kill? A light chuckle transmitted through the air. Li Tiangang looked up and saw it was his third uncle Li Xuanyin. His heroic spirit was still in the prime of youth, around 30 years old, handsome and as splendid as jade. Li Tiangang's gaze fluctuated slightly, as when he was younger, his third uncle was his favorite, but regrettably, his uncle died young. The generation of his father was 6 brothers, yet 3 had died in battle, leaving only the second uncle, the fifth uncle, and the fourth uncle, who had been away for many years. Both his father and sixth uncle had passed away. And the heroic spirits of his father and sixth uncle had yet to return, trapped in the Mo River and unable to escape. In the past century, frequent demonic calamities had occurred, and their defense of the frontier pass had been so sacrificial that they could not attempt a rescue. And even if they had the spare strength, it would be difficult to achieve, because it was a ghostly level Mo River. To rescue them, one must clear the entire river. Even for someone in the Four Stands realm, this would be hard to achieve, unless several powerful individuals worked together. Nephew has seen third uncle. Li Tiangang first performed a salute, then said, those who crossed Yanzhou have been almost entirely wiped out. Li Xuanyin laughed heartily, as he held deep hatred for demons. His beloved had perished at the hands of one, leading him to loathe them intensely. Where's Qingqing? Why didn't you bring her? Li Xuanyin inquired. Li Tiangang's complexion changed subtly, and he replied softly, she's gone. Gone. Li Xuanyin paused momentarily, about to ask further when he noticed Li Hao beside him. He immediately stopped, and with fluctuating energy, he whispered. Did she leave? Li Tiangang, with an unchanged expression, whispered back, yes. Li Xuanyin couldn't help but show a trace of regret on his face. He was quite pleased with that niece-in-law, whose status was also commendable. Indeed, he was the first to jump out in support back then. You rascal, are you going to reminisce endlessly? Wasn't he supposed to discuss important matters? At this moment, a scolding voice came from above Li Xuanyin's head. Li Xuanyin's neck shrank, and he turned his head to see his father, and couldn't help but smile sheepishly, saying, Dad, Tiangang is still here, and his son too. Can't you give me some face? I think you're asking for a beating. We deplete some energy each time we awaken. If you want to waste away, that's your business, but to make all our ancestors deplete their energy as well, I damn well want to kick you. Dad, Li Xuanyin's head drooped in an instant, looking a bit wronged. Li Hao watched, dumbfounded. The man who had just been acting like a senior, seemingly dignified and suave, was suddenly being scolded like a grandchild. Oh, one should say like a son. But then again, this great-grandfather seemed to have quite a temper. What are you shouting for? Xuanyin has only spoken a few words. What's wrong with catching up? If it's just a little energy, and you can't afford it, you can roll back first. At that time, the scolding great-grandfather's head bore the phantom of an elder with white hair and beard, who spoke displeasedly. The recently enraged great-grandfather suddenly trembled and, turning his head reluctantly, said, Dad, this kid just needs to be disciplined. I think it is you who needs to be disciplined, Gao replied with a cold snort. All you youngsters, shouting and making a fuss. Do you even resemble elders? Hurry up and get to the point, I want to go back to sleep, another voice commanded. Gao's expression changed slightly, he quickly nodded while giving his son another stern look. And his great-grandfather, somewhat helpless, turned his head and glared fiercely at Li Xuanyin. Li Xuanyin wore an awkward expression, squeezed out a smile at Li Tiangang, and dared not speak any more. Seeing this scene, Li Hao could hardly contain his amusement, and nearly laughed out loud. Gathering hundreds of generations of ancestors together was truly a lively affair. The ancestors of the Li family had established merit and fortune alongside the founding emperor, establishing a 1,000-year noble house. However, this noble house had not merely existed for 1,000 years but had spanned over 3,000 years already, and was one of the 2 oldest of the 5 divine general mansions. The Daiyu dynasty had a history of over 3,500 years, which is why it was now approaching its twilight years. What a pity that awakening these ancestral souls consumed energy, otherwise, someday, I'd have to introduce them to Mahjong. Li Hao mused secretly. Just the thought of it brought him joy. You scoundrel, dare you to cheat your grandfather? A winning hand from heaven. You dare to draw a tile that was meant for your ancestor, I won't let you live. You dare to claim my tile. Somebody, whose brat is this? Come take care of him. Imagining these scenes, Li Hao found it hard to suppress the grin tugging at his lips. All right, let's discuss the matter at hand. A voice from an ancestor above spoke. Li Tiangang nodded respectfully, his expression grave as he said, Tiangang presents himself today to request the decision of our ancestors regarding the True Dragon nomination. First, tell us about the current generation, said an ancestral soul. Li Tiangang nodded, and immediately relayed the information he had learned from his sister-in-law over the past 2 days. So it seems this generation doesn't have many qualified heirs. However, your son's talents are indeed monstrous, stronger even than us in our youth, truly one in his own league, remarked one of the ancestors. If there's no doubt about it, there really isn't any need to drag this out, especially since he has already started his cultivation. But we can't just hand it to him, we need to see his temperament, and others must be persuaded. The selection will proceed as usual, but we can schedule it a bit earlier, say, 2 months from now. That gives everyone else some time to prepare, another suggested. After a brief discussion, the ancestors quickly came to a decision. Li Tiangang nodded his head once more and respectfully kowtowed again. Li Hao, seeing this, followed suit and kowtowed as well. Boy, keep a close eye on your son and don't let him become the next Junyi, an ancestor from many generations ago advised as they were leaving the ancestral hall. Li Tiangang quickly nodded in agreement. The other ancestral divine souls also gradually faded into silence. Li Tiangang said, ready to take Li Hao away. Li Hao looked at Gao and asked, can I stay here and keep Gao company for a while? Li Tiangang gave a slight start, frowned, and said, Gao doesn't have time to keep you company. The True Dragon nomination is in 2 months, and there's still much you need to prepare for. Even though you're top in natural talent, you can't fall behind too much in other aspects, lest it gives rise to unnecessary gossip. Li Qingjing smiled and said, with Hao Er's talents, who would dare to argue? Tiangang, you're worrying too much. But I won't hold Hao Er up, you've just come back, so you father and son spend some time together. Li Tiangang nodded, gave a bow to him and took his leave. Seeing this, Li Hao could only wave his hand and say, then Gao, I'll come to keep you company next time. Off you go, Li Qingjing said with a smile, waving his hand. Then watched as the father and son duo walked away. In the quiet ancestral hall now left in silence, there were only countless silent ancestral tablets and the solitary chessboard in front of Li Qingjing, as well as himself sitting alone. After some time, he slowly withdrew his gaze, looked at the chessboard before him, thought for a moment, then picked up a white piece and placed it on the board, murmuring, your move. A moment later, he reached for a black piece from another chess kit and thoughtfully set it down. Chapter 109, 92 Li Hao's Needs, Additional 4 Lone Star Soul Alliance Hierarch. Chapter 109, Chapter 92 Li Hao's Needs, Additional 4 Lone Star Soul Alliance Hierarch. The True Dragon competition will be held in 2 months. Li Tiangang passed this message to He Jianlan and also informed everyone in the mansion. For a time, all the courtyards were abuzz. However, they had already anticipated this. Since Li Wushuang had descended the mountain and rushed back, they knew he was coming for the True Dragon. Only, the candidates who were originally in contention for the True Dragon were mainly from the Shuihua courtyard, but now Li Hao of the mountain and river courtyard had suddenly emerged. Humph, Lu Yurong must be fuming. In the Linglong court, Xiao Yujing sneered coldly. She herself was childless, with only an adopted son, Li Yuanzhao, and although Li Yuanzhao's talent was that of an 8th-layer battle body, it was ultimately lacking a 9th-layer battle body was merely the baseline for top talents. Naturally, he found it difficult to compete for the True Dragon. But now that Li Hao had revealed his edge and astonished the world overnight, Li Yuanzhao, having the best relationship with Li Hao, could also benefit. However, she wasn't particularly concerned about these matters. Within the Shuihua courtyard, though Lu Yurong had anticipated it, she still clenched her teeth in rage. She asked the old servant to prepare a letter. At this point, she could only seek help from Qianfeng's master. Perhaps that Buddha Lord, on par with the real person of Gantao Palace, would have a solution. Although her own child was also of the 15 Li realm, he was, after all, 3 years older. Within the Brahma Pure Land realm, in the boundless spirit realm of Mount Wuliang. The rules of Mount Wuliang were strict. Clothes, food, living, and movement were all determined by the Buddha hierarchy. For instance, Vajras could reside in the Vajra Heart Palace, where they could comprehend the Grand Master's heart and attain Arhat, while Arhats could stay in the Buddha Hall and enjoy offerings. The spirit realm was supreme, the place where the infinite Buddha Lord practiced and lived. This place was shrouded in vast mist, like a realm of immortals outside the world. Amitabha, Buddha Lord, the message has been sent to Qianquan Vajra. He is on his way back. Additionally, we have just received a letter from the Divine General Mansion, sent by Qianquan Vajra's mother, Lu. A bodhisattva whispered the Buddha's name and took out the letter, passing it through the air to the Buddha Lord above. The infinite Buddha Lord wore a kasaya, radiating Buddha light all over, with a blazing Buddha wheel behind him, spreading the light of universal salvation. His body was huge, more than a dozen jang tall, a result of special secret techniques with incredible might. The bodhisattva, who had reached the 4 stands realm, was only of normal human size and looked like an ant beside him, able only to look up in reverence. The letter flew towards him, but the infinite Buddha Lord did not catch it. Instead, it stayed in front of his eyes for a moment before automatically turning to ash and dispersing, as he read its contents with insight. We have known about this matter for a while now. Lu is too hasty. The infinite Buddha Lord spoke softly, tell her there is no need to be anxious. Talent is not determined solely by realm, but also by the foundation of each realm. Qianquan Vajra has practiced the top cultivation techniques of our Buddha Gate, coupled with his Li family's unique skills, he can rank among the top 5 in the same realm. When he returns, I will impart to him a Buddha's vow, which will ensure his invincibility in his realm. The Bodhisattva sighed with relief and said, thank you, Buddha Lord. The infinite Buddha Lord spoke softly, for nearly a century, conflicts have been frequent, and Dao's fate has been waning. Our intervention in the Divine General Mansion's competition for the true dragon is a reluctant choice. When chaotic times approach, it will be time for us to descend the mountain and alleviate the suffering of all living beings. Amitabha. The Bodhisattva's expression was devout. As news of the Li family's true dragon competition spread, all parties received the message and began to move quietly. The true dragon competition mainly looks at 2 aspects. Within the mountain and river courtyard, Li Tiangang called Li Hao over and looked at his son, feeling both reassured and a little worried. First is the assessment of talent, and second is the assessment of character. Beyond that are merits and connections, but these are secondary elements, merely icing on the cake. Li Hao nodded, having been told these things by his second uncle. The Divine General Mansion is a top-tier major family, not simply focused on strength. Talent is indeed important, but talent alone is not enough. If one's character is extremely poor, they can't go far. For example, impetuousness, arrogance, and obstinacy, etc. If such a character were paired with top talent, entrusting the family to such a person would be like giving a madman the steering wheel, only leading to swifter ruin. Steadiness, reserve, tact, and equanimity are signs of an excellent character. Simply put, one must not only possess outstanding talent, but also have proper thoughts and morals. This is the demeanor expected of heirs in great families. Regarding connections and merits, they are just bonus points. Connections are also a reflection of one's character. After all, without a tactful disposition, how can one have connections? If one offends people the moment they open their mouth, no matter how powerful they are, taking up the role of family head will only make the entire family face enemies on all sides. The selection of the Li family's true dragon is not as rigorous as that of the royal crown prince, but it is still carefully chosen, unlike a small household where, perhaps, a side branch may receive some fortunate opportunity to rise suddenly and impress the main family, receiving their worship in the process. But typically, the side branch soars to the sky, leaving the family far behind, merely acting as an absentee landlord. The reason why top families stand unshaken is that the family head must carry the whole family, leading them forward together. That is the test of character. Li Tiangang looked at Li Hao and said, I'm not worried about your talent, but I have neglected your upbringing over the years, causing you to become lax in character. If you had put in a little more effort, your achievements would not be limited to this. Having said this, he paused and looked at Li Hao. He had said this before, and it seemed like he was repeating old words now. And Li Hao's previous response had been, "So what?" Seeing Li Hao's emotionless face at the moment, he sighed, "I know your mother and I were not by your side, we were negligent, but the countless people of Northern Yen needed us. If I were to neglect Northern Yen, not to mention what would happen to Daiyu, just the people of Yenzhou would suffer terribly." Chapter 110, 92 Li Hao's request, additional update for Lone Star Soul Alliance Hierarch, _2. Chapter 110, Chapter 92 Li Hao's request, additional update for Lone Star Soul Alliance Hierarch, _2. As a scion of a military family, you should understand this point. I understand. Li Hao spoke up, looking seriously at his father in front of him. Concerning this point, I have never blamed you, never. I can attest to that. Li Fu, who had been listening with hands down inside the pavilion, interjected. He looked at Li Hao, with eyes full of pity and reluctance, and said to Li Tiangang, "My lord, when the young master suffered an assassination attempt, you sent me back to the mansion for protection. I asked the young master, but not only did he not blame you, he was also concerned whether you might be in danger in Northern Yen. He really never blamed you." Hearing Li Fu's words, Yu Xian, standing like a guard on the other side, was also stunned. He looked towards the earnest and stubborn young man, and suddenly felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. He was an orphan, he could understand that feeling. Abandoned at birth and raised in the military camp, at the age of 4 or 5, every time he saw other children with parents to accompany them, playing and laughing, he felt bitter inside. Envy, resentment, anger. He had questioned the dark air countless times in the night. Why were they so heartless to abandon me? If you weren't going to raise me, then why did you give birth to me? This anger only faded as he grew older because he considered that perhaps those parents he had never met had some compelling difficulties. And now, the boy before him, born and separated from the marshal and his wife, was at this age, where he thought he would also be full of resentment like himself, but was able to understand. How old was he? Looking at the young man's slender figure, Yu Xian felt as if something was flowing out of his heart. He suddenly realized that this was the first time he truly understood the young master. Hearing Li Fu's words, Li Tiangang was taken aback. Looking at Li Hao's particularly serious gaze, he knew Li Hao wasn't lying, and with Li Fu's testimony, he suddenly felt a twinge at the tip of his nose. But he never cried easily. He took a deep breath and pushed down the sourness in his nose. He quickly thought of Li Hao's earlier attitude and asked, "Then, do you have any resentment in your heart?" Li Hao still answered seriously, not hiding anything. All three were startled. They had just felt that Li Hao was not lying, but this statement immediately contradicted what came before. Li Hao took a deep breath and gazed intently at him. "My resentment isn't that you didn't come back, but that there have been many times when the military reports were sent back. I've counted, a total of 24, nearly 2 every year. But in these 14 years, you only sent back 7 letters." Li Hao, after all, was not of a mere boyish temperament. If he were just a simple 14-year-old boy, he might have kept these thoughts to himself and been a bit petulant. But he chose to speak directly, perhaps only in this way there was a possibility of easing the relationship with this father. "Every time the military reports were delivered to Eternal Spring Court, I would go to look. I was waiting, hoping that a family letter would be sent back with them, but I was disappointed 17 times. Those 17 times, the matron fabricated 17 letters to comfort me. She thought I didn't know, but I could tell immediately. I don't need you to hurry back thousands of miles just to give me a fleeting glance, but I don't understand, I can't understand, why when you could clearly write letters back, you wouldn't take the opportunity to send a family letter as well. Aren't you at all curious about how your own son is living? Whether he has learned how to brush his teeth, whether he's been bullied, whether he's been wronged, whether he's unhappy." As Li Hao spoke to this point, the accumulation of resentment in his eyes involuntarily showed itself. His body, after all, was carrying the blood of the men before him. He regarded him as his father. 14 years of absence doesn't necessarily mean a deep bond, but one will inevitably feel disappointment and loss. As Li Hao finished speaking, each word by word, all three were stunned. Li Fu watched Li Hao blankly, his body trembling slightly. All these years, he had been by Li Hao's side, and he could see the look in the first wife's eyes and her complexion, naturally knowing it was made up on the spot. But he had never expected that Li Hao, at such a young age, would notice it, too. Yet each time Li Hao listened, he would run back cheerfully. Was it all an act? Did he not want to let down the first wife's good intentions? Clamping his teeth slightly, this man, who galloped through battlefields shedding blood but not tears, now felt an urge to cry. Li Tiangang and Yu Xian both stared at Li Hao dumbfounded, their eyes quickly filling with complexity. Li Tiangang was at a loss for words. Facing what Li Hao had said, he suddenly realized he couldn't find any excuse. He wanted to say the war at the frontier pass was urgent and incessant, leaving him no room for distraction. But was that really an excuse? He could no longer say it. Was the situation so urgent that not even the time to write a letter home could be spared? He could send military reports but couldn't add a letter for his family. The only reason he could think of was he truly neglected this son. When did it start? He could not recall. Perhaps, after learning Li Hao couldn't achieve foundation establishment and blood melting, his mind had gradually shifted entirely to the battleground. Or maybe the frequent warfare had indeed exhausted him so much that he couldn't spare the attention. Even at the bottom of his heart, another reason emerged, that he had so little interaction with this son and had left soon after Li Hao's birth, to the extent that he did not accustom himself to having this son. But could he really voice such thoughts? As a father, could he? The most terrifying aspect was his vague recollection of those 7 letters, which often seemed to require his wife's reminder before he thought of them. At this moment, Li Tiangang's face was somewhat pale and unsightly. For the first time, he realized how invincible he might be on the battlefield, yet, as a father, he had failed tremendously. Li Tiangang looked at the youth before him, his eyes were clear yet serious. Feeling a sourness in his heart and scarcely daring to meet his gaze, he pulled Li Hao into his embrace, his voice slightly hoarse. "I'm sorry, I've wronged you." Hearing his father's murmurs next to his ear, Li Hao's unfluctuating heart softened slightly. He sighed silently. What good is an apology? Some things are beyond repair. Nevertheless, he inwardly consoled himself, let it be. After all, many things go through a process. He was willing to accept the apology, yet he would always feel a sense of regret. Perhaps that's what life is. Li Fu and Yu Xian, witnessing this scene, remained speechless, their hearts aching for Li Hao's cleverness and understanding, regretting that in addition to the countless soldiers who died or were injured in the conflicts of the borderlands, a child thousands of miles away was also hurt. After a long while, Li Tiangang gradually composed himself and collected his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he said to Li Hao, "I will compensate you for the 14 years I missed. From now on, whatever you want, I will see to it that you have it." Feeling a sense of relief, Li Hao responded immediately, "Then, I hope to have more freedom." Chapter 111, 93 Dazzling Brilliance, 4th Update. Chapter 111, Chapter 93 Dazzling Brilliance, 4th Update. Freedom. For example, you can no longer demand that I practice martial arts, nor can you interfere with anything else I do, Li Hao said. Li Tiangang was speechless. Only then did he remember Li Hao's usual habits, his neglect of diligent study, and the waste of his top-notch talent. This was something he could not tolerate. But he had just promised Li Hao, and now he was to go back on his word. A struggle flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, with Hao Er's aptitude, even if he temporarily stopped cultivating and continued his past life, it wouldn't have much impact. When, in the future, he became a true dragon, inherited the Li family business, felt the weight on his shoulders, and sensed the eager anticipation of countless soldiers entrusting their lives and hopes to him, perhaps he would wholeheartedly devote himself to cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, Li Tiangang nodded at Li Hao and said with a smile, "All right, I promise you." Really? Li Hao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Judging by the severity of his father, he was probably the most old-fashioned in the Li family, stricter than any of the aunts, and difficult to persuade without exposing his strengths. His initial decision not to deliberately show his strength was also partly due to fear that the aunts would push him to cultivate just because they saw his talent. It's like someone who can make millions in minutes, but you see him lying there playing games. How can that be acceptable? Only, his situation was special. He was akin to being able to make millions in minutes through playing games, but he couldn't explain that, and even if he did, they wouldn't understand. Then I'll go play chess with fifth uncle, Li Hao said. He had been in the Tan Palace for some time, on top of an excursion to Canyu City for training. It had been a long time since he saw the old man, he must be rather lonely by now. Li Tiangang's eyelid twitched, left speechless, he could only say, "You may go, but do not disturb the heroic spirits of our ancestors." "Don't worry, I have experience," Li Hao said. Li Tiangang nearly choked at his words. Just as Li Hao was about to step away, Li Tiangang quickly said, "Wait, we haven't finished talking about the matter just now. In 2 months, the determination for the true dragon will take place. You need to prepare well for this period. I had your uncle Yuxian inquire about it, and your biggest competitor should be the child of your second sister-in-law." As Lu Yurong was mentioned, a cold light flashed in Li Hao's eyes. He looked at his father before him, thought of the poison pill, wanted to speak, but then held back. Should he tell his father now, it would surely startle the snake in the grass, and he was not yet sure how his father would handle it. Li Tiangang was not only a lord and general, but also the minister of the Ministry of Punishment, overseeing the Daiyu penal administration, so his personal guard was known as the Fatsi camp, and he himself was titled Marquis of Penal Martial Law. But that woman bore the honorable title of a first-class national madam, and the Ministry of Punishment could only temporarily detain her, needing to report to the court, with multiple layers of appeals. If they were to arrest her, it would surely alarm her son, frightening him away from returning to compete for the true dragon, shying away to the sanctuary of Mount Wuliang, which would be quite difficult to handle. Moreover, this was a highly probable scenario. In Li Hao's view, since his 15 Li realm capabilities had already been exposed, and his talent was not in question, the other side didn't have much chance of competing for the true dragon seat, and retreating to ensure safety might be better. But this was not the outcome he wanted. If the other party holed up on Mount Wuliang, they truly wouldn't know how to deal with him. After all, that person was once a direct disciple of the infinite Buddha Lord. Over the years, Li Hao had made many detailed inquiries about Mount Wuliang. The Great Yu dynasty had 3 top-tier powers. The first was Gantao Palace, the second Mount Wuliang, and the third Hanlin Hall. The first power was undisputed, for it had the strongest person in Daiyu, a real being, at its helm. The second Mount Wuliang had the infinite Buddha Lord, second only to the real being. The third Hanlin Hall, though filled with literary men and scholars, with no martial strength, had the court behind them, that mysterious, omnipotent Emperor Yu. In this world, literary men don't create phrases that turn into attacking forces, they're just simple clerks of laws and regulations, but these documents are the laws, they are the rules. A decree to confiscate property, even the top sects wouldn't dare to make a peep. Rebel. An immediate military campaign would follow, and not just property confiscation, even the eggs in the house would be shaken until their yolks were broken. Therefore, although the Hanlin Hall had no martial strength, no one dared to provoke it, the power of law was on par with martial force, with martial arts protecting the way of letters, and that's how Daiyu remained stable for thousands of years. Otherwise, if martial artists randomly slaughtered civil officials, disregarding the system with brute force, and the country was ruled by warriors, it would surely be a disaster, with the people leading miserable lives, destruction forthcoming. Beneath these 3 top powers were the 5 major divine general mansions, considered semi-top tier. Below them were various court departments, like the Monster Suppression Department, Mo River Authority, and so on. They were also established by the court, their martial strength aside, their status prevailed, and no one dared to violate them, lest they face an unblockable sweep of the army. After these came the Jianghu's top forces like the Sword Pavilion, Qianji Mountain, and others. If the infinite Buddha Lord of Mount Wuliang decided to protect his direct disciple, even with the status of the Divine General Mansion, it would be difficult to shake them. What's more, strictly speaking, Lu Yurong's child had not been involved and was innocent. But in Li Hao's eyes, the child had benefited from maternal grace and enjoyed all the advantages, so naturally, he should pay back in kind. That year, Lu Yurong poisoned him without any real enmity between them. Her main goal was to clear the way for her child. Li Hao's goal was not merely to compete for the true dragon seat but to make Lu Yurong witness with her own eyes her child being cast down into the abyss, with all prospects utterly ruined. Chapter 112, 93 Dazzling Brilliance 4th Update _2. Chapter 112, Chapter 93 Dazzling Brilliance 4th Update _2. The poisonous pill I swallowed 13 years ago. It was to truly unleash its vicious and cruel toxicity after these 13 years. At this time, Li Tiangang continued to speak. Aside from the second sister-in-law's child, the elder sister and the third sister's children all have a chance to contend, but the third sister's is a daughter, who I've heard has formed a bond in the military and has a marriage arrangement, therefore she automatically withdraws from the true dragon seat. As for the two children of the eldest sister, they are already in their 30s, have made achievements and established themselves, holding general titles in the military. If they were to compete, they'd be quite formidable contenders, though in terms of innate talent, they're still a notch beneath you and the second sister-in-law's child. Moreover, the eldest sister said early on that she would not let her children participate in the struggle for the true dragon seat, and I still trust her on that. Li Hao nodded, he was aware of these matters as well. Qian Feng, that child, may not have talent comparable to yours, but he has studied under the Buddha Lord, cultivated his character by the Buddha Lord's side, and naturally has the proper disposition. He's said to have reached the 15th realm at the age of 17, which, leaving you out of the question, denotes quite impressive talent, said Li Tiangang. He himself had reached the 15th realm around the same time, then became a grandmaster at 19, stepping into the 3 immortalities at 23. That was already incredibly exceptional, outpacing the top talents by a wide margin. Of course, that's provided he wasn't compared to his 9th brother. In terms of connections, with the Buddha Lord behind him, he won't fall short, and another plus point is his reputation and achievements. Li Tiangang added to Li Hao, I've checked out his situation. He has already descended the mountain but hasn't come back. He must be amassing achievements, which will be a bonus point for him. As for you, who have mostly stayed within the residence without any military achievements to your name, it may slightly weaken your position, but it's not an issue. I'm planning to arrange for you to go to the frontier within the next 2 months to behead a great demon and thus establish some military achievements. Upon hearing about military achievements, Li Hao smiled faintly. Li Fu at his side could not help but also contain his mirth. Li Tiangang, noticing the odd expressions on their faces, frowned and asked, why? What is it? Li Hao did not speak, but Li Fu respectfully replied, my lord, the young master's military achievements should be considered quite substantial. Li Tiangang and Xian Yu both turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. Li Fu's face broke into a smile as he said, does my lord remember how I came to know of the young master's realm? It was in Sangyu City, where he single-handedly saved the entire city from the calamity of demons. Hearing these words, Li Tiangang and Xian Yu were stunned and somewhat taken aback. They glanced at Li Hao, saving an entire city. That was a tremendous feat. As veterans of constant warfare, they were all too familiar with the calculation of merits. How you actually? Li Tiangang looked at Li Hao with immense surprise, his eyes revealing excitement and joy, his affection for his son rising significantly. He had thought Li Hao was naturally lackadaisical, merely engaging in amusement, but who would have expected him to achieve such an enterprise so stealthily? Xian Yu, too, regarded Li Hao with admiration, his eyes reflecting approval. To rescue people from dire straits was indeed to make achievements and establish oneself. The rewards for the young master's merits should be arriving in Qingzhou soon, said Li Fu with a smile, also looking forward to it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Li Tiangang repeated the word thrice and burst into hearty laughter. With this, the true dragon seat is as good as secured. Li Tiangang was completely reassured. With top-notch talent and such significant merits to his name, even if Li Hao's disposition was somewhat frivolous and not the best, being capable of such an impressive achievement indicated strength in other aspects, which was more than enough. Such a disparity would be difficult to bridge. Even if the child of the second sister-in-law were to go and establish military achievements, in just 2 short months, coming across such an opportunity for merits would be unlikely. Building achievements isn't something that just arises. Even if one went to the frontier to gain them, the Li family's borders, except for northern Yan, were mostly pacified and free of troubles. Moving to other frontiers would complicate matters. Moreover, earning recognition at the frontier isn't easy. Amidst the tens of thousands, even millions, of demon beast tides, what would the 15th realm amount to? The leaders capable of commanding tens of thousands of demons are likely to be at the level of Tianren grandmasters. Li Hao, upon hearing this, said, if that's the case, does it mean there's nothing left for me to do? Li Tiangang had just finished laughing when he heard these words, he immediately felt helpless. This child had been left undisciplined for many years and really was too idle. If you're not cultivating, what do you want to do? Li Tiangang asked. Do whatever comes to mind, like painting, playing the zither, or writing poetry, Li Hao answered. Li Tiangang's mouth twitched. None of these things appealed to him. If Li Hao had said this earlier, he would have rejected all of it, but remembering his recent promise to Li Hao, he could only hold back and sigh. Fine, as you wish, I will keep my word. Relieved to hear him say this, Li Hao was also relieved. The other person might not appreciate these activities, but he wasn't seeking understanding anymore, just permission. He then took his leave, intending to go play chess with Fifth Master. Li Tiangang did not stop him, and let Li Hao go. Once Li Hao had left, Li Tiangang turned to Xian Yu and sighed, I don't know when this child will truly grow up. Li Fu smiled and said, My lord, actually the young master is already much more intelligent and mature than other children of his age. Him going to find Uncle Five may not be just for play but for companionship. Li Tiangang was taken aback, his thoughts turning to the lonely old man in the ancestral hall and his solitary chessboard. His expression changed and he fell silent. Li Hao's reward was indeed granted. In light of Li Hao's meritorious defense of the city, protecting over 1 million inhabitants, he was bestowed the title of third-rank earl. A city was conferred as his fief. Moreover, 10 chests of jewels and gold. A set of divine weapons and armor from the 15 Li realm. Compared to the weapons, armor, and title, these treasures were merely additional rewards. Just like when Li Junyi perished, the rewards included dragon token and 10 bushels of gold. The gold was just an extra, not worth mentioning. The real reward was the dragon token. It was a life-saving talisman. 3 dragon tokens meant 3 pardons from death, which showed the greatness of the merit. After the conferment ceremony was over, Li Hao took the imperial edict and his reward from that top student from the court, bowed, and expressed his gratitude. The news spread throughout the entire residence in an instant, and it also traveled beyond to Qingzhou. The Li family's young master, at just 14 years of age, was conferred the title of earl. And he had his own fief. Furthermore, Li Hao's meritorious defense was known throughout the city, continuously praised and exalted by the populace, marveling at how he lived up to the Li family name. Some still vaguely remembered the rumors from about 10 years ago, alleging that the Li family's young master was a martial arts cripple. Looking at him now, it was clear those were merely misleading rumors and slander. Li Hao's name was now completely resonating throughout Qingzhou and even spreading to farther places. Inside the residence, the ladies of the various courts were struck dumb upon hearing this news. He Jianlan was somewhat shocked. Ever since Li Tiangang's return, the information that had exploded out about Li Hao was one thing after another, and she was almost overwhelmed. Was this still the child she had been so worried about? He was so dazzling that she could hardly look directly at him. That child he. In the Piaoxue courtyard, Gao Qingqing couldn't quite believe the news. Thinking back on the advice she had given to her own child years ago to keep their distance from Li Hao, she couldn't help but feel regret. Next to her, Li Xianli, having heard the news, was elated, clicking his tongue in admiration. Worthy of being old Seven's child, such a bearing, it really doesn't fall short of old Nine's back in the day. No, at 14, old Nine wasn't as dazzling as he is. Amazing, old Seven truly has a gift for childbirth. Chapter 113, 94 Leisure Teaching, 5th Update. Chapter 113, Chapter 94 Leisure Teaching, 5th Update. Gao Qingqing's eyebrows shot up when she heard this, and she grabbed a handful of the soft flesh around his waist, gritting her teeth. Li Xuanli, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I can't have children? Li Xuanli was taken aback, immediately realizing his slip of the tongue, and didn't dare to resist with his power, pleading continuously. Madam, I was wrong, it was a slip of the tongue, a pure slip of the tongue. I think you've just spoken your true thoughts. Madam, how could you say that? I could never get enough of my own children. To me, those 3 are outstanding, incomparable to anyone. Humph. Within Shuihua courtyard. Upon learning the news from the steward, Lu Yurong's face turned pale, and she nearly lost her balance. How could this be? Only 14 years old, and he's being made a count. Even if he did save the entire city's populace, it shouldn't mean skipping directly over the rank of knight and baronet. Just being a baronet is already remarkable enough, so why would he be made a count? Keep in mind, even he Jianlan's children, who had joined the military years ago, are only counts now, and Li Hao is just 14 this year. Lu Yurong clenched her teeth in frustration, cursing the foolish monarch internally. But outwardly, she dared not show any question or emotion, venting only within her heart. There are only 2 months left, even if extended for another 6 months or even a year. Where would her son Qianfeng find the kind of merit that amounts to accounts? Achieving merit relies not just on strength, but also on opportunity. Go to the frontier. That's too dangerous. After a while, Lu Yurong steadied her mind, thinking that it was a relief that merit was just a bonus, not the deciding factor. Mount Wuliang had already sent back a message, telling her not to worry, that Qianfeng had been called back and would be helped to seize the true dragon title. Now, Lu Yurong could only place her hopes on the immense powers of the infinite Buddha Lord. Since the announcement of the Li family true dragon decision, the outside world became greatly agitated. After receiving the summons from his sect, the proud young Li Qianfeng had planned to return to his family to observe the situation but now had to return to his sect first. Soon after he returned to his sect, he found out that his cousin, Li Hao, had been made a third-class count. This completely shattered his pride, and his expression grew ugly. The merit for slaying the great demon he had achieved earlier also resulted in an award, but it was only a first-class knighthood. Normally, this would have already been extremely impressive, jumping over third-class and second-class knighthood. But compared to Li Hao, there was still a difference of 3 entire ranks, a whole baronetcy. Putting aside his identity as a cousin within the family, he would have to bow and respectfully address Li Hao as Lord Count and bend over in salutation. What a disgrace! Under these blows, faced with his master's help, Li Qianfeng had wanted to refuse, to rely on himself. But now, he could only acquiesce. He carried the hopes of too many people. By the time Li Qianfeng returned to Mount Wuliang, many forces and gifts had also been delivered to the Kongxindian Hall of Mount Wuliang. Similarly, even more gifts made their way to the mountain and river courtyard. Many groups, sensing that the decision for the Li family true dragon would be between these 2 young masters, began to position themselves and make early connections. When the previous generation of the Li family was younger, and their sharp edges not yet defined, it was not clear who would become the true dragon, and to foster a relationship with the future true dragon of the Li family, one would have to please them all, spreading efforts evenly, but this was too costly to sustain. Now that the target has become clearer, investments can be more focused, and the more one invests, the more likely they are to establish a relationship. In the early years, when Li Qianfeng had just started his apprenticeship at Mount Wuliang, many had begun making strategic gift-giving over a decade ago. Facing the rise of Li Hao, it was too late to shift alliances, they could only follow through with their initial path. While the storm brewed on all sides and undercurrents converged, Li Hao, one of the parties at the center of this maelstrom, leisurely rode on horseback to Tan Palace Academy. He first visited Qiuma from the water Qilin in the cold pool and drew 2 more paintings for her, also bringing her some crisp pastries. Song Qiuma glanced at them and said she didn't like such dry foods. Li Hao, smiling, encouraged her to try them. If you say try, I'll try. Song Qiuma, not wanting to spurn Li Hao's kindness, took a taste. After that, she immediately asked Li Hao where she could buy these treats. Seeing her enjoyment, Li Hao honestly admitted that he made them himself. Upon hearing this, Song Qiuma looked at Li Hao with envy. Li Hao didn't wait for her to ask and offered that next time he would bring more. At his words, Song Qiuma revealed a satisfied smile, and with a graceful gesture, a 7-leaf purple grass flew out from the cold pool. This purple grass was deep violet all over, exuding a shimmering luster, quite lovely to behold. She handed the grass over to Li Hao and said, "This is 1,000-year mysterious dark grass. Absorbing it while refining medicine can ward off the invasion of frostbite and is of great assistance in cultivating frost-related cultivation techniques. Even if you do not practice this kind of technique, it will bolster your defenses against attacks from water demons in the future." Li Hao looked at it and shook his head. "You should keep this precious medicine for yourself." "I don't need it." Song Qiuma was stunned. She immediately said, "I know that the Li family is wealthy, but this 1,000-year mysterious dark grass should also be a scarce treasure for you." Indeed, Li Hao knew this, but his circumstances were special. Treasure though it may be, he could not absorb it, and it would be of no use to him. Compared to the boosts from his abilities, he didn't lack the effects of such treasures, for just entering a single cultivation technique into ultimate perfection could surpass it. After all, the body has its limits, and once at that limit, no amount of medicine will help. While he could use it for others, the item was precious, and it would have been effective for Song Qiumo, who probably planned to wait for it to age further before using it herself. "Keep it for yourself to use, I'm not lacking anything," Li Hao said with a smile. Song Qiumo was astonished and stood there in disbelief. To fulfill her promise and protect Ten Palace Academy, she had seen many Ten Palace disciples with ulterior motives attempt to cozy up to her over the years. Seeing Li Hao coming to the cold pool to paint, as if he was intentionally getting close to her, she thought it was the same case, but to her surprise, when she offered him a treasure, she was rejected. Besides this treasure, she didn't have much else to offer. Others came to form relationships of convenience. But Li Hao didn't seem to need this. Being the son of the divine general mansion with monstrous talent, why would he go to such lengths to curry favor with a member of the demon race at the Four Stands realm? "Do you really not want it?" Song Qiumo hesitated. Li Hao, with no choice, said, "If you have plenty of this stuff and insist on giving it to me, I'll take it back and feed it to pigs." "You wish?" Hearing this, Song Qiumo rolled her eyes. Feed pigs, what pig would be worthy of it? In his heart, however, Li Hao was thinking it wouldn't be bad to take it back for Li Yuanzhao. Over at Alpha Academy of Ten Palace Academy, the unsuspecting Li Yuanzhao suddenly sneezed, looking around in bewilderment. "Who is cursing me? Could it be that brat, Li Yun?" Elsewhere, Li Yun sneezed abruptly and spun around, locking eyes with Li Yuanzhao, instantly connecting. In front of the cold pool, Song Qiumo gathered the medicinal treasure and placed it back into the pool to be nurtured. It was slightly wounded from being taken out just now, but being a treasure with vibrant life force, it would soon take root again and recover. "Next time, bring more of the food you just had," Song Qiumo winked at Li Hao. Li Hao smiled and waved his hand. "Feeding you well is tough, but satisfying a craving should be doable." Saying this, he bid farewell and left. Song Qiumo watched the young man's receding figure for a long while, a smile gradually curving her lips. Then she turned silently and dove back into the cold pool. As for Li Hao, he made his way to the black and white hall. He had previously notified Palace Master Song Yufeng that he wished to teach today. Since he had taken on the role of a nominal instructor, he should fulfill his duties, especially since he was free at the moment. When Li Hao arrived at the black and white hall, he suddenly heard a shouting voice coming from inside. "Get out! Stand outside the door! Day in and day out, what doggerel are you writing? Are you here to learn martial arts or to study? If it weren't for the sake of your father's face, and your father's earnest pleading, with your talent, how could you possibly be admitted to the black and white hall? It would be good enough if you could stay in the external Alpha Academy." Li Hao was startled and his expression turned a bit strange. This speech, it seemed quite contrary to expectations. It was as if he was saying, "Why are you studying books? This is PE class." "PE class, do you hear me? Go to the field." Isn't that a bit too refreshing? However, this place is Ten Palace Academy, where literary studies are naturally disregarded. Li Hao stepped inside. The black and white hall consisted of two separate halls, the Black Hall and the White Hall. The Black Hall for disciples in the Soul Succession realm and the White Hall for those in the Divine Travel realm. Paul Master Song Yufeng had requested Li Hao to teach in the White Hall, which is what he was now facing, not far from the Black Hall, hence it was habitually referred to collectively. Looking around, the interior of the White Hall was extremely spacious, yet there were only 50 seats, neatly organized, neither more nor less. Inside, Li Hao saw a familiar figure, Song Yueyao. She sat in the front, wearing the same White Hall uniform, yet stood out strikingly, like a beautiful scene. In front of the students, a young man in his 20s with his head hanging, his face flushed with redness and embarrassment, was receiving a lecture. The one scolding him was an old teacher with white hair, naturally the lecturer of the White Hall. Li Hao was somewhat at a loss. This young man, though in the Divine Travel realm, would be considered a formidable individual in his own right if thrown into the Jianghu outside the academy. Yet here, he was being lectured like a primary school student. "If I catch you bringing those useless books to class again, you might as well not come at all. Don't spoil the whole batch with one rotten apple. Get out, stand outside." The elder's temper was extremely volatile as he shouted in anger. The young man's face was beet red as he bit his teeth and walked out, but when he got to the door and saw Li Hao, he paused in his steps. At this moment, the other students also noticed the newly arrived Li Hao. It's him. Song Yueyao was surprised, then she remembered what her grandfather had said, her eyes lighting up. Was he here to give a lecture? She didn't believe Li Hao could teach anything profound, although he was advanced in the 15 Li realm and above her in cultivation level. Having a high cultivation level didn't mean he could teach others, let alone that Li Hao was only 14 years old, just a younger brother in her eyes. This person looks familiar. Lin Feifei, Song Yueyao's close friend, said in surprise, feeling she might have seen him before somewhere. Song Yueyao gave a wry smile. She hadn't mentioned to Lin Feifei that Li Hao was the one who had passed through the Mo River that day. It wasn't surprising they didn't recognize him. Who paid attention to what those men looked like on ordinary days? They were just clumps of dirt and trees. Who is this guy? He looks young, is he new here? The surrounding students whispered among themselves. The young men who had bumped into Li Hao flushed again, not expecting to lose face in front of a newcomer. He was also somewhat surprised. This new fellow looked quite young. He must be some noble family's young master. Still standing there for what, not scram to stand outside yet. Angry shouts came from behind, and the young man hurriedly walked out. At that moment, the elderly teacher also noticed Li Hao, and immediately recognized him. He had been present when Li Hao was given special permission to enter the Black and White Hall previously. In the past few days, Li Hao's name was all over the city of Qingzhou, a 14-year-old earl, sensational to everyone. Li has arrived, are you here to exchange? Please, come in, said the elder, Sun Hongdian, his fury vanishing and a smile appearing, treating Li Hao with utmost courtesy. This stark contrast in attitude left the students below utterly astonished, their mouths agape. When had they ever seen the old firecracker so submissive? Probably only when the palace master occasionally appeared, right? Yeah, hello, replied Li Hao with a smile, approaching for a handshake out of habit. As they shook hands, his other hand covered the back of the other man's hand and gave it a shake. Chapter 114, 95, A Step into the Profound Sixth Release. Chapter 114, Chapter 95, A Step into the Profound Sixth Release. Sun Hongdian was somewhat surprised, but he didn't think too much of it, and as soon as he let go, he turned to the students below and said, Everyone, this is the new titular instructor at the academy, the young master of the Li family, Li Hao. Whoosh! As the name Li Hao was announced, the students who were initially bewildered, puzzled, and curious, suddenly erupted into an uproar. In the past few days, the whole city had been talking about the owner of this name. Tea houses, restaurants, and even brothels and inns were the same. To be thrown among the world of heroes, it might only be like casting a small stone, causing ripples that had not yet spread far. But within Qingzhou City, it was almost a household name. A 14-year-old at the 15 Li realm, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Such a living legend was actually right before their eyes. The crowd's eyes widened as they looked at Li Hao as if he were a priceless treasure. Li Hao was somewhat helpless but had anticipated such a reaction, so he could only get used to it. Next, Li will be teaching you. Li's teaching opportunities are only 3 times a year, so listen carefully and cherish this chance. There must be no chaos or clamor. Sun Hongdian said loudly to everyone. The students' eyes shone brightly. This legendary youth was going to teach them. What could he possibly teach? His own cultivation experience. Many faces were full of anticipation, although they didn't expect Li Hao to really teach them anything. They were curious to see how this youth expressed himself. Master Li, I leave this to you. Sun Hongdian turned to Li Hao with a smile. Li Hao smiled and nodded. After watching the other men wave goodbye with a smile, he turned his attention to the quieting classroom. Since you all know about me, I'll spare the self-introduction. Li Hao said with a smile, what do you want to learn? Swordsmanship, fist techniques, movement techniques. You are going to teach swordsmanship. Song Yueyao's eyes brightened upon hearing Li Hao's words, as most of them practiced swordsmanship. Li Hao knew that swordsmen and knife users were like language and math, main subjects, broad categories. Most martial artists dedicated their studies to these 2 types. The number of sword and knife manuals passed down from ancient times was also the greatest among all the cultivation techniques. If you want to learn, I'll teach, Li Hao said with a smile. Are you going to teach us the swordsmanship of the listening rain tower? A bold young man asked expectantly. They were all from noble families with good backgrounds. After completing their academy studies, they would either make a name for themselves in Jianghu or return to take over family businesses. With a cultivation level at the divine travel realm, they could suppress many threats, being amongst the more formidable existences within their realm. Sorry, family secrets are not to be shared. Li Hao said with a smile, I can teach you whatever swordsmanship you are practicing under Master Bai. How can you teach if you haven't learned it? Someone said in surprise, feeling that Li Hao's statement was too casual, which immediately altered their impression of him. It's not too late to learn now. Li Hao said with a smile, does anyone have a manual? Lend it to me for a moment. At these words, everyone was astonished and then some dissatisfaction began to surface. Li Hao's declaration was seen as too arrogant, showing no regard for the lesson at hand. Their initial expectations had suddenly deflated. Song Yueyao frowned slightly, her opinion of Li Hao changing, believing him to be too arrogant. Li, we really want to learn. Someone well-meaning reminded him. If that is the case, let's start quickly. Does anyone have a sword manual? Li Hao asked. Seeing that Li Hao continued to act on his own accord, the remaining few became disillusioned, frowning at his response. Was casually pointing out a few things from a sword manual considered teaching? Whether he taught well or not was one thing, but his attitude was appalling. Disappointment was evident in Song Yueyao's eyes. His prodigious talent was real, but so was his arrogance. The students all wore expressions of dissatisfaction, but no one voiced their thoughts. If he wasn't going to teach, then forget it. What was the act for? Was the young master from the divine general mansion that remarkable? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, as nobody dared to offend him openly, nor were they foolish enough to try. Li Hao glanced around, observing their expressions. He instantly knew what they were thinking and felt somewhat helpless. His gaze settled on Song Yueyao. Song, you have the sword manual, don't you? Let me have a look. Song Yueyao, being singled out by Li Hao, looked a bit unnatural, especially under the scrutiny of those around her. She frowned and said, I didn't bring the manual as my practice of that sword technique is nearly at perfection. Then find me a manual, Li Hao instructed. Song Yueyao fell silent with a slight pout, reluctantly preparing to speak to her good sister Lin Feifei, when suddenly a young man said, Li, I have one here. With that, he quickly ran up and handed the sword manual to Li Hao, grinning at him. Li, my name is Ma Jing. He wore a somewhat ingratiating expression on his face. As the young man returned to his place, soft sighs of disdain could be heard from below, clearly unimpressed by Ma Jing's fawning behavior. Ma Jing, however, did not care. Regardless of whether Li Hao looked down on them, this was an opportunity to curry favor, a fool would miss out. Please give me a moment. Li Hao picked up the sword manual and addressed the crowd. He then began to flip through it. The characters and images on the pages were easily comprehensible with his understanding of swordsmanship. Halfway through, he could even infer the later moves in his mind. This was a high-quality sword manual titled, Yin and Yang Reversal Sword. You have mastered the basics. Would you like to record it? Record it. Soon, a torrent of information flooded his mind, but with his current cultivation level, he could easily assimilate it. After briefly closing his eyes, he had absorbed it all. He glanced at the panel again. Yin and Yang Inversion Sword, True State, Yin and Yang Reversal. Yin and Yang Reversal is the essence of the swordsmanship, and with his understanding of the Tao realm, he could grasp the essence of most cultivation techniques. Such as the essence of the falling snow sword skill, avalanche. The student standing outside the door, come in and join us, he said. Before beginning the lesson, Li Hao hadn't forgotten to call in the young man who was being punished by standing at the door. The young man, having heard about Li Hao's identity from Sun Hongdian, had been eavesdropping and secretly watching from the doorway. At this moment, seeing that Li Hao called out to him, he was somewhat surprised, never expecting that Li Hao would remember him, and his heart instantly felt joy and warmth. As for Li Hao teaching swordsmanship, let alone that Li Hao had no intention of teaching seriously, even if he were to do so, the young man had no interest. He had disliked martial arts since he was a child, but being born into a martial family, he had no choice. Thank you, Li. My name is Zhou Zheng, said the young man. Li Hao nodded and said, take your seat. Once Zhou Zheng had returned to his seat, Li Hao then said, "I will first demonstrate the falling snow sword skill at perfection level for you all to try and perceive." The already disinterested and even seat-leaving crowd was taken aback by Li Hao's words, and soon someone covered their mouth, stifling their laughter. To demonstrate a sword technique at the perfection level after just one look. This was a high-quality swordsmanship practice, and even if you were a prodigy, you would need to study it for 2 to 3 months to achieve perfection, right? Seeing Li Hao's boast, the crowd already had the look of spectators at a spectacle, ready to enjoy the performance of this legend. Song Yueyao furrowed her brows. Li Hao didn't strike her as the type to be exaggerating, but today's encounter had left her deeply disappointed. However, she thought about their previous interaction in Sangyu City, realizing they hadn't really spent much time together. It was just a brief meeting. With a silent sigh, Song Yueyao turned her gaze away, no longer wishing to watch, finding it boring. On the stage, after Li Hao finished speaking, he nonchalantly summoned a sword from the weapon rack. The use of his power to command objects made some of the mockingly looking individuals rein in their scorn a bit, their eyes displaying a sense of gravity. No matter what the temperament of this young master of the Li family was like, at least his cultivation level was truly terrifying. And Li Hao, gripping the sword hilt, still looked nonchalant and easygoing. He sent the sword manual floating back to a student named Ma Jing before he started to wield his sword. The yin and yang inversion sword consisted of moves that were both feigned and real, with feints hidden in solid strikes and solid strikes within the feints, continuously changing in an extremely complex manner. In terms of difficulty alone, it surpassed the falling snow sword skill by a good margin. But at that moment, as Li Hao casually swung his sword, his figure was graceful like jade, his sword momentum like a rainbow. A set of exquisitely daunting yin and yang inversion sword moves unfolded before the eyes of the students. In an instant, the laughter froze in the eyes of the students who had been smirking and looking forward to a show. The smug upward curve at the corners of their mouths also disappeared unconsciously as they stared dumbfounded at the intricate and marvelous swordplay. The sudden silence in the hall made Song Yueyao feel a bit of strangeness, and she was taken aback. She turned her head to look toward the front where Li Hao was expected to perform his juggling act. But what she saw was a display of swordplay as splendid as a peacock spreading its feathers. This was the yin and yang inversion sword. Song Yueyao was dumbstruck. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. She had practiced this sword technique close to perfection, but she definitely couldn't perform the marvelous swordplay she was seeing before her eyes. Which was feigned and which was real? Or rather, were they all feints, or all real? She could no longer distinguish the movements. It was as if 10,000 swords were brandishing before her eyes, dazzling her. In the silent hall, after the end of Li Hao's swordsmanship demonstration, it remained quiet for a long time. Li Hao sheathed his sword, looked at the students, and after allowing them some time to digest what they had seen, he finally broke the silence, asking, "Did you all learn it?" As if awakening from a dream, the students then fell into a bout of speechlessness and silence. Learn it? Just from watching it once, you're asking us if we learned it. We would like to learn it, but we can't remember it, we simply can't remember it all. That Li, young Master Li, did you really just learn this swordsmanship? Someone couldn't help but to ask. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized the truth and their eyes widened in shock, staring at Li Hao as if they had seen a ghost. Just flipped through the sword manual once, and learned it. And not just the basics, but to a stage of perfection. Song Yueyao was also stunned, her lips slightly parted, and her throat as if blocked. She found herself unable to speak for a moment. Li Hao said helplessly, "Although the Li family has compiled many cultivation techniques and secret manuals, those from Tan Palace Academy are strictly confidential and we are not brazen enough to steal them. Even if I had stolen them, I wouldn't have the cheek to tell you," Li Hao silently added in his heart. Hearing Li Hao's words, the people looked at each other, knowing his statement was indeed true. Each sect has its own peerless techniques and confidential cultivation methods. If someone rashly steals them, it's considered a great taboo, likely to provoke confrontation and disdain from other martial arts sections. Then you. The audience was somewhat dumbfounded. If it wasn't through stealing, could he really have mastered it on the spot? Just from watching it once. Don't dwell on these details anymore. Try to recall what you can. Once you've absorbed it, I will perform it again, more slowly, Li Hao said. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, everyone immediately snapped to attention and began frantically recalling the sequence they had just witnessed. The hall returned to silence once again. With nothing else to do, Li Hao turned around and brought in the easel that had been left outside the door. Then, he set up the easel in front of everyone and started to paint. As for what to paint, Li Hao had an idea. He decided to include all the students in the hall in his painting. Although they were all at the divine travel realm, not very high in stature, the large group could still provide him with plenty of experience. Seeing Li Hao's peculiar actions, some were puzzled, but no one asked questions, choosing instead to focus on their efforts to remember. After a while, Li Hao completed the painting, estimating that about half an hour had passed. Those who could absorb had likely done so sufficiently, and those who couldn't were probably beginning to forget. He cleared his throat and announced, "I will perform once more, watch closely this time." At his words, everyone's spirits were lifted, and their gazes instantly locked onto Li Hao. Li Hao picked up his sword and began the demonstration again without further ado, but this time his movements were much slower. Chapter 115, 96ly, Chapter 115, Chapter 96ly, sword shadows were like dreams and illusions, and even after the practice was over, it seemed as if shadows of swords lingered before their eyes like fleeting light, leaving everyone unable to let go and forget. However, the sword shadows were too complicated. Although they were remembered, they seemed unclear. Seeing everyone immersed in contemplation, Li Hao didn't delay any further and sat down to continue drawing. Plus 827, plus 789, plus 702. Li Hao ground the ink and painted at a fast pace. The paintings of these dozens of divine travel realm masters each accumulated 700 to 800 experiences, greatly accelerating his painting experience. While Li Hao was painting, the others gradually regained their focus and, upon seeing the busy Li Hao, didn't dare to disturb him but instead seized the time to comprehend and ponder. After Li Hao finished the fourth painting, he looked at the crowd and said, "How does it feel? Li, could you demonstrate to us once more?" The request came from a youth with noble bearing after the crowd exchanged looks. He was a talent in the White Hall who kept pace with Song Yueyao, now feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak these words. After witnessing the demonstration twice, he still hadn't thoroughly grasped it. Li Hao glanced at the others, seeing expectant and reserved looks on their faces. Li Hao thought for a moment, realizing that repeating the practice like this wasn't the solution. Besides, since he had taken on the role of a teacher, he had to adopt the right attitude and try his best to ensure thorough learning, otherwise, just going through the motions with the people under him wouldn't be meaningful. He asked everyone once and learned that they all had a foundation of agility. However, the level of agility varied, with some just reaching it and others nearing perfection. "Since I am teaching, I hope you all can achieve something from it." Li Hao looked around the crowd and said, "I have 3 lessons this year, and I hope you can perfect this swordsmanship within these 3 lessons. If you accomplish this, I might consider fulfilling 3 wishes within my power for each of you." Perfect level. 3 wishes. The crowd was astonished and taken aback by Li Hao's ambition. It wasn't about granting them wishes, the young master was making a wish for himself. To teach all of them up to the perfect level in just 3 lessons. This wasn't high hopes, it was sheer fantasy. They didn't dare to compare themselves with Li Hao, who could understand the manual and practice to perfection just by looking once. Moreover, they harbored some doubts in their hearts, suspecting that Li Hao had prepared in advance. Whoever heard of a teacher not preparing lessons? It was simply a bluff. "Li, isn't this requirement a bit too difficult?" someone spoke up, unable to hold back. "You're not joking, are you, young master?" "I must admit it's a bit amusing," someone else remarked. Song Yueyao looked puzzledly at Li Hao. She had reached the level of agility half a year ago and knew very well how difficult it was to progress from agility to perfection. Even with decent talent, it would take a mad year of intensive practice to make the sword maneuver second nature and reach perfection. 3 short lessons were an impossible task. But to the legendary young master of the Li family before her, impossible seemed not so distant after all. After all, everything he had shown so far seemed impossible. Seeing the varied discussions among the crowd, Li Hao didn't say much more and once again picked up the sword. Merely practicing the swordsmanship at the perfect level and expecting them to imitate would indeed be difficult and a waste of time. But understanding the essence of this swordsmanship, from deep to shallow, would be much easier. Li Hao's gaze turned stern. Just 2 words quieted the murmurs throughout the hall. The crowd was inexplicably shaken, feeling the authority, and their gazes grew solemn. Feel with your heart. Li Hao spoke, his demeanor no longer casual but rather fixed on the sword. Then, he raised his hand and unsheathed the sword. Yin and Yang reversing sword, true form. Indeed, surpassing the flawless zenith, Li Hao directly executed the true form of the swordsmanship. The true form level of swordsmanship, returning to simplicity and transcending the common, could fully reveal the artistic conception and charm of this swordsmanship. The sword light flickered, with black and white gleams alternating, representing the shift between light and shadow. The sword wandered through the air, yet seemed to shuttle through another dimension. The sword was real, the space was illusory. As the sword light twisted and turned, the two black and white gleams kept alternating until they suddenly merged into one. The sword move was complete. The hall was utterly silent, everyone gazing mesmerized, their gazes and thoughts seemingly carried away by that one sword, immersed and unable to extricate themselves. Even though Li Hao had already put the sword away, they still stared blankly, as if the sword shadow full of indescribable charm was still in front of them, still moving in their minds. Li Hao kept quiet and simply waited. Suddenly, someone snapped out of it, and then one by one, the rest of the people also came back to their senses. Is this the yin and yang reversing sword? The crowd was shocked, looking at each other in disbelief. It seems completely different from what I practiced before. But, this seems real, what I practiced before is fake. It's not fake, it's wrong. This is the real yin and yang reversing sword. Mr. Sun taught us the wrong way. No, even the manual is wrong. A sword reverses yin and yang, a sword throws chaos into the void. The people became more and more excited as they spoke, their voices growing louder, their faces flushed, unable to control themselves. Song Yueyao was in a daze, filtering out the discussions, and suddenly, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she rushed to the weapons rack, swiftly drew a sword with a clang. Then, she struck out. The sword shadow shimmered like light, quivered like a snake, dazzling like a spectacle. Just like a peacock spreading its feathers, the shadow of the sword perfectly manifested in that moment. Her swordsmanship, which had stagnated for half a year, had reached a new level at that moment. Chapter 116, 96 Li_2. Chapter 116, Chapter 96 Li_2. Everyone noticed and was shocked as they watched her. Song has realized. She actually achieved perfection, and she's mastered this sword in less than a year. It's the perfect level, just like what Li just demonstrated. The crowd was extremely shocked, becoming excited. In their remarks, Li Hao's title shifted from Li to Li Master. From reverence to admiration. Meanwhile, several others seemed to have realizations as well, rushing towards the weapon racks, drawing swords, and swinging. The hall was spacious enough for their practice. The others also snapped back to reality, no longer observing others, and hurried to engrave their recent insights using their swords. Suddenly, everyone was rushing to the weapon racks, practicing with swords. After completing her swordsmanship, Song Yueyao also came out of her trance, staring blankly at the sword in her hand, then looked towards the young man, seeing him give her a gentle smile with an expression of encouragement and admiration. That smile was like a ray of sunshine, striking right at her heart. Song Yueyao was slightly dazed, then her cheeks suddenly turned crimson, and she looked away. Inside the hall, everyone was actively and excitedly immersed in their practice, continuously trying to capture and engrave the flavor that was fading from their minds. During this period, several people shouted excitedly, "I've done it." These were the ones who had been stuck at a bottleneck, and now suddenly broke through. Li Hao smiled. When someone asked for guidance, he clapped his hands, indicating for everyone to watch again. This was repeated 4 times. By the time the sun set in the west, Li Hao had also ended this lesson. Before class ended, seeing that a dozen people had reached the perfect level, Li Hao was quite gratified, feeling that hard work pays off for those who try. "Li Master, the swordsmanship you demonstrated, what level is it? I heard that beyond perfection is the ultimate perfection. Is that the level you're at?" Just as the class was about to end, someone couldn't help but ask. Li Hao smiled and said, "Beyond perfection is the ultimate perfection, and above that, there is the true state, which is the level I demonstrated to you." He felt there was no need to hide such a skill level. Like sword saints and saber saints, these mighty ones who have immersed themselves in a particular path for decades, have already touched the true state. They even have grasped some of the profound meanings of certain sword techniques. Moreover, Li Hao felt that the true state was not the pinnacle; above it, there should be even higher levels. However, with his current understanding of the Tao realm, he was not able to reach it yet. Perhaps when his state of mind achieves spiritual awakening, stepping even higher, he might catch a glimpse of it. True state. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Song Yueyao's pupils contracted slightly, looking at Li Hao in disbelief. She had heard from her grandfather about the existence of the true state, but it's extremely rare, requiring immense talent in the art and decades of dedicated practice to even touch upon it. Undoubtedly, Li Hao is a genius in sword Dao, but to master this sword technique to the true state, he'd need at least a decade of hard training, right? But Li Hao is only 14 years old now. Song Yueyao dared not think further, feeling her Taoist heart might collapse. She finally understood what those people, who complained about how hard it was to be around a genius, truly felt. Tonight, ponder it yourselves, the master leads the entrance, cultivation is up to the individual. Li Hao waved his hand in farewell, announcing the end of the class. Back at the mansion, Li Fu found Li Hao, mentioning that the Lord had sent a message, suggesting that Li Hao make some friends when possible. Although securing the true dragon was almost a certainty, networking was a lifelong matter. He hoped Li Hao could brilliantly secure the true dragon without leaving any shortcomings for others to criticize. Regarding this, Li Hao casually agreed. Li Hao prepared an extra portion of small pastries and walked to the edge of the cold pond, lightly kicking a small stone into the pond. Soon, the massive figure of the water Qilin surfaced, then transformed into a human form and stepped out of the water, her body clean and unblemished by any water stains. Seeing the small pastries in Li Hao's hands, Song Qiuma's eyes gleamed with delight. Li Hao smiled, handed her all the pastries, then waved goodbye without staying for long. Watching Li Hao walk away, Song Qiuma bit into the sweet pastry in her hand, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Meanwhile, Li Hao was on his way to his second lesson, having already arranged for a transfer. Just as he reached the entrance of the White Hall, he heard an angry voice from inside. "How can you, as a teacher, humiliate a child like this? He may be less talented in martial arts, but that doesn't mean he's a lesser person. You can discipline him, lash him harshly, treat him as strictly as you would treat any martial artist, but you can't disgrace him as if he were a beast." The speaker seemed extremely angry, full of vigor in his voice. Hearing this bellow, Li Hao paused, slowly walking towards the entrance. He saw that the hall was already filled with people. His habit of sleeping in meant he had not arrived early. At that moment, 3 individuals stood in front of the trainees, namely, Sun Hongdian and Zhou Jing seen the day before. Next to Zhou Jing was a strapping middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes but with a rugged and upright bearing. His features bore some resemblance to Zhou Jing, though Zhou appeared more delicate. On the ground in front of them lay scattered book fragments, adding another person to the scene, eerily similar to yesterday. "General, you can't be unreasonable like this." Sun Hongdian, flushed with embarrassment, was scolding Zhou Jing, who expected his father to come to visit and caught him in the act. Ideally, just hearing it was enough. He felt that this general should be grateful for his strict education, helping him discipline his troublesome child. Chapter 117, 96 Li_3. Chapter 117, Chapter 96 Li_3. The other party charged in and immediately launched into a furious tirade, leaving him utterly dumbfounded on the spot. "I'm unreasonable. In what way have I been unreasonable? Is it reasonable for you to insult my son?" Zhou Zheng's father angrily said, "Although I am a martial artist, I still understand basic principles. I know my son is a person, a dignified and upright person, not a rat that spoils a pot of porridge. Nor is he a decadent, dirty, and despicable worm. He simply hasn't succeeded in martial arts, not that he isn't fit to be a person." Zhou Zheng's burly father's voice was extremely angry, deafeningly saying, "Although my son doesn't have high talent, his character is pure and good. Even if he's only at the power passage realm, he is my pride. What right do you have to insult him like this?" Everyone below was silent. No one mocked Zhou Jing for needing his father's protection. Instead, they showed a hint of envy in their eyes. Sun Hongdian angrily said, "I can't reason with you. If this is how it's going to be, then your son should just drop out. If I come across a teacher like you, then so be it." Zhou Zheng's father also shouted angrily, as he started to pull his son away. Zhou Zheng's eyes were already red-rimmed. He bit his lip, holding back his tears so that they wouldn't fall in front of so many people, and choked out in a low voice. "Dad, I want to stay here. I want to learn properly. I also mastered swordsmanship yesterday. If you want to learn, Dad will find you another master. There are plenty of famous teachers in the world." Zhou Zheng's father snorted angrily. Sun Hongyan trembled with rage, saying, "If you walk out now, you'll never be able to come back." "I never planned to come back anyway." Zhou Zheng's father was furious, pulling his son to leave, but then they ran into Li Hao at the door. Suddenly, everyone's gaze also fell on Li Hao. All the students stood up abruptly, bowing in unison as they said, "Greetings to Teacher Li." This uniform voice not only startled Sun Hongyan and Zhou Zheng's father but also took Li Hao by surprise. "Teacher Li." Sun Hongyan was stunned, looking at Li Hao in confusion. Upon seeing Li Hao, the originally sour eyes of Zhou Zheng instantly lit up, and he quickly said to his father beside him, "Dad, he is Li Hao, Teacher Li. Yesterday, in just one lesson, he made all of us perfect our high-grade swordsmanship from spirit level to flawless." Zhou Zheng's father and Sun Hongyan both wore baffled expressions. What was this child talking about? Li Hao was also dumbfounded and slightly dazed. What in the world, they all learned it in one lesson yesterday. Weren't there only a dozen people who could do it after class? Wait a second, then why did I even come here today? Li Hao, Zhou Zheng's father looked at Li Hao in shock, then suddenly bent forward, dropping to one knee. "Zhou Liang, at your service, Mr. Li Hao." This action left everyone stunned once again. Li Hao quickly helped him up, saying, "General Zhou Liang." "Young master, I once served under your father," Zhou Liang said respectfully. Li Hao suddenly understood, then smiled and said, "There's no need for such formality when you see me." Mr. Sun beside them looked uncomfortable, frowning deeply. "Dad, I want to stay here. I want to attend another class with Teacher Li," Zhou Zheng said quickly to his father. Zhou Liang, having not expected to find the recently famed Li Hao teaching here, thought for a while and then agreed after seeing his son's earnestness. After Zhou Liang gave his son a few words of advice and left, Sun Hongyan scoffed, "Zhou Zheng, you disrupted the class today. Tan Palace Academy isn't a place where you can just come and go as you please." Zhou Zheng's face changed slightly. Li Hao smiled and said, "Mr. Sun, it was all a misunderstanding." Seeing Li Hao intercede, Mr. Sun's expression softened and with a forced smile he said, "Li, you don't know, this Zhou Liang is simply overbearing." Li Hao shook his head to cut him off, smiling and saying, "Mr. Sun, I understand you want to use harsh words to motivate the students. But perhaps they're too harsh and might quash the spirit of a young soul, don't you think?" Mr. Sun was taken aback, his expression changed, and he said no more. Li Hao didn't say much more to him either, having no interest in associating with such a person. Once the class transfer was done, and Mr. Sun had left, Li Hao glanced around at everyone. "Just now Zhou Zheng said that all of you have reached the perfect level." The atmosphere in the hall seemed to liven up quite a bit. Excitement flashed across the faces of everyone, their eyes gleaming. Ma Jing jumped in and said, "Teacher Li, what Zhou Zheng said is correct. The swordsmanship you demonstrated yesterday is truly an entrance to the path. We caught that hint of the essence of the art, and that's why we improved so quickly in just one day. Even if it was flattery, it had actually hit the mark." Li Hao, resigned, said, "I was planning to use 3 lessons to teach you all. It seems I've come in vain today, as there's nothing left to teach." The crowd burst into laughter, as having gained such a huge lesson in one class, they already felt extremely grateful and excited. Someone said teasingly, "Teacher Li, have you forgotten something? You said yesterday that once we all mastered it to perfection, you would grant us 3 wishes. Someone looked at Li Hao with excited anticipation. Li Hao, speechless, had made that incentive off the cuff, never expecting they would all be so skilled. They truly deserved to be those who had entered Whitehall, their talents were indeed not bad. "Then go ahead and say it, but it must be within what I can reasonably do," Li Hao said. Upon hearing his words, everyone started chattering excitedly among themselves. Some wished to visit Listening Rain Tower, others wanted a renowned sword, and some expressed their desire to learn another swordsmanship technique, and so on. Among these more conventional wishes, there were also some raucous voices in the crowd. Some said they wanted to be sworn brothers with Li Hao, and others wanted a tour of the pleasure district. Li Hao chuckled, gestured for silence, and waited until the crowd quieted down before saying, "You all decide together and pick one." Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the crowd reacted with both surprise and delight, not expecting Li Hao to take the offer seriously. Chapter 118, 96 Li_4. Chapter 118, Chapter 96 Li_4. They were already very grateful that I taught them swordsmanship, and most of the requirements they proposed earlier were half-joking. Hey, don't make your demands too outrageous. Lin Feifei immediately stood up to warn them, feeling that a few of the guys were somewhat ungrateful. Chastened by Lin Feifei's words, several people sheepishly started to laugh. "Teacher Li, you definitely wouldn't agree to go to Listening Rain Tower, so how about taking us to visit the brothels instead?" someone teased with a playful laugh. Hearing this person's words, the other young men's eyes lit up, and they immediately cheered. That's great. All at the prime age of robust health, they had come to study at 10 Palace Academy in Qingzhou and had hardly ever left the mountain. The intense competitive pressure within the academy and the threat of elimination from the bottom ranks made them dare not relax. They had long harbored desires for that place of romantic encounters. Upon hearing this, however, the female students all rolled their eyes, looking disdainfully at these fellows. Li Hao chuckled, going to a brothel is a trivial matter. In this era, entertainment was scarce, and going to a brothel was akin to swiping through TikTok in a previous life. Brothels come in different grades, and the lowest ones are naturally the whorehouses, cheap and likely to be diseased. Famous brothels mostly sell artistic performances. One can listen to songs and poetry. Of course, if one has good poetry or lots of money, they could also enjoy some pleasurable services. If Li Hao were to take them, it would naturally be to the best brothel in Qingzhou to listen to some tunes, and they shouldn't expect anything else. The male students, upon seeing Li Hao agree, were overjoyed beyond measure. But the female students all sneered, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Song Yueyao gave Li Hao an annoyed glance and huffed, "If you guys want to go, then go." "I'm not going." "I'm not going either," Lin Feifei immediately declared. All of the female students expressed their protest. But the other male students, afraid that Li Hao might change his mind, were chattering non-stop like animals in the heat of spring, already set aflame with excitement. It's hard to please everyone. Those of you who don't want to go, I will gift you a drawing as compensation, Li Hao said to the female students. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the female students were somewhat astonished, and then saw Li Hao take out a scroll from his hand and unroll it. "This is what I sketched yesterday. You divide it among yourselves, one for each person." Everyone gasped in surprise when they saw it. They had noticed that Li Hao was drawing the previous day, thinking it was just a pastime, never expecting the sketches to be so exquisite and lifelike. The drawings included every student in Whitehall, with each person's expression pure and clean, some furrowing their brows, others tilting their heads in contemplation, each with their own charm. The girls were depicted as gentle and the boys as handsome and dashing, each with a distinct aura. Together under the warm sunlight, it seemed as beautiful as a 10-mile spring breeze. Many were captivated by the sight. A young man raised his hand and said, "Teacher Li, I won't go to the brothel, can I have one of the drawings?" "There aren't many priorities for the female students," Li Hao said with a smile. The previously unsatisfied female students all pushed forward eagerly, scrambling to get one. Song Yueyao's eyes, as expressive as autumn waters, stared in astonishment at Li Hao. Such skillful artistry couldn't have been mastered overnight. Seeing that youth as serene as a virgin, dressed in a green robe as stout as a pine, not only was his cultivation level in swordsmanship unmatched, but he also had spare energy to devote to side skills, truly unfathomable. After receiving their pictures, many girls began to appreciate them closely. Even though they practiced martial arts and couldn't afford to delve into other disciplines, they naturally loved beautiful things. Having dealt with the female students, Li Hao used the time of the second lesson to lead the male students out of Whitehall, heading down the mountain. Seeing that Li Hao was using teaching time to take them for an outing, everyone was exceptionally excited, something that had never happened before. If other teachers found out, they would probably have all been punished by facing the wall. But with Li Hao backing them, they were fearless even if the sky fell. As the group descended the mountain, the news also reached Tan Palace. Song Yufeng, who was drinking tea, almost choked, coughing repeatedly and looking up in astonishment. You're saying that Li Hao went to teach, but ended up taking all the students down the mountain to visit the brothels. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.